Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The End and the Beginning. George Paddington had always been alone. Not by choice, but by cruel design. The world had not been kind to him, and it all started with a cough. Just a simple, persistent cough from his mother one evening that turned into something far worse. It was late 2020, the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. George was only 16 when he stood outside the ICU, watching helplessly as doctors in full PPE suits rushed past him, their expressions hidden behind layers of protective gear. His father had been admitted 3 days before his mother. George had barely been able to speak to them before they were whisked away into isolation, leaving him with nothing but unanswered texts and growing dread. At first, he had clung to hope, believing that the statistics favored people their age. But the virus didn't care about hope. It stole both his parents within a week. One moment, he was a normal teenager, struggling with school assignments and balancing his growing YouTube channel on gaming content. The next, he was an orphan. Alone, quarantined in a silent house that no longer felt like home. The weeks after their passing blurred into one long stretch of emptiness. The house was suffocatingly quiet, except for the occasional knock of a social worker or a neighbor offering their sympathies. But sympathy didn't bring his parents back. Sympathy didn't ease the bone-deep loneliness that crept into his soul. His relatives, those distant aunts and uncles, made their judgments quickly. None of them wanted to take in a teenager, especially not one so close to adulthood. And so, George found himself in the foster system, shuffled between homes where no one truly cared. By 18, he was on his own. He poured himself into his work as a gaming content creator, building a modest online presence. His channel, Pixel Phantom, had a dedicated following. He spent hours live-streaming RPG games, analyzing mechanics, and engaging with his virtual audience. It was the only time he didn't feel alone. But even that couldn't fill the void completely. Despite his internet fame, his real-life connections were few. He had no close friends, no family to check in on him. His days were spent inside his small apartment, illuminated only by the glow of his computer screen. Sometimes, he would go an entire day without speaking a single word aloud. It wasn't a bad life, just an empty one. And yet, in a way, George had accepted it. Until the day everything changed. It was raining that night. The streets were slick with water, the neon signs of the city reflecting in shallow puddles. George had just finished a late grocery run, his hood pulled up against the cold drizzle, when he heard it. A child's cry. He turned sharply, spotting a little girl barely 3 years old, standing dangerously close to the edge of the road. Her tiny hands gripped a stuffed bear, her wide eyes filled with confusion as she sobbed. And then, in the distance, headlights. George didn't think. He ran. The next few seconds felt like slow motion. His feet splashed against the wet pavement. The girl turned to him just as the truck's horn blared. George lunged forward, his arm scooping her up in one swift motion before he twisted, shoving her out of harm's way. Impact. Pain exploded through his body. A brutal force slammed into his side, knocking the breath from his lungs. The world tilted, spinning wildly before everything came to an abrupt stop. He lay there, rain mingling with something warm and thick pooling beneath him. His body refused to move. Distantly, he heard people shouting, footsteps rushing toward him. The child was safe. That was all that mattered. His vision blurred. His last thought. I hope, there's something more. Then, darkness. When he opened his eyes, he knew something was wrong. His first instinct was that he had somehow survived. But as the haze lifted from his mind, confusion quickly replaced pain. He wasn't lying on the wet pavement anymore. Instead, he was in a dimly lit room, resting on a stiff mattress. Thick, musty curtains hung around the bed, casting eerie shadows in the flickering candlelight. His fingers twitched. His hands felt different. Thinner. Paler. His breathing quickened as he slowly sat up, heart hammering. His body felt off, not just injured, but wrong. He reached up, brushing his fingers through his hair, and froze. Long, greasy. That wasn't his hair. A creeping sense of dread filled his chest as he swung his legs off the bed, standing shakily. His vision swam for a moment before clearing. His gaze landed on a mirror across the room. The reflection staring back at him was not his own. It was a boy, tall, lanky, with sallow skin and a hooked nose. His black robes hung loosely over his thin frame, and his dark eyes held something deep, something wounded. Recognition slammed into him like a freight train. This was Hogwarts. And he was Severus Snape. The realization sent him stumbling backward, gripping the edge of the bed for support. His mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the impossible. This had to be a dream. A coma-induced hallucination. Yet, the memories weren't his own. Flashes of childhood, Spinner's End, the murky river, his mother's quiet warnings, his father's drunken shouts. Meeting Lily Evans for the first time, the way her green eyes had lit up when she did her first bit of accidental magic. The warmth of their friendship. Then, the fight. The cruel word that had escaped his lips in a moment of anger. The look of betrayal on her face as she turned away. His chest tightened. These weren't just images. They were memories. Feelings. A lifetime embedded in his mind as if they had always belonged to him. But they hadn't. Because he wasn't Severus Snape. He was George Paddington. Or at least, he had been. The weight of it all crashed over him. Somehow, impossibly, he had died in his world, and woken up in this one. A sudden chime echoed in his mind, cutting through his thoughts like a knife. System activated. Welcome, host. Initiating integration. George, or rather, Severus, stared at the floating text before him. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Chapter 2, The System and the Path Ahead. A glowing interface hovered before his eyes. George, or rather, Severus, blinked. The words shimmered in the dim candlelight, their letters shifting and reforming as if alive. System activated. Welcome, host. Initializing connection to host's consciousness. Integration complete. He rubbed his temples. The lingering ache in his head felt like the worst gaming marathon-induced migraine he'd ever had. A soft, mechanical voice spoke directly into his mind, crisp and devoid of emotion. Hello, host. My name is Eva, your system assistant. I am here to facilitate your adaptation to this world. My functions will provide guidance, missions, and resources to assist in your survival and growth. His survival. That sent a fresh wave of unease through him. Severus, no, George, had consumed enough fantasy stories and played enough transmigration RPGs to recognize what this was. He had a system, and systems always came with strings attached. He exhaled slowly. All right, Eva. Give me a full breakdown of your functions. The interface adjusted, expanding into several categories. System functions. Mission allocation. Missions will be generated based on host's decisions, interactions, and significant events. Major story-altering actions will directly influence mission difficulty and rewards. Main mission, non-negotiable. Rewrite the fate of Severus Snape. Side missions, dynamic, evolving based on choices. Bonus missions, time-limited opportunities for additional rewards. Skill enhancement, host can accumulate skill points, SP, through mission completion or personal growth. SP can be used to enhance magic-related abilities. Memory integration, access to original Severus Snape's memories. Can be revisited or suppressed at will. Reputation system, tracks standing with individuals and factions. Actions will influence social dynamics and opportunities. Severus scrolled through the details, his mind racing. The first function was the most crucial. His main mission was non-negotiable, meaning, no matter what, he had to change Severus Snape's fate. But how far could he push that? Did he have full autonomy, or were there constraints? And what if he failed? He didn't want to find out. His eyes moved to the memory integration function. His stomach tightened. He had already felt the memories lurking in the back of his mind, raw and unfiltered. It was like holding someone else's diary, except this diary was a lifetime of emotions, mistakes, and regrets. Eva, open my memories of Lily Evans. The interface pulsed, and then. A park. Lily's laughter rang through the air, bright and carefree. A younger Severus sat beside her under a large tree, his dark eyes watching her in quiet fascination. You have to admit, Sev, she teased, grinning as she levitated a small flower in the air, I'm way better at this than you. Severus rolled his eyes but smiled. You just got lucky. She tossed her red hair dramatically. Please, I know I'm talented. A familiar warmth settled in Severus' chest. These were the good moments, when Lily was just a girl with a dazzling smile and endless enthusiasm. She made him believe, for a while, that magic could be his too, despite his filthy muggle surroundings. But then. A different memory. Hogwarts, 5th year. Lily, please. His voice cracked with desperation. He reached out for her, but she recoiled as if his touch would burn her. You called me a mudblood, Severus, she said, her green eyes blazing. That's what you really think of me, isn't it? I didn't mean it, he said hurriedly, panic creeping in. You know I didn't. She laughed bitterly. Funny how it always slips out when you're around your real friends. Severus felt his throat tighten. I don't belong with them. She hesitated, just for a second, but the anger in her gaze hardened. Then prove it. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Lily sighed, the fire in her eyes dimming into disappointment. That's what I thought, she said softly, before turning and walking away. The memory stopped. Severus inhaled sharply, gripping the sheets beneath him. Lily Evans wasn't perfect. She had always had a slight superiority complex, a habit of assuming she was right. She cared for him, but she had never fully understood him, not the way he had understood her. She had given him an impossible test. One where he had to choose between his only source of acceptance, the Slytherins, and her moral standards. It had never been a fair choice. And now, as Severus, George had a second chance. The dormitory door creaked open. Severus looked up as a tall, pale-haired figure stepped inside, his movements smooth and deliberate. Lucius Malfoy. The older boy's gray eyes landed on him immediately, assessing. Severus, Lucius said, closing the door behind him. I heard about your incident with Lily Evans. Severus stiffened. Lucius smirked slightly, crossing his arms. I'm disappointed in you. Letting a mudblood wound your pride like that. The old Severus would have nodded meekly, eager for Lucius' approval. But George knew better. He met Lucius' gaze without hesitation. I wasn't weak, he said evenly. I made a mistake. That's all. Lucius arched an eyebrow. A mistake. Severus exhaled, carefully choosing his words. I let my emotions cloud my judgment. I reacted in anger. That was a weakness, and I won't let it happen again. Lucius studied him for a long moment, then smiled, a slow, approving expression. Good, he said. You're learning. Severus kept his face neutral. He needed Lucius, for now. His influence in Slytherin mattered. But unlike before, he wouldn't be a blind follower. A new notification flashed before his eyes. Mission update, main mission, rewrite the fate of Severus Snape, progress, 3%, side mission, secure an influential ally, progress, 20%, new mission, manipulate Lucius Malfoy's trust without becoming his puppet. Severus smirked. This time, he wouldn't be the pawn. This time, he would play the game. Chapter 3, Fragments of the Past. The past was not a story told in simple lines of black and white, it was a tangled web of emotions, pain, and choices. Severus Snape had lived a life of quiet suffering, moments of warmth swallowed by darkness, with fleeting sparks of happiness dimmed by the crushing weight of reality. And now, George Paddington, once an outsider looking in, had to live it. As he lay in his dormitory bed, staring at the canopy above, he let the flood of memories wash over him. Some were comforting, others infuriating, but all were his now. His mother and father, love and disillusionment. Eileen Prince. A pureblood witch from a once great family, reduced to living in the crumbling remains of her past. Severus had always loved his mother, she was the only warmth in his otherwise bleak childhood. She had taught him the language of magic, whispered incantations in Latin when he was still too young to hold a wand properly, traced delicate symbols of ancient runes on parchment for him to decipher. But love and respect were not the same thing. His mother was weak. She had let him, Tobias Snape, win. Tobias Snape, a violent, drunken man who had no love for his son, no patience for magic, and certainly no remorse for the bruises he left behind. The memories of his father were sharp, jagged edges that tore at him like glass. The crash of breaking glass bottles. The sting of a hard slap, sending him sprawling to the floor. The bellowing voice, filled with rage, spitting out words like freak and worthless boy. Tobias Snape despised him. Despised magic. And his mother, despite all her power, let it happen. Severus had once idolized her, thinking her a quiet, tragic hero trapped in a doomed marriage. But now, with the clarity of hindsight, George saw what Severus had refused to admit, Eileen had chosen this life. She had chosen to stay, chosen to bow before a man who hated her, chosen to let her son suffer instead of walking away. That was why, even though Severus had loved his mother, he had never forgiven her. And now, neither would he. The Marauders, bullies behind the golden glow. James Potter. Sirius Black. Remus Lupin. Peter Pettigrew. The Marauders. The golden boys of Gryffindor, the pranksters, the so-called heroes. To the outside world, they were charming, talented, and beloved by teachers and students alike. But Severus knew better. They were bullies. James Potter, with his endless arrogance, believed himself untouchable, always ready to humiliate someone for a laugh. He had targeted Severus from the moment they had stepped foot in Hogwarts, simply because he was an easy mark. Sirius Black, reckless and cruel, took pleasure in destroying people. His amusement was in chaos, in watching others suffer under the guise of pranks. Remus Lupin. The so-called good one. The reasonable one. But his silence had been just as damning as their actions. He had never stopped them, never spoken up, because it was easier to look the other way than risk losing his friends. And Peter Pettigrew. A worm, a spineless shadow who followed wherever the power went. The memories played out, each one a bitter taste on his tongue. A jet of red light. His body flipping in the air as he was humiliated before a laughing crowd. A bottle of ink spilled over his homework, the marauders grinning as he scrambled to salvage his parchment. The worst memory, the day James hung him upside down for the whole school to see, stripping him of dignity, reducing him to a joke. And what had been his crime? He had existed. They called it pranks. They called it fun. But bullying was bullying, and they had gotten away with it. Dumbledore, so wise and just, had turned a blind eye. McGonagall, strict and competent, had looked the other way. Even Slughorn, despite his occasional kindness, had never dared challenge the Potter name. Slytherins were seen as villains no matter what. It was expected that they would be treated as such. The injustice of it burned inside him. This time, he would not be their victim. Hogwarts and the teachers who mattered. Not all of Hogwarts had been cruel. There were those who had recognized his talent. Who had, in their own way, helped him. Flitwick, the unbiased mentor. Professor Flitwick, the tiny but formidable charms master, had been one of the only teachers who treated all students fairly. Despite being head of Ravenclaw, Flitwick had never once dismissed Severus because he was a Slytherin. Instead, he had praised Severus' talent in charms, encouraging him where others had ignored him. In secret, Flitwick had trained Severus in dueling, recognizing his potential. They had spent evenings in empty classrooms, the tiny professor guiding him through advanced spell work, helping him sharpen his technique. Flitwick had believed in him. And now, Severus had no intention of letting that go to waste. Horace Slughorn, the cowardly opportunist. Slughorn was not a bad man. He had been good to Severus in some ways, recognizing his genius in potions and granting him access to rare ingredients. But Slughorn was also a man who avoided conflict. He had never defended Severus from the marauders. Never risked his reputation by standing against powerful families like the Potters or the Blacks. Instead, Slughorn had helped in small, indirect ways, favoring Severus in class, slipping him extra materials, whispering quiet words of advice. He was useful, but he was not someone Severus could rely on for protection. Minerva McGonagall, strict but biased. McGonagall was an excellent teacher, fair, but with clear favoritism toward her own house. She followed the rules precisely, unless, of course, it was one of her own breaking them. Then, it was a different story. She was not cruel. But she was not just, either. Madame Pomfrey, the quiet guardian. The Hogwarts nurse, Poppy Pomfrey, had seen his bruises, had patched him up countless times. Unlike the others, she had never dismissed his injuries as pranks. She had never told him to just stay out of their way. She had been kind. She had encouraged his potion skills, recognizing his steady hands, his talent for precision. It was she who had subtly guided him toward medical knowledge, seeing something in him that others had not. Poppy Pomfrey had cared. And now, George, Severus, understood just how few people had. Severus Snape, a genius in the shadows. For all his suffering, Severus Snape had never been ordinary. His mind was razor-sharp, his knowledge vast. His potions talent was beyond prodigious. He had innovated, experimented, rewritten spells in the margins of his books. But there was more. He was skilled in ancient runes, fascinated by the power hidden in language itself. He was proficient in Latin, French, and Irish, a talent inherited from his mother's teachings. And then there was dueling, a skill he had kept hidden, a talent only Flitwick knew the extent of. Severus Snape had never been weak. But the world had made him believe he was. George closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling with steady breaths. He had seen Severus Snape's life, felt his pain, his rage. And he had one thought. This life won't be wasted. The system chimed softly. Mission update, main mission, rewrite the fate of Severus Snape, progress, 5%, side mission, master hidden talents before 7th year. A slow smirk formed on Severus' lips. Time to change the game. Chapter 4, The Shadows of Caution. Severus knew one thing for certain, Hogwarts was Dumbledore's domain. The old man had eyes everywhere. He saw too much and let too little slip past him. If Severus, George, suddenly started behaving differently, showing talents that the previous Snape had kept hidden, or distancing himself from known figures, it would raise suspicion. That was something he could not afford. At least, not yet. So, for the time being, he would lay low. Avoidance as a strategy. The first step was avoiding the Marauders and Lily Evans. That meant cutting down any and all interactions that could lead to unnecessary confrontation. He started leaving class early, before the Marauders could corner him. As soon as a lesson ended, he packed his things quickly and slipped out of the room before they even had time to get up from their seats. He stayed within the Slytherin group. Lucius Malfoy and his crowd provided an excellent deterrent against Gryffindor aggression. While they were arrogant and bigoted, they were useful as a shield. He took different corridors to avoid running into James Potter and Sirius Black. Luckily, Hogwarts had enough twists and turns for a determined person to disappear when necessary. Lily, too, was kept at a distance. Severus knew she would not likely talk to him after their last fight, but he never gave her the chance. Whenever they shared a class, he remained silent, never looking her way, slipping out before she could catch him alone. By the end of the week, it was working. The Marauders had barely interacted with him. James and Sirius had lost interest in tormenting him, at least, for now. Midnight plans. But avoidance wasn't enough. Severus needed information. He had spent the past week mapping out all the known corridors of Hogwarts, but that wasn't nearly enough. Hogwarts was an ancient castle, full of secrets even Dumbledore likely didn't know. And he knew exactly where to go to find them. The Room of Requirement. It was past midnight when Severus made his move. The Slytherin dormitory was silent, the only sounds the soft crackling of the dying fireplace. Carefully, he slipped out of bed, grabbed his wand, and cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and a silent muffliato charm over his footsteps, before stepping out of the common room. The dungeons were eerily quiet. Severus navigated the empty halls carefully, his breath slow and measured. He avoided the main staircases, sticking to lesser-used passageways to avoid running into any of the teachers. Filch, the castle's ever-irritable caretaker, was known to prowl the hallways at night. But Severus had spent enough time in detention cleaning the trophy room to know Filch's usual routes. It took him 20 minutes, but he finally arrived at the 7th floor. Standing before the blank stretch of wall, he closed his eyes, focusing. I need a place that holds everything lost in Hogwarts, hidden artifacts, forgotten knowledge, and a comprehensive map of the entire castle. He walked back and forth 3 times. And then, the wall shifted. An ancient wooden door appeared, seamlessly blending into the stone. Severus exhaled and stepped inside. The come-and-go room. The moment he entered, his breath caught. This wasn't just a storage room. This was a graveyard of lost knowledge. Towering shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient books, discarded robes, and forgotten magical artifacts. Chests of gold lay abandoned, broken brooms leaned against stone pillars, and stacks of parchment covered in dust sat untouched for centuries. Severus' eyes flickered around, scanning the room for what he came for. A map, he reminded himself. A complete map of Hogwarts. Almost immediately, a small pedestal appeared in the center of the room. Upon it lay a large, black leather-bound book, its edges gilded in silver, the Hogwarts crest engraved onto the cover. Severus stepped forward, cautiously reaching out and flipping open the first page. Hogwarts, the complete layout. By Phineas Nigellus Black. His heart pounded. Phineas Nigellus Black, the ex-headmaster of Hogwarts, ancestor of Sirius Black, and one of the most cunning Slytherins to ever exist. He turned the pages, and his breath hitched. This was not just a map. It was a comprehensive tracking system. Every hidden passage, both known and unknown, was carefully drawn out. The moving staircases' unpredictable patterns were documented. The restricted sections of the castle, including rooms that even Dumbledore likely never stepped into, were marked. A live tracking feature, tiny ink dots moved across the map, displaying the names of students and teachers, showing their locations in real time. This is what I needed. And then, as he flipped to the final pages, he saw something surprising. A smaller, incomplete version of this map was documented in a footnote. Deputy Headmaster Everett Greymoor assisted in maintaining a secondary version of this map for practical use. Upon his retirement, this map was lost to the castle's archives. However, it was later retrieved and repurposed for unknown purposes. Severus' eyes narrowed. So that's where the Marauders' map came from. They had not made it themselves. They had found it, stolen from Filch's office, and modified it with their own magic. Severus clenched his fists. Fitting. They were never as clever as they thought. He snapped the book shut. Now, for the rest. Sorting the hoard. Severus turned back to the mountain of items strewn across the room. He had no idea how many centuries worth of Hogwarts' forgotten treasures lay hidden here, but there was far too much chaos. Room, sort yourself. Immediately, the air shimmered, and the clutter began to shift. Gold, galleons, and treasures stacked themselves neatly to the left. Books, scrolls, and manuscripts sorted themselves into rows, categorized by subject, potions, charms, runes, transfiguration, and even dark arts. Clothing and robes folded themselves into neat piles. Wands, brooms, and enchanted trunks/suitcases were aligned in another corner. Magical artifacts, rings, amulets, and other unknown trinkets placed themselves on display tables. Severus took a step back, stunned at the sheer scale of what he had just uncovered. This wasn't just a treasure room. This was power. This was knowledge. And no one knew about it but him. A slow smirk curled at the edges of his lips. This is only the beginning. The system chimed softly in his mind. Mission update. Main mission, rewrite the fate of Severus Snape, progress, 7%. New side mission, study and utilize the secrets of Hogwarts. Bonus mission, decode Phineas Nigellus Black's lost notes. Severus exhaled. The night had only begun. Hi guys. Should go next. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the future direction. For more future chapters. Chapter 5, The First Steps Toward Power. For more future chapters. Severus stood in the sordid room of requirement, surrounded by centuries of forgotten knowledge and treasure. The weight of his discovery settled in. This place wasn't just a goldmine of lost artifacts, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to reshape his future, to gather power in ways he had never dreamed of before. I have a head start. I need to use it wisely. He took a deep breath and focused. The first step. The map. The secrets of Hogwarts. Severus sat cross-legged on the floor, the Hogwarts map by Phineas Nigellus Black spread open before him. His dark eyes scanned every inch of the detailed schematics, absorbing the secrets hidden within. What he found was beyond even his expectations. The hidden passages, not just the ones students knew of, but the real secret tunnels, passages leading directly into Hogsmeade, underground chambers even teachers had forgotten, hidden doorways leading to parts of the castle that had been sealed for centuries. The Room of Lost Time, a space hidden beneath the castle, accessible only through a specific sequence of steps and incantations. Phineas had marked it as dangerous but invaluable. Tracking system, the Marauder's map had a crude tracking system, but Phineas' original version. It was a masterpiece. Every student, professor, and staff member was mapped out in real time, along with their movements, with one exception. The Chamber of Secrets was missing. Of course, Severus mused. Salazar Slytherin wouldn't share his secrets with Phineas Black. It didn't matter. With this map, Severus could move anywhere in Hogwarts unseen. It gave him an untouchable advantage. His fingers tightened around the edges of the parchment. I will never be at their mercy again. He folded the map carefully and placed it in his enchanted bag. Next, he turned to the sorted bookshelves. Row upon row of forgotten texts gleamed in the dim lighting. Many of these were likely banned from the restricted section, hidden here instead of being outright destroyed. Severus ran his fingers along the bindings, scanning the titles. Potions, The Alchemist's Guide to Experimental Brews, The Art of Unstable Elixirs, Blood Magic and Potion Synergy. Charms and Hexes, Beyond Standard Spell Work, Unspoken Incantations, The Theory of Wandless Magic. Ancient Runes and Warding, Lost Languages of Magic, Rune Inscription for Combat and Defense, The Forgotten Spells of the Old World. His heart pounded. This was more than what the Hogwarts library could offer. This was power. I can learn everything they never wanted me to. He plucked several books from the shelves, stacking them into a small pile, books on advanced dueling, magical theory, and forgotten enchantments. If he was going to reshape his future, he needed more than just knowledge. He needed skills. Money was power, even in the wizarding world. And Severus had just uncovered piles of gold left to gather dust. Hundreds of galleons, thousands of sickles and nuts, all abandoned by students over the centuries. Piles of old wizarding banknotes, forgotten magical objects once considered priceless. It was Hogwarts' hidden treasury, and now it belonged to him. Severus picked up a small leather bag and whispered, "Undetectable extension charm." The bag shimmered. One by one, he transferred the gold and rare artifacts inside, filling it with as much as he could carry. With this, he wouldn't have to rely on anyone. Not Lucius Malfoy. Not even Slughorn. He could buy his own books, his own ingredients, his own tools, all without anyone suspecting a thing. Independence. Finally. Severus turned toward the section where abandoned wands and magical equipment had been gathered. Most wands wouldn't work for him, wands were deeply personal, bound by the connection between wizard and magic. But there was one exception. Runic wands. Runic wands had self-adjusting cores, capable of bonding with multiple users. They were rare, but they had been used by older magical civilizations. And here, among the discarded wands, was one such artifact. A blackthorn wand, with ancient silver runes etched along its length. Its grip was made of obsidian, polished and smooth. Severus lifted it carefully. The moment his fingers touched the wand, a strange, warm pulse ran through his palm. It wasn't loyalty, like a normal wand. It was recognition. This will do. He slid it into his robe. Among the magical artifacts, he found a finely crafted broom, better than the school's standard models, and an enchanted trunk, fitted with protective spells and a multi-compartment storage system. Perfect. As Severus secured his findings, a soft chime echoed in his mind. Mission update. Main mission, rewrite the fate of Severus Snape, progress, 10%. Side mission, master lost knowledge, progress, 15%. Bonus mission, gather 500 galleons in secret wealth, progress, 40%. New bonus mission, bond with a runic wand, progress, 5%. Severus smirked. He was making progress. With these resources, he was no longer just another student in Hogwarts. He was a shadow within the castle, unseen, untouchable, and soon, unstoppable. Severus took a final look at the room of requirement, his mind buzzing with the possibilities this place offered. There was still more to uncover, but for now, he had everything he needed. With one last glance at the towering shelves of forgotten magic, he whispered, "Close." The door vanished, sealing the room behind him. He stepped into the empty corridor, the castle silent in the dead of night. With the map secured, gold hidden, and knowledge in his grasp, Severus Snape began his journey back to the Slytherin dormitory. His real journey, the one where he controlled his own fate, had just begun. Hi guys. Should go next. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the future direction. For more future chapters. Chapter 6, Preparation for the Future. Severus Snape had always played by Hogwarts rules. That ended now. For years, he had held back, forced to stay within the confines of expectations, both from the Slytherin house and the wider wizarding world. But if he wanted true freedom, if he wanted to rewrite his fate, then he had to plan. And this time, he wouldn't just survive, he would thrive. The room of requirement, a hoard to claim. Severus leaned against the cool stone wall of the Slytherin dormitory, his mind already racing. The room of requirement was a treasure trove, and now that he had discovered its true potential, he couldn't just leave it be. He had to take everything. By the end of the year, it will all be mine. That was the deadline. Once he finished his OWLs, he would have significantly more freedom. He wouldn't be tied to strict schedules, nor under constant teacher surveillance. It was the perfect opportunity to start making moves. But there was a problem. He was still a minor. The wizarding world was still stuck in the past, governed by bloodlines, wealth, and status. Most young witches and wizards were bound to their families' wishes until they were legally considered adults at 17. That would not work for him. He had to be free before that. If emancipation was possible, it would grant him complete control over his finances. No one, not even Hogwarts or the ministry, could monitor his bank accounts. Legal autonomy, no one could force him into an apprenticeship or control his movements. Independence to travel and study beyond Hogwarts. Gringotts will have the answers. He would visit the bank the moment summer began, open a private account, store all his gold, books, and artifacts, and request inheritance tests. Who knew what rights he had hidden in his bloodline? Self-improvement, strength and transformation. Severus knew his greatest weakness wasn't his magic. It was his body. Years of poor nutrition, stress, and lack of proper care had left him thin, pale, and physically weak. His face was drawn, his skin sallow, his posture hunched, all traits that made him look more like a target than a threat. That had to change. But doing it during the school year would raise too many questions. Instead, he would prepare everything now and undergo the transformation during summer. The plan. Physical enhancement rituals, ancient magic could enhance the body, improving strength, agility, and endurance. He already had books on ritual magic from the room of requirement. Potions for physical health, he would brew blood-replenishing potions, nutrient-rich tonics, and strengthening elixirs to correct years of malnutrition. Posture and movement training, no more slouching, no more defensive, withdrawn body language. He would train himself to command presence. Appearance correction, hair, teeth, skin, all fixable through potions and minor magical procedures. It wouldn't be an overnight change, but by the time the next school year began, he would be unrecognizable. No longer the shadow of Slytherin House. No longer the boy they could push around. Priority list, the road to mastery. Severus reached for a piece of parchment and began writing down his priorities. 1. The OWLs, no more holding back. Severus had spent years suppressing his full intelligence, hiding his true skill to avoid unwanted attention. That stops now. For the OWLs, he would dominate every subject: potions, charms, transfiguration, runes, dark arts theory, defense against the dark arts. Prove himself as the top student, surpassing even the Marauders and Lily Evans. Secure favor with the professors who actually mattered: McGonagall, Flitwick, and even Slughorn. Let Dumbledore watch. Let the Marauders seethe. It was time to show them who Severus Snape truly was. 2. Additional OWL exams, expand his expertise. Why stop at standard OWLs? The ministry allowed students to take extra OWLs at the ministry during the summer if they registered in advance. Most students didn't bother because it was too much work, but Severus was not most students. He listed the extra exams he would register for. Muggle studies, an easy win for a half-blood. Knowing both worlds gave him an advantage. Care of magical creatures, years of self-study had given him knowledge most students lacked, especially in harvesting potion ingredients from magical creatures. Dueling, taught secretly by Flitwick, this would validate his skill. Basic healing, thanks to Pomfrey's encouragement, he already knew more than the average healer in training. Languages, proficiency in Latin, French, and Irish would add to his qualifications. Once he aced these OWLs, he would be years ahead of his peers. 3. Gringotts, securing his future. His first stop after Hogwarts ended would be Gringotts. The goblins valued privacy, wealth, and power, 3 things he intended to use. His plans at the bank. Open a private vault, a vault only he could access, separate from any accounts Hogwarts or the Ministry could track. Deposit his wealth, store all the gold, rare books, and magical artifacts he had collected so far. Request an inheritance test, if there were hidden bloodline connections, this would reveal them. Who knew what magical legacies he might uncover? Ask about emancipation, if there was a legal way to free himself from wizarding guardianship, he needed to know. Once he had control over his own finances, he would be untouchable. The plan was set. He would conquer the OWLs and take additional subjects. He would secure his wealth and legal independence. He would undergo physical and magical enhancements to remake himself. He would clear the Room of Requirements treasure before the year ended. And then, he would change the wizarding world on his own terms. The Marauders wouldn't know what hit them. Dumbledore would no longer have a pawn to manipulate. Lucius Malfoy and his pureblood associates would see him as a power in his own right, not a follower. The next time someone looked at Severus Snape, they wouldn't see the bullied Slytherin. They would see someone far more dangerous. Someone in control. The system chimed in his mind. Mission update. Main mission, rewrite the fate of Severus Snape, progress, 15%. New side mission, register for additional OWLs, progress, 5%. New side mission, secure emancipation information, progress, 10%. Bonus mission, transfer Room of Requirements wealth, progress, 3%. A slow smirk formed on Severus' lips. It begins now. Hi guys. Should go next. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the future direction. For more future chapters. Chapter 7, The Ghost of Hogwarts. Severus Snape had disappeared. Not physically, he still attended every class, still moved through the castle halls, still existed within Hogwarts walls. But socially, he had become a phantom. He spoke only when necessary, engaged with no one, and left no openings for anyone to interfere with his life. His focus was singular. Study. Prepare. Master. Escape. For weeks, Severus devoted himself to absolute academic excellence. He pored over advanced potion theories, experimenting during late-night study sessions in the Slytherin common room. He perfected his charms work, pushing his spell control to higher levels under the guise of harmless exercises. He practiced dueling sequences in secret, using the abandoned classrooms Flitwick had shown him. He memorized entire passages from healing textbooks, revisiting everything he had learned from Madame Pomfrey. He revised runes and languages, reading through old magical texts, refining his skill with Latin, French, and Irish. Nothing else mattered. Even within Slytherin, he was a shadow. Lucius Malfoy had noticed. Lily Evans had noticed. The Marauders had noticed. And they were all watching. Lucius Malfoy's POV. Lucius Malfoy prided himself on his ability to control situations. Severus Snape had always been a useful asset, sharp-minded, resourceful, and easy to guide. But now, he was different. He was no longer the boy who followed in their footsteps, clinging to the protection of Slytherin's elite. He was silent. Focused. Distant. Not out of resentment or fear, but something else. Something far more dangerous. Lucius had watched Severus slip away from the Slytherin circle, retreating into an isolated world of ruthless self-improvement. Whatever he was planning, it was meticulous. And Lucius Malfoy did not like being left in the dark. You're up to something, Severus. I wonder what it is. Lily Evans' POV. Lily didn't know what to think anymore. She had spent months expecting Severus to apologize. To make some kind of effort to fix their broken friendship. But he had vanished instead. She barely saw him anymore, except during classes, and even then, he was gone the moment the lesson ended. It was as if he had erased himself from their world. No more arguing. No more sneering remarks. No more Severus Snape. And for some infuriating reason, she missed him. Why do I even care? He made his choice. But as she watched him excel effortlessly in every subject, outperforming even her, she felt something strange. It wasn't anger. It wasn't resentment. It was uncertainty. What are you doing, Severus? James Potter's POV. James Potter didn't like this new Snape. The old Snavellis had been easy to provoke, always ready to snap at an insult, always so pathetically defensive. But now, Snape ignored them completely. No glares, no snide remarks, no fury-filled insults. Just cold indifference. And that made James furious. He thinks he's better than us. Thinks he can just brush everything off like we don't matter. For the first time, James wasn't sure who was winning their little war. And he hated it. Sirius Black's POV. Sirius Black had spent years tormenting Snape because it was fun. The greasy git had always been so miserable, so defensive, so easy to wind up. But now he had changed. Sirius didn't like it. It felt like Snape was planning something, like he was playing a game no one else knew the rules to. And that made Sirius uneasy. Seeking summer opportunities. Severus knew he couldn't return to Spinner's End for the summer. That place was not his home. It was a prison, and he would rather sleep in the streets than spend another second under Tobias Snape's roof. So, he needed a plan. On a Friday evening, he approached Professor Flitwick after class. "Professor," he said evenly, "I was wondering if you knew of any summer internships or work opportunities for students." Flitwick raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "That depends, my boy. What are you looking for?" "Something that provides accommodation," Severus said carefully. "Even a basic living arrangement will do." Flitwick frowned slightly but nodded. "I'll see if I can find something for you, Severus," he said. "It's good to see you thinking ahead." The real help, however, came from Madame Pomfrey. The next morning, she pulled him aside after breakfast. "I heard you were looking for summer work," she said, arms crossed. Severus nodded. "I have a friend who owns a potions shop in Diagon Alley," she continued. "She's looking for a capable assistant, someone who knows their way around ingredients, who can help in basic brewing and organization. The shop provides accommodation for 3 months." Severus' heart leaped. This was perfect. "I'll take it," he said immediately. Pomfrey gave him a small, approving nod. "I'll write to her with my recommendation," she said. "You've always been one of the most talented potion students I've treated." For the first time in years, Severus felt genuine gratitude toward someone. "Thank you," he said sincerely. The next few weeks were brutal. Severus barely ate, barely slept, pushing himself to study harder than ever before. And when the exams arrived, he excelled. But no one knew it. Potions, flawless execution. Even Slughorn was forced to acknowledge that Severus was on par with the best brewers in Britain. Charms, perfect spell control. Flitwick gave him a rare nod of approval. Transfiguration, difficult but manageable. Ancient runes, perfect translations. Defense against the dark arts, practically effortless. His scores were only known to the exam proctors, Hogwarts teachers and the visiting officials from the Ministry of Education, including Griselda Marchbanks, the governor of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. The results would be sent by all post during the summer. Until then, no one would suspect a thing. The school year ended, and Severus boarded the Hogwarts Express, leaving behind the castle that had been both his prison and his battlefield. This time, when the train pulled into King's Cross Station, he didn't feel dread. He felt free. "Hi guys. Should go next. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the future direction. For more future chapters. Chapter 8, Secrets in Blood and Gold." Arriving at the potions shop. The moment Severus stepped into Brew and Bloom Apothecary, he felt at home. The air was thick with the scent of dried herbs, bubbling potions, and crushed ingredients. Wooden shelves stretched to the ceiling, lined with glass vials of shimmering liquids and jars filled with rare magical components. Behind the polished wooden counter stood a middle-aged witch with sharp green eyes, her curly brown hair pulled back into a bun. Severus knew her immediately, Doria Langston, the woman Madame Pomfrey had recommended him to. She eyed him carefully, wiping her hands on her apron. "So," she said, voice crisp. "You're Severus Snape." "Yes." She studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Poppy spoke highly of you. Said you were one of the most promising potion students she's ever seen." Severus inclined his head. "I take my craft seriously." "Good," Doria said, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Let's see if you're as skilled as she says." She walked around the counter and motioned for him to follow. The back room was a fully stocked brewing lab, multiple cauldrons, ingredient racks organized by potency, and a stone workstation already set up. "Brew me a wound-cleansing draft." No instructions. No guides. "You have 15 minutes. A test." Severus merely rolled up his sleeves and set to work. His hands moved automatically, years of brewing experience kicking in. He measured the ingredients precisely, heated the cauldron to the perfect temperature, and stirred in the crushed dittany leaves at the exact moment the potion needed stabilization. By the time 15 minutes passed, the pale green draft shimmered perfectly in the cauldron. Doria examined the potion, took a small sample with a dropper, and let a single drop land on a burn mark on her forearm. The wound closed instantly. She let out a satisfied huff. "Well," she said, setting the dropper down. "Looks like I won't regret hiring you after all." Severus merely smirked. A letter to his mother. After settling into his small rented room above the shop, Severus sat at the modest wooden desk and pulled out parchment and ink. His mother had a right to know where he was staying. He dipped his quill into the ink and began writing. "Mother. I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to inform you that I will be spending my summer working at Brew and Bloom Apothecary in Diagon Alley. Madame Pomfrey arranged this opportunity for me, and the shop provides accommodation, so there is no need to worry about my whereabouts. I would like to meet you, if possible. However, it is crucial that Father does not know where I am. If you can visit Diagon Alley, send me a return letter so we can arrange a time. There are things I need to discuss with you. Severus." He folded the letter neatly, sealing it before handing it off to the shop's all-service. With that done, he turned to his real priority, Gringotts. A visit to Gringotts. The Gringotts Bank was as imposing as ever, massive white marble pillars, goblins with sharp suits and sharper smiles, and a level of security unmatched by any wizarding institution. Severus stepped up to the main desk where a goblin with piercing black eyes and long silver nails sat. "I would like to request an inheritance test and a comprehensive medical examination," Severus said, his voice measured. The goblin raised an eyebrow but motioned him forward. "This way," the goblin said, leading him to a private office deep within the bank. A sleek silver bowl with intricate runes carved along the rim sat in the middle of the room. "Place your hand over the bowl, young wizard," the goblin instructed. "A drop of blood will suffice." Severus pulled a silver dagger from the stand beside the bowl and made a quick nick on his palm. A single drop of crimson blood fell into the liquid inside. The bowl glowed gold, and letters began forming above it. Magical Heritage and Bloodline Report. Primary heir, Severus Tobias Snape. Blood status, half-blood. Paternal lineage, the most ancient and most noble house of Shafi, Sacred 28, Snape, Squib line. Maternal lineage, the ancient and noble house of Prince, Noble House, non-sacred 28. Titles and claims. Heir presumptive to the most ancient and most noble house of Shafi, status, extinct house. Secondary heir to the ancient and noble house of Prince. Severus stared at the glowing words, his mind reeling. The Shafi family, one of the most ancient and most noble houses, an old pureblood dynasty of the Sacred 28. What in Merlin's name? His father, Tobias Snape, had always been a muggle, or so Severus had thought. But according to this test, his paternal grandfather had been a squib, the rightful heir to the Shafi family who had been cast out when his lack of magic was discovered. The title had then passed to the younger brother, who had died in Germany during the Grindelwald War. The House of Shafi had been considered inactive ever since. But when Severus was born, the family became active again. He was the only living descendant. If I had taken this test at 11, I would have known years ago. The goblin in charge gave him a knowing look. Per ministry regulations, Gringotts cannot reach out to potential heirs of extinct houses unless they request it themselves, the goblin said smoothly. Severus inwardly sneered. Another way to keep half-bloods and muggleborns from claiming what is rightfully theirs. This was about power. About ensuring that pureblood dynasties never fell into the hands of those they deemed unworthy. And his father, a squib rejected from his own family, had likely known something about the magical world before meeting his mother. That explained a lot. The hate. The resentment. Severus had something his father never did. I need to speak with my mother. Severus turned his eyes to the next part of the report. The ancient and noble house of Prince was not one of the Sacred 28, but it was still considered a powerful noble lineage, one with strong magical roots. And according to the records, his mother had been reinstated into the family after his grandfather's death. So my uncle reinstated her. His uncle, Arcturus Prince, was the current lord of the House of Prince. And as per the bloodline laws, Severus was the secondary heir, meaning he came after his cousin in succession. Why did mother never reach out to him? Why did she live in poverty when she had a family willing to take her back? There were too many questions. Severus needed answers. Author's note. Hi everyone. I just want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who has supported me on this journey. Your encouragement and kind words mean more to me than I can ever put into words. Since you've been part of this journey, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think needs improvement? Are there parts that felt rushed, characters that need more depth, or plot points that could be better developed? Your feedback would mean a lot and help shape the story into something even better. For more future chapters. Chapter 9, The Blood of the Shafi line. Severus sat in the private office of Gringotts, his fingers pressed against the cool surface of the inheritance report that had shattered everything he thought he knew about himself. Heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Shafi. His bloodline, which he had thought tainted and insignificant in the eyes of wizarding society, was far from it. His grandfather had been the rightful heir, exiled due to his squib status, leaving the family dormant, until Severus was born. The goblin across from him, Ragnarok, regarded him with keen golden eyes, an amused glint in his sharp features. As per the traditions of your house, Ragnarok intoned, you must claim the heir's ring. However, be warned, the family magic must accept you. If it does not, the ring will reject you, and you will have no right to the Shafi name. Severus narrowed his eyes but nodded. Understood. Ragnarok reached into a small, ancient chest that had been sealed with powerful goblin magic. The air hummed as the lid was lifted, revealing a ring, elegantly crafted, set with a dark blue gemstone so deep it looked like the midnight sky. The Shafi heir's ring. It floated from the chest, shimmering with ancient power. Severus reached for it. The moment you wear this ring, Ragnarok warned, your entire being will be tested. The Shafi family magic is potent, and it has been dormant for decades. It will not be gentle. Severus did not hesitate. He slid the ring onto his finger. The moment the band touched his skin, a sudden glow erupted from the gemstone, casting the room in a soft, eerie blue light. The metal shrank, adjusting itself to fit his finger perfectly. Severus had only a second to register the sensation before. Pain. Agony exploded through his entire body. A fire, unlike anything he had ever felt, burned through his veins as raw ancestral magic surged into him. He barely had time to scream before his vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the cold floor. A trial of fire. The pain was all-consuming. Every nerve, every bone, every drop of blood in his body felt like it was being torn apart and reforged. It wasn't like the Cruciatus curse, this was worse. This was power, legacy, and an entire magical lineage awakening inside him after generations of dormancy. His mind blurred, drowning in memories that weren't his own. Visions of the Shafiq ancestors, wizards and witches of immense power and wealth, flickered before his eyes. Traders, scholars, duelists, potion masters, each one leaving their mark across history. He saw their hands crafting enchanted artifacts, their voices sealing deals across the world, their eyes, all the same indigo-black color, the mark of the Shafiq bloodline. And then, a final searing pulse surged through him. With a choked gasp, Severus snapped back to reality. The pain was gone. He lay on the cold stone floor, drenched in sweat, his body shaking violently. Breathing heavily, he slowly pushed himself onto his hands and knees. Something felt different. He looked at his reflection in the polished goblin silver. His eyes. They were no longer the dark black of Eileen Prince. Now, they shimmered indigo black, the unmistakable eye color of the Shafiq bloodline. Ragnarok watched with mild approval. The magic has accepted you. You are now the rightful heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Shafiq. Severus clenched his newly strengthened fingers, feeling the power coursing through his veins. This was his bloodline. His legacy. And he would use it well. Healing the scars of the past. Still aching, Severus forced himself to stand and turned back to Ragnarok. I want my medical examination done now, he rasped, his voice still rough from the ordeal. Ragnarok inclined his head and signaled for a Gringotts healer to enter. A goblin healer, dressed in fine silver robes, stepped inside and gestured toward the enchanted chair in the corner. Sit. Severus obeyed. A cool blue light washed over him as the healer conducted the examination. After several minutes, the goblin huffed. Malnourished. Lingering internal damage from past injuries. Stunted magical reserves due to improper care during childhood. Severus had expected that. The goblin reached into a locked cabinet and retrieved several vials. For a premium price, we can fix all of these issues immediately, the healer stated bluntly. Are you willing to pay? Severus nodded. Do it. One by one, he drank the potions. His body shuddered as the magic worked instantly, muscles strengthened, bones reinforced, his entire magical core expanded. The damage done by years of neglect, starvation, and injuries was finally erased. For the first time in his life, he felt whole. The path to emancipation. Severus took a deep breath and refocused. I want to request the emancipation process for minors. Ragnarok handed him a set of forms. To gain full control of your inheritance before the age of 17, the goblin explained, a minor must submit a request for magical emancipation. This requires the signature of their magical guardian, which, in your case, would be your mother. Severus stared at the parchment. If his mother signed these forms, he would gain full independence, free from Tobias Snape's authority, Hogwarts restrictions, and ministry oversight. He would be his own master. I need to convince her. He folded the forms and stored them in his robes. A vault of his own. Severus looked at the goblin once more. I want to open a personal vault in my name. Ragnarok inclined his head. For what purpose? To secure and manage my private finances. Ragnarok studied him for a moment before nodding. Very well. A ledger appeared, and Severus quickly filled out the necessary forms, ensuring his new vault was entirely under his control, separate from any house-related finances. Once completed, he withdrew a sizable deposit from his pouch, gold, jewelry, and a collection of rare magical items he had gathered. Ragnarok didn't question the source of his wealth. Goblins never cared where the money came from, only that it was placed in their vaults. With that, Severus ensured that his financial independence was secured. His future was now his to shape. And his rise had only just begun. Hi guys. Should go next. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the future direction. For more future chapters. Chapter 10, Securing Power and Unraveling the Past. Severus sat in the dimly lit Gringotts' office, his fingers tapping lightly against the polished wooden desk. The weight of the Shafi heir's ring felt foreign but right on his hand. Across from him, Ragnarok observed him with sharp golden eyes, his expression unreadable. You requested to meet with the Shafi family's accounts manager, Ragnarok said smoothly. Severus inclined his head. Yes. I want to begin investing. Ragnarok smirked, clearly pleased with his initiative. Very well, Heir Shafi. How do you wish to proceed? Severus leaned forward. Take 10% of the total gold from my family vault and invest it in promising business ventures, potions industries, artifact manufacturing, wand making, and any other sector with strong future returns. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed with interest. A bold move. And your expectations? I expect discretion and efficiency. My profits are to be reinvested automatically unless I say otherwise. Ragnarok folded his hands together. And Gringotts cut. Severus smirked. 8% of my net profits. Ragnarok's brow arched. 10%. The two locked eyes in silence. Severus considered his options. 8% was a fair offer, but Gringotts was known for prioritizing its high-value clients. If he pushed too hard, the goblins might offer him less favorable terms in the future. Agreed, Severus said smoothly. Ragnarok inclined his head. It will be done. Expect your first quarterly report within 3 months. The changes in his appearance. Severus walked through the streets of Diagon Alley, feeling different. His reflection in shop windows was unfamiliar, his features were still recognizably himself, but refined. The family magic of the Shafiks had altered him subtly but significantly. His once plain black eyes now shimmered with deep indigo, the signature trait of the Shafik bloodline. His skin had lost its sickly sallow hue, becoming slightly paler but with a healthy glow. His hair was thicker and more manageable, still black, but now with a slight sheen instead of its usual dull, greasy appearance. His posture had shifted, stronger, more confident, as if the magic had reinforced his very core. His magical presence felt denser, more powerful, magic now responded to him with more ease than ever before. He wasn't just Severus Snape anymore. He was Heir Severus Shafi. Despite his newfound independence, there were 2 people in Hogwarts he trusted. Taking a seat in his rented room above Brew and Bloom Apothecary, Severus pulled out 2 separate parchments and began writing. Professor Flitwick. I hope this letter finds you well. There are certain changes in my circumstances that I wish to inform you about. I recently discovered that I am the rightful heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Shafi. The details surrounding my inheritance are still unfolding, but I wanted you to know before the news inevitably reaches the public. For now, I ask that you keep this information confidential. Severus. Madame Pomfrey. I hope you are well. I am writing to inform you that I have recently claimed my inheritance and have been recognized as the heir of the Shafi family. This will undoubtedly change my position within the wizarding world, and I am still adjusting to the implications. For now, I ask for your discretion regarding this matter. Severus. Severus sent the letters through the apothecary's private all-service and waited. Pomfrey's POV. Madame Pomfrey was in her office when the owl dropped Severus' letter onto her desk. She read through it twice. Then a third time. She sat back, hands folded. Heir to the Shafi family. She had always known Severus was different, brilliant, resourceful, but always struggling against something unseen. Now, it all made sense. But what struck her most was that he trusted her enough to tell her. She would honor that trust. With a nod to herself, she tucked the letter into a locked cabinet. She would watch over him from afar. Flitwick's POV. Phileas Flitwick was pleasantly surprised when an owl landed in his office with a letter from Severus Snape. By the time he finished reading, his usually jovial expression had turned serious. The heir of Shafi. Flitwick knew the power that came with such a title. The Shafi family was one of the most respected, and wealthiest, of the Sacred 28. The fact that Severus had uncovered this without external assistance was a testament to his intelligence and determination. Flitwick smiled to himself. Perhaps Hogwarts had been underestimating Severus Snape all along. Meeting with his mother. 2 days later, Severus entered the leaky cauldron, spotting his mother at a corner table. She looked older than he remembered, her once sharp features softened by fatigue and regret. She looked up, and for a moment, froze at the sight of him. Your eyes. Severus sat across from her. The Shafi magic accepted me. Eileen swallowed. So, you know. I know that my father is a squib. That he was the true heir of Shafi before he was cast out. Eileen flinched. I never told you because. I was ashamed. Severus' jaw clenched. Why didn't you reach out to your own family? Eileen looked away. I thought they abandoned me. I never knew they reinstated me. Severus inhaled sharply. You let us live in squalor, thinking you had nowhere to turn. Tears pricked at her eyes. I made mistakes, Severus. For the first time, Severus saw not just his mother, but a woman full of regrets. He could hate her for it. Or he could move forward. After a long pause, he exhaled. I need you to sign my emancipation forms. Eileen blinked at him, stunned. And then, slowly, she shook her head. If I sign these, I lose you forever. Severus sighed. Mother, you lost me the moment you let us suffer for a man who hated both of us. She clenched her fists. I was scared. You still are, Severus cut in, his voice softer now. But you don't have to be anymore. You have family. She looked up. What do you mean? Reach out to Arcturus Prince. You have a place there. Eileen swallowed, considering. Finally, she took a deep breath. All right. She picked up the quill, hesitated for a moment longer, then signed the papers. Severus exhaled. It was done. His future was his own. Hi guys. Should go next. For more future chapters. Chapter 11, bonus chapter 10.5, A Life of Regret and Fear. Eileen Prince had always been a proud woman, once. She had been raised in the ancient and noble house of Prince, a family that valued intellect, ambition, and tradition. But unlike many pure-blood girls of her time, she had been more interested in alchemy, potions, and the intricacies of magic than in society and marriage prospects. She had once been considered a rising star among potion masters, admired for her keen mind and delicate craftsmanship. And then, she had thrown it all away. For him. For Tobias Snape. She had told herself it was love, at first. That he had been different from the stiff, cold pureblood men she had met at family gatherings. That he was passionate, unrestrained, a man who challenged her in ways no one else had. But passion was not the same as love. It had taken less than a year of marriage for that lesson to sink in. At first, Tobias had merely been frustrated with her. He struggled to find work, hated that the world was changing around him, hated that he was just another nobody in a system that crushed men like him underfoot. Then came the resentment. The muttered words of a freak, the way his jealousy twisted into anger every time she did something he couldn't understand. And then came the violence. Not all at once. Slowly. Subtly. A slap here. A broken glass there. A shove into the wall. She told herself it wasn't as bad as it could be. That it was her fault for pushing too hard, for reminding him of what he lacked. And when Severus was born, she had clung to the hope that a child would fix everything. That Tobias would see his son and find something to love. Instead, he saw his own failure reflected in the boy's existence. And Eileen had stood by, frozen in fear, as her son suffered under the same hands that had once held her with love. She had wanted to leave, 100 times over. But where would she go? Her father had cast her out for marrying a muggle. She had believed herself disgraced, alone, unworthy of returning to her family's home. And so she had stayed, because she knew no other path. And now, Severus sat across from her in the leaky cauldron, looking like a prince of old, his posture straight, his presence commanding, his once dull eyes now shimmering with the deep indigo of the Shafi bloodline. Her son had risen beyond the life she had doomed him to. And he had done it without her. She could barely look at him without feeling ashamed. She had dreaded this conversation the moment she read his letter. Severus had always been sharp, far too intelligent for his own good. But she had never imagined he would unearth the truth of his lineage, claim it, and transform himself into something far beyond what she had ever been. She barely recognized him. And when he pulled out the emancipation forms, her heart clenched painfully. If I sign these, she said, voice trembling, I lose you forever. For years, she had been the only constant in his life, even if she had failed him. If she signed these papers, she would have no claim over him anymore. He would be gone, truly and legally. It would be as though he had never been her son at all. A final plea. Severus' black and indigo gaze held her in place. "You lost me the moment you let us suffer for a man who hated both of us," he said, voice calm but sharp. Eileen flinched, but she didn't look away. "I was scared." "You still are," Severus stated, softer now. "But you don't have to be anymore. You have family." She blinked. "What do you mean?" He leaned forward, voice firm. "Arcturus Prince reinstated you into the family after grandfather died. You could have gone home at any time." Eileen's breath caught in her throat. She had spent years believing she had no one left, that the name Prince had been forever stripped from her. But Arcturus. Her brother had welcomed her back. Severus' voice softened. "Reach out to him, mother." Her fingers trembled as they hovered over the quill. Could she truly return to the family she had abandoned? And yet, as she looked at her son, the man he was becoming, she knew she could not cling to the past anymore. She had failed too many times already. With a shaky breath, she picked up the quill and, with one last glance at Severus, signed the emancipation forms. The moment the ink dried, she felt it, the legal severance of her parental authority. Her son was no longer bound to her. Tears burned in her eyes. Severus. His expression remained unreadable. "You can still be my mother, if you choose to." Eileen swallowed hard, clutching the signed papers. "I'll write to Arcturus," she whispered. "I promise." For the first time in years, Severus nodded at her in approval. Perhaps, this wasn't the end of everything. Perhaps, it was a new beginning. Hi guys. Should go next. For more future chapters. Chapter 12, Chapter 11, New Bonds, Old Wounds, and the Ghosts of the Past. Severus had always been driven by an intense need to prove himself, but now, after discovering his inheritance, securing his independence, and reclaiming his future, his motivation had reached new heights. The ministry's summer OWL examinations were known for being far more challenging than Hogwarts. Unlike the school exams, which allowed students the comfort of familiar classrooms and teachers who knew their strengths, the ministry exams were completely objective. The proctors were unforgiving, the environment sterile and devoid of favoritism, and the expectations uncompromising. He had registered for Muggle Studies, an easy pass, considering his half-blood background. Care of magical creatures, years of self-study had prepared him well. Dueling, his secret lessons with Flitwick were about to be tested. Basic healing, Madame Pomfrey's guidance had given him a solid foundation. Languages, Latin, French, and Irish, all subjects he had mastered in private. His daily routine became rigid. Mornings, 3 hours of intense study before work. Afternoons, brewing and assisting at the shop, refining his potion-making skills. Evenings, reviewing theory, practicing spell work in secret, and preparing for the exams. Unlike Hogwarts, where bias and house politics dictated success, the ministry exams would be based on merit alone. And Severus Snape had never feared competition. At first, Doria Langston had been indifferent to Severus. He was just another assistant, hired on Pomfrey's recommendation. She had little patience for incompetence, and her teaching style was brutal, far stricter than Slughorn's lazy, indulgent approach. The first few days had been exhausting. Severus had barely met her standards, and she made no effort to soften her criticism. "Too much powdered bicorn horn, and you'll destabilize the entire batch," she snapped, watching as he adjusted his measurements. But Severus wasn't fragile. Unlike Slughorn's students, who relied on connections and charm, he relied on skill and intelligence. Within a week, he had mastered her brewing methods, moving with efficient precision around the shop, correcting minor mistakes before they became disasters, and demonstrating a level of skill that left even Doria silent. One evening, after they finished a difficult batch of blood-replenishing potion, Doria leaned against the counter and regarded him with a smirk. "You learn quickly," she admitted. Severus wiped his hands on his apron. "I don't see the point of making the same mistake twice." She gave a short laugh. "You're going to be dangerous one day, Severus Snape." He met her gaze without hesitation. "Good." From that day forward, she became more than just a supervisor, she became a mentor. She taught him about business, potion innovation, the economics of magical trade, and how real potion masters operated beyond the academic walls of Hogwarts. For the first time in his life, Severus had someone who challenged him, respected him, and taught him without condescension. And he thrived. Before everything fell apart, Severus had once belonged in the Evans household. He had spent countless afternoons in their small, warm home, sitting at the kitchen table with Lily, listening to Mr. Evans' stories about his work at a printing press, or watching Mrs. Evans bake apple tarts. For a long time, they had been the only family he had ever known. Mr. Evans had treated him like another son, never looking at him with disdain or judgment. He had patiently explained Muggle inventions, given Severus old books from his shop, and defended him whenever Petunia sneered at his freakishness. Mrs. Evans had a soft spot for him, always tucking extra food into his hands, worried about his thin frame. She noticed the too short sleeves of his second-hand robes, the bruises he never spoke about, the way he always hesitated before accepting kindness. They never asked about his home life, but they knew. And for years, Severus had believed he could always come back to their house, that it would always be a safe place. Until he had ruined it. Until he had called Lily that word. Until he had lost them. Now, as he sat alone in his rented room, reviewing his study notes, he realized how much emptier his summers had become. Lily Evans' summer without Severus. Lily Evans sat on her bed, staring at the ceiling. It had been weeks, and there had been no letter from Severus. Not a single word. She told herself she didn't care. That she was better off without him. That she had made the right choice. But late at night, when the house was quiet, she couldn't ignore the hollow feeling in her chest. Her mother had noticed. At dinner one night, Mrs. Evans had asked about him. "Lily, have you heard from Severus?" Lily froze, forcing herself to keep eating. "No, Mum." Her mother frowned. "That's odd. He used to write every summer." Lily shrugged, keeping her voice casual. "We had a fight. We're not talking anymore." Her mother sighed softly, giving her a knowing look. "You were always close. It's a shame." Lily didn't respond. Because the truth was, she didn't know how she felt anymore. Petunia Evans POV. Petunia had always hated Severus Snape. He had stolen Lily's attention, whispered secrets to her about his freakish world, and looked at Petunia like she was nothing more than a foolish child. But this summer, something was different. There were no letters. No visits. And her mother was worried. For years, Petunia had resented how her parents welcomed that boy into their home. But now, she found herself listening closely, waiting to hear if anyone knew where he had gone. Because despite everything, Severus Snape had always been a part of their lives. And now, he was just gone. Mrs. Evans worries. Mrs. Evans wasn't blind. She had seen the way Severus never had lunch money at school. She had noticed the way he flinched at sudden movements, the quiet way he accepted food, the way he had once clung to their kindness like it was the only thing keeping him from drowning. She had worried about him for years. And now, with no word from him, she was afraid. Afraid that something had happened. Afraid that no one was looking out for him anymore. Afraid that he had no one left. She didn't say it aloud. But as she stood in the kitchen, stirring a cup of tea, she couldn't shake the unease settling in her chest. She only hoped that wherever Severus was, he was safe. Tobias Snape's POV. Tobias Snape never realized how much of his life had been built around controlling others. Until the day he woke up and realized they were gone. Eileen. Severus. Both of them vanished. There had been no warning, no fights, no slammed doors. One morning, he woke up, expecting to see Eileen in the kitchen, brewing her damn tea, expecting to hear Severus shuffling around quietly, avoiding his presence. But the house was silent. At first, he thought Eileen had simply gone out. But when he checked their bedroom, her clothes were gone. And when he checked Severus' room, it was empty. A hollow sinking feeling settled into his gut. He had never thought, never believed, they would actually leave him. He had believed that Eileen was too weak, that Severus was too scared. But now, for the first time in decades, he was alone. And it terrified him. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, A Legacy Reclaimed. The Ministry of Magic's examination hall was nothing like the Hogwarts classrooms. It was a vast, sterile space, enchanted to block distractions, eliminate cheating, and ensure absolute neutrality in grading. Severus sat at his designated desk, feeling the eyes of the examiners, senior officials from the Wizarding Examinations Authority, watching his every move. Griselda Marchbanks, the elderly but sharp-eyed governor of the Examinations Authority, gave him a curt nod before signaling for the exam to begin. The first test was Muggle Studies, a simple exam that Severus breezed through with ease. Then came Care of Magical Creatures, which required detailed identification of magical beasts, their habitats, and the potion ingredients they could provide. By the time he reached Dueling, Severus knew he was in his true element. Unlike Hogwarts, where students often sparred with inexperienced peers, the ministry provided professional duelists to test applicants. His opponent was a tall, broad-shouldered wizard with a calculating gaze. The moment the duel began, Severus fell into a fluid, controlled rhythm, dodging curses and countering with sharp, precise movements. His spells were fast, efficient, and unpredictable, a mix of traditional and self-modified techniques, many of which he had refined through Flitwick's training. When the duel ended with Severus standing victorious, he caught a flicker of approval in Griselda Marchbanks' expression. That alone made the grueling day worth it. The final part of the exams was basic healing and languages, both of which he performed exceptionally in. By the time he left the ministry building, he was exhausted but confident. Now, all he had to do was wait for the results. After completing the exams, Severus made his way to the Department of Magical Records to finalize his emancipation. The process required a formal application, signed by his mother, his former guardian. Since Eileen had already signed the documents, it was a matter of submitting them to the ministry for official approval. The clerk, a middle-aged witch with thick glasses, barely looked up as she took the documents. Processing will take about a week. Once it's finalized, all guardianship ties will be legally severed, she droned. Good, Severus replied, his tone clipped. He then handed her another set of forms. I'd also like to officially change my surname to reflect my rightful house. My name should be recorded as Severus Shafi in all legal documents, including my exam results. The witch blinked at him. You're claiming a most ancient and most noble house. Severus met her gaze without hesitation. I already have. She gave him a curious look before scribbling something on the parchment. Very well. Your records will be updated accordingly. Is there anything else? That will be all, Severus said, turning on his heel and walking out. It was done. Severus Snape was no more. Now, he was Severus Shafi. As he left the ministry building, Severus unexpectedly crossed paths with Griselda Marchbanks near the entrance hall. Ah, young Snape, Shafi now, is it, she said, raising an eyebrow. Severus inclined his head slightly. Governor Marchbanks. She looked him up and down. You performed well today. Not that I expected otherwise, your duel was particularly impressive. Most Hogwarts students rely too much on raw power and not enough on technique. You, on the other hand, think before you strike. Severus allowed himself a small smirk. Dueling is as much about strategy as it is about magic. Griselda chuckled. Flitwick has trained you well. Severus hesitated for a moment before an idea struck him. Governor, I was wondering, he chose his words carefully. Is there any possibility of changing schools after OWLs? Would any institution accept a transfer student at this stage? Griselda gave him a sharp look, curiosity evident in her eyes. Why do you ask? Hogwarts is one of the finest institutions in the world, despite its quirks. Severus exhaled slowly. Let's just say I am exploring alternatives that might be more suited to my goals. Griselda hummed thoughtfully. As per the standard rules, most schools don't accept transfers after OWLs, but there are exceptions. She adjusted her robes before continuing. There is a chance of transferring through international exchange programs, specifically designed for fostering cooperation between magical communities. Some countries, like Japan, India, and the United States, offer one-year student exchange programs. Severus's interest sharpened. What are the requirements? The requirements are strict, Griselda warned. The exchange program is not for ordinary students. It's for those who have exceptional potential, unique skills, or who can contribute something valuable to the host institution. You would have to provide proof of your abilities, academic excellence, and recommendation from influential figures. Severus's mind worked quickly. He had top marks, a prestigious bloodline, and the favor of Flitwick, Pomfrey, and even Ragnarok at Gringotts. If anyone could qualify, it was him. Griselda studied him for a moment before giving a small nod. I will send you a detailed letter with information about these programs in the next couple of days. But remember, these are competitive placements. You'll have to prove that you're worthy of them. Severus smirked. I have no doubts about that, Governor. Griselda chuckled. I imagine you don't. With that, she strode away, leaving Severus standing at the ministry entrance, his mind racing with new possibilities. Severus walked through the busy streets of Diagon Alley, thoughts swirling in his mind. He had officially changed his name. His emancipation was being processed. He had performed excellently in his exams. And now, he had a chance, a real chance, to leave Hogwarts behind and study elsewhere. Perhaps Japan, where magic was deeply rooted in rituals and ancient enchantments. Or India, where potion-making was intertwined with alchemy and elemental magic. Or even America, with its progressive, unorthodox approach to magic. The idea was tempting, more than tempting. Severus had always felt that Hogwarts had never been the right place for him. If there was another path, one that took him far away from Dumbledore's manipulations, the Marauder's torment, and the ghosts of his past, then he would take it. With a determined smirk, he turned towards his future. And this time, he would write his own story. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 14, Chapter 13, A New Path and an Unwanted Spotlight. 3 days after his conversation with Griselda Marchbanks, an official-looking envelope arrived for Severus at Brew and Bloom Apothecary. The wax seal of the Wizarding Examinations Authority was unmistakable. Severus carefully opened the envelope and pulled out a crisp parchment letter filled with detailed information about the International Student Exchange Program. Wizarding International Student Exchange Program. Eligibility requirements. Outstanding academic performance in OWL level subjects. Demonstrated proficiency in practical magic, especially in combat and potion making. Recommendations from at least 3 well-respected individuals in the field of magic. The ability to adapt to different magical cultures and regulations. Available locations. Mahadokoro, Japan, specializing in ritual magic, flight arts, and calligraphy-based enchantments. Cold of Storets, Russia, focused on combat magic, advanced elemental control, and hybrid transfiguration. Castelo Bruxo, Brazil, known for magical flora, beast mastery, and natural enchantments. Ilvermorny, United States, excelling in free-form spell casting, runic innovations, and alchemical experimentation. Duration. 1 academic year, 6th year, with the option to return to Hogwarts for 7th year and NEWTS approval process. Formal application with supporting documents. Interview with a ministry official. Final decision made by the host school's headmaster/headmistress. Severus had long been fascinated by Japan's ritual-based magic and Russia's brutal dueling schools, but language barriers and cultural differences would be an obstacle. Ilvermorny was the most practical choice, the curriculum was advanced, and it specialized in alchemical studies and free-form spell casting, which aligned well with Severus's goals. Moreover, English was the native language, making adaptation far easier. The decision was made. Severus was going to America. Severus needed recommendation letters from respected figures in the magical community. Fortunately, he had 4 names in mind. Severus found Professor Flitwick's contact address through an academic directory and sent a formal letter of request. Flitwick was pleased and immediately agreed to support his application. The letter highlighted Severus's talent in charms and dueling. Flitwick added that Severus had a strong mind for tactical spell work, an excellent trait for Ilvermorny. Severus had already written to Pomfrey about his inheritance, and she had always been fond of him. She agreed to write about his knowledge of healing magic and potions. She emphasized that Severus was self-driven and willing to go beyond the curriculum. Severus hesitated before sending a letter to Horace Slughorn, but he knew the man valued rising talent. Slughorn wrote a glowing recommendation about his potion skills and research abilities. However, Slughorn made it clear he hoped Severus would return to Hogwarts for 7th year. Severus approached Doria directly at Brew and Bloom. She agreed instantly, acknowledging that Severus was a rare talent in potion mastery. Her letter highlighted his ability to learn quickly, problem-solve, and work under pressure. With 4 powerful recommendations, Severus was certain his application would be approved. A week later, Severus received another letter, this time from the International Magical Education Committee. Flitwick and Marchbanks had both personally backed his application. The exchange program had approved him for Ilvermorny. He was expected to arrive at Ilvermorny in early September. The plan was in motion. Severus would spend his 6th year in America, gaining skills outside Hogwarts' restrictive environment, and return for his final year stronger than ever. Before leaving for Ilvermorny, Severus planned to undergo body and mind enhancement rituals to strengthen himself. He activated Eva, his system assistant, and requested guidance. Small Blue Diamond Eva, host has multiple options available. Would you like to prioritize physical enhancements, magical core strengthening, or cognitive enhancements? Small Blue Diamond Severus, all 3. I want to be in my best possible condition before I leave for Ilvermorny. Small Blue Diamond Eva, acknowledged. Calculating optimal sequence. Small Blue Diamond Eva, the following ritual order is recommended. Body enhancement, a potion-based ritual to enhance muscular strength, endurance, and agility. Mind enhancement, a runic ritual to increase focus, mental clarity, and memory retention. Magical core expansion, a meditative infusion to increase spellcasting efficiency and raw magical power. Severus's stats before rituals. Physical strength, below average. Magical core capacity, above average. Cognitive processing, high. Combat reflexes, moderate. Severus gathered the rare ingredients needed and set up a private space in the room of requirement at night. The physical enhancement potion caused a burning sensation as his muscles adapted. The mental enhancement runes glowed brightly, sending a cool clarity through his mind. The core expansion process was the most intense, as he felt raw magic surging within him. After several days of recovery, the effects became apparent. Severus's stats after rituals. Physical strength, above average. Magical core capacity, high. Cognitive processing, exceptional. Combat reflexes, enhanced. He had transformed. And he was ready. Everything was going perfectly. Severus had planned to keep his new identity a secret until the end of summer, until he had finished all his preparations. But life had other plans. That morning, he opened the Daily Prophet over breakfast and froze. Mystery heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Shafi revealed. By Rita Skeeter. For years, the prestigious Shafi family was believed to be extinct, their noble bloodline lost to history. However, recent ministry records confirm the emergence of an unexpected heir, none other than Hogwarts student Severus Snape, now legally recognized as Severus Shafi. This revelation has sent shockwaves through wizarding society, raising questions about how a presumed half-blood could claim such an esteemed title. Sources at Gringotts indicate that the Shafi inheritance was reinstated through ancient family magic, a rare occurrence that suggests the heir was deemed worthy. The implications of this discovery are vast, especially with rumors swirling about his involvement in the international student exchange program, which will take him out of Britain for his 6th year. One thing is clear, the wizarding world has great expectations for the new Lord Shafi. Severus gritted his teeth. His carefully crafted plan had been exposed ahead of schedule. Now, everyone would know. He folded the newspaper with controlled fury, exhaling slowly. This was not the end of his plan. It was just another obstacle to overcome. With cold determination, he prepared himself. Because when he returned to Britain for his final year, he would not be the same Severus they once knew. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 15, Chapter 14, Whispers of the Shafi heir. Author's note. Hey everyone. Since you've been part of this journey, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think needs improvement? Are there parts that felt rushed, characters that need more depth, or plot points that could be better developed? Your feedback would mean a lot and help shape the story into something even better. Let me know your suggestions in the comments. Can't wait to hear what you think. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Albus Dumbledore's POV. Albus Dumbledore had spent decades carefully observing, guiding, and manipulating the pieces of the wizarding world like a grand chessboard. But this, he had not anticipated. The morning's edition of the Daily Prophet lay open on his desk, the headline practically screaming at him. Mystery heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Shafi revealed. Severus Snape, now recognized as Severus Shafi. His usually twinkling blue eyes were sharp as ice as he read the article twice over, digesting every detail. The Shafi family. He had known of Severus's connection to the prince family, that had always been apparent. But the Shafi line was a complete mystery to him. How did I not see this? Dumbledore's mind immediately went into analysis mode, dissecting every interaction he had ever had with Severus. For years, he had considered Severus a vulnerable but highly intelligent student, one who could be shaped and guided in the fight against Voldemort. There were too many similarities to another student Dumbledore had once known. Tom Riddle. Both were half-bloods, raised in less than ideal circumstances. Both were brilliant beyond their peers, excelling in subjects others struggled with. Both had an innate ambition, a deep need to prove themselves. And now, like Riddle, Severus had found a way to rise beyond his station. But how did he do it without my knowledge? The exchange program was another unexpected revelation. Dumbledore had made sure that no one at Hogwarts was even aware of such an opportunity. Yet somehow, Severus had discovered it, applied, and been accepted, all without anyone in the school knowing. It was deeply unsettling. He had underestimated Severus Snape. And he would not make that mistake again. Lucius Malfoy's POV. Lucius Malfoy had spent his entire life understanding the power of bloodlines and alliances. And today, he had been caught off guard. The moment he read the article, he summoned a house elf to fetch more details. Severus Shafi. He had always looked down upon Severus Snape, a half-blood from a poor background, a useful acquaintance, but nothing more. But if he was now the rightful heir to the Shafi family, that changed everything. The Shafiks were not just any pureblood family, they were one of the most ancient and most noble houses. And they had money. A lot of it. Lucius leaned back in his chair, fingertips pressed together thoughtfully. I may have underestimated him. This development made Severus a potential ally, or, if he played his cards wrong, a potential rival. Lucius would have to re-evaluate his approach. Lily Evans' POV. Lily Evans had spent the last few months convincing herself that she didn't care about Severus anymore. But the moment she read the article, her heart stopped. Severus Snape, now recognized as Severus Shafi. Accepted into the international exchange program, studying abroad in America. She reread it 3 times, unable to process the words. He was leaving Britain. He was a lord. Lily sat down heavily, her thoughts racing. How did this happen? Why didn't he tell me? A lump formed in her throat as she remembered their last conversation, the anger, the hurtful words exchanged. And now? He had completely moved on. Without her. Mrs. Evans' POV. Mrs. Evans was shocked when she saw Severus's name in the paper. She had always known he was special, but this was something else entirely. She turned to Lily, eyes full of curiosity. Lily, did you know about this? Lily's fingers tightened around her teacup. No. I had no idea. Her mother frowned. He's going to America. That's quite far. Lily forced a smile, pretending it didn't matter. I suppose he wanted something new, she said casually. Mrs. Evans wasn't convinced. She knew her daughter too well. Sirius Black's POV. Sirius had always seen Snavellis as an easy target, a pathetic, greasy Slytherin who was far beneath them. So when James shoved the Daily Prophet in his face, he expected another stupid ministry scandal. Instead, his jaw dropped. Severus Snape, now Lord Severus Shafi. Sirius let out a bark of disbelieving laughter. Bloody hell. Who would have thought Snavellis was actually pure-blooded aristocracy? James scowled, looking far less amused. It doesn't matter, James muttered. He's still the same slimy git. Sirius smirked. Yeah, but a rich slimy git now. James didn't laugh. Something about this bothered him. James Potter's POV. James had spent years tormenting Severus Snape. And now, Snape, no, Shafi, was leaving Britain to study abroad, had secured a noble title, and was rising above everything they had ever thrown at him. For the first time in his life, James felt something he had never associated with Severus Snape before. Unease. Severus was supposed to be insignificant, a footnote in their story. But now, he was becoming something bigger. And James hated it. Horace Slughorn's POV. Horace Slughorn was delighted. When he saw Severus's name in the paper, he practically beamed with pride. Ah, I knew the boy had potential. A lord now, is he? He immediately wrote a letter to Severus, extending a congratulatory note and a not-so-subtle invitation to future Slug Club events. A rising noble potioneer. Horace would make sure to keep him close. Minerva McGonagall's POV. Minerva McGonagall prided herself on remaining impartial. But as she sat at her desk, staring at the headline, she felt something she hadn't expected. Guilt. Severus Snape had been a brilliant student, but he had been neglected, overshadowed, and dismissed. And now, he had taken his own future into his hands. Minerva folded the newspaper with a sigh. Perhaps we have failed him more than we realized. The ripples of change. The news of Severus's rise spread faster than wildfire. Pureblood families whispered among themselves, wondering what this meant for the power balance. Hogwarts students buzzed with rumors about how Snape had tricked his way into a noble house. Dumbledore was left strategizing, realizing that Severus had grown beyond his reach. And amidst all of it, one thing became clear. Severus Shafi was no longer just another Slytherin student. He was a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 16, Chapter 15, A Noble Name, A Family Gained. The moment Severus stepped into Brew and Bloom Apothecary that morning, an uneasy feeling twisted in his gut. Something was off. The usual rhythmic bubbling of cauldrons and the low hum of conversation were absent, replaced by a charged silence that made his skin prickle. And then, the whispers started. That's him, Lord Shafi. Who would have thought a Hogwarts half-blood would turn out to be a noble? I heard he's rich now. Do you think he'll quit working here? Maybe he bribed his way into that title. Severus' jaw clenched. His grip tightened around his bag strap, nails digging into the worn leather. He forced himself to move forward, even as every step felt like walking across a stage with the entire shop as his unwanted audience. Their eyes burned into him, some filled with curiosity, others with thinly veiled suspicion. Doria Langston, his mentor, stood behind the counter, arms crossed, a single brow arched in silent question. It was infuriating. He had worked here for over a month. And now, just because of a title, they looked at him as if he were someone else, someone unfamiliar. The final straw came when a customer boldly stepped forward, voice sickly sweet with faux politeness. So, my lord, will you still be gracing us common folk with your presence? A sharp, icy anger flared in his chest. He turned on his heel, gaze as cold as steel. I am here to work, not to entertain gossip. The words cut through the air like a blade. Silence followed. A heavy, weighted silence. Without another word, he strode to the back, already feeling the telltale pressure of a headache forming between his temples. Why was it always like this? Why did the world insist on picking him apart, shoving him into labels that never fit? A summons from the Prince family. That evening, as Severus was locking up the shop, the flutter of wings broke through the quiet. An owl. Its presence alone sent a sense of foreboding down his spine. The Prince family seal confirmed his suspicion before he even unrolled the parchment. His uncle's neat, sharp handwriting filled the page. Severus. I have seen today's headlines, and I am concerned. Your identity should have remained private for a while longer. This attention makes you a target, and I will not allow a member of this family to wander around unprotected. Your mother and I both insist that you come to stay at Prince Manor until you leave for America. Do not argue. We will expect you tomorrow. Lord Arcturus Prince. Severus exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. The tension from the day threatened to morph into frustration, but he couldn't deny the logic behind the demand. The attention was suffocating. Staying alone in Diagon Alley left him vulnerable, too vulnerable. And, truthfully, a part of him was tired. Tired of fighting against forces he couldn't control. Tired of feeling like he had to defend his existence at every turn. So, for once, he didn't argue. The next morning, he packed his things and left. Life at Prince Manor. Prince Manor was nothing like Spinner's End. Where his childhood home had been cramped, suffocating, filled with the ever-present scent of stale air and desperation, Prince Manor was expansive. Sprawling gardens, silent corridors lined with ancient tomes, the soft glow of candlelight flickering against polished wood. It wasn't just the grandeur that unsettled him, it was the peace. And then there was Arcturus Prince. His uncle was an enigma. He valued hard work and intellect, not just blood status. He was uncompromising, but never cruel. He was not warm, but he was present, something Severus had never experienced from a father figure before. You are a prince now, whether you carry the name or not, Arcturus had told him on the first night. That means you will act like one. Severus had expected to feel trapped by those words. Instead, he found that he didn't mind. Severus had assumed that his cousin, the current prince heir, would be an insufferable, spoiled brat. He was wrong. The 10-year-old barreled toward him the moment he entered the drawing room, wild black curls bouncing, green eyes bright with excitement. Are you my cousin? Before Severus could react, the child latched onto him, arms wrapping around his waist in a tight hug. Severus blinked. His arms remained awkwardly at his sides for a moment before he hesitantly patted the boy's shoulder. I suppose I am. Julius beamed. I'm Julius. I thought I was the only young prince left. Now I have an older cousin. Severus stared. This boy was nothing like what he had imagined. He was loud. Friendly. Persistent. And he never stopped talking. Can you teach me potions? Are you really going to America? Do you have a girlfriend? Severus choked on his tea. Julius smirked. I knew it. Severus sighed. Living here was going to be interesting. For the first time in years, Severus felt the warmth of a family. Not just one built on duty and legacy, but something softer. It made him think of the Evans family. The dinners. The fireplace. Mrs. Evans' quiet kindness, the way she always made sure he had eaten, always treated him as her own. And now, he was leaving. For good. And she had no idea. His fingers tightened around his quill as a dull ache formed in his chest. This was something he had to fix, before it was too late. Letter to Mrs. Evans. Dear Mrs. Evans. I hope this letter finds you well. I know this may be unexpected, but I am writing to you because there are things I would like to say before I leave for America. I will be studying abroad at Ilvermorny for a year, and before I go, I would like to meet you. There are things I want to tell you, things that I believe should be said before I leave Britain. I understand if you do not wish to meet me, but if you do, I will be in Prince Manor until I depart. If you agree, please send a response through the elf delivering this letter. This meeting will remain private between us. I ask that Lily not be informed for the time being. Thank you. Severus. He sealed the letter, running his fingers over the wax insignia before handing it to the Prince family elf. Make sure Mrs. Evans receives this directly. No one else. The elf bowed and vanished. Severus leaned back, staring at the flickering candlelight. This was something he had to do. And he could only hope she would understand why. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 17, Chapter 16, a conversation long overdue. Severus had spent the past few days in Prince Manor, waiting. For all his careful planning, this was the one thing he could not control, whether Mrs. Evans would agree to meet him. Then, one evening, a soft pop echoed in his chambers as the Prince family elf reappeared, holding a neatly folded letter. Severus took it with steady hands, unfolding the parchment. Dear Severus. I was surprised to receive your letter, but I am glad that you wrote to me. Of course, I will meet you. You have always been welcome in our home, and that has not changed. I will be in London next Thursday. If you are comfortable, we can meet at the Green Ivy Tea House in Muggle London at 2 p.m. It is a quiet place where we will not be disturbed. I trust your request for privacy, and I will respect it. See you soon. Rose Evans. Severus exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. It was happening. One last conversation before he left Britain. Preparing for the meeting. When Thursday arrived, Severus dressed in simple, well-fitted black trousers with black shirt, nothing too extravagant, but elegant enough to reflect his new status. He wasn't the scrawny, poor boy Mrs. Evans had once known. He was now Lord Severus Shafi. And yet, as he stood before the mirror, adjusting his collar, he realized that, for this meeting, he wasn't trying to be a lord. He was just Severus. For once, that was enough. Meeting Mrs. Evans. The Green Ivy Tea House was a small, cozy cafe in London, tucked away from the busy streets. As Severus stepped inside, the scent of freshly brewed tea and baked pastries filled the air. And then, he saw her. Rose Evans, sitting at a corner table, her hands gently folded on the tablecloth. She looked just as he remembered, warm, kind, and always carrying the quiet motherly concern in her eyes. When she saw him, she stood up immediately. Severus. Her voice was soft, but filled with emotion. He hesitated for only a second before stepping forward. She reached out, and for the first time in years, Severus allowed himself to be embraced. For a brief moment, he let himself relax, feeling the familiar warmth of someone who had once been like a mother to him. Then, they sat down. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Mrs. Evans studied him carefully, her kind eyes taking in the men who had replaced the scrawny boy she once knew. "You've changed," she said softly. Severus smirked slightly. "People tend to do that." A small chuckle left her lips, but then she tilted her head. "You wanted to talk before you leave for America. What is it, Severus?" He took a deep breath. There were many things he could have said. But only one thing truly mattered. "I need you to understand what happened," he said. "Why things turned out the way they did." She gave him an encouraging nod. "Then tell me." And so, for the first time, Severus spoke the truth. The realities of Wizarding Britain. "The Wizarding world is nothing like the Muggle world," Severus began, leaning forward. "There, things like laws and social structures give the illusion of fairness. In Wizarding Britain, everything is dictated by one thing, blood." Rose frowned. "I know there's prejudice, but..." "It's worse than you think," Severus cut in. "And so," he explained. "Purebloods control everything. The ministry, the economy, and the laws, everything is structured to benefit them. Half-bloods like me. We're in limbo. Not accepted fully by pureblood society, but still looked down upon by many Muggleborns for being too Slytherin. Muggleborns. They have talent, but no power. They enter the wizarding world with no family connections, no land, and no influence. By the time they figure out how things work, they're already playing from behind." Mrs. Evans looked disturbed. "That's awful." Severus gave a humorless chuckle. "It is. But it gets worse. You think of Hogwarts as a school," Severus continued, his voice sharper now. "But it's really just a training ground for future political battles." Mrs. Evans blinked. "What do you mean?" Severus's fingers curled around his teacup. "The house system was supposed to encourage growth and diversity," he said bitterly. "Instead, it creates divisions that never heal. Gryffindors think they're the heroes, the righteous ones. Ravenclaws believe they are the enlightened ones, above politics. Hufflepuffs are ignored, as if their loyalty is a weakness instead of a strength. And Slytherins? We are labeled as villains before we even step foot in the castle." Mrs. Evans's expression darkened. Severus exhaled slowly. "Once you're sorted into Slytherin, you aren't given a choice. You survive by making allies, by adapting. And if you don't, you're eaten alive." "You don't understand, Mrs. Evans," Severus continued. Lily didn't understand either. Mrs. Evans tensed at her daughter's name. Severus didn't stop. "She sees the world in black and white. Good and bad. Right and wrong. But the world isn't that simple. She thinks I should shun the Slytherins and stay away from the politics. But she doesn't understand. If I didn't make alliances, I wouldn't have survived. If I had openly opposed them, I would have been targeted even more. I had to find a way to exist within the system, not fight it blindly like a fool." To Lily, it was as simple as choosing good over evil. Severus clenched his jaw. "But she never once tried to understand what it was like to be in my position. She also never saw the hypocrisy of the people she surrounded herself with," Severus muttered. Mrs. Evans narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" He let out a bitter laugh. "You know James Potter and Sirius Black?" "Of course," she said. "Lily speaks of them often." Severus scoffed. "I bet she does." Then, his voice lowered, sharper now. "They are bullies, Mrs. Evans. Cruel, privileged Gryffindors who could do whatever they wanted because Dumbledore favored them." Mrs. Evans's face paled. Severus leaned forward, voice tight with old anger. "Do you know how many times I was hexed in the halls? Strung up in the air for everyone to laugh at. How many times I had to fight back and got punished while they walked away with nothing. Mrs. Evans looked horrified. Severus, No one did anything, he interrupted. Not the teachers. Not McGonagall. Not even Slughorn. Because James Potter was a golden boy. Because Sirius Black was from an influential family. Because Dumbledore didn't care as long as they didn't kill me. Mrs. Evans covered her mouth with her hand. I had no protection, Severus whispered. No allies outside of Slytherin. And then there was Lily, Severus said, quieter now. Mrs. Evans braced herself. I thought she was my friend, Severus murmured. I thought she would always stand by me. Mrs. Evans nodded. She loved you, Severus. In her own way. Severus exhaled. Maybe. But she never understood me. She never understood why I had to befriend purebloods to survive. She never understood why I couldn't afford to be naive like her. She never understood the price I had to pay just to exist. And when I made a mistake, when I said something I regretted, she didn't try to understand, he whispered. She just walked away. The silence was deafening after Severus finished speaking. Mrs. Evans sat there, hands folded, processing everything he had told her. Then, finally, she sighed. I failed you, didn't I? She murmured. Severus blinked. What? She shook her head, looking at him with sadness, but also admiration. I always thought, as long as you and Lily had each other, you would be fine. But I never asked about your life at Hogwarts. I never noticed how bad things were for you. Severus swallowed thickly. You weren't supposed to know. Mrs. Evans gave a sad smile. You've carried so much alone, haven't you? Severus looked away. She reached across the table, gently taking his hand in hers. You deserved better, she whispered. I'm sorry we never gave it to you. Severus didn't respond. He couldn't. Because if he did, he wasn't sure his voice would remain steady. Before they parted, Mrs. Evans reached into her purse and pulled out a small, wrapped box. Severus frowned. What is this? She smiled softly. Just something to remember that not everyone in Britain failed you. Severus hesitated, then accepted it. Write to me, she asked as they stepped outside. Severus paused. Then, slowly, he nodded. I will. Her smile widened. Then this isn't goodbye. And for the first time in years, Severus felt lighter. Maybe. Maybe there was still a place for him in someone's heart. Even if it wasn't Lily's. P.S. Hey everyone, I won't be able to post updates for the next 2 days. Hope this double chapter update makes up for it. Chapter 18, Chapter 17, A Legacy Secured. Severus stood before the entrance to the Room of Requirement, concealed deep within the winding corridors of Hogwarts. It was late, past midnight, but the castle was quiet. This would be his last visit. He had been planning for months to clear out the centuries-old treasures hidden within the room. Now, with his emancipation secured and an independent vault at Gringotts, there was nothing stopping him from taking everything of value. He closed his eyes, concentrating on what he needed. I need a place that holds everything lost and forgotten, a place that hides the treasures of Hogwarts. The stone wall before him shimmered, the enchanted entrance forming with a faint hum of ancient magic. Severus stepped inside. The Room of Requirement was an ocean of forgotten artifacts. Towering stacks of ancient books, chests overflowing with gold, and priceless magical artifacts gathered dust, untouched for centuries. This was Hogwarts' unspoken wealth, forgotten by history, until now. Severus summoned his wand and cast detection charms, scanning the vast expanse for anything of significance. He had already gathered some items in previous visits, but tonight was the final haul. What he found made even him pause. As Severus moved through the maze of hidden riches, he catalogued his most valuable acquisitions. Gold and currency. 4.5 million galleons scattered across dozens of enchanted trunks. Thousands of sickles and nuts, worth an estimated 250,000 galleons when converted. Jewelry and precious stones. Dozens of rings, necklaces, and brooches from old wizarding families. Priceless diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, likely worth millions more. An ancient goblin-crafted bracelet, enchanted to enhance magical stamina. Rare and unique magical artifacts. A fully functional pensieve. One intact time turner, extremely rare. 2 broken time turners, potentially reparable. A pair of seer spectacles, rumored to enhance visions of the future. A set of enchanted dueling robes, designed to deflect weaker curses. Books and scrolls of lost knowledge. An original translation of the art of ancient runes, lost for over 400 years. A forbidden manuscript on blood magic, banned by the ministry. Several books on wand lore and magical craftsmanship, likely older than Hogwarts itself. Dark objects and cursed items. A cursed dagger from the 15th century, rumored to drain the magical core of its wielder. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, long believed lost, but now tainted by a dark presence. The moment Severus picked up the diadem, a cold shiver ran down his spine. A whispering voice slithered into his thoughts, laced with something ancient and foul. Wisdom is power, power is eternal. Severus immediately recoiled, dropping the diadem onto a silk-wrapped cloth. He had read enough about soul magic to recognize what this was. A Horcrux. Something Voldemort had tainted with his very soul. But unlike in the original timeline, where no one except Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and a handful of others even knew about Horcruxes, Severus had prior knowledge. George Paddington had read the books. He had watched the movies. He had seen this exact diadem destroyed in a fire. But this wasn't just about knowing what the object was, it was about understanding how Horcruxes worked. And Severus had deep knowledge of soul magic from his studies. He had read ancient tomes on soul fragmentation, spiritual integrity, and necromantic rituals. He had always been fascinated by the idea of immortality, not in the way Voldemort pursued it, but in the concept of preserving knowledge and magic beyond death. Now, standing here with a real Horcrux in his hands, Severus wasn't just disgusted. He was intrigued. What can I learn from this? Then, he pushed the thought aside. Now was not the time for experiments. He would not be like Voldemort. But he would be smart. If he destroyed it himself, it would cause a surge of dark magic, one that might be detected. No, there was only one place where this could be handled discreetly. Gringotts. And Severus knew exactly who to contact. After securing all the treasures within enchanted trunks, Severus knew there was one more thing he needed. A personal house elf. The amount of wealth he had just taken from the Room of Requirement required discretion, efficiency, and security. A properly trained elf would be invaluable in handling his affairs, especially once he left for Ilvermorny. And there was only one place to buy an elf without ministry interference. Nocturne Alley. The house elf market. Nocturne Alley was as grimy and unwelcoming as ever. The air reeked of old parchment, damp wood, and forbidden magic. Severus made his way through the shadowed alleyways until he reached a hidden underground market, where magical contracts were exchanged in whispers. A wizened old wizard greeted him with a toothy grin. "Ah, a young nobleman seeking an elf, are you?" Severus nodded sharply. "I need a well-trained elf, one capable of managing wealth, handling wards, and securing sensitive information." The old wizard chuckled. "A Shafi noble through and through. I have just the one." A small elf with dark green eyes and large ears stepped forward, bowing low. "Master requires an elf who is silent, discreet, and clever." Severus studied the creature. "Your name?" "Trix." "Trix is fast, silent, and knows how to hide things from prying eyes." Severus smirked. "Perfect." With Trix's help, Severus transferred everything from the Room of Requirement into his personal vault at Gringotts. It was a massive haul, increasing his fortune tenfold. And then, there was one final matter to address. Severus sat in a private Gringotts chamber, the cursed diadem wrapped in silk before him. Across from him sat Ragnarok, chief of the goblin banking clan. Severus pushed the hefty pouch of galleons forward. "I need this purified. I don't care what it costs." Ragnarok studied him carefully, his sharp goblin eyes gleaming with interest. "A Horcrux, is it?" the goblin murmured. Severus didn't flinch. "Yes." Ragnarok's lips curled. "Very well." Severus leaned back, exhaling softly. The last remnants of Voldemort's corruption would be removed. And with that, his final preparations were complete. P.S. I understand that Severus may appear to have limited social interactions at the moment. However, this is expected to change once he moves to the United States. Please be patient and supportive during this transition. Chapter 19, Chapter 18, The Highest Marks in a Century. It was early morning at Prince Manor, and Severus was seated in the study, sipping a strong cup of tea, when an official-looking envelope bearing the crest of the Wizarding Examinations Authority landed on his desk. His OWL results had arrived. He took a deep breath, fingers steady as he unfolded the parchment. Severus Shafi's OWL results. Standard Hogwarts subjects. Potions, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Charms, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Ancient runes, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Dueling, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Defense against the dark arts, outstanding. Astronomy, outstanding. Herbology, outstanding. Arithmancy, outstanding. Transfiguration, exceeds expectations. History of magic, exceeds expectations. Additional OWLs registered at the Ministry. Muggle studies, outstanding, highest recorded score. Care of magical creatures, outstanding. Healing magic, basic medical wizardry, outstanding. Languages, Latin, French, and Irish proficiency, outstanding. Severus set the parchment down, staring at it in disbelief. He had beaten Albus Dumbledore's records in 4 different subjects: potions, charms, ancient runes, and dueling. For once, the wizarding world would not be comparing him to Tom Riddle, but to Albus Dumbledore himself. He let out a slow, measured breath. This was the beginning of something greater. With a thought, Severus activated Eva, his system assistant. Small blue diamond Severus, Eva, how has my progress in altering the course of Severus Snape's life changed with these results? Small blue diamond Eva, host has exceeded expectations. The original Severus Snape was an exceptional potioneer, but his academic achievements were limited by bias, isolation, and personal struggles. Host has altered this trajectory by establishing dominance in multiple fields, breaking academic records, and gaining political influence. Small blue diamond Severus, and my rewards. Small blue diamond Eva, congratulations. Host has unlocked the Scholarly Legacy reward. Reward received, Scholarly Legacy. Effect, enhances memory retention, spell efficiency, and comprehension speed for all magical texts. Additional bonus, increases learning speed for complex spells and magical languages by 30%. Permanent skill boost, host now has a photographic memory for magical research. Severus closed his eyes, letting the effects sink in. His mind felt sharper, as though layers of fog had been lifted. This was exactly what he needed. That afternoon, Severus was summoned to his uncle's study. Arcturus Prince sat behind his desk, a glass of fire whiskey in one hand, the Daily Prophet in the other. Without a word, he handed the newspaper to Severus. Severus frowned and took it, eyes landing on the front page headline. The Shafi heir speaks. Exclusive interview with Severus Shafi, or is it? After the shocking revelation of his heritage, sources from Hogwarts confirmed that Severus Snape, now legally recognized as Severus Shafi, was known as a half-blood Slytherin outcast before his sudden rise. The question remains, was this inheritance a convenient fabrication, or is the last Shafi heir truly as noble as his name suggests? Severus crushed the newspaper in his hands, irritation flaring in his chest. Arcturus took a slow sip of fire whiskey, watching him with mild amusement. Let me guess, Severus muttered. Rita Skeeter. Arcturus chuckled. You'd be correct. She's been sniffing around ever since the first article dropped. She can smell a rising power from miles away. Severus exhaled sharply, forcing himself to calm down. I suppose this was inevitable. It was, his uncle agreed. But it's also an opportunity. Severus raised an eyebrow. How so? Arcturus leaned forward. The wizarding world sees you as an unknown variable. They don't know whether to fear you, admire you, or dismiss you. You can use that uncertainty to your advantage. Severus smirked. Let them wonder, then. Arcturus smiled in approval. Exactly. Severus, however, wasn't done yet. Before leaving for Ilvermorny, he would leave a parting gift for the British wizarding press. He hired a lawyer from one of the best pureblood law firms in Diagon Alley. He filed a lawsuit against the Daily Prophet and Rita Skeeter for defamation and unlawful use of a sacred 28 house's name without permission. For once, Severus was extremely happy for the one-sided laws favoring purebloods. As the legal papers were prepared, Severus smirked to himself. Let's see how well Rita Skeeter enjoys being on the receiving end of a scandal. At the Daily Prophet's office, Barnabas Cuff, editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, sat at his desk, rereading the official notice that had arrived that morning. His fingers tightened around the parchment. Legal notice of defamation and unauthorized use of a noble house's name. Filed by Lord Severus Shafi. Against Rita Skeeter and the Daily Prophet. Claims, defamation, unlawful use of a sacred 28 house's name without permission, malicious slander. Legal action, formal lawsuit filed in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Barnabas felt a wave of panic rise in his chest. This was serious. Skeeter had gone too far this time. Slandering a mere Hogwarts student was one thing. But insulting a most ancient and most noble house. That was a legal nightmare. Even worse, thanks to the archaic, pure blood-favoring laws still in place, Severus Shafi had every legal advantage. If the lawsuit went through, the Daily Prophet would not only have to pay a substantial fine, they would also be forced to publicly retract the article and apologize. And for the Prophet, an apology was worse than a loss of gold. It was a loss of credibility. Barnabas slammed his fist onto his desk. Skeeter, you damned fool, he muttered under his breath. This was going to be a disaster. Severus smirked as he read his lawyer's confirmation letter. The Daily Prophet was scrambling. They were already trying to negotiate a settlement. Rita Skeeter had gone into hiding, no doubt trying to avoid public humiliation. And soon, they would be forced to admit their mistake. For once, Severus was grateful for the pure-blood-biased legal system. It was about time someone taught the press a lesson. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 20, Chapter 19, A Victory in Court and a Farewell to Britain. It was a humiliating loss for the Daily Prophet. After weeks of legal battles, the Waisengamot ruled in favor of Lord Severus Shafi, forcing the newspaper to issue a full public apology. The following morning, a bold headline graced the front page of the Prophet. Official retraction and apology to Lord Severus Shafi. By Barnabas Cuff, editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet wishes to issue a formal apology to Lord Severus Shafi for the previous article published regarding his inheritance and noble status. We acknowledge that the article in question contained false information, misleading speculation, and improper use of a sacred 28 houses name without consent. Furthermore, to highlight the achievements of Lord Shafi, we would like to bring to public attention that he has broken long-standing academic records in the Wizarding Examinations Authority, achieving the highest recorded scores in potions, charms, ancient runes, and dueling, surpassing Albus Dumbledore himself. His full OWL results are listed below. The OWL scores of Lord Severus Shafi, the youngest genius in Britain. Potions, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Charms, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Ancient runes, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Defense against the dark arts, outstanding. Astronomy, outstanding. Herbology, outstanding. Arithmancy, outstanding. Transfiguration, exceeds expectations. History of magic, exceeds expectations. Additional OWLs taken at the ministry. Dueling, outstanding, new record, highest score in Britain. Muggle studies, outstanding, highest recorded score. Care of magical creatures, outstanding. Healing magic, basic medical wizardry, outstanding. Languages, Latin, French, and Irish proficiency, outstanding. This stunning academic performance, coupled with his recent inheritance and acceptance into the International Student Exchange Program, has made Lord Shafi a rising figure in British wizarding society. The Daily Prophet sincerely apologizes for any harm or inconvenience caused. Albus Dumbledore's POV. Albus Dumbledore sat in his headmaster's office, fingers tapping the wooden surface of his desk as he read the Daily Prophet's apology and OWL report. The headlines had already spread like wildfire. Severus had not only proven himself beyond expectation, but he had now become a figure of public admiration. Dumbledore's brows furrowed. This changes everything. He had assumed Severus would always be a student overshadowed by his circumstances, brilliant but stuck in the shadows. He had believed that Severus's low status would keep him dependent, needing Hogwarts and needing Dumbledore's guidance. Now, that assumption had been shattered. Dumbledore had seen only two students in Hogwarts history break such records, himself and Tom Riddle. Severus was neither under his influence nor under his watchful eye. And now, the boy was leaving for Ilvermorny. Dumbledore sighed, staring into the distance. I have underestimated you, Severus Shafi. Lily Evans POV. Lily stared at the front page of the newspaper, her hands trembling slightly. Her eyes kept returning to his name. Highest recorded scores in 4 subjects. Surpassing Dumbledore himself. Accepted into the International Exchange Program. The Severus Snape she had known had always been brilliant but overlooked. The Severus in this article was someone entirely different. Someone who had grown without her. Her mother had asked about Severus the other day, but Lily had avoided the conversation. Because now, as she read these headlines, something ugly twisted inside her. How did he do all of this, without me? And worse. Why didn't he tell me? Lucius Malfoy's POV. Lucius Malfoy sat in Malfoy Manor, staring at the newspaper. His grip tightened slightly as he read the OWL scores and the public apology. A new power is rising. Severus Snape had always been a half-blood beneath his notice. But Severus Shafi. A record-breaking genius. A noble heir. A potential rival. Lucius set the newspaper down, adjusting his platinum cufflinks thoughtfully. It seems I underestimated him. Severus was no longer someone to look down upon. Now, he was someone to watch. James Potter's POV. James Potter threw the Daily Prophet onto his desk, scowling. Bloody hell, he's getting way too much attention. Sirius snatched the paper up, whistling. Damn, mate. Snavellis is actually smart. Who knew? James hated the way people were talking about Severus now. For years, Snape had been just some greasy Slytherin, easy to mock, easy to dismiss. Now people were comparing him to Dumbledore. James clenched his fists. Severus wasn't supposed to be important. And yet, now he was. And James despised it. As Severus finished packing his belongings, he set aside a neatly wrapped package and a sealed letter. He handed them to Trix, his personal elf. Deliver this to Mrs. Evans, Severus instructed. Ensure that only she receives it. No one else. The elf nodded sharply and disappeared with a pop. Severus took a deep breath, staring at the now empty desk in his chambers. This was it. His final goodbye. Letter to Rose Evans. Dear Mrs. Evans. I write this letter knowing that by the time you receive it, I will be on my way to America. I wanted to thank you, one last time. For your kindness when I had nothing. For your warmth when my home was cold. For treating me like family, when I was not your own. I cannot change the past, nor can I undo the choices that led me here. But I can move forward, knowing that not all of my memories of Britain are bitter. You once told me that I was always welcome in your home. That is not something I can accept. Not because I don't wish to, but because the path I walk now is one I must take alone. But I will remember you, Mrs. Evans. And though I do not ask for it, I hope you will remember me as well. Enclosed with this letter is something that belonged to my mother's family. A prince heirloom. It is said to bring clarity to those who seek the truth. It is not a gift to Lily. It is for you. For the kindness you have always given me. Take care. Severus. Inside the small package lay a delicate silver pendant, encrusted with a small, clear gemstone that shimmered faintly with enchanted magic. It was an heirloom of the Prince family, a charm meant to bring clarity to one's thoughts and emotions. It had been buried among forgotten treasures, yet Severus had recognized its worth. He did not expect Mrs. Evans to ever fully understand his choices, nor did he expect her to forgive the past. But if nothing else, he hoped that she would remember him, not as the boy Lily had abandoned, but as the man he had chosen to become. On Lord Prince's suggestion, Severus agreed to host a small farewell gathering at Prince Manor before leaving for the U.S. The guest list was exclusive, limited only to trusted figures. Arcturus had arranged an elegant but private event, ensuring no press intrusion. Julius Prince, Severus's young cousin, was overjoyed, clinging to his older cousin throughout the night. Severus looked around at the small but meaningful gathering. Arcturus Prince nodded at him in approval, his sharp eyes filled with pride. Doria Langston, his potions mentor, raised a glass to him, smirking. Go show those Ilvermorny students what real potion-making looks like. Madame Pomfrey squeezed his shoulder, whispering, I expect you to return even stronger, Severus. For the first time in his 2 lives, Severus felt acknowledged. As Severus stepped onto the balcony of Prince Manor, looking at the expansive British landscape, he smirked. He had won his legal battle. He had gained recognition for his genius. And he was leaving Britain on his own terms. The wizarding world had once overlooked Severus Snape. But they would never ignore Lord Severus Shafi. Chapter 21, Chapter 20, Arrival at Ilvermorny. Severus Shafi stepped off the enchanted carriage that had transported him from the bustling streets of Boston to the serene heights of Mount Greylock. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of new beginnings. Before him stood Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, its majestic silhouette partially veiled by a wreath of misty cloud, a testament to the powerful enchantments that concealed it from gnomage eyes. As he approached the grand entrance, the massive doors adorned with marble statues of the founders, Isolde Sayre and James Stewart, swung open silently, revealing a spacious hall where a distinguished figure awaited him. Welcome to Ilvermorny, Mr. Shafi, the men greeted with a warm smile. I am Agilbert Fontaine, the headmaster. Thank you, headmaster, Severus replied, inclining his head respectfully. I trust your journey was pleasant. Indeed, it was. Excellent. Let's proceed with your enrollment and a brief tour of our school. The headmaster guided him to a study filled with enchanted parchment and hovering quills. Here, they completed the necessary enrollment formalities. Academic records reviewed, his impressive OWL results were acknowledged, and Fontaine assured him he would be placed in the highest level courses for his subjects. Curriculum discussion. Ilvermorny's approach differed from Hogwarts in some areas, blending theoretical knowledge with practical applications. General guidelines. Fontaine explained that students were expected to be self-reliant, but mentors and faculty were available for guidance. We pride ourselves on fostering independent thought and magical mastery here at Ilvermorny, Fontaine said as he handed Severus his official timetable. Severus studied the parchment. The schedule was rigorous, but he welcomed the challenge. Your professors are already aware of your unique situation, so do not hesitate to reach out to them if needed, Fontaine added. Severus nodded in understanding. He did not intend to rely on anyone, but it was useful to know. Given your impressive background, we've tailored a program that will both challenge and engage you, Fontaine remarked, handing Severus a parchment detailing his course schedule. I appreciate the consideration, Severus responded, scanning the document. As they walked through the corridors, Headmaster Fontaine shared snippets of Ilvermorny's rich history. Founded in the 17th century by Isolde Sayre, an Irish witch, and her gnomage husband, James Stewart, Ilvermorny has grown from a humble cottage to the grand institution you see today, Fontaine explained. Severus listened intently, noting the parallels and contrasts with Hogwarts. Unlike Hogwarts, which sorted students into houses based on personality, Ilvermorny's 4 houses, Horned Serpent, Wampus, Thunderbird, and Pukwudgie, were focused on different magical strengths. Horned Serpent, representing the mind, favoring scholars. Wampus, representing the body, favoring warriors. Thunderbird, representing the soul, favoring adventurers. Pukwudgie, representing the heart, favoring healers. This is where you will be sorted, Fontaine said, stopping in a circular chamber with 4 intricately carved wooden statues. Fascinating, Severus mused, contemplating where he might find his place. Severus stepped onto a Gordian knot inlaid into the marble floor, the enchanted statues looming over him. The room fell silent. Suddenly, the Horned Serpent statue's forehead crystal glowed brilliantly, casting pale blue light over the chamber. The Horned Serpent has chosen you, Fontaine announced. A house that favored scholars and seekers of knowledge. Severus allowed himself a small, satisfied smirk. It was a fitting choice. Very well, Fontaine said. Let's get you to your dormitory. Unlike Hogwarts, where students lived in house-based dormitories, Ilvermorny's system was divided by year. Each year level had a designated common area where students could gather for discussions, study groups, and social events. Within each year level, students were assigned to dormitories in pairs, 1 dorm per 2 students. Each dormitory included 2 separate bedrooms, each with a small study area with a table and a bookshelf, allowing personal space, and a shared bathroom. This allows for a more collaborative academic environment while still providing personal privacy, Fontaine explained. He led Severus to the 6th-year wing, where an elegantly designed archway bore the year inscription. Fontaine stopped near the entrance. This will be your residence for the next year, Mr. Shafi, he said. Severus took in his surroundings. Unlike the ancient stone corridors of Hogwarts, Ilvermorny's dorms had sleek wooden interiors, enchanted to feel warm and inviting. Soft lighting hovered overhead. Bookshelves lined the walls. The hallway was quiet but buzzed with enchantments woven into the very structure. You will find your name on the dormitory assignments list at the entrance, Fontaine continued. If you have any concerns, you may speak with Professor Devereaux, the faculty in charge of 6th-year students. Severus nodded. Understood. Fontaine gave him a measured look before extending a hand. I expect great things from you, Mr. Shafi, he said with a smile. Severus shook his hand firmly. I do not intend to disappoint, Headmaster. Fontaine chuckled. Good. Best of luck, and welcome to Ilvermorny. With that, the headmaster departed, leaving Severus standing at the threshold of his new life. Severus found his assigned dormitory, a modest yet comfortable space with dark oak furniture and a study desk by the window. His assigned roommate had not arrived yet, which gave him a moment of peace. He unpacked his belongings, organizing his books in meticulous order. He examined the timetable pinned near the entrance, noting his first classes. He glanced around, familiarizing himself with the new environment. Ilvermorny was different from Hogwarts. But it was not unwelcoming. And for the first time since his arrival in this new life, Severus felt something unexpected. A genuine sense of anticipation. This was his chance to reinvent himself. To thrive on his own terms. And he would not waste it. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, An Unexpected Roommate. Severus placed the last book onto his shelf, aligning it with meticulous precision. The room was quiet, save for the soft hum of distant enchantments woven into Ilvermorny's walls. The dorm was more spacious than Hogwarts' shared rooms, but the silence felt oddly unfamiliar. No distant chatter of Slytherins, no looming threat of the Marauders, no Lily Evans walking away. Just him. Alone. Finally. He allowed himself a moment to breathe, taking in the warm lighting and spacious dormitory. It was different from the cold stone walls of Hogwarts, cozier, modern, yet rich with history. Then the door slammed open. Severus turned sharply, wand instinctively twitching toward his sleeve. The boy who strode in didn't seem to notice, or care. Tall, tan, and absurdly confident, he moved like someone completely at ease with himself. His dark hair was carelessly tousled, his shirt slightly unbuttoned as if formality was a mere suggestion. His new dorm mate had bronzed skin, dark wavy hair that fell just past his shoulders, and a perfectly chiseled jawline that would make even a Vila pause. He exuded an effortless confidence, moving like someone who had never experienced a moment of doubt in his life. His trunk landed on the floor with a thud, a self-enlarging enchantment bursting apart its neatly packed contents. Robes, textbooks, and at least 3 bottles of fine Italian wine rolled onto the floor. The boy barely glanced at the mess. Instead, he grinned. Salve, compagno di stanza. The words rolled off his tongue like silk. You must be the infamous Severus Shafi I've been hearing so much about. Severus raised a brow. Infamous? He had barely arrived. The boy strode forward, hand extended. Alessandro De Luca. Half Italian, half American, full-time connoisseur of life's pleasures. Severus did not take the offered hand. Alessandro chuckled, unfazed. Stoic. Mysterious. Nice touch. Severus sat back in his chair. You talk a lot. I'm an excellent conversationalist. Alessandro threw himself onto his bed with a satisfied sigh, hands folded behind his head. You. I suspect you're the type to brood in the moonlight, contemplating the tragic weight of existence. Severus rubbed his temple. This was going to be a long year. Alessandro sprawled across his bed like a lord at leisure, one ankle resting over his knee. So, he said, glancing at Severus with lazy amusement, how many hearts did you leave broken back in Britain? Severus didn't look up from his book. None. Alessandro sat up, scandalized. None. No. Not even one. Severus turned a page. Alessandro exhaled dramatically. Mio Dio. What a tragedy. He leaned forward, eyes shining with mischief. Don't worry, compagno. By the end of the year, I'll make sure you truly live. Severus met his gaze with a flat expression. I'd rather not. Alessandro grinned. That's what they all say at first. Severus gave him a flat look. Alessandro laughed outright. Oh, I like you already, compagno. So mysterious, so brooding. It drives people mad, you know. Severus resisted the urge to hex him. Severus learned more about Alessandro in the next 10 minutes than he had about most people in a year. His mother, a pureblood witch from the noble house of De Luca, came from a long line of famous potioneers and enchantresses. His father was a high-ranking Makusa official, the type of man who would prefer if Alessandro took life more seriously. Alessandro was infamous at Ilvermorny. Not for dueling. Not for academics. But for breaking hearts, witches, wizards, he did not discriminate. Though he acted like a careless flirt, Alessandro was shockingly intelligent, particularly in alchemy, charms, and transfiguration. I learn what I like, he said with a lazy shrug. Loud. Shameless. Absurdly confident. A walking disaster with an unnerving amount of charm. As Alessandro continued chattering about past conquests, Ilvermorny gossip, and his personal ranking of the most attractive witches in the school, Severus realized something important. This was going to be a long year. He had dealt with James Potter's arrogance, but Alessandro De Luca was an entirely different breed of annoyance. Where Potter was an entitled Gryffindor brute, Alessandro was a refined charmer, one who lived for chaos, flotation, and amusement. Still. Severus couldn't deny that beneath the dramatics, Alessandro was sharp. He noticed things most people ignored, and his knowledge of Ilvermorny's social hierarchy and hidden secrets could prove useful. So, for now, Severus tolerated him. Alessandro tilted his head. So, tell me, Severus. What's your tragic backstory? Severus closed his book with deliberate calm. I don't share my life with strangers. Ah, Alessandro said, nodding sagely. So you do have one. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose. Alessandro grinned. Don't worry, amico. I'll crack your mystery eventually. Severus stood. I'm going to explore the castle. Good idea. Alessandro leaned back against the pillows. While you do that, I'll unpack. Severus paused. Alessandro's belongings were still scattered across the room. He looked at the mess. Looked at Alessandro. The boy smirked. Eventually. Severus left without another word. This was going to be a long, long year. P.S. See no evil monkey. I'm aware that the name, Alessandro De Luca, might sound quite stereotypical. However, since I'm not very familiar with Italian names or culture, I chose it based on names I've come across in books, movies, and other media I've encountered. Chapter 23, Chapter 22, A New Beginning at Ilvermorny. Severus woke early. It was a habit, ingrained from years of solitude and survival. He dressed with precision, buttoning his blazer while scanning his schedule. Ilvermorny's classes were structured differently from Hogwarts, more fluid, more experimental. Some classes were dedicated to collaborative spell work, while others focused on research and theory. A few minutes into his silent contemplation, he realized something was missing. Peace. A loud groan erupted from the other side of the room. Merlin Sagi left. What time is it? Severus glanced over his shoulder. Alessandro De Luca lay half-sprawled across his bed, his dark curls a mess, sheets tangled around his legs. He was shirtless, golden skin catching the soft morning light. Severus sighed. It's 6:30. Too early to be awake. Severus smirked. Then go back to sleep. Alessandro flopped back dramatically, rubbing his face. Can't. I have a reputation to uphold. Severus narrowed his eyes. As what? An unbearable nuisance. Alessandro grinned sleepily. A charming one. Severus resisted the urge to hex him. By the time they made their way to the sixth-year common room, Alessandro was fully awake and, unfortunately, in his element. Unlike Hogwarts, where house common rooms kept students divided, Ilvermorny encouraged cross-house interactions. Groups of students sat around tables, playing animated wizarding chess or discussing class theories. A few Thunderbirds argued over the merits of wandless spellcasting, while a Wampus student practiced levitating small objects, without a wand. The room itself was warm, inviting, enchanted to shift its appearance based on student preferences. Severus studied it all with mild interest. The atmosphere here was more relaxed than Hogwarts, but there was a current of competition beneath it, an eagerness to prove oneself, to stand out. Hey! DeLuca. A loud voice cut through the chatter. A tall girl with deep brown skin, dark eyes, and a confident smirk sauntered over. She wore a Thunderbird crest on her robes, her long braids tied back with golden rings. Alessandro grinned. Cira. Miss me? Not even a little. She crossed her arms. Tell me you're not corrupting the new guy already. Corrupt? Moi. Alessandro gasped in mock offense, placing a hand over his chest. Severus snorted. Cira turned to him, her smirk softening into something genuinely curious. You must be the exchange student. Severus Shafi. She nodded. Cira Thompson. Thunderbird. Specializing in ancient runes, ritual magic, and, she winked. Kicking DeLuca's arse whenever necessary. Rude, Alessandro muttered. A petite girl with auburn hair and bright green eyes appeared beside Cira, bouncing excitedly on her toes. Oh, are we doing introductions? I'm Evie Sterling. Wampus, charms expert, best duelist in this school. Cira scoffed. Best duelist. Please. Fine, Evie amended. Second best. Alessandro looked at Severus. I told you, mate. Competitive school. A third girl approached, tall, elegant, with striking silver blonde hair. Her uniform bore a horned serpent crest, the same house as Severus. Aurora Sinclair, she introduced herself coolly. Horned serpent. Alchemy, potions, and political theory. Severus inclined his head slightly. Impressive combination. She gave him an appraising look. We'll see if you're worth the hype. Before he could respond, two boys joined them, one with curly black hair and mischievous hazel eyes, the other stockier, with an easygoing smile. Jonas Carter. The curly-haired boy grinned. Pukwudgie. Healer in training, future potions master, occasional troublemaker. The stocky boy clapped Alessandro on the back. Benedict Ben Hale. Wampus. Master of hexes. Alessandro threw an arm over Ben's shoulder. And also the only reason I survived transfiguration. Ben shrugged. Someone's gotta keep you from failing. Severus took all this in, storing the names, faces, and personalities in his mind. This group wasn't just Alessandro's friends. They were influential students, top of their fields, competitive, and ambitious. And they had accepted him without hesitation. Interesting. The Grand Hall was nothing like Hogwarts' divided house tables. Communal tables meant that students sat wherever they pleased, creating mixed groups. Food was conjured to order, an innovation Severus found mildly impressive. Students spoke freely across houses, discussing everything from spell research to school rumors. Alessandro dragged Severus toward a lively table, where their new acquaintances were already seated. Evie leaned over, grinning. So, Shafi, what's your take? Is Ilvermorny better than Hogwarts? Severus considered. Different. Aurora smirked. Spoken like a true diplomat. Severus should have known something was off the moment Alessandro grinned like a Cheshire cat during breakfast. By the way, compagno, Alessandro said between bites of toast, you might want to prepare for some entertainment later. Severus, sipping his tea, barely glanced at him. And why is that? Because you're the entertainment. Severus finally looked up. What? Alessandro wiped his mouth with a napkin and smirked. I may have, casually mentioned, that you're one of the best duelists in Britain. And, naturally, people were curious. Severus set his cup down with deliberate slowness. You did what? Oh, don't look at me like that, Alessandro said, looking entirely unbothered. You wanted to make an impression, didn't you? Severus exhaled sharply, fingers twitching against the wooden table. Who said I wanted to make an impression? And what exactly did you promise? Alessandro's smirk widened. A demonstration. A duel. Severus stared at him, eyes narrowing. With who? Before Alessandro could answer, a loud voice boomed across the hall. Oi, Shafi. Severus turned. A tall, broad-shouldered Wampus student stood near the dueling platform on the far end of the hall. His muscular frame and cocky stance reminded Severus of Gryffindor brutes he used to deal with at Hogwarts. "Name's Damien Connors," the boy said, cracking his knuckles. "I hear you're some big-shot British duelist. Let's see if you can actually fight, or if you just run your mouth." Severus shot Alessandro a murderous glare. Alessandro just winked. Think of it as a cultural exchange. Unlike Hogwarts, where dueling was often discouraged unless under supervision, Ilvermorny took a different approach. Dueling was a school-sanctioned activity, considered an important skill. The dueling club operated like a sport, with students settling disputes through magical combat rather than pointless brawls. Unless there was a clear risk of serious injury, teachers did not interfere. It was an unspoken tradition: if you were challenged publicly, you had two choices. Decline and be branded a coward. Or accept and prove yourself. Severus knew backing down would make his year at Ilvermorny far more difficult. So, he stood. Calm. Controlled. Deadly. The students around them cheered and whistled as they moved toward the dueling stage. The makeshift dueling ring was a large circular space, its perimeter marked with glowing runes. The gathered students formed a loose boundary, eager to watch. Damien rolled his shoulders, bouncing slightly on his feet like a fighter preparing for a physical match. "Hope you can take a hit, exchange student." Severus didn't react. He simply raised his wand. "I don't intend to be hit." A hush fell over the crowd. Then, the duel began. Damien moved fast. The first spell came like a whip crack, a blasting curse, aimed straight for Severus's chest. Severus sidestepped effortlessly, the curse shattering the floor where he had stood. A second spell followed. Reducto. Severus barely flicked his wand. Protego. The curse deflected, smashing into the barrier behind him. Damien grinned, eyes flashing. He liked a challenge. He started moving, shifting his strategy, sending a flurry of hexes and curses, trying to force Severus into a corner. Severus? Severus danced through the storm. His defense was surgical, precise dodges, quick counters, and fluid movement. He didn't waste energy. Damien relied on brute force. Whereas Severus relied on timing. The Wampus duelist lunged forward, wand crackling with magic, intending to overwhelm him with another powerful offensive spell. Severus saw his opening. He flicked his wrist. Expelliarmus. Damien's wand flew out of his hand. It clattered to the floor. Silence. Then, a slow ripple of applause. Severus stood there, wand lowered. Damien blinked at his empty hands, stunned. The gathered students murmured among themselves, eyes flicking between Severus and the defeated duelist. Holy shit. That was terrifyingly efficient. Who even fights like that? Severus exhaled, pushing his wand back into his sleeve. He had expected something more challenging. Alessandro whistled from the sidelines. Mio Dio. That was sexy. Severus shot him a warning glare. Damien, to his credit, let out a low chuckle. Well, damn, he muttered. He picked up his wand, rubbing his wrist. Gotta admit, Shafi, you're better than I thought. Severus gave a curt nod. I know. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Someone clapped him on the back. Looks like you're not just another foreigner, huh? Just like that, Severus was no longer just the exchange student. Now, he was a serious contender. And everyone at Ilvermorny knew it. Author's note. Hey everyone. First off, a massive thank you for your incredible support. It truly means the world to me. Knowing that you're enjoying the story so far keeps me motivated to bring you more twists, turns, and surprises. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Where do you think the story should go next? Your feedback and ideas help shape this journey, making it even more exciting for all of us. So, don't hesitate to share your comments. Check it out here, 329. Chapter 24, Chapter 23, The First Day of Classes. Severus awoke to the faint murmurs of hushed voices outside his dorm. His duel from the day before had already spread through the school. The moment he stepped into the sixth-year common room, several students turned to look at him. Some nodded in respect, others whispered among themselves. Alessandro, of course, was thriving in the attention. Shafi, my dear friend, Alessandro called dramatically from across the room, grinning like a lunatic. He had already draped himself over a couch, his uniform still half-buttoned and slightly disheveled, like he had just woken up in someone else's bed. Word on the street is, you've successfully terrified half the school. Severus ignored him and went to pour himself a cup of coffee. Aurora Sinclair, the sharp-eyed horned serpent, smirked as she passed by. You realize this means you'll have to keep proving yourself, right? Severus merely took a sip of his coffee. He had no intention of losing. The potions classroom at Ilvermorny was nothing like Hogwarts' cold, stone dungeons. Large, sunlit windows overlooked the mountains. Rows of cauldrons were equipped with self-regulating heat charms. The air was filled with the scent of fresh ingredients, instead of the usual dungeon dampness he was used to. Severus took his seat, eyeing the professor, a woman in her late 40s, with streaks of silver in her black hair and the steady hands of someone who had spent a lifetime brewing. Professor Langford, Alessandro whispered beside him. Strict but brilliant. Hates when people waste her time. Langford's sharp eyes scanned the class. This is advanced potions, not a beginner's course, she said. You will not just follow recipes, you will modify them, refine them, and, if necessary, break them. Severus was intrigued. At Hogwarts, Slughorn had focused on memorization and precision. Here, Langford wanted experimentation. Today's task, she continued, waving her wand. The board filled with a basic recipe for a healing potion. Modify this potion to make it stronger, faster, or longer lasting. No instructions, just results. Students immediately got to work. Severus analyzed the ingredients, considering variations in timing and stirring methods. He instinctively adjusted for efficiency. Alessandro, to Severus's mild horror, dropped an ingredient without measuring it. Severus stiffened. What are you doing? Relax, Shafi. I know what I'm doing. To his annoyance, the potion did not explode, it actually gained a richer consistency. Langford walked by, observing their cauldron. She raised a brow. Interesting. You deviated from the standard formula, and it worked. She turned to Severus. Hogwarts teaches you to follow the rules. Here, we teach you how to break them intelligently. Severus smirked. I'll keep that in mind. At Hogwarts, Flitwick had been an excellent charms professor, but the focus had always been on structured spell work. Ilvermorny. Completely different. Charms were taught in motion, rather than through repetitive practice. Students were encouraged to test the limits of their spells, seeing how much variation they could apply. Instead of desks, the classroom had open space, resembling a spell dueling arena. Professor Silas Graves was intimidating, tall, silver-haired, and sharp-eyed like a hawk. This is not just charms, he announced. This is applied spellcasting. If you cannot modify a charm in real time, then you do not truly understand it. He waved his wand. A quill hovered in midair. Wingardium Leviosa, he prompted. A few students murmured the incantation. The quill rose slowly. Graves snapped his fingers. Wrong. The quill shot forward instead of up, flipping unpredictably. The students blinked. Magic is alive, Graves said. Rigid spell work is fragile spell work. Learn to adapt, or fail. Severus was fascinated. At Hogwarts, spells had been taught as absolute constructs. Here, they were seen as flexible and adaptable. When paired with Aurora Sinclair for practice, he quickly grasped the differences. He adjusted the angle of his wand, controlling the force of levitation rather than simply making an object float. He experimented with speed, modifying a summoning charm to bring objects faster or slower. Instead of focusing just on pronunciation, he adjusted intent, seeing how magic responded. Aurora, watching him, smirked. You catch on fast. Severus gave a rare nod of acknowledgement. Ancient runes had always fascinated Severus. At Hogwarts, the subject was academic, translations, meanings, historical context. At Ilvermorny, it was alive. Instead of just reading runes, students were expected to activate them. Wand movements and intent played a role in unlocking hidden magical properties. The class was structured like a workshop, with each student receiving a sealed scroll containing runes that needed to be decoded in real time. Professor Maeve Holloway set a sealed, rune-covered scroll in front of each student. No wands, she instructed. No notes. Just instinct. Severus traced the runes with his fingers, letting magic guide him. His instincts clicked before he realized what was happening. Without thinking, he murmured an incantation. The scroll unfolded itself, glowing with hidden text. Holloway tilted her head, intrigued. You cast that instinctively, she observed. Not from memory. Severus frowned. Is that unusual? Holloway smiled faintly. Very. She studied him for a moment longer, then walked away. Severus had the distinct feeling that she would be watching him closely. Unlike the chaotic, informal duel with Damien Connors, Ilvermorny's dueling class was structured and strategic. Professor Leonard Callahan, an ex-Macusa battle mage, observed the students with the precision of a trained soldier. Many of you believe dueling is about power and aggression, he said, glancing at Damien, who smirked. That is a mistake. His gaze landed on Severus. Shafi. Show them. Severus stepped forward. His opponent. Evie Sterling. A wampus duelist. Fast. Unpredictable. Reckless. The duel began. Evie moved first, fast and aggressive. Severus sidestepped instead of blocking, redirecting her momentum. Instead of overpowering her, he baited her into overextending, then struck. A well-placed Petrificus totalis, and Evie froze mid-motion. The class murmured in admiration. Callahan nodded approvingly. A duelist who fights with his mind. Well done. Evie, once released, laughed breathlessly. All right, fine. You're terrifying. Severus smirked. Though potions, charms, dueling, and ancient runes had been the highlights of the day, Severus had also attended a full schedule of other subjects, each reinforcing the unique teaching style of Ilvermorny. Transfiguration, practical, not theoretical. Unlike McGonagall's strict, structured approach, Ilvermorny's method was more experimental. Students were encouraged to figure out new ways to transform objects, rather than just following existing spells. Today's task. Find an innovative way to transfigure an inanimate object into a moving one without using a pre-learned spell. Severus found it frustratingly open-ended, but also intriguing. Magical history, more than just memorization. At Hogwarts, Binns droned endlessly about past events. Here, the subject was interactive. Professor Hammond led debates, forcing students to defend different historical perspectives. Today's discussion. The ethical consequences of Rappaport's law and its impact on magical secrecy in America. Severus wasn't used to debating history, he had always just been expected to memorize it. Astronomy, magic beyond the stars. Less about charting stars and more about understanding their influence on magic. Lunar phases, planetary alignments, and their effect on spellcasting, a concept Hogwarts barely touched on. Severus had never considered that his own spell work could be subtly affected by celestial movements. Herbology, a living science. No greenhouses here, Ilvermorny students studied magical plants in a real forest. Their first lesson involved identifying indigenous magical flora and how they differed from European species. Severus had to admit, learning in the field, rather than from inside a greenhouse, made a difference. By the end of the day, one thing was clear, everything about Ilvermorny was designed to challenge traditional learning methods. By the time Severus returned to the sixth-year common room, his mind was buzzing. Ilvermorny was nothing like Hogwarts. Magic was fluid, adaptable, and constantly shifting. Classes were designed to force creativity, not just memorization. Dueling wasn't about raw strength, it was about precision, control, and intelligence. Hogwarts had taught him rigid structure. Ilvermorny was forcing him to think beyond that. He wasn't just learning new magic, he was unlearning limitations. And for the first time in years, he felt challenged. Severus barely had time to process the day before Alessandro threw himself onto the couch beside him, sighing dramatically. Merlin's beard, what a day. Severus shot him a flat look. You barely did anything. Excuse me, I cast at least 5 spells. Wrong, Kira interjected from across the room, stretching her arms over the back of her chair. You flirted with at least 5 people. That's not the same thing. Alessandro placed a hand on his chest. Flirting is an art. You wouldn't understand. Evie Sterling smirked, flipping her hair as she sprawled onto a beanbag. Says the guy who got hexed by a 5th year for trying to appreciate her aesthetic in the hallway. That was a misunderstanding. Sure, Aurora Sinclair drawled, sipping her tea. And you definitely didn't deserve it. Alessandro groaned, slumping further into the couch. You're all against me. Severus almost smirked. Almost. Jonas, the Pukwudgie healer in training, shook his head. I still can't believe you signed Severus up for that duel before classes even started. Ben Hale, the Hexmaster of Wampus, chuckled. Bold move, but I gotta admit, it paid off. Evie grinned at Severus. You wrecked Connors. Severus took a slow sip of his tea. He was predictable. Kira laughed. Damn, Connors is gonna hate that. Aurora leaned forward. So, what's your impression so far, Shafi? Severus considered for a moment before answering. Different. Jonas snorted. Understatement of the year. Alessandro nudged Severus with his elbow. You know, compagno, I think you might actually fit in here. Severus tilted his head slightly, considering the words. For the first time, he thought, maybe he did. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 25, bonus chapter 23.5, Building Bonds. Severus's POV. I had never been good at making friends. At Hogwarts, relationships were built on necessity, not companionship. In Slytherin, alliances were political, a means to an end. With the rest of the school, I had been an outcast at best, a target at worst. Even with Lily, the closest thing I had ever had to a real friend, our bond had been fragile, one built on childhood naivety, one that crumbled the moment I no longer fit into her simplistic, black-and-white worldview. But Ilvermorny was different. And no matter how much I told myself that I didn't care, that I didn't need anyone, I found myself drawn in before I even realized it. At some point, I wasn't sure when, I stopped just being an observer in their ridiculous group. One moment, I was simply sitting nearby during meals. The next, Evie and Cira were pulling me into conversations. Aurora was debating magical theory with me. Jonas and Ben were casually including me in dueling practices. Alessandro was actively dragging me into chaos. That last part, in particular, was unavoidable. If I had to blame anyone for my unwanted social life, it would be Alessandro. My obnoxious, overly persistent, reckless dorm mate had made it his personal mission to involve me in as many absurd situations as possible. And despite my best efforts, he kept succeeding. A betting pool on which professor would snap first, Evie won, Transfiguration professor lost their temper first. A ridiculous potion challenge that ended with Alessandro nearly burning his eyebrows off. Forcing me to try some American candy that turned my tongue green for an entire day. "You're an absolute menace, DeLuca," I muttered one afternoon, watching him scrape remnants of singed hair from his cauldron. Alessandro grinned, utterly unrepentant. "I live to keep life interesting, compagno." I sighed deeply. Some of us prefer to survive the week intact. Boring. I rolled my eyes, but I wasn't actually annoyed. If Alessandro was the chaotic instigator, then Cira and Evie were the ones who managed to break through my defenses without me realizing it. It started with small things. A shared table in the Ilvermorny Grand Hall. The occasional group study session, where Evie definitely did not study. A casual joke that I made, and for once, instead of offense, it was met with laughter. That was new. And then, somehow, I was just part of it. Evie forcing me to sit with them in the common room. Cira dragging me into casual discussions like I had always been included. Both of them teasing me mercilessly, but never cruelly. "You're surprisingly tolerable for a brooding intellectual," Cira commented one evening, tossing a pillow at me. Without looking up from my book, I caught it in one hand and set it aside. "That says more about your standards than it does about me." Evie grinned. "Oh, he's good at this." I flicked my wand, refilling Kira's teacup without thinking. Neither of them commented on it. Somehow, that meant more than words. Aurora was the first person I had ever met who could match me in sheer intellectual curiosity. She was the only one in our group who could sit with me for hours, poring over ancient texts and dissecting magical theories without getting bored. During our first charms class together, she instantly picked up on what I was doing. Where other students simply cast spells, she understood magic. "You don't just want to cast spells," she said one evening, watching as I experimented with layering charms. "You want to rewrite them." I glanced at her, mildly surprised by how quickly she had caught on. Aurora smirked. "You should write a paper." I huffed. "I doubt anyone in Britain would care." She raised an eyebrow. "Then don't publish it in Britain." That was actually a thought. And for the first time, I considered it. Then there was Jonas and Ben, the people I was most hesitant to get to know. But Jonas and Ben weren't like the Gryffindor duelists at Hogwarts. They weren't arrogant show-offs like Potter and Black. They didn't fight to prove superiority, they fought because they loved the craft. Jonas was quick, precise, and a strategist. Ben was brutal, strong, but faster than he looked. Sparring with them was genuinely enjoyable. Then one evening, they challenged me together. I thought it would be chaotic, messy, uneven. Instead, I thrived. Jonas was predictable. Ben was fast. I was both. When I disarmed Jonas and dodged Ben's hex in the same breath, both of them looked at me with something I had never seen before, respect. Ben grinned, shaking his head. "Damn, Shafi." Jonas smirked. "All right. You're one of us now." I wasn't sure when it happened. When casual conversations turned into inside jokes. When sparring turned into trust. When I stopped feeling like I needed to keep my guard up. One evening, I sat by the fireplace in the common room, half listening as Alessandro argued with Evie over something completely ridiculous. Jonas was tuning his enchanted violin. Aurora was scribbling in a research book. Cira and Ben were playing a wizarding card game. And I was just there. No one was waiting for me to prove myself. No one was planning to turn on me. No one was looking at me like I was a liability or a threat. They just accepted me. I hadn't even realized I was smirking slightly until Alessandro grinned at me. "See? You're having fun." I rolled my eyes. "I am tolerating your existence." Evie tossed a pillow at me. "Same thing." Aurora smirked. Welcome to the group, Shafi. And that night, as I walked back to my dorm, I realized I had friends. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving. I was living. And I wasn't sure what to do with that. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 26, Chapter 24, Learning, Living, and Thriving. For the first time in his life, Severus didn't wake up feeling like he had to be on guard. There were no Gryffindors waiting to hex him, no Slytherin alliances to navigate, and no looming threat of Dumbledore watching from a distance. Here, in Ilvermorny, he wasn't Severus Snape, the outcast. He was Severus Shafi, and for once, that name carried respect, not ridicule. Professor Langford wasn't Slughorn. She didn't play favorites. She didn't reward charm over skill. And most importantly, she didn't tolerate mediocrity. The moment the class began, she waved her wand, and instructions appeared on the board. Modify a standard healing potion to improve either its potency, duration, or effect. No instructions, only results. Severus read the task and smirked. Finally. Something worthwhile. He and Alessandro took their usual station, a familiar routine forming between them. Alessandro leaned back lazily, watching as Severus methodically gathered ingredients. All right, genius, Alessandro drawled, crossing his arms behind his head, you handle the technical part. I'll supervise. Severus didn't even look up. You mean you'll do nothing? I mean, Alessandro corrected, I'll offer moral support. Severus rolled his eyes and focused on the task. Healing potions followed a strict composition, modifying them required precise balancing of base ingredients. He increased the dittany concentration, ensuring deeper tissue regeneration. Modified the stirring pattern, slowing the reaction rate to extend the potion's shelf life. And replaced the standard infusion method with a double extraction process for increased potency. Alessandro watched as Severus moved with precision, every motion calculated, controlled, efficient. The way he chopped, measured, stirred, it was like an art form. Alessandro whistled. Damn, you look like you're conducting a symphony. Severus smirked, eyes never leaving his cauldron. That's because you have the attention span of a dung beetle. Alessandro grinned, completely unfazed. And yet, somehow, I'm your lab partner. Tragic oversight, Severus muttered. Professor Langford walked by their station, peering into their cauldron. Her sharp blue eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, she murmured. You altered the absorption rate. Severus inclined his head slightly. It should allow the potion to work twice as fast with half the usual dose. Langford tapped the rim of his cauldron, intrigued. And you're certain there are no side effects? If taken as intended, no, Severus said. However, an overdose could lead to accelerated cell regeneration, which could result in minor inflammation if unchecked. Langford's lips curved into a small, approving smile. Well, she said. A student who actually thinks beyond the standard process. Alessandro placed a hand over his heart. Professor, I also contributed. Langford ignored him entirely. I expect a full report on the process, detailing every change, its magical properties, and why you made these decisions. Severus nodded, feeling a quiet satisfaction settle in his chest. At Hogwarts, he had been forced to hide his genius, knowing that even Slughorn wouldn't look past the Potters and Blacks. But here, his skill mattered. At Hogwarts, charms had been one of Severus's strongest subjects, but Ilvermorny forced him to think beyond mechanics. Instead of just casting a spell, Professor Graves wanted students to change how the magic functioned. Graves paced in front of the class, his gaze sharp as ever. The essence of spell work isn't just the words, he said. It's intent. Energy. Will. With a sharp flick of his wand, he pointed to the chalkboard. Take a standard shield charm. Now modify it. Make it stronger, last longer, or change its properties. You have 1 hour. Severus was paired with Aurora Sinclair, who was just as methodical and precise as he was. Aurora studied him as he altered his wand movements, adjusting his incantation rhythm. You're restructuring the layering sequence, she noted, watching his gestures carefully. Severus nodded, focused. If the shield's foundation is reinforced, it absorbs impacts instead of just blocking them. Aurora tapped her chin, intrigued. Which means instead of deflecting force, it can be used to store magical energy. Severus's lips curved into a rare smirk. Exactly. When they demonstrated, Graves was visibly impressed. Shafi, Sinclair, excellent work, he said, arms crossed. This is exactly what I want. Intelligence over brute force. Severus could almost hear James Potter scoffing in his head. Intelligence over brute force. Yes. That was what set him apart. That evening, instead of retreating to his dorm, Severus found himself in the sixth-year common room, surrounded by people. Not enemies. Not opportunists. Actual friends. Aurora and Jonas sat debating magical theory, while Evie and Cira mock-dueled with harmless hexes. Alessandra was half asleep on the couch, muttering something about the injustice of early morning classes. Severus, for the first time in years, was simply there, without a burden on his shoulders. Then Jonas, ever the curious one, leaned forward, his gaze thoughtful. "So, Shafi," he said, "what's Hogwarts actually like?" Severus raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Well," Jonas continued, "all we really know is what we read about in old publications. It's supposed to be, you know, a bit medieval." Cira nodded, tilting her head. "Yeah, it seems like it never modernized. Like, Ilvermorny updates its curriculum every decade. When was the last time Hogwarts did?" Severus hesitated. Because they weren't wrong. The curriculum at Hogwarts was unchanged for centuries, students still studied from textbooks that had been in use for generations. "It's very traditional," Severus finally admitted. Aurora scoffed. "That's one way to say outdated." "No, but seriously," Evie cut in. "Where are the British magical innovations? The new spell developments? The latest potions research?" She waved a hand. "We get publications from France, Italy, Spain, Brazil, Japan, but hardly anything from Britain." Severus thought back to his time at Hogwarts. The books in the library were old. New research was almost non-existent. No major magical discoveries had come out of Britain in decades. The only real innovations he had seen were in his own personal research. He frowned slightly. "That's not an unfair observation." Jonas leaned forward, interested. "Why do you think that is?" Severus exhaled, choosing his words carefully. "Because the system doesn't encourage it." Aurora narrowed her eyes. "Meaning?" Severus tapped his fingers against his knee. "Hogwarts prioritizes tradition over progress. There's an emphasis on preserving the past, but very little push for advancement. Which explains why we barely see any new British spell work," Jonas mused. "Or groundbreaking potions research," Evie added. "France has had, 5 major breakthroughs in the last 20 years. 6, Cira corrected. Spain's got 4. Italy leads in enchanting techniques. Japan has completely revolutionized wandless magic. And Britain. Stuck in the past," Aurora muttered. Severus considered this. Hogwarts didn't even offer enchanting or wandless magic as serious subjects. Then Alessandro, still half-draped over the couch, lazily lifted a hand. "Okay, but I have to ask," he said, eyes half-lidded. "Is it really as bigoted as people say?" Severus's jaw tightened. Everyone was watching him now, waiting for his answer. He could lie. Say that it wasn't as bad as they thought. That it was just different. But he didn't. Instead, he spoke plainly. "It's worse." The room went quiet. Severus sighed. "It's not just a bias against no-mage-borns, it's systemic. The laws, the hiring practices, the social structures, everything is built around keeping the old bloodlines in power." Jonas frowned. "That's why no-mage-borns leave after graduation, right?" Severus nodded. "Many of them do. There are very few opportunities for them in the British ministry. If you don't have a family name, you don't get far." Evie shook her head. "That's insane." Cira scoffed. "That's pathetic." Severus shrugged. "It's just the way things are." Aurora crossed her arms. "That's why countries like France, Spain, and America see Britain as, what's the word?" "Backwards," Alessandro supplied, sitting up. "That's the word. Same with Germany and Russia. The old world magical powers, too proud to admit they're falling behind." Jonas leaned back, crossing his arms. "Damn. No wonder the Ilvermorny gets so many European applicants every year." Evie nodded. "Yeah, we get no-mage-born transfers all the time, mostly from European countries. But not many from Britain. Ever wonder why?" Severus scoffed. "Because the purebloods don't want to leave their crumbling empire." Aurora hummed thoughtfully. "Maybe. But then why don't no-mage-borns transfer before graduation? Why wait until they're already in the workforce?" That gave Severus pause. It wasn't as if no-mage-borns were forbidden from leaving Britain. But if that was the case, why did no one ever talk about transferring to another school? Why did he have to ask about it by chance? Severus exhaled slowly. "Because they don't know they can." Cira frowned. "What do you mean?" Severus stared into the flickering fire, organizing his thoughts. The British Ministry and the Hogwarts Board of Governors control the flow of information. They don't outright forbid students from knowing about the world outside of Britain, but they limit what's available. They need people to stay. The economy still needs workers, the ministry still needs employees. If no Majborns had better options presented to them, most of them wouldn't stay in Britain at all. Evie raised an eyebrow. Wait, you're saying they just don't tell them? That's it. Severus nodded. Think about it, do you know a single Hogwarts student who's been part of an exchange program? Everyone fell silent. Jonas shifted uncomfortably. No. Cira crossed her arms. But surely someone would have figured it out. Severus let out a short, humorless laugh. I only found out because I happened to ask Mrs. Marchbanks, who's an educator first and foremost. If I'd asked a ministry official, I doubt I would have gotten a straight answer. Aurora's gaze sharpened. You mean, you wouldn't have even known about the exchange program if you hadn't asked? Severus nodded. No one at Hogwarts knew it was an option. I certainly didn't. It was just a coincidence that I asked Marchbanks. Evie blinked, stunned. That's actually terrifying. Alessandro let out a low whistle. So Hogwarts keeps their students isolated, and the ministry makes sure no one spreads the word about the wider wizarding world. That's not just traditionalism. That's deliberate control. Severus smirked. And I got out. Aurora tilted her head, observing him. And if you hadn't? Severus didn't answer right away. He stared into the fire, considering. If he had never learned about Ilvermorny's exchange program, if he had stayed in Britain, stayed in the same cycle of ambition, hatred, and survival, would he have ever known that a world beyond that existed? Would he have ever seen that magic could be more than just a means of power? Would he have ever realized that he had a choice? Finally, he exhaled. Then I'd be like every other idiot still clinging to that broken system. Aurora nodded, satisfied. Then it's a good thing you're here. Severus smirked. It is. And for the first time, he believed it. Author's note. Hey everyone, I know I went on a bit of a rant about the British wizarding world in this chapter. Just a reminder, this is a fanfiction. In this book, I wanted to portray the old world countries, mainly the UK, Germany, and Russia, as deeply entrenched in their traditions and outdated ideologies, which ultimately serve to keep the aristocrats in power. I believe this is what made it so easy for Voldy to seize control of the pureblood faction. He manipulated their ideology against them, offering the promise of absolute power and the subjugation of Muggleborns. Meanwhile, other nations are advancing, while the old world powers remain willfully ignorant, clinging to a false sense of superiority. By controlling information, they effectively control their people, shutting out progress and preserving the status quo. I didn't want to portray the entire wizarding world as stagnant and outdated, that would be an oversimplification. Instead, I aim to explore the diverse countries and powers within the WW, as I rarely see them represented in other fanfiction. Should go next. Chapter 27, Chapter 25, A Night of Rebellion and Wonder. After their intense discussion about Hogwarts and the British wizarding world, Severus had assumed the night would wind down naturally. He had underestimated Evie Sterling's talent for chaos. All right, she declared, standing and stretching like a cat. That was all very educational, but I think it's time for something actually fun. Cira leaned forward. What do you have in mind? Evie grinned. We're sneaking out. Severus immediately arched an eyebrow. Excuse me. Aurora smirked, already intrigued. You mean the falls, don't you? The falls. Severus repeated. Jonas grinned. The Ilvermorny enchanted waterfall, it's hidden deep in the forest. School legend says the founders enchanted it themselves. Only the cool students go there at night, Alessandro added, winking. A rite of passage. Severus scoffed. Ah, so it's pointless rule-breaking. Excellent. Carry on without me. Evie waved a hand. Oh, don't be a bore, Shafi. You already know everything there is to know about Hogwarts being a dystopian relic, you may as well learn about Ilvermorny's actual fun side. Severus sighed. The school has wards, does it not? Jonas smirked. That's what the side tunnels are for. Severus gave them all a skeptical look. You all sound far too practiced at this. We are, Aurora admitted. So. Severus crossed his arms. I don't see the point in sneaking out to see water. Alessandro gasped dramatically. I feel personally attacked. Jonas grinned. Come on, Shafi. You've survived the British wizarding world. This should be easy. Severus rubbed his temple. He really should have shut this down immediately. But then Alessandro clapped him on the back. You will enjoy this, compagno. Trust me. And somehow. Severus found himself agreeing. Ilvermorny's surrounding forest was unlike the forbidden forest at Hogwarts. Lush and open, filled with tall ancient trees. Magical pathways woven into the land, shifting subtly to lead students along safe routes. The scent of fresh pine, damp moss, and crisp autumn air. Jonas led the way, tracing a glowing rune against a tree trunk. The symbol flickered, revealing a hidden pathway. Severus studied it. Warded trails. Aurora nodded. Ilvermorny students figured out how to navigate them centuries ago. The teachers know we sneak out, they just make sure we don't wander into anything dangerous. Convenient, Severus muttered. They walked deeper into the forest, their way lit only by wand light and the faint glow of bioluminescent plants. Then Severus felt something shift in the air. A presence. A pulse of magic. Before he could speak, a shadow moved in the water nearby. Severus turned his head, eyes narrowing at the movement. Something large glided beneath the water's surface, just beyond the reflection of the moon. Then, slowly, a sleek, serpent-like creature surfaced, its scales shimmering with an opalescent glow. Jonas grinned. Water serpents. They only come out at night. Severus observed the creature. Magical classification. Cir smiled. They're considered semi-sentient. Not aggressive, unless provoked. The water serpent watched them for a long moment, then dipped back beneath the surface, disappearing into the depths. Evie whistled. That's a good omen. They only show up when they approve of something. Severus raised an eyebrow. And you believe that? Aurora shrugged. The last time we saw one, Alessandro aced his charms exam. Severus snorted. Correlation is not causation. Alessandro grinned. And yet, I choose to believe. They continued their journey, passing through a grove of moonflowers, their petals glowing faintly in the dark. Finally, they emerged into a clearing. And there it was, the Ilvermorny Enchanted Falls. The waterfall glowed, not with mundane light, but with something far older, far deeper. It was as though the water itself had been infused with starlight, cascading down in a silver-blue shimmer, illuminating the darkened clearing with an ethereal glow. The air hummed with raw magic, the kind that sent a tingling awareness up Severus's spine. This was not an artificial enchantment, not a man-made spell woven into existence. This was ancient magic, something that had been here long before Ilvermorny was founded, something that had thrived in the untouched wilds of the North American magical landscape. Severus found himself momentarily still, his dark eyes fixed on the rushing water as it plunged into the lagoon below. It wasn't like the Great Lake at Hogwarts, nor was it like the Forbidden Forest's hidden pools, which often felt like they held secrets better left undisturbed. This place. It was alive. The magic pulsed in the air, subtle yet undeniable, wrapping around them like an unseen force, watching, waiting. For a brief moment, he envied the students who had grown up here. Was this what magic felt like, when it wasn't bound by the limitations of blood politics, rigid tradition, and outdated beliefs? He was still lost in thought when Evie smirked at him from the side. Worth it, she asked, amusement dancing in her gaze. Severus exhaled, almost amused despite himself. It's acceptable. Alessandro, of course, took that as a victory. He threw an arm around Severus's shoulders with a triumphant grin. See. You do have a soul. Severus rolled his eyes. Jonas plopped down onto a large, moss-covered rock, grinning. All right, who brought the contraband? Aurora wordlessly produced a flask from the inner pocket of her robes and tossed it to Evie, who caught it with practiced ease. We made an effort, Aurora said dryly. Severus eyed the flask warily. Evie took a sip before offering it to him. Go on, Shafi. Consider this another rite of passage. Severus snorted. I prefer not to poison myself. Cir scoffed. It's just fire whiskey. Unless you Brits drink something weaker. Alessandro grinned devilishly. Ah, is this your first time, Shafi? Severus narrowed his eyes. I am fully capable of handling a simple drink. Jonas smirked. Then prove it. Severus snatched the flask from Evie, ignoring the knowing looks his so-called friends exchanged. He took a single, deliberate sip. And immediately coughed, his throat burning like he'd swallowed liquid fire. Evie howled with laughter. Oh, that was beautiful. Alessandro clapped him on the back. Congratulations, compagno. You've now officially lived. Severus scowled, wiping his mouth as the others continued laughing. Never again. It happened quickly. One moment, the air was calm, filled with nothing but the distant chirping of nocturnal creatures and the steady rush of water. Then, Severus felt it. A shift. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end as an unnatural stillness settled over the clearing. Then. A distant rumble of thunder. The wind changed direction, sweeping through the trees with a sudden, biting chill. Cir looked up at the sky, frowning. That's not good. Aurora stood abruptly. We need to go. Now. Severus barely had time to process the warning before the storm hit all at once. Sheets of rain crashed down, drenching them instantly. The sky split with jagged streaks of lightning. The waterfall roared louder, responding to the storm as though alive. "Run!" Evie yelled. They bolted, sprinting back toward the hidden pathways, their boots sloshing through the rapidly forming mud. The wind howled around them, lashing through the trees with unnatural force, as if something immense had been disturbed. And then, something moved in the sky. Severus skidded to a halt as a flash of gold and silver feathers streaked across the storm-darkened sky. The rain blurred everything, but even through the downpour, the creature was unmistakable. A thunderbird. It soared through the air, wings outstretched, catching the lightning in a way that made its entire form glow. Its massive wingspan cast a shadow over the treetops, and for a fleeting moment, its molten gold eyes locked onto them. The world seemed to still, as if even the storm held its breath. No one moved. No one dared move. Severus had read about thunderbirds. Legends, stories, old texts. But nothing had prepared him for the sheer awe of witnessing one in flight. They were sacred creatures, rarely seen, even by North American wizards. Jonas whispered, breathless, "Did we just?" Aurora, still staring at the sky, nodded. "We did." Evie exhaled. "Well. That's new." The thunderbird hovered for a single moment, power coiled beneath its wings. Then, with a single powerful stroke, it vanished into the storm, disappearing into the night. A beat of silence followed. Then Alessandro let out a low whistle. "Shafi, was this in your little Hogwarts education?" Severus, still catching his breath, almost smiled. "No," he admitted. "This is entirely new." And as they raced back to Ilvermorny, soaked to the bone but grinning like idiots, Severus realized he didn't mind breaking the rules. Not tonight. Chapter 28, Chapter 26, Breaking the Mold. Potions had always been my domain, but for the first time in my life, I wasn't just modifying someone else's work, I was creating something new. The idea had formed in passing, sparked by a conversation with Aurora during one of our study sessions. "You know," she had said, flipping through a book, "one of the biggest industries in America's magical world is beauty potions and medical alchemy. There's an actual patenting process for new formulas, something Hogwarts never bothers teaching." That caught my attention. "Patent?" I asked, intrigued. Aurora smirked. "Yes. If you create an original potion, you can register it under your name, get rights to it, and license it to potion companies. Some of the biggest potion makers here got their start as students. I had never considered that before. In Britain, potioneering was seen as a traditional craft, something learned through apprenticeship, not something that could be monetized or revolutionized. A thought formed in my mind. What's the most lucrative sector? Aurora leaned back, considering. Medical innovations and personal enhancement potions. Healing, rejuvenation, anti-aging, all the high-end potions sell ridiculously well. And that was it. Something clicked. Something that wasn't just an academic achievement, but something that could cement my name in the potions world. Over the next few weeks, I worked through different formulations, testing possible combinations before finally settling on a concept. A long-lasting rejuvenation elixir, not just a temporary beauty enhancement, but something that healed minor skin damage, reduced scarring, and enhanced the body's natural healing over time. The key difference. Unlike existing beautification potions, mine wouldn't create magical dependency or diminish in effectiveness over time. A potion that not only repaired damaged skin but actively strengthened its magical resistance to scars. No dependency issues, no diminishing effects over repeated use. Marketable as both a beauty and medical product. A revolutionary advancement. The core ingredient. Enhanced moonstone essence, infused in a stabilized solution to prevent the usual overdose effects that made lunar-based potions volatile. It wasn't just alchemy. It was magic at its most refined. But my work wasn't complete yet. The formula was still in development, requiring extensive testing before I could finalize its effects. One evening, I laid out my research in front of Aurora. She scanned the parchment, her sharp eyes taking in the detailed brewing process, the ingredient balance, and the expected results. She tapped a finger against the paper. "You're serious about this?" I met her gaze. "Obviously." She exhaled. "Severus, this could actually make you a fortune. If you get this approved, companies will pay absurd amounts to get exclusive rights to sell it. That's the point." A slow smirk spread across her face. "I like the way you think, Shafi. I wasn't doing this for money alone. I was doing it because I could. Because for the first time, I wasn't just a brilliant student hidden in the shadows, I was actively creating something new." When I finally presented my research draft to Professor Langford, her reaction was immediate. She studied the formula with genuine intrigue, running a sharp eye over the calculations before setting the parchment down. "This is interesting." She glanced up at me. "You realize you could get this patented, don't you?" I nodded. "That's the plan." Langford considered me for a long moment. Patenting through the American Potions Guild is a good start, but if you want global recognition, you need to go through the ICW. I frowned slightly. ICW. Langford leaned back in her chair. The International Confederation of Wizards regulates magical patents worldwide. Anything officially registered through them is protected across multiple nations. It's the equivalent of nomage intellectual property laws, but for magic. If you register your formula there, it would be recognized in Europe, North America, and most of Asia. I hadn't known that. Aurora whistled lowly. Damn. That's big leagues. Langford nodded. But patents alone won't earn you credibility. She looked at me, considering. Have you considered publishing? I frowned. Publishing what? Your research, she said simply. You clearly have a knack for innovation. Why not start by submitting research papers on your improvements to existing potions? That will help establish your name in the potions community before your big breakthrough. I thought about that. I had always been forced to keep my improvements to myself at Hogwarts. There was no point in sharing knowledge in a place where talent was overshadowed by blood and social standing. But here, the work spoke for itself. Publishing research papers before finalizing my own invention. That was a strategic move. I nodded slowly. That could work. Langford smirked. Good. Because I think you're wasting your potential sitting in a classroom. I raised an eyebrow. Meaning? She leaned forward. You clearly want to earn your mastery as quickly as possible. She wasn't wrong. I had already decided I wanted to become the youngest potions master in Britain. Possibly the world. I crossed my arms. What's the fastest route? Langford's eyes gleamed with approval. To become a recognized potions master, you typically need to complete an apprenticeship under a certified master, she explained. But that takes years. I scowled. That's inefficient. She smirked. There is another way, but most people don't take it. I leaned forward. Explain. Langford set her quill down. The ICW allows prodigious potion makers to bypass the apprenticeship process by submitting 5 original potions, new creations that have never been seen before. 10 documented improvements to existing potions. A formal review process by the ICW Potions Authority. If you pass, you get your potions mastery certification immediately. No apprenticeship required. Aurora's eyes widened. That's insane. Langford smirked. Which is why most people don't go for it. Inventing a single new potion is difficult enough, creating 5 is nearly impossible. Aurora glanced at me. You're actually considering this, aren't you? I exhaled slowly. I wasn't just considering it. I was going to do it. I had already started working on my first original potion. I had spent years modifying existing recipes. 10 documented improvements would be easy. And if I could do this, I would be one step closer to cementing my legacy. I met Langford's gaze. I'll do it. Her smirk widened. Good. Then let's get started. Late that night, after finalizing his latest research notes, Severus sat back in his chair, rubbing his temples. His mind was buzzing with formulas, ingredient ratios, and stabilization techniques, but something else lingered in the back of his mind. Something he had neglected to check for weeks. With a flick of his fingers, he pulled up the system interface. Eva. His voice was calm but firm. Give me a full update on my mission progress. There was a brief pause before the familiar voice of his system assistant responded. Mission progress, major milestones achieved. System update installed. Significant reward available. Severus's eyes narrowed. Update. Reward. Why wasn't I informed? Eva's voice remained neutral, as always. You received a major system reward upon entering Ilvermorny. Severus's fingers tapped against the wooden desk. And why wasn't that brought to my attention? Because you didn't ask. The system is reaction-based, not proactive. I do not control your life trajectory, I assist when requested. His lips curled into a slight frown. So, unless I specifically ask, you'll just sit in silence. Correct. The system is designed to adapt, not dictate. You are the architect of your own future. Severus leaned back, contemplating that. It was different from other systems he had read about in fiction. Most were designed to guide or push their hosts along a set trajectory. But this was a tool, not a leash. Fine. What was the reward? Eva paused, as if measuring the weight of its response. Your departure from Britain marks a major divergence in the timeline. Severus already knew that. His entire existence here was proof that things had changed irreversibly. In canon, the Severus Snape of this world sank deeper into the dark arts during his 6th and 7th years, eventually swearing allegiance to Voldemort and becoming a Death Eater. That path is now severed. You have altered history in a way that impacts the trajectory of not just your life, but the world. Severus inhaled slowly. So, as a result of this divergence, you have received a permanent boost in your potential. Additionally, you have been granted a special reward for breaking free of fate's original path. A screen materialized before him, showing his updated stats. Revised talent metrics, updated system, talent-based growth. Small blue diamond magic power, A+ tier, formerly B+. Small blue diamond spellcasting talent, S+ tier, formerly A. Small blue diamond potion talent, SS tier, formerly S+. Small blue diamond dueling talent, A+ tier, formerly B. Small blue diamond dark arts affinity, A tier, formerly B. Small blue diamond runic mastery, A tier, formerly unranked. Severus's eyes scanned the list, assessing the changes. His magic power had increased, nearing the highest tier possible for a wizard his age. His spellcasting had reached the pinnacle of refinement. His potions mastery was now considered SS tier, something beyond even most acknowledged masters. But the real surprise. His dark arts affinity was still there. Not gone. Not erased. Balanced. He wasn't a light wizard, he never had been. He had never sought purity, nor had he ever desired complete moral detachment. He walked the path of a grey wizard, someone who understood the necessity of both light and shadow. And now, the system recognized that. Severus smirked. Good. But the reward notification was still flashing. And my special reward, he prompted. As a reward for permanently diverging from fate's original trajectory, you have been granted the ability to create a unique magical signature in potioneering, something that will distinguish you from all other potion masters in history. Severus sat up straight. Elaborate. The world's greatest potioneers are known for their signature contributions, Zygmunt Budge for his instant healing elixirs, Nicholas Flamel for his philosopher's stone, Gethsemane Prickle for her work in experimental brewing. You have now unlocked the potential to forge a personal alchemical affinity, a unique ability that will define your career in potioneering. A secondary screen appeared. Personal alchemical affinity unlocked. Current affinity, undetermined. Potential paths, healing transmutation mind-altering potions elemental alchemy. Severus stared at the list. He had never heard of this before. So, I get to create a completely unique approach to potion making. Something that no one else in the world can replicate. Precisely. This ability will evolve based on your research, experiments, and discoveries. It will be a signature that defines you in magical history. Severus exhaled slowly, deeply. A power no other potions master had. A signature that would cement his place in the field forever. This wasn't just a reward. This was a legacy. His mind raced with possibilities. Healing. Too broad. Transmutation. Intriguing. Mind-altering potions. Potentially revolutionary. Elemental alchemy. The applications were endless. He would need time to decide. But one thing was certain, this changed everything. Hi guys. Should go next. Chapter 29, Chapter 27, The Path to Recognition. The soft glow of candlelight flickered over Severus's desk as he meticulously reviewed his latest draft. The parchment was already filled with precise formulations, alchemical theories, and annotated modifications, but he wasn't satisfied. Not yet. It had taken weeks of refining his arguments, cross-referencing texts, and incorporating feedback from Aurora and Professor Langford, but now it was ready. His first published research paper. His work focused on improving the efficacy of Essence of Dittany, a common healing potion that, while effective, had limitations in treating deeper tissue damage. By integrating a controlled infusion of silverthorn extract, a rare magical herb known for its regenerative properties, he had increased the potion's ability to accelerate internal wound healing without risking toxicity. It wasn't a groundbreaking discovery, not yet. But it was a step forward. A step toward making his name known in the potions world. You're submitting this under your real name? Aurora asked, leaning back in her chair as she scanned the final draft. Severus didn't look up from his notes. Why wouldn't I? Aurora snorted. Because half of Britain will lose its mind when they see the name, Severus Shafi, attached to a potion's breakthrough. He smirked. Let them. She studied him for a moment before shaking her head in amusement. I like this version of you. I've always been like this. No, she corrected, smirking. You've always been capable. Now you're confident. Severus hummed in response, rolling up the parchment and sealing it with wax. Where do I send it? Aurora pushed a form across the desk. Professor Langford already contacted a few journals. The American Potions Guild is interested, but she suggested aiming higher, the International Alchemical Review, which is part of the ICW's recognized publications. If you get published there, your name will be on an international platform. Severus raised an eyebrow. Ambitious. Aurora grinned. So are you. He picked up the form and signed his name boldly at the bottom. Severus Shafi. For the first time, he wasn't just improving potions for himself. The world was going to know his name. Despite his progress in publishing, his real challenge remained unfinished. The rejuvenation elixir was still imperfect. The base formula worked, but its effects weren't consistent across different magical constitutions. The moonstone infusion process needed more stabilization, otherwise, the potion's potency fluctuated unpredictably. The texture was slightly too viscous, making absorption less efficient. Failure wasn't an option. For hours, Severus experimented in the potions lab, adjusting the stirring patterns, ingredient ratios, and brewing temperatures. Aurora occasionally dropped by, watching with curiosity but saying nothing. Jonas, ever the duelist, smirked at the sight of Severus glaring at a cauldron. Never thought I'd see a guy fight with a potion. Severus exhaled through his nose. It's not fighting me. It's resisting innovation. Ben leaned against the counter. That's just a fancy way of saying, it's kicking my ass. Severus shot him a look. It is not. Ben grinned. Sure, buddy. Severus scowled but kept working. The potion would be perfected, it was only a matter of time and persistence. Severus had expected a quiet evening. Maybe some research, maybe some potion refinements. Instead, he was being dragged, quite literally, into the Ilvermorny training grounds by Alessandro, Jonas, and Ben. The massive outdoor space, tucked behind an enchanted clearing, was typically reserved for dueling practice and physical training. Tonight, however, it was being used for something far less formal, a boys' workout session that Severus had apparently been voluntold into. Severus raised an eyebrow as he took in the scene. Jonas and Ben were already stretching, their shirts tossed aside as they prepared for what looked like combat training. Alessandro, meanwhile, was adjusting his hair in a reflective surface conjured from his wand. Severus folded his arms. This is ridiculous. Ben grinned, flexing his arms. No, this is necessary. You want to duel at peak efficiency? Then you need conditioning. Severus scoffed. Magic doesn't require brute strength. Jonas smirked. And yet, every top-tier duelist maintains their body like an athlete. You think spell speed and endurance come from nothing. Severus hesitated. He had always relied on strategy, precision, and raw magical power to win duels. He had never once considered physical training as part of the process. Alessandro clapped a hand on Severus's shoulder. Besides, compagno, you don't have to be a duelist to appreciate the benefits of looking good. Ben snorted. Merlin, Alessandro, do you ever think about anything besides impressing women? Alessandro grinned. Of course. I also think about how to keep impressing them. Severus rolled his eyes. This is absurd. Jonas smirked. Not as absurd as you running laps in a robe. Take it off, Shafi. Severus stared. Alessandro waggled his eyebrows. Not like that, Caro. Just stitch the outer robes and roll up your sleeves. We're not running a monastery here. Severus huffed but complied, rolling up his sleeves and unbuttoning the top of his uniform shirt. Ben grinned. All right. Let's see what you've got, prodigy. Severus was unprepared for the brutality of the training. The first time Ben swept his legs out from under him, he barely had time to twist midair before hitting the ground. Jonas offered a hand. Get up, genius. You fight with your brain, but you need to fight with your body, too. Severus scowled but took the offered hand. By the time they reached the running segment, Severus was questioning all of his life choices. The magical terrain shifted beneath them, conjuring wind resistance and illusionary traps. Jonas and Ben were unbothered, weaving through effortlessly. Alessandro, well, he kept up while fixing his hair mid-run. Severus was fairly certain he was going to murder him. By the time they collapsed onto the grass, sweat-drenched and breathless, Severus was forced to admit one thing. This had been valuable. Jonas leaned back, grinning. You're a quick learner. Severus exhaled sharply. I always am. Alessandro smirked. And yet, you seem to lack experience in one critical area. Severus narrowed his eyes. Which is? Alessandro grinned, stretching his arms lazily. Dating. Ben snorted. Jonas raised an eyebrow in amusement. Severus stared. That is irrelevant. Oh, but it's not. Alessandro sat up, looking far too delighted with himself. You have brains, you have ambition, and now, thanks to us, you'll have a decent physique. But what you lack, dear Severus, is the proper Ilvermorny experience. Jonas smirked. He means casual dating. Severus exhaled. I don't have time for relationships right now. I have goals. Alessandro waved a hand. Who said anything about serious relationships? Casual dating is entirely normal. As long as you communicate and set clear expectations, it's just enjoyable company. Ben nodded. Ilvermorny isn't Hogwarts, mate. People here aren't obsessed with blood status or prestige marriages. It's normal to go on dates, have fun, figure out what you like. Severus considered that. At Hogwarts, relationships were a battlefield of social status, alliances, and unspoken expectations. Here, it was apparently just a part of life. Alessandro smirked. So, Shafi, how about we set you up? Severus snorted. Not happening. Cira's voice suddenly cut in from behind them. That's what you think. Severus turned sharply to see Cira and Evie standing a few feet away, arms crossed and wearing identical smirks. Alessandro grinned. Ladies, perfect timing. Evie grinned deviously. So, we hear Severus Shafi is single. Severus sighed deeply. This was going to be a problem. Unlike the chaos with the boys, Severus's interactions with Cira, Evie, and Aurora were entirely different. With Aurora, they challenged each other in potions, spell work, and magical theory. Their debates were sharp, intelligent, and brutally honest. He respected her, not just as a friend, but as a worthy competitor. If Alessandro was trouble, Cira was the strategist behind it. She was the one who nudged Severus out of his comfort zone, teasing him into situations he wouldn't have voluntarily stepped into. Evie took great pleasure in pushing Severus's limits, whether through harmless pranks, social bets, or handing him a shot of something suspiciously bright blue. Severus eyed the glass. What is it? Cira grinned. An Ilvermorny tradition. First-term initiation. Aurora smirked. Or are you scared, Shafi? Severus rolled his eyes. Fear has nothing to do with it. Still, he took the shot and swallowed. It burned like liquid fire. Aurora snorted. Evie cackled. Severus grimaced. That was terrible. Cira grinned. And now you're officially one of us. Severus exhaled but didn't argue. Perhaps he already was. Chapter 30, Chapter 28, A Name That Cannot Be Ignored. Severus sat at his desk, reading the letter from the International Alchemical Review for the third time. The official wording was meticulous, but the message was clear. His research paper had been accepted for publication and was currently undergoing final peer review before being included in the next issue. His name, Severus Shafi, was about to be officially introduced to the international potions community. This was no ordinary academic milestone. This was the first published research paper from a British potioneer in nearly 3 centuries. Severus leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. He had expected recognition. But not this quickly. And certainly not on this scale. The first shock came from an international publication. Alchemy and Arcana, one of the largest potions journals in the world, ran an article that sent waves across the magical community. A dormant giant, why has Britain stopped innovating? By Eleanor Fontaine, Alchemy and Arcana. For centuries, Britain was a beacon of magical discovery. The greatest potioneers, spellcrafters, and magical theorists all came from one place, Hogwarts. But that was 278 years ago. Since then, nothing. No groundbreaking discoveries. No major contributions to magical knowledge. Now, in the year 1976, the world sees its first British innovation in centuries. And yet, it wasn't made in Britain. It was made in America. Severus Shafi, a British-born student, has published a revolutionary study on potion stabilization techniques, marking the first significant breakthrough from a British potioneer since the early 1700s. But this raises an uncomfortable question: why now? Why only after he left Britain? If Hogwarts was truly the premier school for magical education, why is it that all meaningful innovation has come from elsewhere? Why do we see progress from countries like France, Germany, India, and America, but not Britain? Could it be that Hogwarts and the British ministry do not encourage innovation at all? This should be a wake-up call. Britain is no longer leading the magical world. It is simply watching. And if the reaction to Shafiq's success is anything to go by, many in Britain are not happy about it. If the international article had caused a stir, the Daily Prophet's response made it an inferno. The very next morning, a special feature article was published. Severus stared at the paper in disbelief as he read. A British prodigy, the young genius making waves abroad. By Rita Skeeter. It is with great pride that we recognize one of our own, Severus Shafi, a British-born potioneer, whose recent research in potion stabilization has earned him a place in the prestigious International Alchemical Review. Shafi, currently studying at Ilvermorny under an exchange program, has developed a breakthrough method that improves the healing efficacy of essence of dittany. This marks the first recognized potions innovation from a British wizard in 278 years. But the real question is, why did it take this long? Why has Britain, once a hub of magical advancement, fallen so far behind? And why did Hogwarts not nurture this talent within its own walls? Perhaps it is time to question the rigid traditions of our academic institutions. Perhaps it is time to recognize that progress does not come from preserving the old, but from embracing the new. For now, we can only watch as Severus Shafi continues to rise in a foreign land. One can only hope he chooses to return. Severus snorted. Return, he muttered. Not bloody likely. The impact of the two articles was immediate and unavoidable. The wizarding world of Britain, which had long prided itself on tradition and legacy, was now being forced to confront an uncomfortable truth. Their greatest potioneering breakthrough in centuries had not come from Hogwarts, nor from any of their prestigious families. It had come from a 16-year-old who had left Britain entirely. The letter arrived swiftly at Ilvermorny, bearing the official seal of House Prince. Severus broke the wax seal and read. Severus. It appears that you have accomplished what few in our country have dared in centuries. You have forced Britain to acknowledge its stagnation. Your name is being spoken among the Wisengamot, the Potioneers' Guilds, and among the Sacred 28 families. Some are impressed. Others are, less so. Regardless, you have set a precedent that cannot be ignored. Continue as you are. Make them remember the name Shafi. Arcturus Prince. Severus smirked, rolling up the parchment. His uncle was pleased, not just because of the achievement, but because of what it represented. A half-blood, long ignored by the British elite, had just outshone them all. And the aristocracy hated that. Eileen sat at Prince Manor, the Daily Prophet clutched in her hands. Her son's name was there. Not hidden, not overlooked, center stage. For so long, she had feared that her son would remain trapped under the weight of his father's cruelty, Hogwarts prejudice, and society's rejection. But now, Severus had defied them all. She traced his name with her fingers, a small, wistful smile on her lips. My boy. Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk, hands folded, eyes unreadable. He had always known that Severus was exceptionally gifted. He had even counted on it. In another life, he had assumed Severus's brilliance would be shaped under his careful guidance, ensuring that the boy would eventually become a valuable piece in the greater war against Voldemort. But now, Severus had escaped his influence entirely. Worse, he had thrived without it. Dumbledore exhaled slowly, steepling his fingers. Severus was meant to remain at Hogwarts. He was meant to be shaped into a guiding force. Instead, he has become something I can no longer influence. And that, above all, worried him. For a brief moment, he felt an uncomfortable flicker of recognition. A brilliant orphan, overlooked and dismissed, only to find power outside of Hogwarts' reach. Tom Riddle had done the same. Was this history repeating itself? Dumbledore set down the paper, his expression unreadable. Minerva McGonagall had always been a strict but fair professor. And now, as she read the article, she felt a pang of regret. Severus had been right in front of them, and yet no one had ever encouraged him to pursue his talent in this way. She exhaled sharply, setting the paper aside. We failed him. Hogwarts should have been a place that nurtured talent, not stifled it under outdated house politics. Perhaps it was time to change that. Horace Slughorn stared at the parchment, blinking. Severus Shafi, Severus Snape, had just accomplished something that would be talked about for generations. Slughorn had always known the boy was brilliant, cunning, and resourceful. But he had also assumed that Severus would always need the right connections, the right sponsorship. And yet, Severus had succeeded entirely on his own. Slughorn swallowed a sip of his wine, his stomach twisting with regret. I should have cultivated a stronger bond with him. But it was too late now. Severus had outgrown Hogwarts, outgrown him, outgrown Britain itself. Unlike some of their colleagues, Flitwick and Pomfrey had never doubted Severus's abilities. The moment Flitwick read the article, he beamed, his small frame nearly vibrating with excitement. I knew it. I always knew he was brilliant. Pomfrey, meanwhile, smiled to herself, quietly pleased. That boy has always been more than what Hogwarts allowed him to be. She had seen the cuts, the bruises, and the exhaustion from his time at Hogwarts. She had patched him up after every attack from the Marauders. But now the world saw what she had seen all along. And she couldn't be prouder. Lily stared at the Daily Prophet, gripping the edges. Severus's name. Right there. Recognized. Accomplished. Admired. For a moment, she felt a strange mix of emotions. She had known he was brilliant, of course, but she had never truly thought about what he could become. And now, reading this, she realized something that made her stomach twist. She had never seen him like this before. She had always seen Severus as her childhood friend, the awkward boy with talent but little confidence. But now, he was someone the entire world was talking about. And he had done it without her. Lucius Malfoy tapped his fingers against his desk, deep in thought. A British half-blood, making an international name for himself. This was unexpected. And if there was one thing Lucius disliked, it was unexpected variables. James Potter and Sirius Black sat in the Gryffindor common room, staring at the article. James scoffed. Since when did Snavellis become important? Sirius scowled. Doesn't matter. He's still a greasy git. Remus, however, was quiet. He had always suspected there was more to Severus than what they saw. Now, the whole world knew it. The wizarding public of Britain was split down the middle. For the first time in 278 years, a British-born wizard had made a significant potions breakthrough. This should have been a moment of national pride. But the fact that it had happened outside of Britain, that Severus Shafi had chosen to pursue his research in America rather than within Hogwarts, within the ministry, or within the traditional British guilds. It stung. Some saw him as a rising symbol of British excellence. Others saw him as a traitor. And the ministry? The ministry was in turmoil. In wizarding pubs, family gatherings, and workplaces, Severus's name dominated conversations. Some witches and wizards praised Severus, calling him a genius who had revived Britain's reputation after centuries of stagnation. Many young professionals and ambitious scholars saw him as a sign of change. Finally, a British wizard making headlines for something other than scandal or war. Maybe this will wake up Hogwarts. Maybe this will force the ministry to start supporting innovation. If Hogwarts actually encouraged research, maybe we'd have had a dozen Severus Shafiks by now. Some staunch traditionalists felt betrayed that Severus had published his findings abroad. If he truly cared about Britain, he would have stayed and strengthened our country, not given his knowledge to the Americans. Britain made him. And what does he do? He takes his talents overseas. It's disgraceful. Hogwarts raises a young genius, and Ilvermorny reaps the rewards. The debate raged in letters to the Daily Prophet, wizarding pubs, and even within Hogwarts itself. But no matter which side they were on, one thing was clear. Severus Shafik was a name that could no longer be ignored. Inside the halls of the British Ministry of Magic, the reaction was chaotic. Some officials wanted to publicly congratulate Severus, to present him as a symbol of British excellence. This could be a diplomatic victory, we could invite him back, offer him a high position in research. The Department of Mysteries took immediate interest. A teenager making groundbreaking discoveries in potion making. We need to keep an eye on him. If he continues at this rate, his knowledge could be valuable, or dangerous. Some members of the British Potions Guild were both jealous and outraged. He's just a boy. How did he achieve this without our oversight? Some of the more traditionalist members of the Wisingamot were furious that a British wizard had gained international recognition without their blessing. This kind of independence is dangerous. If we don't control him, someone else will. We cannot allow young talents to slip out of our influence. The minister himself was cautious. He saw an opportunity, but also a risk. This Severus Shafik. If he aligns with Britain, we could use his work to elevate our standing. But if he turns against us, if he sees Britain as an enemy rather than a home, then we may have just created a problem. The discussion was ongoing. Some wanted to lure Severus back to Britain with offers of funding and prestige. Others saw his independence as a threat that needed to be controlled. A few even whispered about surveillance, about keeping tabs on his movements. Chapter 31, Chapter 29, Securing His Future and Living the Present. Severus sat calmly in the elegant, wood-paneled office of Headmaster Lucas Whitmore, his expression carefully neutral. Whitmore sat behind his expansive mahogany desk, his piercing blue eyes sharp with interest. Despite his silvered hair and refined presence, there was an undeniable strength to him, a man who had seen and adapted to the world as it changed. To his left, Amelia Harrington, the U.S. Department of Magical Education's representative, examined Severus with keen scrutiny. She was a woman in her mid-40s, with warm brown skin, sharp cheekbones, and intelligent hazel eyes that flicked between Severus and the paperwork in front of her. She was not easily impressed. And she was the only one in the room who could approve his request. Severus did not fidget, did not betray even the smallest sign of discomfort. He had prepared for this moment. His entire future depended on it. Whitmore leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping idly against the desk. You're requesting an extension of your exchange program through your 7th year. His voice was measured, but there was undeniable curiosity in his gaze. That's uncommon, but not unheard of. Severus inclined his head. Correct. Harrington raised an eyebrow. You are aware that, historically, students from exchange programs return to their home institutions for graduation. I am, Severus said smoothly. But this is not a typical situation. Harrington tapped her quill against the edge of her parchment. Then explain, Mr. Shafik. Why should Ilvermorny make an exception for you? Severus met her gaze without hesitation. Academically, Ilvermorny had pushed him further than Hogwarts ever had. He had been forced to innovate, adapt, and expand his thinking in ways that were not encouraged back home. Professionally, remaining in America gave him direct access to the International Alchemical Review, American Potions Guild, and ICW research institutions. Britain had isolated itself from global advancements. Politically, staying in Britain would mean becoming entangled in Hogwarts and the ministry's internal power struggles. "I have no interest in such distractions," he said flatly. Harrington tilted her head. "A little cynical for someone so young, don't you think?" Severus's lips curled into something that was not quite a smirk. "I prefer to think of it as pragmatic." Whitmore let out a quiet chuckle. "Smart boy." Harrington narrowed her eyes slightly, studying him. "Your name has been circulating in the British ministry since your publication. Are you aware that some of their officials are now monitoring your academic progress?" Severus's fingers tightened minutely around the armrest of his chair. "I suspected as much." Harrington pursed her lips. "The British ministry still considers you a Hogwarts student and, by extension, under their jurisdiction. Some might argue that your education and future prospects belong to them." Severus forced himself not to scoff. "My future belongs to me, Miss Harrington." Whitmore's eyes gleamed with something akin to approval at that. Still, Harrington remained measured. "So what happens when they try to call you back?" "You are still a British citizen. Technically, they could make it inconvenient for you." Severus exhaled slowly. "That is exactly why I am here. I do not wish for them to have any authority over my education." His voice was calm, but firm. "That is why I am requesting to finish my education entirely at Ilvermorny." Whitmore leaned forward slightly, fingers tented. "Tell me something, Severus. Do you want to stay in America beyond your education?" Severus paused. It was an important question, one he had not fully considered. Finally, he answered, "I wish to keep my options open. I will decide that when the time comes." Harrington nodded thoughtfully. "Smart answer." The room fell into contemplative silence. Then, Whitmore exhaled through his nose, his mouth twitching slightly. "Well," he said, breaking the tension, "I see no reason to send away one of our brightest students." Severus raised an eyebrow slightly. The headmaster's eyes glimmered with sharp amusement. "Come now, Mr. Shafi. I may be old, but I'm not blind. I know talent when I see it." Severus inclined his head. "I appreciate your confidence, headmaster." Whitmore chuckled, turning to Harrington. "What do you think, Miss Harrington?" Harrington tapped her quill against the parchment again, clearly weighing the situation. "There are no rules against extending an exchange program, provided the host school and host country approve it." She looked Severus up and down before sighing. "Your reasoning is solid," she admitted. "And Ilvermorny would benefit from keeping you here. If the British ministry tries anything, well, they have no authority over the decisions of the U.S. Department of Magical Education." She picked up her quill and signed the approval form. Severus exhaled slowly. It was done. He was free from Britain's control. He would finish his NEWTS in America. The British ministry could no longer dictate his education. Whitmore slid the signed parchment toward Severus with a small nod. "Congratulations, Mr. Shafi," he said, offering a rare smile. "Looks like you're officially an Ilvermorny student until you graduate." Severus allowed a small smirk to curl his lips. Good. Severus had planned to spend the evening in his dorm, alone, reviewing his research notes and contemplating his next steps. Instead, he was being physically dragged through cobbled streets by a too enthusiastic Kira Thompson, her grip ironclad on his wrist. "Absolutely not." His voice was flat, final. "Oh, come on, Shafi. You just won your battle for academic freedom. You need to celebrate." Kira grinned, unbothered by his scowl of death. "Celebrating is," he began. "Necessary," Alessandro interjected smoothly, adjusting his perfectly tailored sleeves. "You can't just exist in a classroom or a potions lab, Severus. You have to live." Jonas appeared at his other side, grinning like a menace. "And if you don't, we'll force you." Severus shot him a blank, unimpressed look. "I am capable of hexing all of you. And we are capable of carrying you." Ben smirked. "Just saying." Severus exhaled sharply. He should have chosen quieter friends. The idea of sneaking out wasn't Severus's. Of course, it wasn't. It was Jonas's, with Alessandro's enthusiastic backing and Evie acting as the mastermind. "We could just leave the normal way," Severus pointed out, crossing his arms as they stood outside their dormitory's back exit. "Where's the fun in that?" Evie grinned. Jonas tossed him a wink. "We're magicians, Shafi. If we can't sneak out with a little style, what's the point?" Severus sighed. "This is idiotic." Correction, Ben said, already working on disabling the alarm wards on the back gate. This is tradition. Every year, Ilvermorny students sneak out to attend the Equinox Festival in the closest no-majmix town. It's practically a rite of passage. So, it's expected. Severus arched an eyebrow. Not at all, Cir whispered, smirking as she gestured toward the shimmering wards glowing faintly along the exit. Severus watched as Evie pulled a small silver sphere from her pocket. She muttered an incantation under her breath, and the sphere pulsed with golden light before floating toward the wards. A sharp click, and the faint shimmer disappeared. Done, Evie said smugly. Now we just have to avoid the patrols, Alessandro added. Severus shook his head, resigned. This is ridiculous. And yet, here you are, Aurora said dryly. The group darted through the trees, following the hidden paths leading down the hills toward the charming town below. The distant glow of enchanted lanterns beckoned them forward, and with each step, Severus found himself, against all reason, anticipating what lay ahead. As soon as they reached the town's main square, Severus was struck by just how different it felt compared to any wizarding festival he had ever seen. The glowing lanterns weren't just floating, they were moving, shifting through the sky like celestial bodies, adjusting their positions to the rhythm of the festival's music. Street performers weren't just casting illusions, they were weaving intricate magical scenes, stories unfolding midair with shimmering, three-dimensional images that flickered like memories. The scent of roasted almonds, cinnamon-infused cider, and caramelized fruits filled the air, blending with the rich undertones of charmed spices and magical herbs. A group of witches and wizards were gathered around a street duelist, watching him battle an opponent using a unique style of quick-draw spellcasting, his wand moving in rapid bursts like an extension of his body. Severus found himself pausing, taking it all in. It was unlike anything in Britain. The wizarding world here was fluid, dynamic, ever-changing. It was alive. Cir smirked, nudging him. See? Was that so hard? Severus rolled his eyes. Mildly tolerable. Aurora arched an eyebrow. That's the closest thing to a compliment we'll get from him. Mark this day. Oh, we're marking it, all right, Alessandro grinned. Before Severus could retaliate, Evie grabbed his wrist and pulled him toward a food stall. Severus immediately regretted it. The stall was lined with colorful, glowing confections, their labels promising everything from enhanced memory recall to temporary invisibility. What is that? Severus eyed a pulsing blue fruit that seemed to be breathing. Spirit fruit, Cir said. It tastes different to everyone based on your magic. It's illegal in Britain because the ministry doesn't like unpredictable magic. Severus considered that, then picked up a piece. He took a cautious bite. A rush of cool air flooded his senses, like drinking moonlight. He blinked. That's strange. Evie grinned. Oh, you should try this one. She handed him a small, crimson pepper. Severus narrowed his eyes. What is it? Just try it, Cir said, barely suppressing laughter. With a suspicious glance, Severus took a bite, and immediately regretted every decision leading to this moment. His entire mouth caught fire. His eyes watered. His lungs burned. Alessandro burst out laughing, clapping him on the back as Severus choked on the heat. Jonas wheezed. Oh, Merlin's beard, he ate it. Evie wiped away a tear. That was a fiend fire pepper. The spice level increases with your magic output. Severus forced himself to swallow and then promptly cast a cooling charm on his throat. He turned to them, voice dry. I will make each of you regret this. Ben held up a small pastry. Here, try this, it cancels out the heat. Severus eyed it warily before taking a cautious bite. It was filled with honeyed cream and something that instantly cooled his burning mouth. Better, he muttered. Aurora smirked. See? You're learning. Severus muttered something in Latin under his breath that was probably an insult. The festival wasn't just food and magic, it was music, movement, and celebration. And somehow, Severus had been dragged onto the dance floor. I don't dance, Severus said flatly. Cir grinned. Oh, but you do now. Evie grabbed his hands. Come on, Shafi, even the grumpiest people in the world can dance. Alessandro, watching with pure amusement, leaned against a railing. This is history in the making. Severus Shafi, dancing. Severus glared at him. I will hex you. Jonas smirked. Not before we see you actually move, mate. Severus had two options, suffer through this or find an escape route. Unfortunately, Cir and Evie were blocking every possible exit. Fine, he muttered. Evie cheered. Cir grinned wickedly. All right, basic rhythm first. Just follow my lead. Severus tried very hard not to look like a complete idiot. Alessandro smirked. He's stiff as a board. Aurora snorted. Give him a second. Slowly, Severus adjusted, following Cira's steps. And, to his great annoyance, it wasn't entirely awful. By the time the song ended, he was breathing slightly harder but not entirely humiliated. Evie clapped. "Look at you, Shafi. A proper gentleman." Severus rolled his eyes. "This never happened." Alessandro grinned. "Oh, it happened. And we'll never let you forget it." Severus exhaled sharply. He really needed new friends. Please visit. Chapter 32, Chapter 30, Magic in the Crescent City, New Orleans trip begins. For as long as Ilvermorny had stood, the school had taken students outside Massachusetts for an annual educational and cultural experience. Younger students were limited to single-day excursions, visiting historical magical landmarks, magical wildlife sanctuaries, or even old war sites tied to American wizarding history. But for 6th and 7th years, the trips were longer and grander. They weren't just about education anymore. They were about immersion, letting students experience the vastness of the world beyond their school walls. This year's trip. New Orleans. A city infused with centuries of magic, home to some of the oldest magical practices in the Western world. Severus stepped off the enchanted carriage, adjusting the collar of his robes, but he barely noticed the movement. Because the moment his feet hit the cobbled street, he felt it. A shift in magic. Not just different. Wilder. Freer. Older. Unlike Britain, where magic was rigidly structured, where the ministry and centuries of bureaucracy had chained it down, here, magic breathed. It existed in the air, humming beneath his skin, woven into the very foundation of the city. Street lamps flickered with faint blue fire, enchanted to light only for magical folk. Buildings pulsed with invisible wards, layered by generations of spellcasters. The air was thick with sandalwood, sage, and something else, something ancient. Jonas took a deep breath and grinned. "Smell that? That's the scent of real magic." Alessandro stretched, looking around with undisguised appreciation. "I could live here." Aurora snorted. "You say that about everywhere we go." "And I mean it every time, tesoro," Alessandro said smoothly, winking at a passing witch who laughed as she disappeared into a side street. Cira smirked, glancing at Severus. "Welcome to New Orleans, Shafi. Try not to look like you're calculating its efficiency." Severus rolled his eyes, but for once, he didn't argue. Because he wasn't. He was absorbing everything. This wasn't just another school trip. This was proof that he had made the right decision leaving Hogwarts behind. A small part of him wondered if he should write down his experiences, journal them, maybe even publish something later about the reality of studying abroad. He shelved the thought for now. Later. For now, he had magic to witness. The French Quarter's magical district was nothing like Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was old, certainly, but it had a predictable, structured nature, a carefully managed magical space dictated by rules. But here? It's completely different. New Orleans thrived in controlled chaos. The cobblestone streets shifted subtly beneath their feet, rearranging to confuse nomages, ensuring only wizards could navigate them with ease. Spellcasters didn't just use wands, they flicked their fingers, murmured incantations under their breath, or carried enchanted talismans that pulsed faintly with stored magic. Musicians played bewitched instruments, where each note carried a trace of spell work, weaving illusions into the air. A violinist played a haunting melody, and with each stroke of the bow, phantom birds took flight, circling above before fading like mist. Another performer crafted tiny glowing fish, which swam through the air between passers-by, darting through robes and floating over children's heads. Severus felt himself drawn to it all. This wasn't like the stories he'd read. Wandless magic wasn't rare here. It wasn't some elusive skill limited to a handful of powerful wizards. It was a way of life. A woman in flowing green robes lazily gestured with 2 fingers, and the basket she had been carrying levitated effortlessly into the air, adjusting itself onto her hip. A young boy, no older than 10, cupped his hands together, murmured something under his breath, and a small burst of golden sparks danced between his palms. Even the shopkeepers didn't bother reaching for their wands, using nothing but their hands to summon objects, stir cauldrons, or activate their wards. It wasn't just casual use. It was instinctual. Severus felt a sharp thrill of curiosity. How? How did they do it? Could he do it? It was well documented that wandless magic required immense control and natural affinity, but from what Severus could see, it wasn't impossible. It was teachable. His fingers twitched absently toward his own wand. He had spent years refining his control, his precision. What if he could take it one step further? Was this something he could master? Severus watched as an elderly witch flicked her fingers, a cigar appearing between them, already lit. Across the street, a wizard wove his hands through the air, his own shadow detaching and moving independently. He exhaled slowly. "This is what I mean when I say Britain is backwards," he said, his tone sharp with realization. Evie glanced at him. What do you mean? He turned, scanning the bustling street filled with wandless spellcasters, enchanted talismans pulsing with energy, and no-mage-born wizards blending seamlessly into magical society. He gestured at the city around them. Magic isn't restricted here. It's not bound by outdated traditions. In Britain, the idea of wandless casting is considered a near-mythical skill, something only a handful of wizards bother mastering. His eyes darkened. Here, even a child can do it. Aurora frowned. They don't teach wandless magic at all in Hogwarts. Severus scoffed. They don't even acknowledge its practicality. If someone tried learning it, they'd be told it was a waste of time. Evie snorted. That's insane. Severus clenched his fists. It was worse than insane. It was intentional. The British ministry had carefully controlled what magic was considered acceptable, what was encouraged and what was suppressed. How much knowledge had been lost? How much had been buried under the guise of tradition? And more importantly, what else had been kept from him? He felt a slow smirk tug at his lips. If Britain wouldn't teach him what magic was truly capable of, then he would learn it here. While exploring, they stopped at Leclerc's Alchemical Emporium, one of the oldest potion supply stores in America. Severus felt like he had walked into paradise. Shelves lined with preserved phoenix feathers, crystallized moonlight, and storm-bottled essence, each item labeled with detailed notes on its properties. Cauldrons that stirred themselves, adjusting heat automatically based on the potion's stage. A glowing display case labeled, Experimental Ingredients, Buyer Beware. Severus stood frozen, his eyes scanning the rows of rare components. Shafi's about to explode, Alessandro whispered. Severus ignored him. He was already grilling the shop owner about the preservation process of magically infused silverleaf. Do you keep it in suspended animation, or is it stabilized through infusion? Severus asked, voice sharp with interest. The shopkeeper, an elderly Creole witch with sharp eyes, gave him an approving look. Infusion, of course. Suspended animation disrupts the energy flow. Wouldn't be as potent. Severus nodded, pleased. Alessandro, meanwhile, was flirting shamelessly with the shop assistant. Evie and Kira. They were busy trying to shove random ingredients into Severus's basket. Severus caught Kira slipping a shimmering vial into his basket and narrowed his eyes. Why would I need powdered siren scales, he demanded. For science. Kira grinned. Severus sighed. I swear, if I wake up with gills. Aurora smirked. Relax. If we hex you, we'll at least document it properly. Severus muttered something probably unkind in Latin. Ben laughed. Man, I hope you write a book one day. Your internal suffering is hilarious. Severus exhaled sharply. He really needed new friends. After leaving Leclerc's Alchemical Emporium, their bags filled with exotic ingredients, Severus and his friends found themselves drawn toward a different kind of commotion. The air vibrated with energy. Not magic, excitement. Cheers erupted from a massive arena-like structure in the heart of the quarter, a grand building with glowing sigils carved into its archways. Above the entrance, an enchanted sign flickered with bold, golden letters. The Cir du Combat. New Orleans' premier magical dueling club. The noise was impossible to ignore, shouts, roars, and the occasional explosion of spellfire illuminating the sky. Evie perked up instantly. Now that sounds like my kind of place. Kira grinned. Are we going in? Severus was already moving toward the entrance. The interior was nothing short of breathtaking. The arena floor was massive, a dueling stage reinforced with layered wards, shimmering as spells struck and ricocheted. Spectator seats rose high into the air, packed with witches and wizards of all ages, cheering as the duelists clashed. Floating banners listed the current duelists, their ranks, and their win streaks. Loud magical commentators boomed over the arena, announcing the duelists' names and hyping the crowd. A live professional dueling match. And it was unlike anything Severus had ever seen. Two duelists, a muscular man in combat robes and a lithe, silver-haired woman, were locked in a deadly, rapid-fire exchange. The woman barely moved her feet, instead, she redirected spells with small, sharp wand movements, twisting magic around her like an extension of herself. The men fought with pure offense, launching brutal, earth-shaking hexes that cracked the arena floor. Instead of just deflecting spells, they used the very force of their opponent's magic to propel themselves, moving at blinding speeds. Shields weren't just static barriers, they were weapons, molded and manipulated mid-battle to absorb and redirect attacks. Jonas let out a low whistle. That's insane. Ben leaned forward, eyes sharp. That's real dueling. Not the stiff, scripted version they teach at school. Severus said nothing, but his mind raced. This wasn't like the duels at Hogwarts, where students stood 10 paces apart and cast in measured intervals. This was art. This was strategy, movement, momentum. He was good at dueling, but this was something entirely different. Something worth learning. The duel ended in a flash of light, the female duelist landing a precise finishing strike that sent her opponent's wand flying across the stage. The crowd roared. Severus exhaled, realizing he'd been holding his breath. That, Alessandro said, shaking his head, was a masterclass. Evie grinned. I want in. As they turned to leave, Ben paused. Something caught his eye, a pamphlet on a nearby enchanted board. He grabbed it, scanned the contents, and turned to the group, eyes gleaming. Guys, he said. This might be worth it. Severus peeked into the pamphlet. It was an advertisement for a 3-day dueling workshop run by some of the best American duelists. Personalized training sessions with professionals. Advanced magical combat techniques, including movement-based spell work. A practical application of American dueling principles. Limited slots, exclusive only to registered applicants. Ben read out loud. Severus raised an eyebrow. It's expensive. Very expensive, Ben admitted. Aurora frowned. We probably shouldn't spend that much just for a short workshop. Severus, Alessandro, and Evie exchanged glances. We'll cover it, Alessandro said easily, shrugging. Evie waved a dismissive hand. Yeah, don't worry about it. Consider it an investment. Jonas raised an eyebrow. You three just have money lying around. Alessandro smirked. Some of us have financial priorities. Severus rolled his eyes. Some of us know how to manage money. Ben grinned. Well, if you're offering, I'm not saying no. Severus exhaled slowly, staring back at the grand arena. A real dueling club. A chance to learn advanced techniques. The opportunity to refine his skill beyond anything Hogwarts could have offered. The British dueling system had taught him rules. But here, he could learn real battle tactics. This trip just got a lot more interesting. Please visit. Chapter 33, Chapter 31, the Cir du Combat Dueling Workshop. Severus had thought himself prepared. He had dueled before. He had studied under Flitwick, one of the greatest duelists in Britain. He had honed his skills in secret, perfecting his spell work through sheer will and repetition. But the moment he stepped into the Cir du Combat's training hall, he realized he had been naive. This was not Hogwarts. This was not a school-sponsored club. This was war in its purest form. The Cir du Combat wasn't just a dueling club. It was New Orleans' premier magical combat institution, as proudly declared by the massive enchanted sign above the entrance. The workshop had been advertised as an exclusive opportunity, open to anyone who was willing to pay the steep registration fee. Severus and his friends were not the only students who had joined. Several Ilvermorny 7th years and some 6th years stood to one side, stretching their limbs and talking in hushed, eager tones. A few local wizards and witches, some older, some clearly aura hopefuls, looked around, scanning the competition. A group of professional duelists, likely there to assist the instructors, exuded the raw confidence of people who had made a career out of magical combat. The hall itself was unlike anything Severus had seen. The dueling platforms were massive stone slabs, etched with deep, pulsing runes, wards to contain magical backlash. The walls were covered in banners displaying the Cir du Combat's crest, a golden wand crossed with a rapier, symbolizing both magical and physical combat. The air buzzed with an overwhelming magical presence, the kind that only existed in places where combat magic was constantly practiced. Severus had expected something more structured, something resembling Hogwarts' dueling system. He was wrong. This was bigger, rougher, and far more dangerous than anything Hogwarts had ever prepared him for. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, cutting off murmured conversations. Instantly, the room fell into silence. Every student, every participant, turned toward the center of the hall, where a group of duelists stood waiting. These weren't professors. These were professionals. And they radiated power. At the forefront of the group stood a tall woman with raven black hair, her golden-brown skin illuminated by the enchanted sconces. Her piercing dark eyes scanned the room with measured precision, taking in every participant with the same calculating intensity. She wasn't just in charge, she commanded the space around her, her mere presence keeping the crowd in check. Her voice carried the weight of absolute confidence when she finally spoke. Welcome to the Cir du Combat Advanced Dueling Workshop, she announced, her tone sharp as steel. Severus didn't miss the subtle way some of the older duelists straightened at her words, as if they knew exactly who she was. My name is Celine Marchand, and I'll be leading the session. Her lips curled slightly, though it held no warmth, only challenge. For the next 3 days, we will break you. If you leave standing, congratulations, you might actually learn something. There was no humor in her tone. No encouragement. Just fact. A low ripple of anticipation spread through the students. This was real. Severus felt a thrill rush through him. Alessandro, predictably, grinned. I like her already. Ben nudged him. You would. Severus didn't reply. He was too busy watching. His eyes weren't on Marchand. They were on the duelists behind her. A massive, bald wizard with a jagged scar running from his brow to his jaw, standing with arms crossed, his sheer size alone imposing. A lean, wiry woman holding her wand in a reverse grip, like a dagger, shifting her weight in a way that suggested lethal efficiency. A red-haired man with glowing runic tattoos, his arms exposed, faintly pulsing with stored magic. These weren't theoretical academics. These were combatants. Fighters. And they were here to teach him. Marchand didn't waste time. She clapped once, sharp and loud. Form a line, she ordered. Now. There was no hesitation. The participants immediately shuffled into place, standing shoulder to shoulder before the instructors. Severus felt his heartbeat steady as he took his position. Marchand paced slowly in front of them, her gaze flicking over each student like she was peeling them apart layer by layer. Before we begin, she said, we need to see what we're working with. With a flick of her wand, dozens of small metallic targets appeared at the far end of the hall, hovering in midair. Take your dueling stance, she commanded. Aim for the target. Fire on my mark. The room shifted as wands were raised. Severus adjusted his grip, planting his feet into the proper dueling position, the one ingrained into him after years of British training. He wasn't alone. Some of the Ilvermorny students took loose, adaptable stances, fluid and mobile. A few of the older participants didn't even use a traditional stance, keeping their weight evenly distributed. Others, like Severus, held rigid forms, the kind that screamed formal education. Celine Marchand observed them all, taking in their forms without a word. The only sound was the low hum of magic in the air. She raised a single hand. Fire. A sudden flash of light filled the room as dozens of spells shot forward at once. The metallic targets trembled, some knocked back with force, others barely grazed by weak or misaligned shots. Severus's stunning spell hit dead center. Precise. Controlled. Measured. And yet, his target didn't move as much as some of the others. Nearby, an Ilvermorny 7th year spell sent their target spinning. Another participant's disarming spell ricocheted off their target and struck a second one nearby. Severus felt his jaw tighten. His spell had been perfectly accurate, but it lacked the sheer force some of the others had produced. Marchand clicked her tongue. She pointed at a few of the students. Too slow. A few flinched. Then, her eyes landed on Severus. You, she said. Severus met her gaze. Technically flawless, she noted, but too rigid. You're holding back. He said nothing, but his grip on his wand tightened. British trained, she asked. He gave a curt nod. Yes. She exhaled, unimpressed. Then you're in for a long day. Severus kept his expression blank. I look forward to it. A flicker of something, approval, crossed her face before she turned away. Marchand turned back to the room. Pair up, she ordered. Let's see how you actually fight. The dueling floor was about to become a battlefield. And Severus was more than ready. Severus had dueled before. Many times. But never like this. The dueling platforms were set, instructors moving among the students, pairing them up one by one. Each platform was warded for safety, though Severus doubted how much protection those spells would actually provide. He rolled his shoulders, forcing his breathing to steady. His opponent, Daniel Cross, a 6th-year Wampus student, stood across from him. Daniel had the build of an athlete, his stance loose and confident. There was no tension in his body, no stiffness. His wand hung at his side, casual, but Severus wasn't fooled. The moment the match started, that relaxed posture would shift into something ruthless. Around them, other duels had already begun. Alessandro was up against a cocky 7th-year Thunderbird, both of them grinning as they exchanged rapid-fire hexes. Ben was facing a towering wizard who clearly didn't believe in holding back. Kiera and Evie were paired off with local duelists, their faces a mix of determination and adrenaline. Each duel was different. Different styles. Different strategies. Different philosophies of magic. And that's when Severus realized, British dueling was outdated. It wasn't that British duelists weren't powerful. It wasn't that they weren't talented. It was that their style was predictable. At Hogwarts, dueling was a choreographed dance, spell sequences, pre-planned counters, a rigid understanding of how a fight should flow. But here, dueling was alive. Begin. The instructor overseeing them, a burly man named Gideon Holt, raised his wand. A loud crack echoed through the air, signaling the start. Severus moved immediately, his wand slicing through the air with perfect precision. Expelliarmus. A testing shot. Fast. Direct. Daniel sidestepped, not even bothering to block it. Severus's eyes narrowed. Then, Daniel moved. Severus barely had a second to react. Confringo. A blasting curse. Not full-powered, but enough to shake the wards. Severus threw up a protego, but the impact shoved him back a step. Not from force, from technique. Daniel didn't cast spells like a British duelist. He didn't fire from a set stance, he moved. Constantly. His feet never stopped, his body twisting and shifting, his wand snapping up at angles that Severus hadn't accounted for. Severus tried to predict his movements. He couldn't. British dueling relied on preparation, precision, and control. American dueling. It thrived on unpredictability. Daniel's next spell came low, forcing Severus to leap sideways. Then another, cutting across at an angle Severus hadn't expected. "You think too much," Daniel said between spells, grinning. Severus gritted his teeth. He was losing ground. Not because he was slower. Not because he wasn't powerful enough. Because he was playing a different game. Daniel wasn't dueling him. He was hunting him. Severus inhaled sharply, his mind racing. His training under Flitwick had made him a technically superior duelist. But technical superiority didn't matter if your opponent never fought the way you expected them to. Fine. If American dueling was about adaptation, then he would adapt. Severus stopped thinking. He moved. Daniel fired off another spell, Severus didn't block it. He redirected it, twisting his wand in a tight arc. Daniel's own magic ricocheted past him, missing by inches. For the first time, Daniel hesitated. Severus seized the moment. Depulso. A banishing charm. Not meant to hit Daniel, meant to shift the floor beneath him. Daniel stumbled, then Severus struck. Stupefy. The red beam flashed forward, but Daniel dropped low, his body moving like liquid, rolling away before launching his own counterattack. Severus pivoted mid-spell, barely dodging the blast. They were learning each other. Testing weaknesses. Exploiting them. The duel lasted longer than the others. Long enough that other students had finished and were watching. Long enough that Severus could hear the instructors murmuring. He wasn't winning. But he wasn't losing anymore, either. A loud crack split the air. Holt raised his wand, ending the match. Daniel exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Severus forced himself to steady his breathing. Neither of them had landed a direct hit. Daniel grinned. That was fun. Severus exhaled sharply. It was educational. Daniel laughed. Yeah, let's go with that. Holt, the instructor, watched Severus carefully. Then, with a smirk, he muttered, "You'll do fine." Severus frowned slightly but didn't respond. Because for the first time in his life, he wasn't the smartest person in the room. And he wasn't sure if he liked it. Hey everyone. First off, a massive thank you for your incredible support. It truly means the world to me. Knowing that you're enjoying the story so far keeps me motivated to bring you more twists, turns, and surprises. Please visit Chapter 34, Chapter 32, Day 2, Magic in Motion. Severus woke up sore. Not the mild discomfort of overexertion, but the deep, aching pain of muscles that had been forced to move in ways they never had before. Dueling had never been this physically demanding for him. At Hogwarts, dueling was all about technique. Spells, footwork, precision. But Cir du Combat had already shattered his understanding of what a proper duel should look like. It wasn't about casting the strongest spell. It wasn't about having the most refined technique. It was about movement. Adaptability. Strategy. And Severus? He had spent too long thinking two-dimensionally. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, he clenched his jaw. If I want to improve, I need to forget everything I know. By the time they arrived at the training hall, the instructors were already waiting. Céline Marchand stood at the front, arms crossed. "I assume you're all sore," she said dryly. There were a few groans in response. Alessandro muttered, "I think I lost the ability to move my left shoulder." Ben flexed his arms. "Feels like I got hit by a troll." Severus said nothing. Marchand smirked. "Good. That means we did our job." She turned sharply and gestured toward the platforms behind her. "Yesterday was about testing you. Seeing where you stand." She flicked her wand, and the platform shifted, revealing obstacles, elevated platforms, pillars, and moving targets. "Today," she said, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Today, we're going to unteach you." The students were separated into smaller groups, each placed under a different instructor. Severus found himself with instructor Gideon Holt, the man who had overseen his duel yesterday. Holt looked at them with a critical eye. Every single one of you has bad habits, he said. A few students bristled, but Severus kept his expression blank. European duelists, especially, Holt continued, fight like statues. Stiff, predictable, easy to counter. You memorize a spell sequence, you move in preset patterns, and you expect your opponent to follow the same logic. His gaze swept the group. That will get you killed. A murmur rippled through the students. Holt smirked. Good news, we're going to fix it. He flicked his wand, and suddenly, the floor beneath them shifted. Moving platforms. A few students stumbled as their footing changed beneath them. Severus, to his credit, adjusted quickly. Holt pointed at him. Shafi. Fire a spell. Severus raised his wand, immediately casting Expelliarmus. The spell hit its target, but the moment he fired, the platform beneath him shifted violently. Severus's stance wobbled. Holt gave a sharp nod. That's your problem. You're too rooted. You cast like the ground will always be beneath you. He waved his wand, sending another tilting motion through the platforms. Again, he ordered. Severus gritted his teeth. This time, he didn't focus on perfect spell work. He focused on balance. Fluidity. Adaptability. When the platform shifted, he moved with it. His next spell. Faster. More instinctive. Holt grinned. Better. After the brutal mobility drills, the instructors changed tactics. Severus was still catching his breath, muscles aching from the constant movement drills, when Marchand strode back to the center of the room. She surveyed them all, lips curling in amusement at their exhaustion. Lesson 2, she said, stretching out a hand. There was no wand in her grip. Only her fingers, positioned like a conductor about to direct an orchestra. And then. Crack. A bolt of pure energy shot from her fingertips, slamming into a distant target with a force that made the air hum. No incantation. No wand. Just magic. The room fell silent. Marchand rolled her shoulders, shaking out the excess energy from her hand as if she had merely tossed a ball. Wands, she said, slowly, letting the word sink in, are tools. They focus magic, shape it, refine it. She flexed her fingers, watching the faint residual glow fade from her skin. But they are not the source of magic. A ripple of murmurs spread through the students. Severus remained silent. He had read about wandless magic. But reading was different from witnessing. This isn't some rare ability reserved for prodigies. It was a discipline. A skill. Marchand let the silence linger before she continued. Some of you, she said, looking directly at the Ilvermorny students, have seen wandless magic before. You might even know a few who can do it. She turned her gaze to the exchange students, including Severus. But most of you, especially those trained in the rigid spellcasting of Britain, think this is something only the most powerful wizards can accomplish. Her golden eyes narrowed. That is a lie. Severus felt his pulse quicken. She raised an eyebrow. Can everyone master it? No. A few students stiffened at that. She smirked. But can everyone learn it? She lifted a hand again, this time, slower. They watched as a small spark flickered between her fingertips, controlled, refined, deliberate. Yes. She let the magic fizzle out. Wandless magic is like any other skill, it requires training, discipline, and effort. You cannot just will it into existence. You have to build the foundations first. She gestured sharply, and several instructors stepped forward. For the next hour, we will begin the first step. Her gaze sharpened. Control. The students were split into smaller groups, each assigned an instructor. Severus found himself in Holt's group once again. The scarred duelist gave them a flat look before raising a hand. You will not cast spells today, he said bluntly. A few students blinked. Alessandro raised an eyebrow. Bit of a problem for a magic lesson, don't you think? Holt didn't even look at him. You will not cast spells today, he repeated. Because most of you cannot. A ripple of offense passed through the group. Severus didn't react. He already knew he wouldn't be able to do it immediately. Because his magic had always been channeled through a wand. Not through his hands. Not through his body. Magic, Holt continued, is energy. Most wizards don't bother learning how to manipulate that energy because they don't need to. They have a wand to do the work for them. He held out his palm, and a faint golden shimmer danced over his skin. You will not be casting spells today, he said again, slowly, because you need to learn how to feel your magic first. The training hall was silent, save for the occasional crackle of magic sparking through the air. Severus kept his breathing steady, his mind focused. He had expected difficulty. What he had not expected was to be this far behind some of the other students. Across the room, a Wampus student, Damien Connors, lifted his palm, muttering something under his breath. A small, controlled gust of wind curled from his fingertips, pushing a training dummy back a few inches. Next to him, a Thunderbird student, Celine Ward, was calmly levitating a feather, her fingers barely twitching as she guided it through the air. Severus narrowed his eyes. Some of them had done this before. Not masters, not yet, but adept enough that they were beyond struggling for a simple flicker of energy. Some of you, Marchand's voice rang out, already know the basics. You've been practicing wandless magic for years, your families teach it, or you've trained yourself. Her golden gaze swept the room. For the rest of you, this will be like training a new muscle. And that muscle is going to be weak until you build it up. Severus exhaled slowly. He could feel his frustration growing. He had never struggled like this before, not with potions, not with dueling, not with anything he put his mind to. But now, he felt blind. Deaf. Mute. Like trying to play an instrument with no strings or write with no ink. Magic had always been a tool, something he wielded. Now, he had to become the tool. Holt stood nearby, watching as each student tried, failed, and tried again. Severus closed his eyes. He slowed his breathing. He stretched out his fingers, willing the magic to move through him. Nothing. He inhaled, trying again. Still nothing. His fingers twitched, but there was no pull, no hum, no connection. Around him, he saw Alessandro, ever the natural, was summoning tiny sparks of magic, but had no control over them. Jonas was gritting his teeth, small waves of energy rippling through his palms, but no precision. Ben had his eyes shut tight, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Meanwhile, the more experienced students were already using basic spells, minor levitation, simple heat charms, tiny gusts of wind. It was humiliating. Severus clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay calm. You're fighting it, Holt's low voice cut through his thoughts. Severus's eyes snapped open. You're reaching outward, Holt continued. You're trying to grab something that isn't there. Severus exhaled sharply. Then how am I supposed to? You're trained to command magic, Holt interrupted. To make it bend to your will. That's the wrong approach. He lifted his own hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a faint shimmer of gold pulsed across his fingers, soft and effortless. Severus stared. Holt lowered his hand. Stop forcing it. Magic isn't something you control. It's something you let flow through you. Severus frowned, digesting that. For the next hour, Severus kept trying. Slow breaths. Unclenched fists. No commanding. No forcing. Just feeling. Most attempts ended in failure. But then, for a fraction of a second, a pulse. A flicker of warmth, barely noticeable, but there. Severus's eyes snapped open. The sensation was already gone. But he had felt it. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Holt saw it. He gave a satisfied nod. Good, he said. Now do it again. Please visit. Chapter 35, Chapter 33, Day 3, the final test. Severus woke up aching. Every muscle in his body protested as he got dressed, his limbs feeling like lead from 2 days of relentless training. By the time he and his friends stepped onto the training floor, exhaustion was etched onto every face. Yet the moment they walked in, the shift in atmosphere was undeniable. There was no chatter, no warm-up, no easing into the lesson. The instructors stood waiting, their expressions unreadable. The air was thick with tension, like the charged silence before a storm. This wasn't a lesson. This was a battlefield. The realization sent a rush of anticipation and unease down Severus's spine. He forced himself to shake it off. If he was going to survive today, he couldn't afford hesitation. Marchand stood at the center, eyes sweeping over them all, the sharp gaze of a predator analyzing prey. For the last 2 days, she said, voice cutting through the room like a blade, you've learned to move. To think. To stop fighting your own magic. She twirled her wand once before slipping it into her belt. Today, she continued, we see what you've got. She smirked. No wands. A hush fell over the group. The rules were simple. The students were divided into pairs for one-on-one duels. They had no wands, only what little wandless magic they had managed to grasp. The instructors would not interfere, unless someone was on the verge of serious injury. You will fight, Holt said, voice steady. You will adapt. If you can't, you lose. Severus exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers. He was still struggling, still fumbling in the dark when it came to this kind of magic. But he had no intention of failing. His opponent stepped onto the dueling platform. Damien Connors. The Wampus duelist rolled his shoulders, his easy smirk never slipping. I was hoping for a rematch, he said, cracking his knuckles. No wands this time. Just skill. Severus tilted his head. We'll see if you have any. A whistle cut through the air. Begin. Damien moved first, and he moved fast. Severus barely had time to shift his weight before his opponent closed the gap, his footfalls light, precise, a predator slipping through shadows. There was no hesitation. Damien's first attack wasn't magical, it was physical. A feint to the left, before pivoting sharply, forcing Severus to compensate. Then came the magic. A pulse of raw energy crackled between Damien's palms, coiling like a living thing before he released it in a sharp burst. No incantation. No wand. Just magic, flowing through his body as naturally as breathing. Severus barely dodged. He turned his body at the last second, twisting away so that the attack grazed his ribs instead of hitting him head-on. The impact burned, not like a curse, but like compressed air hitting skin with the force of a hammer. Severus clenched his jaw. Damien was already moving again, his momentum seamless, pressing forward in a relentless onslaught of quick, consecutive bursts of magic. There was no time to think. Damien didn't stop to aim, he attacked mid-motion. Every step was measured, each movement flowing into the next. Severus, in contrast, was fighting to keep up. Severus gritted his teeth. Every instinct screamed at him to counter, to control the pace of the fight. But every time he tried, Damien was already gone, slipping through his reach, forcing Severus to react instead of lead. Severus had dueled hundreds of times before. But never like this. Severus' breathing was sharp, measured, but beneath it lurked frustration. What was he doing wrong? His body was fast. His reflexes were sharp. He had spent years perfecting dueling techniques that should have been able to counter this. And yet, his spells didn't come fast enough. His movements weren't fluid enough. His mind was trapped in the rigid structure of British dueling. His fingers twitched, his muscles screamed at him to reach for his wand, the one thing that had always been his anchor. He could almost hear his professors back at Hogwarts. A duelist must always be prepared, wands raised, stance firm, precision in every spell. But this wasn't Hogwarts. This wasn't a classroom exercise with structured, measured exchanges. This was something else entirely. No precise incantations. No structured spell work. No safety net. My magic only knows how to move through my wand. The realization hit him like ice water. His body knew how to fight, but his magic did not. It was trapped, locked behind years of rigid training, behind a lifetime of formal dueling stances and textbook precision. Every spell he had ever cast relied on refined calculation. But this required instinct. And his magic didn't know how to obey that command. Damien pressed the attack. Another pulse of kinetic energy surged toward him. Severus tried to block it, the force slammed into his chest. His feet slid backward, his breath leaving him in a sharp gasp as his ribs burned from the impact. He staggered but didn't fall. He wouldn't fall. He refused. Damien was already moving in for the finisher. His body blurred forward, his stance low, another pulse of magic coiling in his hand like a loaded crossbow. Severus had seconds. Seconds to do something. For 2 days, he had tried to force the magic from his body. For 2 days, he had relied on logic, theory, calculation. And it hadn't worked. This time. He let go. He stopped thinking. He stopped analyzing. He let his magic move before his mind could catch up. Damien threw the spell forward, and this time, Severus moved with it. He twisted his body with the momentum instead of resisting it. He let magic rise on its own, not pushing, not pulling, just allowing it to flow. And then a pulse of pure energy erupted from his palm. It wasn't precise. It wasn't controlled. But it was real. Damien's eyes widened in shock before the force slammed into him, sending him stumbling backward. He caught himself, breathing heavily, but the smirk on his face had grown wider. Finally, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. Now we're talking. Severus stood still, his hand tingling, his chest rising and falling sharply. The sensation was already fading. But he had felt it. For the first time, his magic had answered without his wand. It had obeyed. It was small. But it was a beginning. The duels continued, each student tested until there was nothing left to give. Some collapsed from exhaustion, their bodies unused to the strain of continuous combat. Others remained standing but visibly shaken, their limbs trembling with exertion. The smell of burned ozone and sweat filled the air, remnants of spell clashes still lingering. By the time the last match ended, the room was a battlefield of worn-out students and drained magic. Severus felt every muscle protest as he rolled his shoulders. His limbs were leaden, his magic flickering in protest. But beneath the exhaustion was something else entirely. Satisfaction. Because for the first time in his life, he had fought without relying on structured dueling techniques. For the first time, he had allowed his magic to move beyond the precision of textbooks and calculations. It was raw. It was imperfect. But it was his. Marchand and Holt stood at the front of the hall, watching as the last duel ended. The noise in the room faded to silence, the only sound left was the heavy breathing of students catching their breath. Marchand's gaze swept across them, assessing, judging. She didn't speak for a moment, letting the weight of the workshop settle in their bones. Then, she crossed her arms. "You've learned something in 3 days that most wizards take years to grasp," she said. "Some of you are naturals. Others still need work." Her golden eyes flickered to Severus for the briefest of moments before moving on. Holt, the grizzled duelist beside her, exhaled. "Each of you fought. Some better than others. But every single one of you learned. And that's what matters." With a flick of his wrist, a stack of parchment floated into the air, hovering before them. "Your evaluations." Severus caught his before it could drop. The paper was thick, embossed with the Cir du Combat's official insignia. But what mattered were the contents. Each student had been observed carefully over the 3 days, their strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement meticulously recorded. Severus's evaluation. Strengths. Exceptional spell control. High-level precision casting. Strategically adaptable, quick thinker under pressure. Vast knowledge of curses, counter-curses, and magical theory. Weaknesses. Over-reliance on structured casting techniques. Lack of movement fluidity, too stiff in dueling exchanges. Slow adoption of non-traditional spell work. Wandless magic proficiency, beginner level. Severus exhaled slowly as he read through the notes. They were right. He had power. He had knowledge. But he was still trapped in rigid British dueling habits. That had been evident in every duel he fought here. Damien's words echoed in his head. "You're thinking too much." He hadn't understood then. He did now. Marchand smirked, surveying the worn-out but determined faces before her. "For those of you who want to keep improving," she gestured to a stack of parchment beside her, "Cir du Combat offers long-term specialized training. Applications are open." A ripple of excitement spread through the room. Several participants immediately stepped forward, eager to take one. Some flipped through the forms, their eyes alight with ambition. Severus didn't move. Not because he wasn't interested, he was, but because he knew he wouldn't be here long enough to commit. Tomorrow, he and his friends would be back in Massachusetts. They wouldn't be part of this world anymore. And for the first time, that frustrated him. Holt, watching the eager applicants, snorted. "Don't fool yourselves, just applying won't make you duelists. Most of you will never last past the first month." Marchand's smirk widened. "But if you do, you'll be trained by the best." Severus exhaled sharply. He could see Aurora and Ben exchanging a look. Clearly, they were just as frustrated as he was. Alessandro, ever the opportunist, sighed dramatically and muttered, "Pity. I could have been a star." Jonas nudged him. "You mean you could have flirted with professional duelists?" Alessandro grinned. "That too." Marchand didn't waste any more time. She clapped her hands together. "That's it. You're done." The training hall doors swung open, and just like that, the workshop was over. Severus glanced at his evaluation one last time before slipping it into his robes. He wasn't strong enough yet. He wasn't fast enough yet. But he was better than he had been yesterday. And that was a start. Please visit Chapter 36, Chapter 34, A Return to Ilvermorny, What Comes Next? The return journey to Ilvermorny was quieter than their journey to New Orleans. After 3 grueling days at the Cir du Combat, exhaustion clung to the group like a second skin. Some students slept, others stared out at the passing landscape, lost in thought. Severus sat by the window, silent. His fingers traced the edge of his evaluation parchment, folded neatly in his robes. His mind replayed every duel, every correction, every mistake. He had learned more in 3 days than he had in years of Hogwarts dueling practice. He had witnessed what real-world combat looked like. He had felt what it was like to fight without structured defenses. He had finally understood just how much his training had held him back. But what unsettled him the most? Wandless magic. For the first time, he had felt his own magic pulse through him, responding not to words, not to rigid technique, but to his sheer will. And it had nearly terrified him. Magic without rules. Magic without form. Magic that is raw and instinctive. He had spent years perfecting precision, control, and calculation. Now, he had to unlearn all of it. He exhaled, fingers tightening slightly. He would not be left behind. Not by Damien. Not by the duelists at Cir du Combat. Not by his own limitations. The moment they stepped through the gates of Ilvermorny, it became immediately clear, people had heard about the workshop. Not just rumors. Actual details. Severus wasn't sure who had spread the news, but judging by the curious glances, everyone knew that the exchange student had held his own at Cir du Combat. Some were impressed, a few younger students looked at him like he had stepped out of some legendary battle. Some were jealous, students who prided themselves on being Ilvermorny's best duelists now had competition. Some resented the attention, whispers of, "He's British. Why should we care?" followed him down the halls. And then there were the real duelists, students who took combat seriously. They didn't whisper. They didn't gossip. They watched. One of them, a tall 7th-year Wampa student, fell into step beside Severus as he made his way toward the common room. "Oi, Shafi." Severus turned his head slightly. "Heard you held your own at the Cirque." The older boy smirked, looking him over. "I didn't think a Hogwarts student would be up for that." Severus raised an eyebrow. "Where did you hear that?" The boy shrugged. "News travels fast when it's about someone interesting." Severus didn't respond. He had no interest in fame. But he wasn't stupid. His name held weight now. And in the world of dueling, that was both a blessing and a challenge. Severus had always trained alone. At Hogwarts, he kept his talents hidden. But now he had friends. And so, 2 nights after their return, he found himself in one of Ilvermorny's underground training halls, not alone. Jonas and Ben were already sparring, dueling at half speed, working on footwork and counters. Evie, despite being naturally reckless, had a sharp instinct for quick-draw spell work. Kira and Aurora, who weren't as interested in combat, still joined, watching and learning, because, as Aurora put it, knowing how to duel and knowing how to survive are the same thing. Alessandro. He just enjoyed the show, occasionally throwing out commentary. Severus squared off against Ben first. The first few rounds were frustrating. Ben was more physical, his movements were fast and aggressive. He forced Severus back constantly, never giving him a second to recover. Severus adjusted. Adapted. By the 3rd round, he had learned Ben's rhythm, dodging before Ben could fully commit to a strike. "Clever," Ben panted, stepping back. "You study your opponent fast." Severus wiped sweat from his brow. "I have to." Next was Evie. She was fast and unpredictable, the kind of duelist who threw spells in a way that forced her opponent to react. She nearly clipped him twice before he realized she wasn't aiming to hit. She was forcing him into position. It was a trap. Severus barely sidestepped in time. Evie grinned. "Not bad, Shafi. You learn quick." Severus rolled his shoulders, exhaling. "Not quick enough." By the end of the session, his muscles ached, his mind burned with new tactics, and he realized something. He was improving. Not just through isolated study. Not just through self-training. But because he had friends who challenged him. And that was new. And it was something he greatly appreciated. But at the end of the day, Severus was an introvert who enjoyed learning and working just by himself as well. So, Severus needed a private space. Training in Ilvermorny's common halls was useful, but not enough. He needed somewhere quiet. Somewhere secluded. Somewhere he wouldn't have to worry about being watched. And, to his surprise, it was Alessandro who provided the answer. "Shafi, my dear friend," Alessandro said dramatically, draping an arm over Severus's shoulder. What you truly need, is an escape." Severus tilted his head. "You mean a place to train?" Alessandro smirked. Yes, that too." Severus narrowed his eyes. "What's the catch?" Alessandro sighed, placing a hand over his chest. "Must you be so suspicious of me?" Severus raised an eyebrow. Alessandro chuckled. "Fine. No catch. Follow me." He led Severus through a series of hidden corridors, deep into the less used parts of Ilvermorny. Eventually, they arrived at a large, unused guest suite. The room was spacious, with high ceilings and thick stone walls, soundproof. Severus glanced at Alessandro. "How do you know about this place?" Alessandro grinned. "Let's just say I have my uses." Severus stared at him for a long moment. "Then, do I even want to know?" Alessandro smirked. "Absolutely not." Severus exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "You're insufferable. And yet, you love me." Severus didn't dignify that with a response. But later that night, as he stood in the empty room alone, he knew this was exactly what he needed. Severus didn't just have one goal. He had several. Perfecting his potion invention. Refining his dueling techniques. Training his wandless magic. He split his time carefully. Mornings. Brewing experiments, adjusting the formula, refining the moonstone infusion process. Afternoons. Practicing structured dueling, honing his reaction time with Jonas and Ben. Evenings. Wandless magic, alone, in the hidden chamber Alessandro had given him. Progress was slow. Frustratingly so. The potion wasn't perfect yet, still unstable. His dueling technique had improved, but he was still slower than the others. And wandless magic? Still barely flickering. But every day, he was closer. And as he stood in his hidden training room one night, staring at the faint glow of magic in his fingertips, he exhaled softly. It was happening. Slowly. Painfully. But it was happening. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't doing it alone. Severus was not used to being pursued. Not like this. He had spent years as the awkward, scrawny Slytherin that no one looked at twice, except to mock. And now? Now he was standing in the dimly lit training chamber, shirt clinging to his skin from exertion, wand still tucked away, and Celine Everett was watching him like he was something worth hunting. The first time she had approached him, it had been after a dueling session. He had just finished a set of wandless magic drills, his magic still tingling beneath his skin, when a voice, smooth, self-assured, cut through the quiet. "Do you ever stop?" Severus turned his head. Celine Everett was leaning against the doorway of the training hall, arms crossed, smirking like she already knew the answer. Tall and athletic, built like a duelist, lean muscle, graceful movements, a predator's ease in every step. Deep brown skin, smooth and radiant, like polished mahogany kissed by the sun. Dark, coiled curls, falling just past her shoulders, wild but intentional, the kind that framed her sharp, striking features. Eyes like molten gold, intense and unreadable, with a sharpness that cut through every layer of deception. Full lips, often curved into either a smirk or something far more dangerous. A jagged scar, barely visible, tracing the side of her jaw, evidence of a past duel she had clearly won. Celine Everett was the kind of woman who owned every room she walked into. Not because she was loud. Not because she demanded attention. But because she didn't ask for it. She simply took it. She was effortless. Not in the way people tried to be, but in the way that came from never needing permission to exist as she was. Someone who had been at the Cir du Combat workshop. He had noticed her there, not because she had spoken to him, but because she fought with a style that was wild, relentless, almost reckless. The kind of duelist who didn't fight to win. She fought to dominate. Severus wiped his face with his sleeve before answering. "Not if I can help it." Celine's smirk widened. Good answer. He expected her to leave. She didn't. Instead, she stepped closer, tilting her head, assessing him like he was a puzzle she was figuring out in real time. "I've seen the way you duel." Severus raised an eyebrow. "And? You fight like you have something to prove." Silence. His fingers curled slightly, but he didn't deny it. Because she was right. Celine held his gaze, as if she was waiting for him to say something. Then, suddenly, "That's hot." Severus blinked. Out of all the responses he had expected, criticism, another challenge, even dismissal, that had not been one of them. Celine laughed softly at his expression. "Relax, Shafi. It's a compliment." Severus cleared his throat, trying to reassemble his thoughts. "I see." She grinned, like she was enjoying this far too much. "You know, most guys would jump at the chance if I showed interest." Severus studied her carefully. "I'm not most guys." Celine's smirk deepened. "That's what makes you interesting." Then, without warning, she reached out, light, easy touch, fingertips brushing over the inside of his wrist. Severus stilled. Not because he was uncomfortable. Because he had no idea how to react. Because no one had ever touched him like this. Casually. Intimately. Like she wasn't afraid of the proximity. Like she was testing him. "You ever think about not being all work and no play?" His pulse quickened. Not visibly. Not noticeably. But he felt it. Severus wasn't naive. He knew what this was. Celine Everett was confident. Experienced. And completely unapologetic about it. He wasn't. At least, not in this. "I have goals," he said smoothly, pushing down the unfamiliar feeling in his chest. "A relationship isn't my priority right now." Celine smirked. "Who said anything about a relationship?" Severus met her gaze. She didn't look away. Didn't falter. Her confidence was almost hypnotic. Then, just as effortlessly, she stepped back. "Let me know if you change your mind." And just like that, she was gone. Severus exhaled sharply. Stared at the empty doorway for a long moment. It was the first time someone had shown interest in him. He clenched his jaw, shaking his head, forcing himself to focus. For now. He had bigger priorities. But Celine Everett. She was trouble. And Severus had a feeling this wasn't the last time she would cross his path. It had been a week since their first conversation. A week of Celine not so subtly testing his patience. A week of Severus pretending not to notice. But that night, she found him alone. Again. Severus had finished training, his muscles burning, his mind still racing with calculations from his last set of drills. He turned to grab his robe, and she was there. Standing in the doorway, arms crossed, eyes sharp. Severus exhaled slowly. Do you make a habit of following people? Celine smirked. Only the interesting ones. Severus rolled his eyes. I'm busy. I know. Then why are you here? Celine stepped closer. Because I wanted to be. There was no hesitation in her tone. Severus opened his mouth, but for once, he had no idea what to say. Celine looked up at him, tilting her head slightly. You're different. Severus raised an eyebrow. I'm aware. She laughed softly. No, I mean, she gestured at him, at the training room, at everything about him. You don't waste time. You don't pretend to be something you're not. You're just real. Severus didn't respond. Because, for some reason, his throat was dry. Celine's smirk softened slightly. Then, before he could react, she leaned in. Pressed her lips against his. Soft. Certain. Unapologetic. Severus froze. Because for the first time in his life, someone kissed him. Celine pulled back, her eyes flicking over his expression. She grinned. Still busy. Severus inhaled, trying to force his brain to restart. He had been cursed, hexed, and thrown across dueling platforms. And yet, nothing had ever knocked the air out of his lungs like that. He cleared his throat. I have training to finish. Celine chuckled, stepping back. I'll let you get back to it, then. She turned to leave, but before disappearing through the doorway, she glanced over her shoulder. Next time, Shafi, she smirked. Don't overthink it. And then, she was gone. Severus stared after her. Mind racing. Heart pounding. He ran a hand through his hair. Merlin. He was so screwed. Please visit. Chapter 37, Chapter 35, Breaking and Rebuilding. A few weeks had passed since the Cir du Combat workshop, but the murmurs about Severus had not diminished. His name had evolved from mere curiosity to something that commanded respect. Duelists were taking notice, some with intrigue, others with bitterness. Some issued subtle challenges, more aggressive spell work during practice matches, sharper remarks exchanged in passing. It wasn't outright animosity. Not yet. But he could sense it. A change was in the air. Previously, he had been the British exchange student, background noise, just another face in the crowd. Now he was a contender. The letter arrived just before dinner, slipping through the crack of the door with the crispness of freshly delivered parchment. It was neatly folded, the Ilvermorny dueling crest embossed in vibrant hues that caught the fading light. Severus flicked it open with mild curiosity, his heartbeat quickening slightly as he recognized the familiar, authoritative writing. Severus Shafi. Report to my office at 7 p.m. Professor Harland. He exhaled, rolling the parchment between his fingers, feeling the weight of its implications. Professor Harland was a man of few words, and in his experience, those words carried significant weight. Ben, who had been casually reading over his shoulder, smirked with a hint of mischief. Took him long enough. Severus raised an eyebrow, glancing at his friend with a mix of surprise and intrigue. You knew this was coming. Jonas shrugged nonchalantly, his posture relaxed in contrast to the stirring tension in Severus's chest. We figured. Evie leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Harland doesn't recruit just anyone, Shafi. It's a big deal. Severus frowned slightly, the term recruit echoing in his mind, raising a series of questions that buzzed just out of reach. Before he could voice his confusion, Jonas shifted in his seat, eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. He's been training us for the International U-17 dueling tournament. Severus stilled, processing the unexpected revelation. The notion of competing at such a high level sent a jolt of adrenaline through him, mingling excitement with the anxiety of anticipation. That was not what he had expected at all. Harland's office was dimly lit, enveloped by the rich scent of parchment, leather, and traces of wood softly tinged with smoke. The atmosphere buzzed with an air of expectancy, as if the walls themselves were privy to secrets long held. Seated behind an imposing desk, the dueling instructor maintained a relaxed posture tempered by a gaze that was as sharp as a blade. His keen eye seemed to miss nothing, a predator observing its prey. Before him stood Severus, his hands clasped tightly behind his back, waiting with bated breath for the confrontation to unfold. The silence stretched thin between them, filled only by the quiet rustle of paper and the distant ticking of a clock, marking each passing second. For a moment, Harlan simply regarded him, his expression inscrutable. Then, breaking the stillness, he spoke. "You've been making waves, Shafi." Severus remained steady, his expression impassive. "So I've heard." A slight curl appeared at the corners of Harlan's lips, the hint of amusement in his tone. "How much of it do you think you deserve?" Severus held Harlan's gaze unwaveringly. "All of it." Silence settled in again, thick and charged with tension. Harlan finally let out a low chuckle, the sound reverberating off the walls. "Good answer." He leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he studied Severus, dissecting him like a challenging puzzle. There was a shrewdness in his demeanor that suggested he had seen many like Severus before but found the young man's potential enticing. "You have skill," Harlan admitted, his voice a blend of admiration and critique. "Instinct. But you're not refined. You've trained yourself into patterns that are inefficient." Severus felt a pulse of irritation at the assessment, his jaw tensing slightly under the scrutiny. Harlan's words flowed on. "You've got the potential to be great, but you're still fighting with a British mindset. That won't cut it at the international level." Severus frowned, confused and defensive. "What are you suggesting?" With a deliberate motion, Harlan folded his hands, creating a barrier that subtly commanded attention. "I want to see if you belong in my group." The air shifted, carrying with it a palpable tension that seemed to pull the very fabric of reality closer together. Harlan, with his piercing gaze, extended an invitation that felt as if it were laced with both promise and peril. He was offering Severus a seat at the table, a chance to be part of something larger than himself. Yet, as with all things valuable, there was a catch. "There's only one way in," Harlan stated, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. "You duel me." Severus stiffened at the pronouncement, his muscles taut as he processed the implications of Harlan's words. This was not merely a challenge issued in the heat of bravado, it was a test designed to probe the depths of his character and resolve. Each word hung in the air, heavy with expectation, and Severus felt the familiar stirrings of determination within him. He had faced many trials before, each one refining his will and fortitude. This moment was no different. With a steely resolve etched across his face, Severus understood one thing: he would never back down from a test. The training hall was silent as Severus stepped onto the dueling platform, the air thick with unspoken tension. The polished wooden floor gleamed under the overhead lights, its surface reflecting the determination etched on Severus' face. Across from him, Professor Harlan stood with the easy confidence of a seasoned warrior who had faced countless adversaries. He was relaxed, his wand hanging loosely at his side, giving no indication of the skills he possessed. But Severus, keenly aware of the unyielding strength before him, was not deceived. This wasn't arrogance on Harlan's part, it was deep-rooted certainty. Severus could sense that the professor had fought this fight before, with experiences nestled in his very being. While Harlan seemed unfazed, Severus felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He knew he needed to prepare, he had to summon all of his focus and skill. The room was empty save for a few familiar faces, Ben, Jonas, Evie, and Celine, standing at the edge of the platform, their eyes fixed intently on the duel about to unfold. Their support, though silent, wrapped around him like a comforting shroud. Damien Connors had also joined the group, his arms crossed and his sharp gaze filled with unmistakable interest. The intensity of their scrutiny was palpable, mingling with the silence and amplifying the anticipation in the room. Severus rolled his shoulders, shaking off any lingering doubt. He had dueled countless times before in the heat of competition and under the light of scrutiny, but never like this. This was more than just a test of skill, it was a moment of reckoning, and he was wholly aware that he had to rise to meet it. Harlan launched into action without the slightest delay, embodying the very essence of readiness. There was no moment of hesitation, no warning to telegraph his intentions. The instant the duel commenced, he propelled himself into an offensive flurry that was as sudden as it was aggressive. His speed was staggering, a blur of motion that left little room for response. Severus, caught off guard by the onslaught, had scarcely begun to move when Harlan's assault was already underway. A swift, non-verbal Expelliarmus was his opening salvo, targeting Severus's wand arm with lethal accuracy. This was quickly followed by a stunning hex, unleashed before Severus could mount a proper defense against the initial attack. With a swift sidestep born of instinct and years of training, Severus narrowly evaded the brunt of the first spell. He managed to deflect the disarming jinx with a deft flick of his wand, but the respite was brief. Harlan's relentless onslaught continued unabated, each spell flowing seamlessly into the next, a testament to his formidable skill. Severus uttered an incantation, his voice sharp and clear, "Protego." A protective shield materialized before him, but it was only partially effective. Harlan's magical prowess pierced through the defense as though it were mere illusion, the force of his spell shattering Severus's shield in an instant. The impact sent Severus reeling, his back foot sliding across the ground as he fought to maintain his balance. His mind whirred, thoughts racing as he sought to anticipate Harlan's next move, but there was no discernible pattern to predict. Harlan was not just his senior in years and experience, he was a force of nature, his every movement a display of superior strength, precision, and fluidity. Each curse and hex from Harlan's wand was a stroke of deadly artistry, a relentless cascade that allowed Severus no opportunity to counter. It was all he could do to keep from being overwhelmed, his every action one of survival as he contended with the ferocious skill of his opponent. Severus's heart pounded in his chest, a staccato rhythm that matched the desperate pace of his thoughts. He had never felt this exposed, this vulnerable in a duel. Every move he made seemed to lag, as if he were mired in some invisible quagmire. His counters were not just slow, they were sluggish, as though the air itself resisted his intentions. His footwork, once a source of pride, now felt leaden and all too predictable, a pattern easily read and just as easily countered. His casting, once crisp and precise, had become rigid, each incantation a formulaic recitation devoid of the fluidity that spells required to truly sing. And Harlan was a tempest of controlled chaos, a stark contrast to Severus's meticulous attempts at strategy. Harlan wasn't even trying yet, or so it seemed. His movements were fluid where Severus's were stilted, his magic a natural extension of his will. "You fight like a student," Harlan observed, his voice calm and almost clinical as he sidestepped another of Severus's curse chains with an ease that bordered on contempt. The next shield Severus conjured shattered under an effortless swipe of Harlan's wand, the fragments of light scattering like leaves in a gale. Severus set his jaw, frustration seething within him. "I am a student," he retorted, his voice a low growl. Harlan's smirk was a slash of condescension. "Then stop fighting like one." Before Severus could decipher the true meaning behind Harlan's taunt, the older duelist was upon him, a blur of motion that ended with Severus's legs being swept from under him. He crashed onto the dueling floor, the impact jarring his senses. He rolled instinctively, narrowly avoiding a sizzling spell that charred the ground where he had lain a heartbeat before. But Harlan's onslaught was relentless. A hex, alien and unfamiliar, detonated beside Severus, the concussive force knocking him askew and disrupting his equilibrium. Severus Snape's robes were in disarray, the fabric shredded from the intensity of the duel. A powerful spell had forced him to his knee, the impact knocking the wind out of him. His chest heaved as he struggled to draw in air, each breath a harsh rasp in the eerily silent room. Severus had not merely lost, he had been resoundingly defeated. The battle had been fierce and unyielding, a testament to the skill and power of his adversary. The potent magic that had flooded the room left no doubt in his mind that he had been outmatched from the start. As he knelt there, the bitter taste of defeat filled his mouth, a taste more vile than any potion he had ever concocted. His pride, always his greatest weakness, lay in tatters beside his torn robes. The realization of his failure weighed heavily upon him. Harlan stood motionless, the tip of his wand dipping toward the ground as he relaxed his stance. His breathing was steady, a stark contrast to the ragged gasps of his opponent. Severus Shafi, sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise, his chest heaving with the exertion of their duel. The pride that Severus had carried into the fight was now a smoldering ember, overshadowed by the stark realization of his defeat. Severus's mind churned with questions. How had Harlan outmaneuvered him at every turn? What had he overlooked? Harlan's voice, calm and measured, cut through his turbulent thoughts. "You fight like someone who has never faced true combat," Harlan observed, his eyes assessing Severus with an unsettling clarity. A surge of frustration gripped Severus, his fingers convulsing around the shaft of his wand. Yet, he knew the anger was misplaced, it was not Harlan he was furious with, but himself. Harlan's critique continued, each word a precise cut. "You possess skill, power, and undeniable potential. But the essence of combat eludes you. You're a practitioner of theory, not a master of the art." Severus's jaw tightened, the sting of Harlan's words compounding the bitter taste of failure. It wasn't the technique that was lacking, it was his entire approach to the duel. "You wait too long, anticipating the perfect moment that never comes," Harlan pointed out, his tone growing more instructive. "You must learn to seize the initiative, to shape the flow of battle rather than merely react to it." Severus released a sharp breath, his heart pounding in his ears. Harlan's insight struck deep, resonating with the silent doubts Severus had harbored about his own abilities. "And your counters," Harlan added, his gaze never wavering, "you expend too much energy, trying to overpower rather than outthink. You need to be smarter, more economical with your strength." Harlan's critique hung in the air, a stern reminder of Severus's shortcomings. "You rely too much on structure," he chided, his voice echoing in the spacious training hall. "You hesitate between attacks, waiting for an opening instead of creating one. And you overcommit to counters instead of taking control of the battle." Severus felt the sting of those words, his chest tightening as his pulse thrummed in his ears. He drew in a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. It was true, he often found himself caught in a cycle of reaction, always one step behind. "You have talent, Shafi." Harlan's tone softened slightly, though his gaze remained piercing as he scrutinized Severus. But talent alone is useless if you can't adapt to the ever-changing tides of combat. The weight of the moment pressed down on Severus. He knew Harland was right, he had seen others with less raw ability surpass him through sheer adaptability. Determination welled up within him, and he lifted his eyes to meet Harland's. "So teach me," he said, his voice firm and resolute. A glimmer of approval sparked in Harland's eyes, and a small smirk played on his lips. "Good answer," he replied, the faintest hint of a nod signaling the beginning of a new chapter in Severus's training. Severus had not emerged victorious, but the outcome of the contest was inconsequential to his current circumstances. The decision had been made, and it was one that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. Harland's voice, firm and resolute, cut through the tense silence. "You'll be training with me," he declared. "Alongside Jonas, Ben, Evie, and Damien." Severus's eyes darted reflexively to the periphery, where the quartet of his soon-to-be comrades observed the unfolding scene with varying degrees of curiosity and anticipation. Damien, in particular, fixed him with a knowing smirk, the kind that spoke of shared secrets and camaraderie forged in the crucible of impending trials. "Welcome to the real fight, Shafi," Damien intoned, a subtle nod acknowledging Severus's unspoken trepidation and excitement. Yet, the announcements were not yet complete. Harland cleared his throat, and the room fell into a hushed expectancy. "Celine will be joining as well." A jolt shot through Severus, tension coiling in his muscles as he processed the implications of Harland's words. Slowly, with a deliberation that belied his inner turmoil, Severus turned his head to confront the latest addition to their ranks. Celine Everett, her golden eyes alight with an infuriatingly impish glee, regarded him with an expression that was all too smug. "Looks like we'll be seeing a lot more of each other," she remarked, her voice a silken thread weaving through the charged atmosphere. Severus released a measured breath through his nose, an attempt to maintain an outward veneer of calm. The weight of the challenges ahead pressed upon him, and for a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to utter a silent plea for guidance. "Merlin, grant him the strength and wisdom to navigate this new beginning and emerge not just unscathed, but triumphant." Please visit Chapter 38, Chapter 36, A Game of Fire and Ice. Severus wasn't going to wait for Harland's official training sessions to start. Unlike his peers, who celebrated after they were selected, Jonas and Ben enthusiastically dragged Evie and Damien to the common room, exuberant laughter echoing as they went. Alessandro, despite an earnest effort, failed to persuade Severus to join them, and even Celine cast him a meaningful glance before melting into the churning crowd. Severus chose a different path entirely. He made his way directly to his concealed training room, a sanctuary where he could focus without distractions. He began a relentless practice, meticulously retracing each movement Harland had executed against him during their duel. The memory replayed in his mind like a relentless loop, each replay illuminating the flaws in his technique he had overlooked in the heat of the battle. He ran through spell sequences, increasing his speed with each iteration, determined to force himself into casting under pressure. No longer would he allow himself to be reactive only when he had time to calculate. This time, he pushed to respond instinctively. He closed his eyes, attempting to tap into wandless magic, a skill he knew would elevate his abilities. He envisioned the energy flowing through him, but instead of feeling the familiar surge of power, he encountered only a wall, an insurmountable block in his mind, stifling his efforts. Frustration welled up within him, and his jaw clenched tightly. It simply wasn't enough. He wasn't enough. The stark reality of Harland's superiority weighed heavily on him. In their duel, Harland had dissected his every move with surgical precision, exploiting every gap in Severus's defenses. The critical difference between them had not been sheer strength, Severus had that in abundance. It was experience that had set Harland apart. While Severus reacted with instinct and brute force, Harland maneuvered with calculated intent. He didn't merely cast spells faster, he cast them intelligently, weaving a web that ensnared Severus before he even realized he was being drawn into it. Each incantation flowed seamlessly into the next, creating a relentless onslaught that left Severus cornered and struggling for control, the weight of his inadequacies pressing down on him. With every passing moment, Severus vowed silently to himself that he would not fall short again. He would rise above this challenge, transforming weakness into strength. Severus exhaled slowly, feeling the tension in his muscles as he rolled his shoulders. The realization settled in, if he was going to stand a chance with this new group, he needed to evolve beyond his current limitations. No more relying on rigid technique that left him predictable. No more telegraphed counters that gave his opponents ample warning. No more hesitation that could cost him precious seconds in a confrontation. Yet, as the hours dragged on, a creeping frustration refused to dissipate. His movements had grown sharper, more decisive, his spell work was clean and precise, reflecting a determination to improve. But despite his efforts, he still wasn't where he needed to be. A sense of urgency surged within him, he had to break through to shatter the boundaries that held him back. He had to. "You're thinking too much again." The voice cut through his concentration, and Severus froze mid-thought, his mind reeling. Then, reluctantly, he turned to face the source of the interruption. She lingered in the threshold, her arms folded defiantly across her chest, golden eyes alight with both mirth and an edge of challenge. There she was, undeniable and as commanding as a tempest that had been building on the horizon for far too long. Selene Everett. Her arrival was like the first drop of rain before a downpour, inescapable, imposing, and carrying with it an air of anticipated turbulence. Severus released a deep, resigned sigh. "If you're here to be a distraction, I don't have the patience for it," he stated, his tone carrying an unmistakable sharpness. A smirk played on Celine's lips, as if she were privy to a secret jest. "Who said I was a distraction?" she retorted, her voice a silky thread weaving through the tension. With an almost languid grace, she uncrossed her arms and pushed away from the wall, her steps a study in nonchalance that belied the precision beneath. She moved with the easy confidence of a predator, her approach a calculated dance towards the object of her interest. Severus, feeling the prickle of a challenge, rolled his shoulders in a bid to release the mounting tension. "Then what do you want?" he asked, his voice steady but betraying a hint of curiosity. Selene paused, tilting her head in an exaggerated show of contemplation. "Perhaps," she began, drawing out the suspense, "I wanted to see you frustrated." Severus met her gaze with an unimpressed stare. "Then consider your wish granted," he replied, the corner of his mouth twitching in and might have been the shadow of a smile. Her laughter was light, a stark contrast to the simmering atmosphere. "You always this fun after getting your arse handed to you," she teased, her words a playful jab. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, the only sign of his irritation. "I'm training," he clarified, the statement a low growl. "So train with me," Selene proposed, her invitation hanging in the air like a gauntlet thrown. Severus remained motionless, his thoughts tumbling over one another in a frantic rush. The audacity of her action had successfully captured his focus. As he stood there, an anticipatory silence enveloping them, she suddenly propelled herself forward with a swift and decisive movement. Her abrupt lunge pierced the stillness, leaving Severus no time to voice the question that had begun to form on his lips regarding her intentions. In the heat of their clandestine training, wands lay discarded, their magical prowess rendered obsolete. This was a realm governed by sheer instinct, where intellect and spell work bowed to the primal dance of combat. Selene was the first to engage, her movements a blur of swift precision that compelled Severus to respond with raw reflex rather than calculated strategy. She danced around him, her assault as fluid and relentless as a raging river, her patterns impossible to anticipate. Just when Severus thought he had grasped her rhythm, she would pivot, sliding from his reach as effortlessly as a shadow fleeing the sun. Her attacks were fierce, unleashed with a savage intensity that left no room for second-guessing. She drove Severus back, forcing him to adopt a defensive stance, his every counter thwarted by her nimble evasions. Her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable joy, betraying her love for the fray. It was as if the duel was a form of expression for her, a language in which she was eloquently fluent. Severus, on the other hand, found himself at a disadvantage once more. It was a bitter pill to swallow, watching his efforts to gain the upper hand crumble under the weight of her superior agility. She was playing with him, measuring his responses with a cat's curiosity. Each time he lunged, she would slip through his fingers like a wisp of mist, her laughter a soft melody that mocked his misses. This was not merely a display of her combat prowess, it was Selene embodied, her playfulness, her tenacity, her elusive nature that made her both enthralling and maddeningly untouchable. With a swift and seemingly effortless move, she claimed her triumph. It was a subtle signal, a graceful action that disrupted Severus's equilibrium. In that moment, victory was hers. With a mere flick of her wrist, a delicate twist of her body, she threw Severus off kilter. Caught off guard, he teetered on the edge of balance, desperately trying to regain his footing. But she was too quick, too precise in her movements. Lemon warning: if you are not interested in reading this section, feel free to skip it and proceed directly to the next chapter. Before Severus could steady himself, she acted with an audacity that took his breath away. Her lips met his in a kiss that was neither tentative nor bashful. It was bold and intentional, a statement of her victory, a sealing of the moment that left no room for misinterpretation. Her actions spoke volumes, declaring her dominance with a clarity that resonated in the silence that followed. The world around Severus seemed to shift suddenly, as if the very earth had tilted on its axis. In that moment, Selene's lips met his, conveying a warmth and determination that caught him completely off guard. Severus stood rigid, his body betraying a startling immediacy of response to the unexpected kiss. A jolt of heat seared through him, igniting a current of raw, electric desire just beneath the surface of his skin. His hands, acting on pure instinct, began to reach out, seeking something, anything, to anchor himself to reality. But then, a flicker of cognizance cut through the haze of surprise. This was unfamiliar territory. He was unprepared for such an intimate encounter, unprepared for the way his heart pounded and his thoughts scrambled in a desperate attempt to catch up with his senses. Selene, on the other hand, seemed entirely in control. She did not hastily retreat after the kiss. Instead, she lingered in the space between them, close enough that Severus could feel the whisper of her breath still playing across his lips, could recall the exact pressure of her fingers clutching his arm, could detect the subtle humor in her quiet exhalation. With a force of will, Severus kept his hands at his sides. His body and mind were at odds, a civil war waged within him. The desire for Celine was undeniable, a physical pull that introduced him to sensations he had never before experienced. Yet, part of him clung to tradition, to the expectations of relationships and the proprieties of courtship that he had always taken for granted. She was nothing more than an acquaintance, and this sudden intimacy cast doubts in his mind. Was this a mere game to her? A test of his resolve? Before Severus could spiral into overanalysis, Celine broke the silence with a soft, melodic hum, her head cocked to one side as she regarded him with a knowing gaze. "You're thinking too much again, Shafi," she chided gently, her voice a soft reprimand that resonated in the space between them. Severus swallowed hard, his voice emerging rough and unsteady. "What do you want?" he asked. Celine's lips curled into a knowing smirk, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. She leaned in slightly, her gaze locked onto his, reading the unspoken questions that danced in his eyes. "You already know the answer to that," she murmured, her voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate with the quiet tension in the air. Her hand reached out, her fingers cool and delicate as they encircled his shoulders. "Stop thinking," she whispered, her breath a warm caress against his ear. Her voice was a low, sultry purr, teasing and coaxing, a siren's call that beckoned him to let go of his restraint. "Just follow what your body wants," she urged, her tone a blend of command and invitation. It was as if she were guiding him through a dance only they knew, her words the music to which their rhythm was set. Her touch, her voice, the very atmosphere around her seemed to conspire, enveloping him in a world where only their desires existed. Severus's fingers twitched reflexively, an almost imperceptible motion that belied the tempest brewing within him. It would be so easy to let go, to release the iron grip he had always maintained on his emotions, his desires. So easy to stop thinking, to stop questioning, to let his instincts take over. And for the first time in his two lives, he lost control. When Celine leaned in again, her intentions clear in the depths of her golden eyes, he met her halfway. Their lips collided in something far hungrier, more demanding than before. There was no hesitation this time, no tentative exploration. She kissed him like she wanted him, like she had always wanted him, and now that she had him, she wasn't letting go. It was as if she were trying to make up for lost time, for every moment they had danced around this inevitable conclusion. Severus responded before he could second-guess himself, his hands moving of their own accord to find her waist. He pulled her closer, the warmth of her body seeping into his through the layers of their clothing. The sensation was grounding and electrifying all at once, a paradox that made his heart race with an intensity he hadn't felt in years. Celine let out a soft, pleased hum against his lips, a sound that sent shivers down his spine and emboldened him further. She deepened the kiss, her fingers sliding up his chest with a surety that left him breathless. They curled into the fabric of his shirt, pulling him closer as if she couldn't get enough of him. Heat coiled low in his stomach, a fire ignited by the friction between them, it licked at the edges of his restraint, threatening to consume the carefully constructed barriers he had built around his heart. This was dangerous, stepping into territory that was both unfamiliar and forbidden. It was intoxicating, the taste of her, the feel of her in his arms, it was everything he had never allowed himself to want. And in that moment of unbridled passion, Severus realized that Celine was not just a challenge or a rival to be bested. She was a force of nature, a tempest that had swept into his life and redefined the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Her kiss was a revelation, a tantalizing glimpse into a world where rules were meant to be broken, where the heart's desires reigned supreme over logic and reason. But as their embrace deepened, a flicker of doubt crept into the corners of Severus's mind. He had always prided himself on his discipline, his ability to maintain control in the face of adversity. Yet here he was, losing himself in the heat of the moment, surrendering to impulses that he had spent years suppressing. Was this a sign of growth, a necessary shedding of old skins, or was it a dangerous descent into chaos? Celine seemed to sense the shift in him, the subtle withdrawal as his thoughts threatened to intrude upon the sanctity of their connection. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, her gaze piercing and perceptive. "Don't," she whispered, her voice a soft plea that cut through his introspection. "Don't overthink this. Not now." Her words were a lifeline, a reminder that for once, he could allow himself to simply be. To exist in a moment that was theirs and theirs alone, free from the weight of expectations and the relentless pursuit of perfection. With a ragged breath, Severus nodded, his hands finding their way back to her, tracing the contours of her face with a tenderness that surprised them both. Celine offered him a smile, her hand reaching up to stroke his cheek. He leaned in, his breath hot against her neck as he kissed her. This was what she wanted. His strong hands encircled her waist, walking her back to the corner of the room, lifting her onto the couch. She wrapped her legs around him, pulling him closer. The room spun around them as they lost themselves in the moment, their bodies pressing tightly against each other. With a gentle push, she laid him back onto the couch cushions and began to undo the buttons of his shirt. His eyes widened slightly as he took in her determination, but he said nothing, only nodded for her to continue. Her hands revealed the hard planes of his chest. His skin was warm and rough, a stark contrast to her own. As she straddled him, she could feel the tension in the air thickening, the anticipation of what was about to happen making her heart race even faster. With a final, deep kiss, she slid off the couch and stood up, reaching behind her to unzip the dress. His eyes followed her every movement, filled with a desire she had never seen directed at her before. The power she held over him in this moment was intoxicating. As she looked down at Severus, his gaze met hers, a mixture of confusion and desire swirling in their depths. "I want you," she whispered, her fingers tracing the outline of his lips. Severus reached out, pulling her back down onto the couch, their bodies once again entwined in a desperate embrace. The world around them melted away, leaving only their ragged breaths and the pounding of their hearts to fill the silence. As they explored each other's bodies with an almost feral intensity, she reached for his belt, unbuckled it and unzipped his pants, pulling them garment down to free him completely. His arousal sprung forth, hot and demanding against her bare skin. She felt a surge of anticipation as she positioned herself over him, their bodies aligned in an ancient dance as old as time itself. With a slow, steady movement, she lowered herself onto him, feeling him fill her completely. The sensation of fullness and warmth that radiated through her entire body was overwhelming. She gasped, her eyes wide with pleasure as they met his, the intensity of the connection electrifying. He held her hips, following her rhythm as she began to ride him, their bodies moving together in perfect harmony. Each thrust sent waves of pleasure coursing through him, igniting sensations he had never before experienced. His grip on her hips tightened, his breaths becoming ragged and short as they neared the precipice. As their passion consumed them, the boundaries between them blurred. With a final, powerful thrust, he buried himself deep within her as they both reached the peak, their bodies convulsing in an explosion of pleasure. The world around them faded away, leaving only the intense, overwhelming connection between them. As their breaths calmed and their hearts slowed, Celine collapsed onto him, their sweat-slicked bodies pressed together. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close as they shared in the aftermath of their union. Severus knew that this was a line he couldn't uncross, a step he couldn't take back. He lost his virginity just now. He knew he should have stopped, should have questioned the overwhelming urge that was driving him forward. But his body had already made the decision for him, and for once, he chose not to fight it. Sometime later. The dim glow of the enchanted lantern cast a warm hue over the forgotten guest quarters, its faint light dancing across the walls and shadows playing in the corners. Severus reclined on the worn couch, his body weighed down by a mix of physical exhaustion and a profound sense of satisfaction that was new and unfamiliar to him. Yet, beneath these layers, a flicker of an unnamed emotion stirred, elusive and unsettling. Celine lounged across him, her form relaxed and untroubled, a stark contrast to the tempest brewing within him. Her golden eyes, half-veiled by heavy lids, observed him with an almost predatory calm. The smirk that graced her lips seemed to be a permanent fixture, a silent testament to her contentment and perhaps a hint of triumph. Of course, she would be smug. It was her nature to revel in her victories, no matter how small or personal. Severus released a measured breath, willing his thoughts to coalesce amidst the chaos of the evening's events. "You're dangerous, Everett," he murmured, the words slipping out before he could weigh their significance. A low chuckle escaped Celine as she shifted to prop herself up on one elbow, her gaze never leaving his. "I could say the same about you, Shafi," she replied, her voice a sultry whisper that seemed to resonate with the undercurrents of their shared tension. Her fingers began to explore, tracing delicate, meandering paths across his chest with a familiarity that belied their brief acquaintance. Each touch sent ripples of warmth through him, and he couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of her actions, the certainty with which she claimed her desire. In the quiet that ensued, Severus found himself studying her, drinking in the vision of her laid beside him, her tousled hair, the soft curve of her lips, the graceful line of her neck. She was beauty incarnate, a siren call to his senses, and yet, there was an edge to her, a wildness that both intrigued and terrified him. She was nothing but trouble, the kind that left a trail of chaos in her wake. And Merlin's bloody beard, Severus knew he was already in too deep, entangled in the web that was Celine. She stretched languidly, a cat basking in the sun, utterly at ease in her own skin. Turning to face him, her gaze pierced through him like an arrow, sending an unexpected jolt of electricity through his chest. "I meant what I said before," Celine declared, her voice a sultry melody that seemed to resonate in the air between them. Severus remained silent, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say, how he was meant to respond to such a bold confession. Words failed him, leaving him adrift in the sea of her enticing certainty. Celine, ever the enigma, leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his in a final, lingering kiss. It was slow, teasing, a kiss that spoke of promises and secrets yet to be unveiled. As she pulled away, her smirk was a challenge, a tantalizing invitation. "I want you," she murmured, the words hanging between them, potent and undeniable. Severus inhaled sharply, feeling the weight of her desire like a physical force. Before he could gather his thoughts to form a coherent response, she continued, her tone laced with mischief and resolve. "And I want to keep doing this," Celine stated, her eyes locked onto his, daring him to disagree. There was no hesitation in her voice, no room for doubt or second-guessing. It was a statement, clear and unwavering. A proposal, bold and unapologetic. A line drawn in the sands of their complicated lives, a demarcation between what had been and what could be. Severus's eyelids fluttered in a slow, deliberate blink, the motion punctuating the quiet exhale that escaped his nostrils. His voice, when he spoke, carried a weight of resignation. "You don't want anything serious," he stated, his words hanging in the air like a verdict awaiting its sentence. Celine's response was a playful grin, a flash of white teeth against the soft moonlight that filtered through the window. Her eyes sparkled with an impish delight that seemed to light up the room more than the stars outside. "Not right now." "Not yet," she replied, her tone laced with a mischievous anticipation. "But that doesn't mean we can't have some fun." Severus knew he should have been wary. Every fiber of his being had been honed to detect and analyze threats, to anticipate consequences. But in that moment, the fortress of his caution lay in ruins, its walls breached by the siege of her allure. He wasn't thinking, a rare lapse in judgment for one so meticulous. And so, for once, he let himself enjoy it. He allowed the warmth of her presence to wash over him, a tidal wave of sensation that threatened to sweep away his resolve. Celine sat up, the sheets pulling around her waist as she ran a hand through her dark curls. They sprang back into place, a testament to their unruly nature, as she rose from the bed with a fluid grace that belied her strength. "See you at training, Shafi," she said, using his first name in a way that felt both intimate and challenging. Then, with the same ease with which she did everything, she was gone, leaving behind only the faintest trace of her perfume and the echo of her laughter. Severus lay there, his gaze fixed on the ceiling above. His mind, usually a whirlwind of thoughts and plans, was uncharacteristically blank, a canvas wiped clean by the turbulence of their encounter. His body, however, sang a different tale, a symphony of heat that coursed through his veins, a reminder of the passion that had so recently been ignited. Merlin's bloody beard, he hissed through clenched teeth, a sense of dread washing over him. He realized with a sinking heart that he had maneuvered himself into an intractable predicament. The walls of the ancient, dimly lit chamber seemed to close in around him, amplifying his feelings of entrapment. With each labored breath, the gravity of his situation became increasingly clear. He had been so confident in his plan, so certain of his path, but now, the threads of fate appeared to be woven into a tapestry of his own undoing. Please visit. Chapter 39, Author's Note. Hi everyone. You may have noticed a shift in the writing style in chapters 35 and 36. Based on multiple pieces of feedback, I've made some adjustments to create a more immersive and engaging reading experience. My goal is always to enhance the storytelling in a way that feels natural and enjoyable for you, the readers. I truly appreciate the thoughtful input I've received so far, and I hope these changes resonate with you. If this new style feels like a positive improvement, I may consider revisiting and refining earlier chapters to align with it. That said, any updates to previous chapters will be gradual and likely closer to the book's completion, as my priority remains moving forward with the story itself. Your support and feedback mean a great deal to me, and I'm grateful to have such an engaged and insightful readership. Thank you for being part of this journey. I can't wait to continue sharing this story with you. Thank you. Chapter 40, Chapter 37, The Aftermath of Surrender. Severus found himself adrift in a sea of confusion, with emotions he could not readily identify. Certainly, it was not regret that he felt, yet neither was it the crispness of understanding. His body harbored the vivid memories, the warmth that had permeated his skin, the electric touch of lips, and the sensation of Celine in his embrace, her form fitting so perfectly against him. Her smirk after they parted still haunted him, a clear sign of her unflappable demeanor starkly contrasting his own turmoil. He had always been adept at the game of power, skillfully navigating the intricate web of alliances and rivalries. Self-control had been his steadfast ally, a trait honed over years of discipline. But the recent events had plunged him into a realm he had never anticipated exploring. In the familiar passageways of Ilvermorny, Severus moved as if in a trance, his mind ensnared by a relentless cycle of analysis. Every gesture, every whispered word from that night paraded through his thoughts, each scrutinized for hidden meaning. Control and discipline had been the twin pillars upon which he built his life. Yet, that night, something within him had shifted, allowing him to relinquish his iron grip on restraint for the first time in either of his incarnations. Now, as he emerged from the haze of those experiences, uncertainty loomed before him. What was to come, he could not foresee. The path ahead was shrouded in an unfamiliar mist, and for perhaps the first time, Severus acknowledged the disconcerting allure of the unknown. Severus pushed open the door to his dorm, the familiar creak echoing in his ears as he stepped inside. The tension of the day seemed to evaporate, but it was quickly replaced by a different kind of alertness. Alessandro's voice, eager and tinged with mild concern, greeted him the instant the door clicked shut. There you are, finally. Thought you got yourself hexed in a dark alley somewhere. I was about to put up missing posters. Severus released a weary sigh, his fingers finding the familiar contours of his head, pressing against the onset of a headache. Across the room, Alessandro was perched on Severus's bed, an open book teetering on his lap. The book, its pages filled with complex diagrams and dense text, was titled Advanced Hex Countermeasures. Alessandro's eyes flicked up momentarily, acknowledging Severus's arrival before diving back into the book. So, you'll never believe what happened today, he began, but the words died on his lips as he truly looked at his friend. His eyebrows knitted together in a look of confusion, and his eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Severus with an intensity that made the younger wizard feel as though he were a puzzle to be solved. Alessandro's gaze traveled the length of Severus, taking in every detail with the precision of a potion master examining his ingredients. Then, with an unsettling swiftness, Alessandro's expression shifted to one of amusement. Merlin's balls. You have the glow of satisfaction on your face. Severus's heart skipped a beat. His hands, which had been reaching to place his wand on the bedside table, halted in midair. The room fell silent, save for the soft rustle of pages as Alessandro closed his book, his smirk growing ever wider. Oh, shit. That was a joke, Alessandro started, but as he watched Severus's reaction, or rather, the lack of one, realization dawned on him. Wait. You're telling me I was right. Severus fixed him with a withering glare, the kind that could make paint peel from the walls. Yet, even as he tried to maintain his composure, a ghost of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, an involuntary betrayal of his feelings. He knew that Alessandro, with his uncanny ability to read people, would not be fooled by a mere glare. Alessandro's eyes widened comically, and he shot up from the bed, the book tumbling to the floor with a thud that seemed to echo the pounding of Severus's heart. I knew it. There's been something different about you since last couple of days. You've been off, distracted. And now it all makes sense. Severus turned away, feigning interest in the arrangement of his potion vials on the shelf, hoping the mundane task would steady his nerves. Your imagination is as overactive as ever, Alessandro, he said, his voice steady despite the tempest brewing within. Imagination? Ha! I'm rarely wrong about these things, Alessandro retorted, circling Severus like a predator closing in on its prey. Who is she? Or is it a he? No judgment here. Spill the beans, Severus. I can see it in your aura or whatever you call it, there's a love potion at work here, and I'm not just talking about the ones we brew in class. Severus's mind raced. He had never been one for sharing his personal life, and yet, the desire to confide in someone, to make sense of his own jumbled emotions, was overwhelming. He could trust Alessandro, couldn't he? The two had shared enough secrets to fill a library of confidential documents. With a resigned sigh, Severus turned to face his friend, the walls he had built over the years crumbling just a fraction. It's complicated, he admitted, the words tasting foreign on his tongue. And it's not a love potion. It's real. Alessandro's grin softened into a smile of genuine warmth. Complicated is my middle name, my friend. Now, sit down and tell me everything. And I mean everything. Start with the part where you actually smile, a real one, not one of your, I've just discovered a new way to curse someone, smiles. I want all the juicy details. Severus rolled his eyes, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice as he spoke. You're insufferable, you know that. He sat down on the edge of his bed, the stiffness in his posture betraying his discomfort with the conversation. It's not something I'm accustomed to discussing. Alessandro sat across from him, crossing his legs and leaning forward with an eager expression. Well, get accustomed to it, he said, his tone playful yet firm. You can't drop a bomb like that and not expect some collateral damage. Now, out with it. Who is this enchantress who's managed to bewitch the great Severus Shafi? Severus's gaze rolled skyward, yet he refrained from his usual dismissive retort. With a reluctant air, he perched on the edge of his bed, his back ramrod straight, a silent testament to his discomfort with the situation at hand. Alessandro, with a fluidity that contrasted Severus's stiffness, dropped onto the other bed, crossing his legs and leaning in with an eagerness that couldn't be feigned. I can wait all night, he teased, though his tone held an underlying firmness. You can't drop a bomb like that and expect me not to demand answers. So, who is she? Severus released a long-suffering sigh, the sound heavy with resignation. Celine Everett, he revealed, the name hanging in the air like a challenge. Alessandro's eyes widened momentarily before he let out a low, impressed whistle. Oh, damn. He leaned back, a look of genuine surprise etched on his face. Severus arched a single eyebrow, the gesture eloquently conveying his annoyance. That reaction is unnecessary. No, that reaction is absolutely necessary, Alessandro shot back, his enthusiasm undiminished. Everett is, well, she's Celine Everett. She's as sharp as a tack, fearless to a fault, and, let's be honest, a bit of a pain in the ass. But that's what makes her fascinating. She doesn't waste her time on people she doesn't find interesting. And if she's interested in you, Severus, then you've certainly caught her eye for a reason. Severus remained still, fighting the discomfort that comes with being under intense examination. She approached me, he said, his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. She was adamant that she wasn't interested in anything long-term. Alessandro leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "And what about you, Severus?" he asked, his voice a low rumble in the quiet room. Severus's gaze dropped to the floor, his thoughts tumbling like the pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit together. "Honestly," he admitted after a moment of silence, "I didn't think about it." He lifted his eyes to meet Alessandro's, a hint of vulnerability peeking through his usually stoic facade. "For once, I didn't analyze or plan. I just acted." Alessandro's scrutiny didn't waver. He stood, the sound of his chair scraping against the floor breaking the stillness, and moved to a cabinet. From its depths, he produced 2 glasses and a bottle of fire whiskey, the amber liquid sloshing gently as he uncorked it. It was from his definitely not legal stash, a fact that hung unspoken between them. "Here," Alessandro said, extending a glass to Severus. The liquid inside caught the light, casting a warm glow. Severus eyed the offering with a mix of surprise and suspicion. "You're giving me alcohol?" Alessandro chuckled, a rare sound that seemed to put Severus more on edge. "You're having an existential crisis over what sounds like some pretty good sex. This," he gestured with his own glass, "is a bonding moment." With a roll of his eyes, Severus accepted the drink, the weight of the glass grounding in his hand. Alessandro mimicked his action, swirling the fire whiskey so that it clung to the sides of his glass in a slow, honeyed dance. "All right," Alessandro began, his tone shifting to something more serious, "let's dissect this. It's clear you enjoyed it. But why are you letting it consume your thoughts?" Severus lifted the glass to his lips, allowing the liquid to glide over his tongue, the warmth spreading through his chest as he swallowed. He took a moment to savor the familiar burn before addressing the question that hung in the air between them. "Because I don't know what this means," he finally admitted, his voice carrying a hint of frustration. He set the glass down with deliberate care, his fingers lingering on the cool surface. She made it abundantly clear she wasn't looking for anything serious. "And he broke off, searching for the words that seemed to elude him. "I'm not accustomed to this kind of attention. It's uncharted territory for me, and I'm at a loss as to how I'm supposed to navigate it." Alessandro, ever the patient listener, nodded thoughtfully, his finger tracing an absent rhythm against the side of his own glass. "Perhaps you should consider why that is," he suggested, his tone gentle yet probing. Severus's brow furrowed at the question, his gaze dropping to the table as he mulled it over. "I've spent years honing my survival instincts, obsessing over power and outwitting those who constantly underestimated me. But now, for the first time, I'm faced with someone who isn't engaging in a game of chess. She's straightforward with her intentions, offering me exactly what she desires without pretense, and leaving the choice to reciprocate entirely up to me." A silence fell between them, punctuated only by the soft clink of glassware in the background. It was a silence that spoke volumes, for it was in this quiet that Severus acknowledged the crux of his dilemma. Celine, unlike anyone he had ever known, did not seek power or influence from their association. She simply wanted him, for who he was beyond the titles and the intimidation. And in the face of such genuine desire, Severus found himself adrift, with no strategy or countermove at his disposal. The realization was both disarming and, in a way he could not yet articulate, deeply compelling. Celine's disinterest in power and influence was glaringly obvious, a stark contrast to the ambitions that typically fueled the hearts of those in their circle. She harbored a desire far more carnal and, for Severus, disconcerting. She simply yearned for him, a notion that left him adrift in uncharted waters. Alessandro, ever the perceptive friend, sensed the turmoil brewing within Severus. With a sigh that carried the weight of his exasperation, he decided to impart some unsolicited advice. "Look, here's the thing, Caro," he began, his voice a blend of patience and candor. "If you're interested in her, then go for it. If not, then walk away. But don't stand there paralyzed, acting as if the heavens have fallen simply because you've experienced the intimacy you've long avoided." Severus's expression hardened into a mask of irritation, his gaze piercing as he retorted, "I hate you." It was a futile protest, one that failed to conceal the underlying truth of their bond. Undeterred by the barb, Alessandro responded with a knowing smirk. "No, you don't. You love me. I'm your best friend now, by default." His words were a gentle jab, acknowledging the shift in their dynamic, a shift Severus had been slow to accept. "Merlin help me," Severus muttered under his breath, a plea for strength or perhaps a touch of humor in the face of Alessandro's relentless teasing. Alessandro's grin widened, his eyes alight with mischief and genuine concern. I'm just saying, if you want my expert opinion, it's clear you're attracted to her. She's obviously into you, and you've been running from the idea of someone desiring you without any ulterior motives. You're afraid of something real." Severus fell silent, his mind awhirl with the undeniable truth woven through Alessandro's words. The quiet that enveloped him was not one of disagreement but of contemplation, a silent acknowledgement of the crossroads he now faced. The choice before him was stark and simple, to either embrace the vulnerability that came with genuine affection or to retreat into the comfortable shadows of his former solitude. Alessandro, sensing the inner battle Severus waged, leaned forward, his voice softening. Severus, you've always been the master of your own mind, the architect of your own destiny. But even you must admit that there's a certain beauty in allowing oneself to be affected by another. It doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. Severus's eyes flickered with an unspoken recognition of the truth in Alessandro's statement. The rigidity of his posture softened ever so slightly, a subtle concession to the weight of his friend's counsel. I've spent so long constructing walls, he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper, that I've forgotten how to live beyond them. Then perhaps it's time to start chipping away at those walls, Alessandro suggested, his gaze steady and unwavering. You're not alone in this, Severus. You have friends who care about you, and maybe, just maybe, you've found someone who could care for you in ways you haven't even considered. The room settled into a profound silence, broken only by the soft symphony of the fireplace. Its warm flames conjured flickering shadows that danced across the walls like ethereal performers. Alessandro's words hung in the air, a stark reminder of an unsettling truth. He had, indeed, spent the breadth of his days striving to demonstrate his value, to earn a glance, a gesture of approval that might signify acceptance. But Celine, with her unassuming grace, had never imposed such conditions. She had desired him, not for what he could prove, but for the man he was. Alessandro leaned in with a playful smirk gracing his features. So, he began, his voice laced with an irrepressible buoyancy, are you going to torment yourself with overthinking until the end of days? Or will you allow yourself the simple pleasure of acknowledging that, perhaps for the first time, something in your life feels effortless? Severus placed his glass gently onto the table, the clink of crystal barely audible over the hum of his thoughts. Slowly, the whirlwind of emotions and half-formed ideas began to coalesce into a semblance of order. It was in this moment of quiet clarity that he allowed himself to confront the undeniable truth that had been lurking in the shadows of his mind. He desired Celine, a realization that both exhilarated and unnerved him. But Severus was not a man to act on impulse. Control was the very bedrock upon which he had built his life. The notion of inviting someone into his world, even in the most casual of contexts, was a departure from his usual reserve. He knew that if he were to cross this threshold, he must do so with an abundance of caution. There could be no room for error, no possibility of misinterpreting the nature of their connection. Resolved, he decided that a conversation with Celine was necessary. He would lay out his thoughts and expectations with precision, ensuring that they both understood the boundaries of their association. This was not to be a prelude to romance, it would be a mutually agreed-upon alliance, free from the complexities of emotional entanglement. Severus drew in a deep breath, steeling himself for the discussion ahead. There would be no place for ambiguity. He would be clear about his intentions, and he would listen to hers. They needed to be of one mind, to prevent any hint of misunderstanding from taking root. The prospect of such a frank discussion was almost liberating. For once, Severus would permit himself to pursue something simply because it brought him a sense of desire. It was a foreign concept to him, to act on want rather than calculated need, but it was a challenge he was willing to face. With a sense of determination, he finally broke the silence. I'll talk to her, he declared, more to himself than to anyone else. Across the room, Alessandro's face broke into a knowing grin. That's all I needed to hear, he replied, recognizing the significance of Severus's decision. It was a rare moment of personal vulnerability for a man who was typically as impenetrable as stone, and Alessandro knew it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Severus's life. Just remember, my friend, that life is rarely as black and white as the potions we brew. Emotions have a way of complicating things, but that's not always a bad thing. Severus nodded, a tacit acknowledgement of the wisdom in his friend's words. I'll keep that in mind, he said, his voice carrying a newfound resolve. Celine deserves honesty, and I intend to give her that, at the very least. Alessandro stood, stretching his arms above his head before offering Severus a supportive clap on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Just be yourself, Severus. You're more than enough, even if you don't always see it. The two friends lingered in the room, the weight of the conversation settling around them like a comfortable blanket. Severus knew that the road ahead would be fraught with uncertainty, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of what the future might hold. As Alessandro busied himself with tidying up the remnants of their impromptu counseling session, Severus found his thoughts drifting back to Celine. Her laughter, her unyielding confidence, and the way her eyes seemed to pierce through his defenses, it was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. With a final glance at Alessandro, Severus rose from his bed, his mind clearer than it had been in days. Thank you, he said, the gratitude genuine and heartfelt. For everything. Alessandro waved away the sentiment with a dismissive flick of his wrist. What are friends for, if not to help navigate the treacherous waters of romance, he joked, his tone lightening the mood. Severus allowed himself a small, wry smile before heading towards the door. I'll see you in the morning, he said, stepping out into the corridor and closing the door behind him. The dormitory behind him was a sanctuary of camaraderie and advice, but the hallway ahead held the promise of possibility. With each step he took, Severus felt the stirrings of a life less constrained by his own expectations. Please visit. Chapter 41, Chapter 38, Lines in the Sand. Severus had spent the last day deep in thought, meticulously weighing his options as he prepared for what lay ahead. Alessandro had made his stance clear, stop overthinking and just enjoy it, but Severus knew himself all too well. His mind was not wired to embrace spontaneity, meticulous planning and structure were essential to him. If he was going to embark on this new chapter, it had to be on his own terms, clear, methodical, and devoid of any uncertainty. That meant he had to have a conversation with Celine. He found her nestled in the Thunderbird common room, lounging with an air of relaxed confidence in one of the oversized chairs. She was engrossed in a book on advanced combat techniques, her golden eyes darting up to meet his as he approached, a familiar smirk already dancing on her lips. Shafi, she greeted, stretching her arms over her head with a languid grace. Here to test my reflexes again. Severus chose to ignore the playful jab, instead settling into the chair across from her, his expression turning serious. We need to talk. Celine arched an eyebrow, closing her book with a deliberate slowness that suggested she was weighing her response carefully. That sounds ominous, she remarked, her voice laced with curiosity and a hint of caution. Severus sighed, running a hand through his hair, a gesture that betrayed his unease. It's not, he replied briskly, trying to mask the tension in his voice. But can we go somewhere else and discuss this more privately? He glanced around the room as if afraid their conversation might be overheard, his intensity rising. Celine set her book aside, her playful demeanor evaporating in the face of his urgency. All right, I'm intrigued, she said, rising from her seat with a practiced fluidity. She flashed him a quick, assessing look, as if gauging the gravity of the moment compared to their usual light-hearted exchanges. They made their way through the labyrinthine hallways of the Thunderbird dormitory, the air thick with unspoken words. Severus led the way, though uncertainty flickered in his mind like a flickering candle flame. Finally, they reached a secluded dueling room, far removed from the hustle of their peers. As the door clicked shut behind them, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Listen, he began, his voice steadier now, though an undercurrent of tension lingered. I can't approach this without clarity. He met her gaze with unwavering intensity. I'm not used to this. Celine's lips curved into a knowing smile. Sex. Severus rolled his eyes in exasperation. Casual relationships. She chuckled softly, tilting her head in bemusement. Go on. I need clarity, he pressed on, his brow furrowing slightly. What do you expect from this? What are the boundaries we should set? And what happens if either of us decides this isn't working? Her amusement softened, and something more genuine flickered in her expression, revealing a glimpse of understanding. You really are a horned serpent, she murmured, her tone teasing yet sincere. Always thinking 5 steps ahead. Severus remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, waiting for her to respond. Celine leaned back in her chair, her fingers rhythmically tapping against her thigh, a subtle sign of her contemplation. All right. Here's how I see it, she began, her voice steady and clear. No expectations, this isn't about emotions or commitment. We have to be honest right from the start. If either of us feels the need to end this, we need to be upfront about it. No drama, if things start to get complicated, we'll agree to walk away before it turns into something messy. She held his gaze firmly, ensuring he understood the weight of her words. Does that sound fair to you? Severus regarded her with careful intensity, weighing her words thoughtfully. He wasn't naive. Celine Everett was an enigma, confident, reckless, and impossible to pin down. Her unpredictable nature intrigued him, and her straightforwardness was a welcome change. Unlike the Slytherins back home, who played mind games and reveled in deception, Celine was refreshingly direct in her approach to conversations and relationships. He kept his expression neutral, giving a slow nod. Fair. Celine's smirk widened, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Good. Glad we got that sorted. Now let's seal the deal with a kiss. In the quiet, secluded dueling room, away from the prying eyes and ears of their peers, Severus felt an unexpected surge of anticipation. His heart pounded against his chest, a testament to his willingness to take this leap. He understood the terms that Celine had laid out, no emotions, no commitment, and honesty above all else. It was a plan that appealed to his cautious Slytherin nature. As Celine leaned in, her golden eyes locked on his, he met her gaze unwaveringly. Her lips were mere inches from his as she whispered, Are you ready, Shafi? Severus took a deep breath, allowing himself a flicker of anticipatory excitement. He could feel the warmth radiating from her, a tantalizing promise of what was to come. With a nod, he sealed their agreement. Their lips met in a soft, tentative kiss. The contact sent a shiver down his spine, a mixture of nerves and desire. As they deepened the kiss, the initial hesitation gave way to an intense, exhilarating connection. He could taste the sweetness of her lips and the faint hint of ambition that seemed to fuel her very essence. As they pulled away, their breaths mingling in the still air, Celine's smirk was triumphant. "Welcome to the agreement, Shafi," she purred, her eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement and satisfaction. Severus couldn't help but smile in response. He knew that this was merely the beginning of an exciting, unpredictable journey. One that he, for the first time, was ready to embrace wholeheartedly. And as he looked into Celine's golden eyes, he found himself wondering what other secrets and experiences lay hidden beneath her enigmatic facade. But for now, he was content to explore this newfound connection, one kiss at a time. She stood up gracefully from her chair, feeling the stretch as she straightened her back. Her movements were fluid and natural, like a cat waking up from a nap. As he looked up at her, half expecting her to leave, she surprised him by leaning closer, her warm breath sending shivers down his spine. "I like you, Shafi," she whispered in his ear, her voice barely audible yet carrying a weight that seemed to echo within him. The words settled in his heart like a small, glowing ember. "More than I probably should," she added, her voice tinged with a hint of mischief. Severus inhaled sharply at her confession, feeling his heart rate escalate. His mind raced, trying to process the unexpected turn of events. He could smell the faint scent of her perfume, a heady mix of essences that stirred something primal within him. In an instant, she pulled back from him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She flashed him a smirk, her lips curved in a way that suggested she knew a secret he didn't. The smirk held a hint of danger, like a temptress leading him into a trap he couldn't resist. As she began to walk away, her hips swaying gently with each step, he sat there, frozen in his chair. His fingers curled slightly against the armrest, the only indication of the turmoil inside him. He watched her go, his eyes following her every movement until she was out of sight. Severus let out a deep breath he didn't know he was holding. He could feel the heat spreading throughout his body, like the slow burn of a smoldering fire. She was playing with him, and he knew it. But he found himself unable to resist, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. As he sat there, heart pounding in his chest, he knew he was dancing with danger. He could feel the flames licking at his fingertips, warning him of the impending consequences. But he couldn't help it, he wanted more. He was ready to take the risk, to follow her into the unknown, no matter the cost. Severus arrived at the dueling hall with time to spare, yet the echo of his footsteps was not the only sound reverberating off the stone walls. Ben, Jonas, Evie, Damien, and Celine were already engaged in their pre-session rituals, their movements a seamless dance of stretches and focused warm-ups, a silent testament to the grueling ordeal that lay ahead. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation when Professor Harlan strode into the chamber, his stern countenance and brisk gait a clear indicator that levity had no place in the training to come. His gaze swept over the assembled students, piercing and exacting. "Good. You're all punctual," he remarked, a hint of approval coloring his tone. "Let's dispense with any notions that this will resemble the Cirque's workshop. That was merely a prelude, a gentle introduction to the world you're about to enter." Jonas, ever the vocal one, released a low whistle. "Bloody hell," he muttered under his breath, earning a reproachful glance from Harlan, who seemed impervious to such outbursts. As Harlan ascended the dueling platform, his voice carried an authoritative weight. "The international dueling circuit is not a realm for the faint of heart. It demands more than honor or fair play. It is a crucible where skill, adaptability, and strategic acumen are paramount. Cling to rigid, formulaic techniques, and you may as well forfeit now." His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, briefly alighted on Severus before continuing their survey of the group. It was a look that did not invite questioning, only obedience. "Our first order of business will be nonverbal dueling. To compete at the highest levels, you must be proficient in casting without the crutch of incantations. Those who can't are at an immediate and severe disadvantage." The students, realizing the gravity of the challenge, silently paired off. Severus found himself facing Celine, her eyes gleaming with a mix of anticipation and friendly rivalry. "You again," she remarked, her voice laced with a playful challenge that seemed to mock the very air between them. "Getting tired of me yet?" Severus released a measured breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Not yet," he replied, the words carrying a hint of defiance. Celine's grin was predatory, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Good. Try to keep up." The first duel was a whirlwind of motion and magic. Celine's movements were a blur, her wand work impeccable as she forced Severus to abandon his premeditated strategies in favor of raw instinct. He gritted his teeth, wrestling with the subtle art of nonverbal casting. His spells, though accurate, lacked the raw power and precision that seemed to come so effortlessly to her. She was relentless, exploiting his hesitation with a merciless precision that pinned him to the defensive, her spells weaving a web from which he struggled to break free. A sharp, silent stunning spell sliced through the air, catching him off guard and sending him reeling backward. The impact resonated through his body, a stark reminder of the gulf that lay between them. Celine smirked, her eyes glinting with unconcealed satisfaction. "You're thinking too much again," she chided, her tone a blend of amusement and admonishment. Severus clenched his jaw, a muscle twitching in his cheek, a silent testament to his frustration. He needed to adjust his approach, to shed the constraints of his formal training and embrace a more instinctual style of dueling. As the session wore on, the tide began to turn, albeit slowly. Severus found his rhythm, his spells gaining in strength and his reflexes sharpening. He was not the victor when the dust settled, but neither was he the vanquished. Harlan's assessment, delivered with a critical eye as he surveyed the scene, was both a commendation and a challenge. "Better than expected," he said, his gaze fixed on Severus. "But you need to unlearn everything Hogwarts taught you. Fast. If you're to stand a chance on the international stage, you must become unpredictable. Shed the skin of tradition and adapt to the chaos of true dueling." Severus nodded, absorbing the professor's words. The taste of defeat was bitter, but it was a necessary lesson. His eyes met Celine's, and in her gaze, he found a spark of respect that hadn't been there before. As the day's training neared its end, Harlan, the seasoned combat instructor, looked at Severus, Ben, and Damien with a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Severus, Ben, and Damien," Harlan called out, his voice echoing in the vast training arena. "You three will face each other in a three-way battle. At the same time." A knot formed in Severus's stomach, a cocktail of anticipation and dread. He could read the unspoken agreement in Ben and Damien's eyes. They planned to eliminate him first, to improve their chances of victory in the ensuing duel. Severus couldn't fault them for their strategy. In a fight where only one could emerge victorious, it was logical to weed out the weakest link first. Yet, the realization that he was the perceived underdog in this contest stung his pride. Ben, ever the confident one, cracked his knuckles with a grimace of faux sympathy. "Sorry, mate, a duel is a duel," he said, the edge in his voice belying his words. Damien, on the other hand, offered a predatory grin. "Try to keep up," he taunted, his tone laced with an arrogance honed by countless victories. Without further warning, the duel commenced. Ben, relying on his agility, darted around Severus, launching a flurry of attacks from different angles, forcing Severus to constantly shift his defense. Meanwhile, Damien hung back, exploiting the chaos by launching precision strikes from a distance, never allowing Severus a moment's respite. Severus fought back with all the skill and knowledge he possessed, yet the combined onslaught of his opponents was relentless. He managed to land a silent stupefy spell on Ben, momentarily taking him out of the fight, but his victory was short-lived. Before he could capitalize on the advantage, Damien's swift counterspell disarmed him, sending his wand clattering to the ground. Harlan observed the chaotic battle unfolding before him with a critical gaze, his seasoned eyes scanning the flurry of movement. He nodded in silent approval, noting the impressive blend of innate ability and tactical acumen on display. "Not bad for your first 2-on-1, he commented, his voice carrying an undertone of respect. "You need better spatial awareness, though. It's crucial to anticipate your opponent's movements and position yourself accordingly." Severus, catching his breath after the intense skirmish, released a sharp exhale. It was not a sigh of exasperation but rather a sound that signaled his unwavering resolve. His eyes, sharp and focused, met Harlan's with an intensity that spoke volumes. There was no hint of frustration in his demeanor, only a deep sense of determination. He recognized the truth in Harlan's words and was ready to hone his skills further, eager to transform this critique into a stepping stone for his growth. Later that evening, after a day that seemed to demand more from him than any other, Severus found solace in the solitude of a steaming shower. The hot water eased the tension in his muscles, and for a brief time, he could let the worries of the world wash down the drain. But reality awaited him, and with a towel wrapped around his waist, he made his way back to the sanctuary of his dorm room. As he opened the door, the sight of his desk, usually a Spartan landscape, now bore 2 envelopes that seemed to stand out against the wood with an air of importance. They were like sentinels, guarding a message from another world, the world beyond Hogwarts that he had come from and, at times, longed to escape. One envelope bore the elegant, flowing script of Eileen Prince, his mother. The other, a more austere and commanding hand, belonged to Arcturus Prince, his uncle. Severus approached the desk with a sense of foreboding, his fingers hesitating before they reached for his mother's letter first. The paper was crisp, and as he broke the seal, the scent of home, a mixture of the parchment's mustiness and the faintest hint of his mother's perfume, wafted to his nostrils. Her handwriting was as precise and familiar as the sound of her voice, each loop and curve a testament to years of meticulous correspondence. "Severus. I trust this letter finds you hale and hearty. The house feels somewhat desolate in your absence. With the Yuletide season fast approaching, I find myself yearning for the warmth of a family Christmas. It has been far too long since we have spent such a holiday together. This year, I am hoping we might revive that tradition. I know your studies keep you occupied, and your uncle and I have respected your need for independence, but please consider returning home for the holidays. It would mean the world to me to have my son back for just a short while. Reflect upon it, Severus. We could be a family again, if only for a fleeting moment. With love. Your mother. The words resonated within Severus Snape, stirring feelings he often kept buried deep beneath his stoic exterior. They were not merely words, but echoes of a past that clung to him like shadows at dusk. With a steadying breath that did little to calm the tumult within, he opened his uncle Arcturus's letter. The envelope was of heavy parchment, sealed with the unmistakable emblem of the prince family. As he broke the wax seal, a sense of foreboding crept over him, a premonition of the weight each word would carry. Severus. Your achievements have not gone unnoticed. The British wizarding world is watching you, their eyes alight with curiosity and whispers of your potential. I will not mince words. The Malfoys are hosting their annual Christmas ball, a lavish affair that serves as more than a mere social gathering. It is a confluence of power and influence, a dance of politics and alliances. It is expected that you, as a member of the prestigious house of Shafi and Prince, will attend. The guest list boasts many of Britain's and Europe's most influential figures, names that echo through the corridors of magical history. Consider this an opportunity, Severus. A chance to forge new bonds, to demonstrate your worth, and to remind those who might underestimate you of the power that courses through your veins. Do not disappoint me, nephew. Do not disappoint your family. Lord Arcturus Prince. Severus let the letter fall from his fingertips, the words of his uncle, his burden, lingering in the air like a heavy fog. He closed his eyes, the better to shut out the world that seemed intent on pulling him back into its embrace. He had worked so hard to distance himself from Britain, to carve out a life that was his own, free from the constraints of his family's legacy and the expectations that came with it. Yet, it seemed Britain wasn't done with him. The wizarding world of Britain had long arms, and it was reaching for him once more, beckoning him back into its intricate web of power and pretense. Please visit. Chapter 42, Chapter 39, Blood and Bonds. Severus had reached his decision on the night he pored over the letters by the dim candlelight of his dormitory. The words of his mother, Eileen, and his grandfather, Arcturus Prince, echoed in his thoughts long after the parchment lay lifeless in his lap. Eileen's letter was a tender, almost fragile, extension of a hand from a mother to her son. She inquired, without an ounce of coercion, whether he would consider returning home for the Christmas holiday. Her message was a gentle whisper, a simple, unassuming invitation devoid of the weight of expectation. In stark contrast, Arcturus's letter bore the unmistakable firmness of a man accustomed to command. You have done well for yourself, Severus, it began, the words both a commendation and a prelude to more sobering reflections. But remember, names like ours do not exist in isolation. We are perpetually under scrutiny. There are burdens of expectation that come with our heritage. Return home for Christmas. Reconnect with your kin. And be mindful that the machinations of the world cease not for your absence. Severus had long been entangled in the web of Britain's magical aristocracy, a puppet to the intricate dance of power and influence. Yet, in the halls of Ilvermorny, he had tasted a life unshackled from the rigid confines of his lineage and the relentless pursuit of survival that had characterized his upbringing. Despite this newfound autonomy, Severus recognized that autonomy did not equate to absolution from one's duties. He was not one to shrink from obligations, no matter how arduous they might prove. Thus, the decision was made. He would honor the summons of his heritage. The Shafis, after all, were not ones to flee from their destiny. For several months, Ilvermorny had offered him sanctuary, a place where he could unfurl his wings and soar under the guise of anonymity, where his choices were his own, uncharted by the map of his bloodline. Yet, he understood that he could not elude his past indefinitely. The decision to return was not made lightly. It was a choice born of integrity, a testament to the unwavering principles that defined him. Severus knew that his journey back would be fraught with memories, both bitter and sweet, and perhaps it would rekindle the very reasons that had driven him to seek freedom in the first place. The news of Severus's decision rippled through their small circle, eliciting a spectrum of responses. Alessandro, ever the skeptic, leaned back in his chair with a characteristic air of disbelief. "You're actually going back?" he asked, arms folded as if to shield himself from the absurdity of the idea. "Not that I'm surprised, but still, you're willingly walking into a den of snakes." Severus met his friend's gaze with a steadiness that belied his inner turmoil. "You could say it's not a choice, not really," he replied, the weight of inevitability evident in his voice. Jonas, who had always been fiercely protective of Severus, folded his arms in a mirror image of Alessandro's posture. "I get that it's about family, but you don't owe them anything, Sev. They weren't exactly supportive of you before you found your place at Ilvermorny." A shadow passed over Severus's face. "That's not entirely true. Arcturus stood by me. And my mother." Kira interjected, her eyebrow arched in challenge. Would she have let you leave Hogwarts if it was entirely up to her? The question hung in the air, slicing through Severus's defense with surgical precision. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the group, a silence that begged to be filled with rebuttals that Severus could not muster. Aurora, who had been observing the exchange with an air of gentle contemplation, broke the quiet. "Do you want to go?" she asked softly. The question was simple, yet it cut to the core of Severus's dilemma. Severus hesitated, his mind a battleground of conflicting emotions. Want. The word echoed in his thoughts. No, he did not want to return to the place that held so many memories and so much pain. But duty was not about wanting, it was about obligation, about honor, about doing what was necessary regardless of personal desire. "I need to," he said finally, the words tasting of resignation. His friends exchanged meaningful glances, and Ben sighed. "Just don't let them pull you back in, all right?" "I won't," Severus promised. Severus navigated the shadowy corridors of the potions labyrinth until he found Professor Langford, her figure illuminated by the flickering glow of a dozen cauldrons. She was engrossed in her work, meticulously weighing crushed fire crab shells on an ancient scale. With an air of casual indifference, Severus leaned against the stone wall, arms folded across his chest. "If you're here to tell me you've changed your mind about that experimental infusion, Shafi, I will personally throw you into a cauldron," she warned without lifting her eyes from her task. A wry smile played on Severus's lips. "Tempting, but no," he retorted, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous room. At this, Langford finally paused, setting down the mortar and pestle with a deliberate clink. She turned to face him, her expression a blend of curiosity and caution. "Then what brings you here at this late hour, Severus?" He met her gaze with an uncharacteristic vulnerability. "I'm going home for the holidays," he stated, the simplicity of his words belying the complexity of emotions they concealed. Langford's sharp eyes scrutinized him, as if peering into the depths of his soul for a hidden motive. "I see," she said after a moment that stretched like taffy. Severus braced himself, fully expecting a rebuke or, at the very least, a stern lecture. Instead, Langford's stern features softened ever so slightly. She nodded, a gesture that seemed to convey both understanding and a warning. "Try not to die." "I don't train ghosts," she said, her tone carrying a hint of dark humor. The corner of Severus's mouth twitched in the semblance of a smile. "I'll do my best," he replied, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes as he turned to leave. As he walked away, the echo of their conversation mingled with the bubbling of the potions, leaving Severus with a sense of ambivalence about the journey ahead. Harlan's reaction was more pronounced than Severus had anticipated. "You're going back." The dueling professor's voice was laced with incredulity as he folded his arms across his chest, his keen eyes fixed on Severus with an intensity that was both unsettling and familiar. "With everything you've managed to establish here?" Severus offered a measured response, his tone steady despite the weight of the question. "It's not a permanent move, Harlan. Just for the holiday season." A silence fell between them as Harlan's gaze seemed to penetrate beyond Severus's careful facade. Finally, with a slow exhalation, Harlan voiced his concern. "Be mindful, Shafi. That place, it's like a force of nature, it will either try to pull you back into its grasp or it will attempt to tear you apart." "I am aware," Severus admitted, his expression betraying a hint of the trepidation he felt. Harlan leaned back in his chair, his face an inscrutable mask. "Then heed my advice, don't let your guard down while you're there. Preserve the edge you've honed so meticulously." With a resolute nod, Severus met his friend's caution with determination. "I have no intention of losing myself, Professor Harlan. I've come too far for that." The international portkey from Ilvermorny stood in stark contrast to the tightly regulated British portkey transport system. Unlike the British system, which operated out of grimy stations teeming with officious control, the Ilvermorny transport chamber was a paragon of efficiency and discretion. The walls of the chamber were lined with a smooth, dark wood that gleamed under the soft, enchanted lighting. A sense of quiet professionalism permeated the room, with no hint of the intrusive bureaucracy that plagued its British counterpart. In this chamber, there were no lines of weary travelers subjected to interminable waits and nosy government functionaries. Instead, there was privacy, a sanctity of personal space that allowed for reflection or uninterrupted conversation. Here, one could escape the prying eyes of ministry officials, who were always on the lookout for what they deemed unsanctioned travel. It was a haven for those who valued their autonomy and wished to avoid the overbearing scrutiny that had become all too common in the wizarding world. The process itself was simplicity itself. No cumbersome forms to fill out, no tedious interviews to endure. One simply stepped onto the designated portkey, an old, weathered boot in this case, and let the magic do the rest. It was a seamless transition. One moment, Severus was standing on the soil of Massachusetts, feeling the thrum of Ilvermorny's powerful protective enchantments pulsing beneath his feet. The next moment, the world around him began to warp and bend, the sensation akin to being caught in a tempest that compressed both time and space. When the world finally righted itself, Severus found his footing once more on the cool, crisp soil of Britain. The air was different here, tinged with the saltiness of the nearby sea and carrying the distinct scent of the English countryside. The familiarity of it all was both comforting and disquieting. As he steadied himself, the realization struck him with an almost tangible force: he was home. The journey, which had spanned vast distances in the blink of an eye, was complete, and he was once again on British soil, ready to face whatever awaited him. Prince Manor, an immutable sentinel, stood as it had for centuries, its Gothic silhouette casting a long shadow over the estate. The manor's dark stone facade, unyielding to the whims of time, conveyed an air of enduring majesty. Surrounding it, the gardens lay in perfect order, their precision reflecting the careful hand that tended them. A bracing chill hung in the air, tinged with the earthy aroma of wood smoke from the manor's hearths. Severus's return to the manor was nothing new, he had traversed its corridors countless times before. Yet, on this occasion, the familiar halls greeted not the Severus of old but a man transformed by his journeys. As he stood there, lost in thought, a voice as deep as the manor's foundations resonated through the foyer. "Welcome home, Severus," intoned Arcturus Prince, his silhouette commanding attention as it was etched against the soft glow of the foyer's candles. Despite his customary stoicism, Severus could discern the faintest hints of approbation and pride playing across his uncle's features. Severus offered a respectful nod. "Uncle," he acknowledged, his voice betraying a hint of the complex emotions that churned within him. Their reunion was cut short as a whirlwind in the form of a young boy hurtled towards Severus, nearly knocking him off balance with the impact of his enthusiastic embrace. "Sev," exclaimed Julius, his youthful energy undiminished by Severus's momentary loss of footing. Severus steadied himself, a quiet grunt escaping him as he placed a steadying hand on the 10-year-old's shoulder. "Bloody hell, Julius, have you been eating dragon meat?" he asked, a note of amusement lacing his words. Julius's face lit up with an infectious grin, his vivid emerald green eyes sparkling with unbridled enthusiasm. "You should have written more. I have so many questions. How's Ilvermorny? Is it really as magnificent as they say? Did you get into any thrilling duels? Can you teach me some of those spells? Did you?" "Breathe, Julius," Severus interjected, his voice tinged with amusement as he watched the boy's exhilaration bubbling over. "You're going to pass out before I can satisfy your curiosity with any answers." Julius let out a playful huff, the intensity of his excitement reduced only slightly by Severus's mild admonishment. "I have a list," he insisted, brandishing a literal roll of parchment that was densely packed with rows upon rows of neatly penned questions. Severus couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, a sigh escaping him as he was dragged into the drawing room by Julius. It was clear that the evening would be filled with animated conversation, as he prepared to delve into the rich tapestry of his experiences at Ilvermorny and regale Julius with tales that would fuel the young boy's imagination well into the night. The recounting of his adventures would be a journey in itself, and Severus found himself looking forward to revisiting those memories, knowing that they would be a source of wonder and inspiration for Julius. Later that evening, after a dinner that had been both sumptuous and surprisingly convivial, Severus found himself ensconced in the deep leather armchair of Arcturus's study. The fireplace crackled, its warm, amber glow casting a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow across the room's paneled walls and the imposing wooden bookshelves that housed a vast collection of ancient tomes. These relics bore silent testament to a bygone era of magical scholarship, their leather-bound spines rich with the patina of age and arcane knowledge. Arcturus, with a glass of a particularly fine brand of fire whiskey swirling idly between his fingers, fixed Severus with a piercing gaze that seemed to cut through the haze of the fire's warmth. It was a gaze that had unnerved many, but Severus met it with an unflinching steadiness that spoke of his own formidable nature. "You have made quite the name for yourself," Arcturus observed, his voice carrying an undertone of something that might have been respect, or perhaps a warning yet unspoken. "Your research, your potions advancement, it hasn't gone unnoticed." Severus, cradling his own glass with the ease of someone who appreciated the finer things yet remained untouched by their potential to distract, took a measured sip. The liquid burned a path down his throat, grounding him further in the moment. "I assumed as much," he replied, his voice betraying no hint of either false modesty or undue pride. Arcturus leaned forward, the movement subtle yet charged with significance. "And people will be watching for weaknesses." The corners of Severus's mouth twitched in what might have been the beginning of a sardonic smile. "Let them watch," he said, the words a quiet promise of unyielding resolve. A ghost of a smirk, there and gone in an instant, crossed Arcturus's face, a rare display of amusement from the usually stoic man. "Bold. But dangerous," he cautioned, setting his glass down with a deliberateness that underscored his words. "Severus, you have carved yourself a space in a world that doesn't expect people to thrive. That is power. But power draws attention. You need to be careful." Severus released a long, weary breath, his narrowed eyes betraying a hint of resignation as he nodded in response to the unspoken observation. The room was thick with tension, the silence punctuated only by the faint ticking of an ancient clock on the mantel. Arcturus, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, scrutinized the men before him. The years had carved themselves into Severus's face, etching lines of hardship and wisdom in equal measure. "You truly have changed," Arcturus finally remarked, his voice a low rumble that filled the space between them. A smirk, fleeting and sardonic, played across Severus's lips. So I've heard, he retorted, the hint of bitterness in his tone suggesting a litany of past judgments that had long since lost their sting. Arcturus leaned back into the plush cushions of his high-backed chair, his expression one of contemplation. His eyes, though aged, still held the piercing intensity of a much younger man. And yet, you're here, he mused, as if the very notion was a puzzle that demanded solving. With deliberate slowness, Severus raised his glass to his lips, the amber liquid within catching the soft glow of the firelight. He took a measured sip, savoring the burn of the potent beverage as it trickled down his throat. Only for a visit, he replied, the words carrying the weight of unspoken reasons, a reminder that the threads of fate were not so easily severed. Severus found himself in an unfamiliar position over the following days, one of openness and sharing with his family. Meals at the dinner table and tranquil afternoons spent in the family library became opportunities for him to regale them with tales of his experiences at Ilvermorny. He spoke of his academic endeavors, the rigorous demands of his magical research, and the intensity of his dueling practice. But it wasn't just the scholastic aspects that he shared, he opened up about the personal connections he had forged. He described his friends with a fondness that surprised even himself. There was Alessandro de Luca, whose brazen charm and unabashed flirtations masked a deeply loyal heart. Jonas Carter and Ben Hale, ever competitive, had become comrades who spurred him on, recognizing him not as an adversary but as an equal in their pursuits. Evie Sterling and Kira Thompson, with their infectious laughter and playful teasing, had been instrumental in drawing him out of his shell and into the whirlwind of social gatherings. Severus spoke with particular reverence about Aurora St. Clair, a kindred spirit with whom he could engage in long, passionate discussions about the intricacies of magic, dissecting spells and magical theory for hours on end. And then there was Celine Everett, a subject on which he was less forthcoming, a hint of something unspoken lingering in his hesitation. Eileen, his mother, observed her son with a tender smile, noting the newfound light in his eyes as he shared his American adventures. It was a stark contrast to the shadowed figure he had been under the arches of Hogwarts, where solitude had been his constant companion for so many years. "You found something special there," Eileen remarked, her voice tinged with emotion, as she placed a comforting hand over his. Severus paused, absorbing her words. "I have," he confirmed, the simplicity of his response belying the depth of his conviction. Arcturus regarded Severus with an intensity that had become familiar over the years. "I take it that means you've made your decision," he inquired, his voice carrying a weight of expectation. Severus, holding his uncle's gaze, responded with a resolve that surprised even himself. "I'm staying in Ilvermorny for my 7th year." The words hung in the air, solidifying his commitment. A subtle shift crossed Arcturus's face, a flicker of approval that was quickly masked by his usual stoic demeanor. Eileen, on the other hand, betrayed a hint of vulnerability. Her voice, when she spoke, was softer than usual. "I see," she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I suppose I knew this was coming." Severus felt a pang of guilt, his throat constricting with emotion. "You're not angry?" he asked, searching her face for a sign. Eileen offered a wistful smile, shaking her head. "I'll miss you. But I've never seen you this, at peace." Her words were a balm to his conscience, affirming his choice. For a moment, Severus was speechless, awash with gratitude and a sense of belonging he had longed for. Then, gathering himself, he nodded, a silent pledge to the path he had chosen. Arcturus studied his nephew with newfound respect, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Well, I hope you know what you've done, Severus," he said, his tone laced with intrigue. Severus's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" Arcturus took a leisurely sip of his drink, savoring the suspense. "You've convinced me to reconsider Julius's education." Julius, who had been listlessly poking at his dessert, suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. "Wait, what?" Severus's brow furrowed as he lifted an eyebrow, a silent question hanging in the air. "You're considering sending him abroad?" he inquired, the hint of skepticism in his voice barely concealed. Arcturus, a man of few words but considerable wisdom, nodded in agreement. "Your experiences in Ilvermorny have proven one thing: the world is much bigger than Britain. I would be a fool not to consider that for Julius." His tone was firm, the weight of his decision evident in his measured words. Turning to his younger cousin, Severus posed a question that could shape the young boy's future. "What do you think, Julius?" His gaze was penetrating, as if trying to discern the youth's true feelings beneath the surface. Julius's face, a canvas of adolescent dreams, lit up with an intensity that betrayed his excitement. "I want to go to Ilvermorny," he declared, his voice echoing with unbridled enthusiasm that filled the room. Eileen, ever the voice of reason, allowed herself a soft chuckle, her eyes twinkling with a knowing glint. "At least consider other schools, Julius," she gently reminded him, her words a soft breeze meant to temper the gust of his ambition. Julius, though slightly taken aback by the reminder, huffed in a manner typical of his age, yet he nodded in acquiescence. "Fine," he conceded, the fire in his eyes dimming only slightly. "But definitely not Hogwarts." The certainty in his voice left no room for doubt, his mind was made up. Severus, concealing a smirk that threatened to betray his amusement, inclined his head in a gesture of approval. "Smart choice," he remarked, his tone laced with an undercurrent of respect for the young boy's conviction. That night, Severus lingered by the grand window of his chamber, his gaze lost in the silvery expanse of the gardens that stretched out beneath the celestial glow of the moon. The manicured hedges and ancient trees cast long, eerie shadows that danced with the whims of the gentle night breeze, creating a tapestry of light and dark that mirrored the turmoil within his own heart. For years, the rolling hills and verdant landscapes of this magical country had cradled him in a sense of belonging and safety. The United States of America, with its burgeoning wizarding world, had been a place of refuge and growth for him. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in particular, had opened its arms to him, offering knowledge, camaraderie, and a sense of purpose that had once seemed unattainable. But as he stood there, the chilling realization crept over him that the familiar had become foreign. The life he had painstakingly built felt increasingly like a fading echo, a chapter in a book that was slowly closing. The manor, once a symbol of his integration into this new world, now stood as a stark reminder of the life he had left behind across the Atlantic. And Britain. The thought of his birthplace invoked a cocktail of emotions. It was a land steeped in personal history, both proud and painful. The memories of his upbringing, the rigid structures of Hogwarts, and the looming shadow of a tumultuous past now mingled with the promise of what might have been. The recent months had seen him evolve in ways he could never have anticipated, and with that evolution came uncertainty. Severus was at a crossroads, caught between two worlds. The future that once seemed so clear, so full of potential in the hallowed halls of Ilvermorny, was now shrouded in doubt. The path back to Britain, with all its complexities and unresolved matters, was a road fraught with ambiguity. As the moon continued its silent vigil over the gardens of Prince Manor, Severus was left to ponder the weight of his choices and the true meaning of home. Please visit Chapter 43, Chapter 40, A Dance with Shadows. The Malfoy Christmas Ball was an event steeped in the highest echelons of Wizarding Society's calendar. It was an occasion that transcended mere social gatherings, carrying with it the weight of generations. To decline an invitation to the Malfoys' festive gala was unthinkable, a slight that could reverberate through the corridors of power for years to come. It was tradition, a rite of passage for the noble families of Britain's magical world. Allegiance to the light, the dark, or the precarious balance in between mattered little on this night. Clad in finery, the elite of Wizarding Britain would converge upon the grand estate of Malfoy Manor, drawn by the unspoken rule that attendance was not just expected but required. The ball served as a potent reminder of the delicate tapestry of alliances and rivalries that defined their society. The manor, resplendent with holiday decorations that hinted at opulence and a whisper of malice, was the stage for this annual spectacle. Lord and Lady Malfoy, Abraxas and Eleanor, were the evening's esteemed hosts. Abraxas, a man whose political acumen was as renowned as his family's pure-blood lineage, had meticulously shaped the dark faction into a formidable force. His influence permeated every corner of the magical world, and his machinations were as intricate and far-reaching as the grandeur of the ball itself. Unlike his father, Lucius Malfoy exuded a certain beguiling charm that cleverly veiled his unyielding ambition. Yet, it was Abraxas who stood as the architect of the dark faction's current might. His vision extended beyond the ball's festivities, transforming the evening into a strategic game of chess, where each move was calculated with the precision of a master. This was not merely a party, it was a meticulously veiled battleground. Each attendee, an unwitting combatant, was drawn into the fray, whether by choice or by the irresistible pull of societal expectation. The evening unfurled like a silent war, with alliances forming and fracturing over the delicate clinking of crystal champagne flutes. In the hallowed halls of the grand estate, the clandestine murmurs of the powerful echoed, as they negotiated the fates of many over bubbling effervescence. It was a night where futures hung by a thread, where a single, carefully chosen dialogue could weave a tapestry of prosperity or unravel the fabric of one's destiny. In the shadows of this ostentatious display of unity, a more sinister gathering took place. The dark faction, cloaked in elegance yet malevolent in intent, sought to ensnare more of Britain's elite into their intricate web. With promises of influence and the intoxicating allure of forbidden power, they worked tirelessly to persuade the influential that the ascending Dark Lord was not just a contender for the throne of power but the only sovereign worth serving. Severus had no intention of succumbing to the dark faction's seductive lure. His resolve was as unyielding as the stone walls that surrounded them. Yet, he was equally aware of the peril that came with appearing weak or reluctant in such company. To maintain his standing and protect his secrets, he must don the mask of a willing participant in their games of power. Thus, with a heart steeled by unspoken intentions and a countenance betrayed by neither fear nor disdain, Severus accepted the inevitable. He would attend the gathering, not as a pawn in their grand scheme but as a sentinel, vigilant against the undercurrents of treachery. The weight of his decision settled upon him like the chill of the winter air, a reminder that the game of power was not to be taken lightly. At Prince Manor, the air buzzed with anticipation as the evening's affair drew near. Arcturus, ever the meticulous lord, had seen to it that every detail was perfect. For Severus, this meant access to the most skilled tailors and the most luxurious fabrics. The objective was not to help him fade into the background but rather to ensure that he would be a figure of unmissable distinction. Severus, with his discerning eye, selected a robe of deepest black silk, adorned with silver thread that traced intricate patterns along its edges. The embroidery caught the flickering candlelight, creating an effect that was both subtle and commanding. It was a silent proclamation of his presence, a statement that needed no words. Eileen, with her motherly intuition, fussed over the final touches. She adjusted his cufflinks, her hand steady despite the quiet sigh that escaped her. "You wear power well, Severus," she remarked, her voice tinged with a complex mix of pride and concern. He met her gaze, catching the subtle crease that marred her otherwise serene features. "You disapprove?" he inquired, his tone hinting at the understanding that lay beneath his stoic exterior. "I worry," Eileen confessed, her fingers gently smoothing the fabric across his shoulders. "The Malfoys are not like other families, Severus. They are embroiled in schemes and ambitions. Inviting you was no mere gesture of hospitality. They intend to sound the depths of your allegiances." Severus's response was a small, confident smirk, the kind that revealed his awareness of the game being played. "Then let them test me," he declared, his voice resonating with a quiet assurance. From his armchair by the crackling fireplace, Arcturus's laughter rose above the sound of the flames. "That's the spirit, boy," he commended, his approval clear in the warmth of his words. The stage was set, and as the evening approached, so did the unspoken challenges and the silent battles that would test the mettle of Severus Shafi. Malfoy Manor stood as a testament to the old magical aristocracy, its silhouette cutting a stark contrast against the twilight sky. The grandeur of the estate was accentuated by the soft, ethereal glow of lanterns that floated aimlessly above, casting an otherworldly radiance over the meticulously kept grounds. As Severus approached the manor, he could not help but feel the palpable weight of the evening ahead. Upon crossing the threshold, Severus was enveloped by the manor's opulent interior, the atmosphere charged with an intoxicating blend of elegance and power. The murmur of conversation ebbed as heads turned, a sea of faces reflecting a spectrum of reactions. Admiration shone in the eyes of some, their gazes lingering on the enigmatic potions master whose reputation preceded him. Curiosity flickered in others, eager to discern the motives behind his rare appearances in such grand social gatherings. Lucius Malfoy, however, regarded Severus with a shrewd, appraising look, his mind undoubtedly cataloguing potential alliances and rivalries. The gleam of silver hair marked Lucius's approach as he navigated the crowd with an air of unquestioned authority. Lifting a crystal glass in a silent toast, Lucius offered Severus a greeting wrapped in the velvet of his well-practiced charm. "Severus," Lucius intoned, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. "I see you've decided to grace us with your presence for the holiday festivities." Severus met Lucius's greeting with a characteristic raise of his eyebrow, the subtle gesture conveying both acknowledgement and a hint of disdain. "And here I thought civilization entailed more than a congregation of well-dressed vipers in a gilded ballroom," Severus retorted, his voice a low drawl laced with dry humor. Lucius's laughter echoed lightly, the sound as smooth as the finest fire whiskey. "You do have a way with words, Shafi." Regulus Black sauntered into the room with an air of aristocratic nonchalance, positioning himself beside Lucius Malfoy as if it were the most natural place for him to be, the quintessential image of the Black family's stoic air. His voice, when he spoke, carried a hint of dry wit. "You make quite the entrance," Regulus observed, his gaze piercing and discerning. "But then again, you've been making waves even across the Atlantic. Your reputation precedes you." Severus allowed himself a faint, self-satisfied smirk. "I do try to stay productive," he replied, his tone suggesting that his achievements were merely a matter of course. Severus was aware of their arrival before they uttered a word. The subtle alteration in the atmosphere, the palpable tension that accompanied their entrance. The hostility they attempted to mask with the veneer of nobility was apparent to him. A voice, laced with a contempt that was barely contained, sliced through the surrounding conversations. "I see you're still slithering around, Shafi," the voice jeered. Severus turned, his countenance one of practiced indifference, to meet the glare of James Potter, whose hazel eyes were narrowed in obvious dislike. Beside Potter stood Sirius Black, equally disdainful, with his arms folded and a rigid posture. Their demeanor lacked the usual smugness they exhibited at Hogwarts. Here, they seemed constrained, their confidence replaced by a noticeable tenseness, a reminder that this was not the school corridors where they could freely hex and ridicule him without repercussions. This was a battleground where Severus had the advantage. With a single arched eyebrow, Severus surveyed them with an air of casual disregard. "Potter. Black. I didn't expect to see you here," he remarked, his tone flat. James's hand clenched around his glass, betraying his attempt at nonchalance. "Funny, I was about to say the same about you." Severus responded with a noncommittal hum, tilting his head slightly. "Yes, well, I was invited," he said, his voice carrying a hint of smugness as he highlighted the distinction between them. Sirius's jaw tightened, but it was James who stepped forward, his voice a hushed growl. "You don't belong here." Severus released a measured breath, as though humoring the outburst of a particularly dim-witted child. "Ah. Yes. And you, naturally, are the paragon of belonging, aren't you, Potter? James's nostrils flared in response to the taunt. You can masquerade as nobility all you like, Snape. But we're all well aware of your true nature. Severus's lips curled into a smirk, his tone laced with velvet sarcasm. Do enlighten me, Potter. What exactly do you believe I am? James's hands clenched into fists, his composure slipping. Lucius Malfoy, positioned beside Severus, allowed a low, derisive chuckle to escape. Such rancor at a celebratory event. Have they not instilled basic etiquette in the Potter household, James? Regulus Black, who had been observing from the periphery with a detached air, finally interjected, his speech languid yet articulate. They seem to be under the impression that bravado can secure their place. How utterly pedestrian. Sirius glared at his brother, his grey eyes stormy. Mind your own business, Regulus. Regulus's smirk was almost imperceptible. But this spectacle is simply too diverting to ignore. Severus let the tension simmer, observing James and Sirius as they grappled with their pride, well aware that any misstep would not only tarnish their own reputations but also that of their families. He leaned slightly forward, his voice dropping to a volume intended only for their ears. It appears you've mistaken me for someone who retains any interest in your trivial schoolyard disputes. My time is far too valuable to be wasted on pampering your delicate self-images. Now, if you'll allow me to proceed, I believe the conversation at hand is meant for more mature minds. James's body went rigid, his fingers quivering with the unspoken desire to grasp his wand. Sirius appeared on the verge of losing his composure. Lucius, on the other hand, released a hearty laugh, clearly amused. Well played, Shafi, he praised with a murmur. Severus offered a slight, sardonic bow. Civility is my middle name. With that, he pivoted, abandoning them to simmer in their vexation. Let them seethe. Let them harbor their bitterness. For when all is said and done, they remained merely juveniles, engaged in a contest they were ill-equipped to conquer. Severus Snape sensed her before he saw her, a subtle disturbance in the fabric of magic that surrounded him. The air shifted, carrying with it the faintest hint of an expensive fragrance, and then she materialized from the crowd, Narcissa Black. At this point in time, she was not yet entwined with the Malfoy destiny, not yet the wife of Lucius. She was a vision in ice-blue silk, her blonde hair arranged in a complex configuration of plaits and flowing ringlets that spoke of wealth and breeding. Every inch of her exuded elegance and a regal aloofness that was both intimidating and alluring. And yet, despite her untouchable aura, Narcissa's gaze was fixed on him. Her eyes, as cold and captivating as a winter sky, were locked onto his with an intensity that was both startling and intriguing. You don't belong here, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle hum of the gathered aristocracy. Her words were a soft blade, meant to cut without leaving a visible wound. Severus's lips twitched in the semblance of a smile, his dark eyes reflecting a challenge rather than submission. And yet, here I am, he replied, his voice steady and tinged with a hint of defiance. Narcissa's head inclined ever so slightly, a ghost of amusement playing across her features. For how long, I wonder? Her question hung in the air, a silken thread weaving between them. Taking his time, Severus lifted the glass to his lips, savoring the burn of the liquor as it slid down his throat. That depends, he said, lowering the glass to reveal a smirk that seemed both out of place and entirely fitting. On. Narcissa pressed, her curiosity piqued. He let the silence stretch for a moment longer before answering. How entertaining this night proves to be. The words were a veiled promise, a suggestion that perhaps the evening held more intrigue than either of them had initially anticipated. A soft, knowing laugh escaped Narcissa's lips, a sound that managed to be both mocking and inviting. It was clear that she found his response amusing, yet there was a glimmer of respect in her eyes. You play the game with more skill than I expected, Severus Shafi, she conceded, her voice carrying a note of genuine admiration. Severus's smirk broadened into a rare, genuine smile, the expression transforming his usually austere features. I've always preferred games that require a certain depth of strategy, he replied, his tone suggesting that he was not one to be underestimated. The two stood in silent understanding, each recognizing the other as a formidable player in the complex dance of power and politics that permeated their world. Around them, the ball continued, a whirlwind of color and sound that seemed almost trivial in comparison to the subtle exchange occurring between them. Lucius watches me as if I am already his possession, she murmured, her voice a mere thread carried on the still air. Yet, I am not. Not entirely. Inching closer, she reduced the space between them to a mere whisper, ensuring her following words were for his ears alone. But pray, Severus, have you ever let your mind wander to the forbidden? To the thrill of claiming something not yet yours? Her breath, warm and teasing, danced across his skin like a specter, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps. The provocation lacing her tone was unmistakable, a siren's call to the darker parts of his nature. And in that fleeting, unguarded moment, Severus found himself teetering on the edge of temptation, contemplating the very transgression she so daringly proposed. But with a will born of long practice in self-restraint, he raised his glass like a shield between them, disrupting the intoxicating nearness. "Not yet," he echoed, his voice betraying none of the turmoil within. Narcissa's smile, as sharp as a blade's edge, did not quite reach her eyes. "A shame," she purred, the word hanging in the air like a silent admonition. And with the grace of a spectre, she vanished, leaving behind only the faintest hint of her perfume and the echo of a challenge unmet. The ball progressed in full swing, a dazzling display of the British magical elite. Severus Snape, having grown weary of the constant political maneuvering, had retreated to a shadowed corner of the ballroom. He sought a respite from the incessant whispers and the veiled contempt that seemed to permeate the air. But as he sipped his drink, a subtle change in the atmosphere arrested his attention. It was more than a simple quieting of the crowd. An eerie stillness descended upon the room, so profound that it felt as though the very magic within the space had drawn back, holding its breath in anticipation. Then, with a suddenness that made Severus's pulse quicken, the shift occurred. The grand entrance to the ballroom framed a figure that commanded instant attention. Abraxas Malfoy, a man of considerable influence and power, was eclipsed the moment he was no longer the solitary focus of the assembly's gaze. The true center of attention had arrived. Severus's heart lodged in his throat as recognition dawned. It couldn't be. The man who walked beside Malfoy, with an air of such palpable menace and charisma, should have been a ghost, a spectral figure from the darkest corners of Severus's memory. Yet, there he was, in the flesh. Tom Riddle. Lord Voldemort. Unmasked, unhidden by the cloak of shadows that had once shrouded him, Voldemort strode into the ballroom with the bearing of a conquering monarch returning to his realm. He moved with a sinister grace that seemed to sever the room's oxygen supply, leaving those present gasping for breath. The lords of the dark factions, previously engaged in their own intrigues, shifted like a flock of birds changing direction at the predator's approach. They converged around Voldemort, their expressions a mix of reverence, fear, and unspoken allegiance. It was clear that they acknowledged his dominion over them. This was no secretive meeting of covert supporters. This was a bold proclamation, a statement of power and intention played out on the grandest stage of the wizarding world. The sight of it made Severus moment. He understood, everything was about to change. Please visit Chapter 44, Chapter 41, The Shadow Behind the Throne. The transformation in the ballroom's ambience was palpable, as if an unseen hand had adjusted the very molecules in the air, infusing them with a taut anticipation. This was no mere trick of the light or sleight of hand, it was the undeniable aura of raw power that permeated the vast, opulently adorned space. Severus Shafi, whose sharp eyes had witnessed the machinations of the influential, recognized this change. It was an intangible weight that entered with the two men, a silent proclamation of dominion. When Lord Thomas Gaunt made his entrance alongside Lord Abraxas Malfoy, the chatter that had previously filled the room grew sparse, giving way to a thickening silence that hung heavy with respect, and a frisson of fear. Conversations faltered, then resumed in muted tones, as if the guests were collectively aware of speaking in the presence of royalty. Or something more sinister. There was an inherent understanding that the man who had just stepped into their midst was not to be trifled with. Severus schooled his features into an impassive mask, a skill honed through years of practice, but inwardly, his thoughts were a whirlwind of calculations and conjectures. Thomas Gaunt, heir to the illustrious House of Gaunt, was a figure surrounded by whispers and veiled in shadows. To the public eye, he was the epitome of nobility, a scion of one of the most ancient and respected families in magical society. Yet to those who operated in the clandestine corridors of power, namely, the Dark Faction, he was much more. He was a comet blazing across the night sky, a beacon for those who thirsted for dominance and influence. His association with the influential and notorious Lord Malfoy had further cemented his position, though the true nature of their relationship remained shrouded in mystery. To the public eye, he was an enigma, a charismatic nobleman whose presence commanded attention. Yet, beneath the veneer of aristocratic charm, lay a chilling reality known only to a select few. Thomas Gaunt was more than the sum of his public personas. He was Voldemort, the one the world would come to fear above all others. The lords who acknowledged him with curt nods at social gatherings, the ladies whose curious glances he caught, they were all oblivious to the malevolent force that resided within him. Only the inner circle of the Dark Faction, those deeply embedded in its shadowy machinations, understood the gravity of his true identity. As he moved through the opulent halls of power, the leaders of the Dark Faction seemed drawn to him as if by some unspoken, sinister magnetism. Their conversations were veiled, their voices lowered to conspiratorial whispers, but their eyes betrayed an eager anticipation. It was clear that Thomas Gaunt's, Voldemort's, sway over them was not merely acknowledged, it was revered. With each hushed exchange, his dominion expanded, and so did the peril he represented to the world at large. Severus had harbored expectations of encountering something macabre, a visage that would match the whispers that slithered through the halls of Hogwarts, the rumors that circulated in the darkest corners of the wizarding world, and the terrifying descriptions found in the most forbidden of books. These sources had collectively crafted an image of Voldemort as a creature of nightmares, a being whose very appearance was a testament to his detachment from humanity, pallid skin, eyes glowing an unnatural crimson. Yet, when Severus's eyes fell upon the figure before him, he found himself face to face with Lord Thomas Gaunt, a man whose handsomeness was undeniable. Gaunt's appeal was not the ethereal beauty of a Lucius Malfoy, whose features seemed chiseled from marble, nor was it the captivating allure of a Regulus Black, whose youthful visage was as sharp as it was magnetic. No, Gaunt stood apart. He was an embodiment of understated power, his stature tall and imposing, his dark robes a testament to his authority, devoid of ostentation yet resonating with an aura of strength. His high cheekbones and noble bearing were complemented by eyes that seemed to harbor unfathomable depths of intelligence. The air around him was charged with a presence that did not scream for recognition but rather ensnared the attention of all who crossed his path, rendering them unable to tear their gaze away. Every movement was deliberate, each gesture executed with calculated grace, his words selected with the utmost care, as if he were weaving a spell with his very cadence. Severus felt a knot of unease form within his gut. The man who stood before him was a stark contrast to the Voldemort he had read about in the Harry Potter series in his last life. The discrepancy left Severus with a sense of disquiet. Had the tales of Voldemort's monstrous appearance been embellished, or had the Dark Lord undergone a profound transformation before the canonical history had even begun to unfold? Or was this an elaborate ruse, a masterful illusion designed to deceive even those who believed they knew the true face of evil? Severus was torn, unable to decide which situation was more intolerable. Severus stood motionless, his gaze fixed on Gaunt, studying the man's every move with a keen eye. There was no need for Gaunt to assert his dominance, it was inherent, a palpable aura that filled the room and claimed it as his own. The lords of the dark faction leaned in, as if drawn by an unseen force, subtly acknowledging his superiority with every tilt of their heads. The Grey faction members, maintaining a careful balance, kept a respectful distance, their faces schooled into masks of neutrality. Even the light-aligned whispers among themselves, their voices carrying an unmistakable note of uncertainty, hinted at the enigma that was Gaunt. The atmosphere shifted subtly when Lord Nott, known for his strict neutrality, stepped forward to greet Gaunt. His salutation was formal, his bow slight, yet laden with the weight of unspoken tension. "Lord Gaunt," Nott said, the words precise and measured, "a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Gaunt's response was a calculated smile, one that did not reach his eyes but spoke volumes of his control over the situation. "Lord Nott," he replied, his voice as smooth as silk, yet underlying his cordiality was a distinct chill. His words hung in the air, heavy with an unspoken challenge. Severus, observing from the sidelines, understood the silent power play unfolding before him. Gaunt was not merely conversing, he was probing, assessing Nott's mettle without resorting to legilimency or overt magical displays. It was a test of wills, a subtle duel fought with mere presence and the force of personality. In that moment, it became clear to Severus that Gaunt's influence extended far beyond titles and alliances, it was rooted in an intrinsic ability to command attention and respect, even from those who considered themselves his equals. And Nott knew it, the truth hanging in the air like a storm cloud about to burst. The older lord, with a face etched by time and secrets, inclined his head slightly, a gesture that acknowledged Severus's presence and conceded just enough respect to maintain the fragile peace that existed between them. This was a dance of subtlety and subtext, a political ballet where every movement was laden with meaning. Gaunt, the ever-observant, smiled again, a thin curl of the lips that did not reach his eyes. It was a dismissive expression, one that swept the moment's tension aside as if it were nothing more than a bothersome cobweb. He moved on, gliding through the room with the grace of a predator that had already claimed its territory, his demeanor suggesting that the minor disturbance had never happened. Severus watched, his breath escaping in a slow, measured exhale. This was far more dangerous than what the books had suggested, more treacherous than the theoretical scenarios he had studied so diligently. The Dark Lord didn't need to force people into submission with brute strength or the terrors of his magic. Instead, he created an environment where they submitted willingly, drawn into his web by the allure of power, the promise of protection, or the fear of retribution. Each individual, bound by their own desires and fears, became a willing participant in their own subjugation. Severus understood this and felt the weight of it in his bones. The game they were all playing was one of survival, and the stakes were higher than ever. Severus should have kept his head down, allowed himself to dissolve into the shadows, unnoticed and unbothered. Yet, Lucius had harbored other intentions. Severus's reaction was barely perceptible when Lucius, positioned beside the imperious Gaunt, made a discreet motion in his direction as he spoke. "And this," Lucius's voice slid through the room like silk, "is the scion of House Shafi. Severus Shafi." The name, imbued with the weight of lineage and expectation, wended its way through the gathered assembly until it reached the ears of Voldemort. And for the first time, the world seemed to still. Those piercing dark eyes, which had previously skimmed over the crowd, now settled on Severus with an almost tangible force. And they lingered. Severus felt the scrutiny, it was not the invasive touch of legilimency, nor was it a manifestation of overt magic. It was, however, equally as powerful. A silent assessment. A quiet yet profound evaluation. A verdict hanging in the balance, waiting to crystallize. Severus remained stoic, his expression schooled into impassivity. He did not flinch, nor did he bow his head in deference. Instead, with a carefully calibrated motion, he inclined his head ever so slightly. It was a gesture that artfully balanced the line between respect and challenge. Not submission, nor defiance. Merely an acknowledgement of the recognition he had been afforded. Gaunt, ever the keen observer, allowed a ghost of a smile to play upon his lips, there and gone in an instant. Then, as if nothing of consequence had transpired, he turned his attention away. But Severus was not deceived. The men had noticed him. In that moment, beneath the gaze of Voldemort, Severus had irrevocably crossed a threshold. He had stepped into the game, a player now in a contest of far-reaching implications and uncertain outcomes. And there would be no turning back. He needed to escape, and not just from the opulence of the ballroom. Severus had to flee Britain itself. Months of meticulous planning and personal sacrifice had led him to this point, where he stood on the precipice of an existence he had painstakingly crafted for himself. Yet here he was, teetering on the brink of a chasm far more perilous than any he had foreseen. The source of this imminent danger was none other than Lord Thomas Gaunt, known in darker circles as Voldemort. This man was not merely a sorcerer with a thirst for power, he was a commander, a strategist, an elemental force that could not be overlooked or underestimated. And as Severus watched with a sinking heart, he saw Britain succumbing to Voldemort's influence, oblivious to the true nature of the threat that loomed over them. Severus knew he could not risk being caught in the crossfire when the inevitable came to pass. The established narratives, the expected allegiances, canon be damned, he would not be swayed by the pressures to join the ranks of the Death Eaters. But neither would he be drawn into the fray on the side of the light. No, Severus was determined to forge a path that was entirely his own, guided by his own principles and ambitions. The events of this fateful night had crystallized a harsh truth in his mind: the war was not a distant storm on the horizon, it had already arrived, and its tempests were already beginning to rage. Severus was resolute in his decision to not be a mere piece in someone else's game. He would navigate these treacherous waters with caution and cunning, ensuring that his destiny would be of his own making. The war for the future of the wizarding world had begun, and Severus Shafi would face it on his own terms. As Severus Snape made his way to the back door, his mind raced with the gravity of what he had just overheard. The hushed voices behind him seemed to grow louder, even as they whispered. By next year, he'll have complete control over half the Wizengamot. The words pierced the air like a dagger, settling heavily in Severus's heart. His hand tightened reflexively around the glass he held, the knuckles turning white under the strain. The implications of such a shift in power were clear and dire. Severus had always known that the world of magic was fraught with danger, but this was a tide turning in a direction that spelled disaster. He could feel the grip of darkness tightening around the magical community, and he knew he could not stand idly by. He needed to leave Britain, and swiftly at that. The decision was as sudden as it was necessary. Severus had long ago learned to trust his instincts, and they were screaming at him now, urging him to flee the brewing storm. The game, as they so often referred to the political machinations of the wizarding world, was already afoot, and it was a game in which Severus could no longer afford to play. Every fiber of his being told him that staying was not merely risky, it was suicidal. There was too much at stake, and the stakes were rising with each passing moment. Severus knew he had to act, to seek refuge beyond the reach of those who sought to dominate and control. With a final, fleeting glance over his shoulder, Severus stepped out into the night, the cool air a stark contrast to the heated turmoil within him. His resolve was unwavering. He would leave Britain, and he would do it soon. For the game was indeed in motion, and Severus Snape was no one's pawn. Please visit Chapter 45, Chapter 42, The Last Game of the Night. Severus stood in the midst of the bustling ballroom, the echoes of laughter and whispers of conspiracy failing to penetrate the fog of his contemplation. The grandeur of the chandeliers, once dazzling, now seemed muted against the backdrop of his tumultuous thoughts. The revelry around him was a stark contrast to the gravity of the night's events, which pressed upon him like a leaden shroud. As he grappled with the implications of what he had just witnessed, a figure insinuated itself into his periphery: Lucius Malfoy, silver-haired and enigmatic, his presence as insidious as a shadow. In his hand, a glass of wine caught the dimmed light, and his features were an impenetrable mask. "You're rather quiet, Shafi," Lucius remarked, his voice a low drawl that cut through Severus's introspection. Severus remained silent, his mind a whirlwind of analysis and recalibration. There was too much to unpack, too much at stake. Lucius's smirk was a thin blade in the dim light. "Ah. Processing, are we?" Finally, Severus met the older Malfoy's gaze, his eyes honed to a lethal edge. "And what exactly am I supposed to be processing, Lucius?" The smirk on Lucius's face broadened, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling prescience. "You're intelligent enough to figure that out on your own." Severus released a measured breath through his nose, recognizing the familiar goad in Lucius's tone. Don't toy with me, Malfoy. A chuckle escaped Lucius as he surveyed the room, his glass tilting as if toasting unseen specters. Severus, you're a fascinating case. You spent your years at Hogwarts overshadowed by those less deserving, yet now, in the world beyond those ancient walls, your name is on the lips of every influential family. And not merely as an unparalleled potioneer, but as a formidable presence in the grand game we all play. Severus's jaw tightened perceptibly, a subtle betrayal of his inner turmoil. I never asked to be in this game, he uttered, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate with the tension in the air. Lucius responded with a soft, mirthless laugh, his head shaking in a gesture that seemed to convey both amusement and a patronizing sort of pity. My dear Severus, he began, his voice smooth and almost fatherly, you were born into it. You are the last scion of a most ancient and noble house, a lineage with roots entwined deeply with both the light and the dark. You, of all people, are someone who cannot afford the luxury of neutrality. Severus felt his fingers curling into fists at his sides, the truth of Lucius's words gnawing at him. He had always been aware of his heritage, his destiny, a burden he had carried since the moment of his birth. But the events of this night had painted that reality in stark, unyielding colors. Neutrality was not just a challenge, it was an impossibility. Lucius's voice softened further, taking on an almost kind timbre that was entirely out of character. You can keep fleeing to America, Severus, but Britain isn't finished with you. You have a place here, a lineage to honor, and power that is yours by right. You are Shafi, and your family's legacy is not something you can outrun. Severus turned his gaze slightly, his dark eyes fixing on the men beside him. Lucius Malfoy, his rival, his sometimes ally, was regarding him with an intensity that was unnerving. Gone was the usual taunting smirk, the arrogant tilt of his head. Instead, Lucius's gaze was steady, almost solemn. Not mocking. Not laced with superiority. Just, expectant, as though he was a spectator awaiting the final move in a grandmaster's chess game. The silence that stretched between them was heavy with anticipation, a silent acknowledgement of the roles they were both destined to play in the tumultuous game of power and politics that was their world. Severus Snape felt a cold knot of frustration tighten within his chest as he stood in the dimly lit room, the shadows casting an appropriate gloom over his thoughts. It seemed as though everyone had their hands outstretched, palms upward, each eager to claim a piece of him for their own purposes. The light, with its incessant, self-righteous demands. The dark, with its seductive promises of power and revenge. And then there were those like Malfoy, who played a more nuanced game, one that was no less manipulative. But Severus had never been one to conform to the role of a pawn in another's grand strategy. He had his own plans, his own objectives, and they did not align with simply being an instrument for another's will. With a practiced ease born of years of concealing his true feelings, Severus exhaled slowly, his face a mask of impassivity that could rival the stoicism of the stone gargoyles perched high upon the castle's towers. I appreciate the advice, Malfoy, Severus said, his voice as smooth and unyielding as marble, betraying none of the turmoil that simmered beneath the surface. But I decide my own fate. Lucius Malfoy's smirk, a permanent fixture upon his arrogant face, didn't falter, but there was a fleeting shadow that passed through his pale gray eyes. Was it respect? Perhaps a hint of approval for the other man's defiance. Of course, Severus, Malfoy replied, his voice a low drawl as he swirled the ruby liquid in his glass before taking a leisurely sip. Do keep that in mind when the board starts closing in on you. The veiled threat hung in the air, as tangible as the scent of the burning fireplace. Severus felt the muscles in his jaw clench, but he would not give Malfoy the satisfaction of a reaction. Instead, he turned on his heel, the fabric of his robes whispering against the stone floor, a soft counterpoint to the harshness of his emotions. He needed to leave, to extricate himself from the stifling atmosphere of intrigue and veiled hostility. Severus had nearly managed to extricate himself from the stifling atmosphere of the gathering. The conversation with Lucius, which had been a dance of veiled meanings and political undertones, had finally concluded, allowing Severus to set his sights on the sanctuary of the exit. His intention was clear, to vanish into the night before another soul could detain him with inane chatter or probing questions. But as fate would have it, luck was not on his side this evening. Naughty, naughty, Shafi, purred a voice that seemed to caress the very air around him. Severus froze, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling in recognition of that all-too-familiar drawl. He had been hoping to avoid this particular encounter. With a resignation that felt like a lead weight in his chest, he pivoted on his heel to face the owner of the voice. There, in the soft glow of the balcony's lanterns, stood Narcissa Black, or rather, Narcissa Malfoy, as she was soon to be known. She was the epitome of elegance and grace, her ethereal beauty as crisp and untouchable as a winter's frost. Her pale blonde hair was meticulously coiffed, each strand woven into place with an artisan's precision. Her piercing blue eyes, sharp and perceptive, regarded him with an expression that was both playful and predatory. Severus allowed himself a moment of silent exasperation before he composed his features into a mask of indifference. Narcissa, he acknowledged with a curt nod, his voice deliberately devoid of emotion. Shouldn't you be at Lucius's side, basking in the glow of your impending nuptials? A slow, knowing smile spread across her lips, as if she could see right through his thinly veiled attempt at disinterest. Lucius is otherwise engaged, lost in the labyrinth of political niceties. I, on the other hand, have seized the chance to escape into the quiet, she replied, taking a step closer, her eyes roaming over him with an assessing gaze. Imagine my delight when I saw you attempting to slip away. Severus didn't respond immediately, taken aback by the unexpected nature of the encounter. It wasn't the attention per se that surprised him. He had grown somewhat accustomed to the whispers that now followed his name, the curious glances of certain witches who had only recently begun to notice the once obscure boy from a lineage long forgotten by the wizarding world's high society. However, the sight of Narcissa Black approaching him was something else entirely. This was a development that deviated significantly from the norm. At Hogwarts, their interactions had been virtually non-existent. She had been aware of him, as one is aware of all within their social stratum, but that awareness had never translated into genuine interest or engagement. Their acquaintance had been superficial at best, limited to the occasional encounter at Horace Slughorn's exclusive gatherings or through his more esteemed housemate, Lucius Malfoy. In those settings, Severus had been nothing more than a peripheral figure, a shadow lingering on the outskirts of Narcissa's gilded world. To her, he had been inconsequential, a mere blip on the radar of her privileged existence. Yet, despite the stark differences in their social standings and the indifference she had always shown him, Severus couldn't deny the quiet fascination she held for him. Narcissa had always been beautiful in his eyes, an ethereal presence that he admired from afar, though he had never allowed himself to entertain the notion that she might see him as anything more than the nobody he was presumed to be, until this very moment. And so, as Narcissa Black stood before him, seeking his attention for reasons unknown, Severus found himself grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. There was skepticism, a wariness born from years of being overlooked, but beneath that, a flicker of something warmer, a hope that perhaps, in some inexplicable way, the tides of fate were turning in his favor. At least, until this moment, Severus had managed to convince himself that his fascination with Narcissa Malfoy was a relic of a past life. And yet, despite all logic and the stark reality of his current circumstances, he had always found her beautiful. It was an allure that transcended time and space, rooted not in the present but in the echoes of another era. In the last life, when he had been George, a mere reader of tales, not a participant in their unfolding, he had encountered her as a fleeting figure in someone else's narrative. Even then, she had captivated him, the most stunning of the Black sisters in his eyes. She was like a marble statue, cold and untouchable, a woman who meticulously guarded her inner world, never allowing more than a controlled glimpse to those who dared to peer in. And now, here she was, materialized before him in the flesh, her presence as commanding as ever. She regarded him with the predatory intensity of a cat eyeing its next meal, her gaze fixed on him with a focus that was both unsettling and thrilling. "You're staring, Severus," she murmured, the faintest trace of amusement coloring her voice. He blinked, the spell momentarily broken. Then, collecting himself, he regained his composure. "You approached me, Narcissa. Surely you had a reason," he retorted coolly, his voice betraying none of the turmoil she stirred within him. A slow, deliberate smile curled her lips, a silent acknowledgement of his observation. "I did," she confessed, her voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate in the quiet space between them. She took another step toward him, her movement intentional and precise. It was too close, too deliberate, a clear invasion of the carefully constructed boundaries he had erected around himself. Severus stood his ground, betraying no outward sign of discomfort. But beneath the surface, his pulse quickened, a treacherous giveaway of the effect she had on him. "You've changed," she remarked, her voice barely above a whisper as she trailed a single, perfectly manicured finger down the edge of his dark sleeve. The subtle gesture was both an acknowledgement and an invitation. "I always knew you were clever, but clever isn't the same as dangerous." Severus regarded her with a single arched brow, his expression unreadable. "And do you find that appealing?" he inquired, his tone laced with an undercurrent of challenge. A soft hum escaped her lips, a sound that seemed to vibrate with the thrill of their conversation. "I find it intriguing," she admitted, her gaze locked onto his. Something unspoken and potent hung in the air between them, a tangible presence that seemed to thicken with each passing second. It was temptation, pure and simple, a test of wills that neither could afford to lose. A moment stretched between them, taut with anticipation, one that Severus could either end with a word or indulge with a gesture. It was a precipice, and they both stood perilously close to the edge. But before Severus could decide on his next move, Narcissa stepped back, withdrawing from the invisible line that had been drawn in the space between them. Her lips curved into a subtle, enigmatic expression that hovered somewhere between a smirk and a smile, a curve that held more secrets than Severus cared to decipher. "Enjoy the rest of your evening, Severus," she said, her voice a silken thread winding through the air. And then, just like that, she was gone, leaving behind only the faintest trace of her perfume and a room that felt suddenly, inexplicably empty. Severus stood still, his mind racing with a tumult of thoughts, each one more unsettling than the last. He was left with a head full of questions, each unanswered query more tantalizing than the one before. And a body that, much to his frustration, had very clear answers. Damn it. Severus took a step into the familiar expanse of Prince Manor and felt the taut bands of stress that had wound around his muscles begin to loosen their grip, even if just marginally. Home. It was a concept that had long eluded him, a label that never sat quite right when applied to this place or any other for that matter. Yet, standing there, after having navigated the treacherous thicket of the Magical Congress of the United States of America's latest assemblage, the manor felt like an oasis, a respite from the snide remarks and veiled hostilities he'd left behind. Eileen, his mother, stood at the foot of the grand staircase, her posture betraying a mix of relief and expectation. She greeted him with a rare, authentic smile, a fleeting thing, scarcely seen yet cherished whenever it graced her stoic features. "You survived," Eileen remarked, her voice laced with a dry sarcasm that only a mother could perfect when addressing her recently endangered offspring. With a dismissive snort, Severus concurred with her assessment, barely. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Julius, his irrepressible 10-year-old cousin, careened into him with the full force of youthful exuberance. "Did you duel anyone?" Julius queried, a mix of curiosity and hero worship sparkling in his eyes. "Did you hex someone? Is Malfoy Manor truly as eerie as the tales suggest?" Severus' smirk was immediate, a telltale twitch of lips that had just recently learned the art of indulging in harmless deception. He ruffled Julius' already disheveled hair in a show of affectionate teasing. "No, Julius," he confessed with faux solemnity. "I did not hex anyone." The boy's face fell into a comedic pout, his shoulders slumping with exaggerated disappointment. Boring. Laughter, unbidden and uncharacteristic, bubbled from Severus as he took the simplicity of home. "Good to see you too," he responded warmly, an undercurrent of sincerity coloring the exchange. Severus found a rare respite in the days that followed. He immersed himself in the warmth of his family's company, recounting his time at Ilvermorny with a mix of truth and embellishment that had young Julius hanging on his every word. Together they laughed, the sound echoing through their modest home, a testament to the joy that Severus had almost forgotten. He lent a hand to his mother in the kitchen, their hands deftly working in harmony as they prepared an array of dishes for the New Year's celebration. It was a period of tranquility that Severus savored, a stark contrast to the tumultuous life he had led of late. Yet, despite the comfort and familiarity that enveloped him, an inescapable shadow loomed on the horizon. The thought of his impending departure to Britain, back to the life he had left behind, cast a pall over his moments of happiness. The knowledge that this peaceful interlude was fleeting haunted his every smile, a bittersweet reminder of the world that awaited his return. Severus stood in his room, the last vestiges of twilight filtering through the curtains, casting long shadows across the floor. The room was in a state of organized chaos, with books, scrolls, and various magical paraphernalia strewn about haphazardly, yet each item seemed to occupy a specific place within the disorder, known only to Severus himself. He was packing his trunk, an ornate, darkwood piece that had borne the brunt of his travels between Hogwarts and home for several years now. His decision, one that had been brewing in the cauldron of his mind for months, was now final. It had taken root in the fertile soil of his ambition and had grown, steadfast and unyielding. He would finish his education in Ilvermorny, the North American school of witchcraft and wizardry that had always held an allure for him, with its mysterious houses and untapped opportunities. He had made his choice, and it was a declaration of independence. He belonged to himself and no other, not to the specter of his father, the memory of his mother, nor the expectations of those who had pigeonholed him since his first days at Hogwarts. As he folded his last few belongings, his hands paused over a worn copy of Advanced Potion Making. It was more than a textbook, it was a chronicle of his journey thus far, filled with notes and annotations, some of which bordered on the heretical. It was with a sense of quiet reverence that he placed it atop the other books in his trunk. But as he closed the lid, a sharp knock echoed through the room, disrupting the stillness like a stone thrown into a serene pond. The sound was jarring, unexpected, and it seemed to Severus that the very walls of his room held their breath. He turned, his dark eyes narrowing, a reflex born of years spent in a world where surprises often spelled danger. And there he froze, the muscles in his body tensing like a coiled serpent ready to strike. A house elf stood at the doorway, its large, bat-like ears twitching nervously. In its tiny hands, it held a letter, the parchment was edged with a fine silver trim, a detail that spoke of both elegance and solemnity. Severus held it in his hands, feeling the weight of the paper and the memories it carried. The wax seal was unmistakable, the black family crest, a snarling wolf against a background of stars. It was a symbol that Severus had come to know well, a reminder of a past that was both his salvation and his burden. With a measured breath, he broke the seal, the sharp snap of the wax echoing in the quiet room. As he unfolded the letter, the scent of old parchment mingled with the faint aroma of the wax, a scent that seemed to carry the essence of the wizarding world he had left behind. His eyes scanned the elaborate script, each word etching itself into his mind. The letter was an invitation, or perhaps a summons, calling him back to a life he had thought was over. Britain, with all its intrigue and danger, was not yet ready to let him go. It was a call to duty, to old alliances, and to a history that still had a hold on him. Severus felt the tug of his old loyalties, the pull of unfinished business. He set the letter down on the table, his thoughts a tumultuous sea. The Black family, with their noble lineage and dark secrets, had been both his refuge and his cage. And now, they were reaching out to him once more, drawing him back into the fray. Severus knew that he could not ignore this call, for the matter was too grave, and the stakes too high. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the truth that lay before him. Britain, his homeland, his birthright, was not done with him yet. There was more to be done, more sacrifices to be made. And Severus Shafi, against his better judgment, was ready to play his part once again. Please visit Chapter 46, Chapter 43, The Black Family's Message. P.S. Hi all. I know some of you are wondering why Severus is even bothering with Lord Black or anyone else from Britain, given that he currently lives in the US. But do keep in mind, Severus will officially become Lord Shafi on his 17th birthday, and with that title come lasting ties to Britain. At the very least, he'll be required to attend a few mandatory Wisengamot sessions each year. From the beginning, I've always planned for Severus to return to Britain eventually. So yes, maintaining some level of diplomatic relationship with key British families is essential. Ignoring an invitation from House Black, or any of the Sacred 28, would be seen as a slight and could create unnecessary enemies. The reason Severus attended the Malfoy family Yule Ball in the first place. While Severus, as Lord Shafi, will hold significant power, there's no reason for him to antagonize other influential lords when a bit of politeness, attending a ball, having a conversation, or showing up at an informal gathering, can keep things cordial. Hope that clears things up a bit. Severus had braced himself for a multitude of scenarios upon his return to the shores of Great Britain. The cunning machinations of the Malfoy family were something he had foreseen with stark clarity. The oppressive and pompous atmosphere that permeated the gatherings of the British magical elite was an inevitable nuisance he was prepared to endure. Even the internal struggle with his own emotions, the bittersweet nostalgia and the pang of old wounds reopening, was a battle he had steeled himself for. Yet, amidst all these calculated expectations, one thing had managed to take him by surprise, an invitation bearing the seal of the venerable House of Black. This unexpected development lay before him, materialized in the form of a parchment that seemed to carry the weight of centuries in its fibers. The letter, written in an elegant script that harkened back to bygone eras, was devoid of the flowery language and veiled threats he had grown accustomed to in correspondence from his peers. Instead, it was direct and to the point, leaving little room for misinterpretation. Severus's dark eyes traced the lines of ink, his mind racing with the implications of such an overture. The Black family had always been a symbol of pure-blood supremacy, a banner under which many dark deeds had been done. Their house had stood as a pillar within the wizarding world, and their approval, or disapproval, carried significant weight. That they would reach out to him, in the wake of all that had transpired, was a variable he had not accounted for. Lord Shafi. Your presence is requested at Black Manor before your departure. It is in our mutual interest that this meeting occurs. We trust you will not keep us waiting. Arcturus Black, Lord of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Severus let out a sharp breath, his fingers clenching the edge of the parchment he held. The message it bore was clear, another move in the intricate game of power that pervaded the wizarding world. He had managed to avoid direct involvement with the formidable Lord Arcturus Black, the respected and feared head of the Black family, and the grandfather of Sirius and Regulus Black. Despite his efforts, it appeared that the men had now set his sights on Severus. The question of why echoed in his mind, a nagging uncertainty that left a bitter taste. Severus was well aware of his own standing, he was no stranger to the machinations of the pureblood elite. Yet, he had never sought the favor or attention of someone as influential as Lord Black. The very thought of being drawn into the Black family's orbit was both unsettling and potentially perilous. As he stood there, the parchment crackling slightly in his grip, Severus knew that he was on the cusp of an unveiling. The reasons behind Lord Black's interest in him were about to be laid bare, and he braced himself for the revelation, ready to navigate the treacherous waters that lay ahead. The Black family's ancestral home stood as a formidable edifice, its dark stone walls rising high and imposing, a silent testament to the wealth and power it housed within. The wards that protected this fortress were of an age that pressed heavily upon Severus as he stepped across the threshold, their ancient magic a tangible presence that prickled against his skin. House elves, with their too perceptive eyes, observed him from the shadows, their silent vigilance adding to the home's austere atmosphere. Guided by a servant whose footsteps echoed softly on the polished floors, Severus traversed grand halls adorned with tapestries that depicted the illustrious and often infamous history of the Black family. Each woven scene spoke of ambition, cunning, and a ruthless streak that had been the hallmark of the family's legacy for generations. Despite the rich tapestry of family heritage that unfolded around him, Severus maintained his composure, his face a carefully schooled mask of neutrality. The servant led him into a study that was a veritable sanctuary of knowledge, its walls lined with shelves that held old tomes, their leather bindings worn with age. Dark wood furniture, heavy and ornate, filled the room, adding to the sense of tradition and scholarship that permeated the air. It was within this intimate setting that Severus found himself in the presence of Lord Arcturus Black, a man whose very posture bespoke authority and the weight of his lineage. Seated beside Lord Arcturus was Regulus Black, his youthful demeanor contrasting sharply with the elder Black's stern countenance. The sight of the two Blacks together, each representing a different generation but united by blood and the formidable legacy of their house, made Severus acutely aware of the significance of his visit. As he prepared to engage in conversation, he knew that every word exchanged in this room would carry the weight of history and the potential to shape the future. Lord Arcturus Black observed Severus Snape with a piercing gaze as the younger man crossed the threshold into the Black family's opulent drawing room. Lord Snape, Arcturus greeted, his voice carrying an undercurrent of command beneath its veneer of civility. I appreciate your punctuality. Severus, his posture rigid yet composed, inclined his head in a gesture of respect that did not quite mask the shrewd glint in his dark eyes. It seemed prudent to not keep the House of Black waiting, he responded, the hint of a cautionary note woven into his words. A flicker of approval crossed Arcturus's lined features, a ghost of a smile that vanished as quickly as it appeared. You are perceptive, he acknowledged, appreciating the subtle art of diplomacy that Severus had just displayed. Regulus Black, positioned a step behind his venerable grandfather, offered a curt nod to Severus, a silent affirmation of the unspoken power dynamics at play within the room. The young scion of the Black line was aware of the import of this meeting, and his posture mirrored the gravity of the situation. Severus's eyes briefly locked with Regulus's, an exchange that was at once an assessment and an unspoken accord. There was no mistaking the weight of this gathering, it was steeped in purpose and the promise of negotiations yet to unfold. With a sweep of his hand, Lord Black indicated the plush seating area, an unsubtle command wrapped in the guise of hospitality. Sit, he said, the word carrying the finality of a decree. Severus complied, the motion smooth and deliberate as he settled onto the richly upholstered chair. His fingers deftly adjusted the fall of his robes, ensuring that not a single crease marred the impeccable fabric. Arcturus leaned back in his chair, his gaze never wavering from Severus. Let's not waste time, he stated, his tone signaling the transition from pleasantries to the heart of the matter. You've made quite the impression, Lord Shafi. Even across the vast expanse of the ocean, your name is being whispered with great interest. You have a multitude of options before you, Arcturus Black continued, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate with the weight of the words he spoke. A plethora of doors are opening for you, Severus. Some may already be knocking, eager for you to answer. Severus Snape, whose sharp mind was as keen as the edge of a well-honed knife, understood the subtext immediately. This was not merely a casual conversation between an esteemed pureblood wizard and a young, aspiring student. This was a subtle, yet unmistakable, attempt at recruitment. The House of Black, with its ancient lineage and formidable influence, was testing the waters, carefully probing to discern where his allegiances might eventually settle. But Severus, who had always harbored a deep-seated aversion to being manipulated, had no intention of becoming a pawn in someone else's grand game of power and politics. He was his own master, and he intended to remain so. I am grateful for your concern, Lord Black, Severus replied, his voice as smooth as silk, betraying none of the inner turmoil that the older wizard's words had stirred within him. However, I am merely an ambitious student, taking advantage of the opportunity to study abroad and expand my knowledge. Arcturus's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, gleamed with an intensity that belied his age. Are you, he asked, the question hanging in the air like a challenge. Regulus Black, who had been watching the exchange with the quiet attentiveness that was his nature, remained silent. Yet his gaze never wavered from Severus, taking in every nuance of the young wizard's demeanor. Then, with the air of a man who had just concluded a particularly satisfying game of chess, Lord Black leaned back in his chair, a knowing smirk playing upon his lips. It was the smirk of someone who was intimately acquainted with the intricate dance of power that shaped their world. Very well, then, Arcturus said, his voice carrying the finality of a king passing judgment. But remember this, young Lord Snape, sooner or later, every wizard must choose a side. After the conversation, Severus was escorted once again through the labyrinthine corridors, though this time his guide was Regulus Black himself. The atmosphere between them was thick with the kind of silence that speaks volumes, a silence heavy with the gravity of things left unsaid. As they approached the looming entrance, the quiet was broken by Regulus's voice, soft yet resolute. They won't force you, he said, his words hanging in the air like a foreshadowing. Severus turned to look at him, a question in his eyes. No, he asked, the single syllable carrying the weight of his skepticism. Regulus offered a faint, wry smile that did not reach his eyes. They don't have to. They know, we all know, that war is coming, and it will find us all in time. They halted for a moment, the tension palpable. Regulus let out a long, measured breath. I hope you make the right choice, Severus. Severus came to a standstill, his gaze fixed on Regulus. And what choice have you made, he inquired, his voice steady despite the turmoil that question stirred within him. Regulus's pause was brief, nearly imperceptible, but in that fleeting hesitation, Severus found his answer. It was written in the subtle shift of Regulus's eyes, the slight tightening of his jaw, a silent confession that echoed louder than words ever could. In that single, unguarded moment, the truth was laid bare, Regulus had already chosen his path, and it was a path fraught with peril and uncertainty. Severus understood then that they were both on the precipice of a decision that would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. The meeting had not unfolded as Severus had anticipated. The Blacks, a family known for their assertiveness and demands, had remained surprisingly silent in that regard. Yet, their intense scrutiny of Severus had been palpable, a silent message that he was under observation. Their eyes, piercing and discerning, seemed to follow his every move, making it clear that his actions were being closely monitored. Regulus, the youngest of the Blacks present, had not directly sought assistance, but his pauses, his faltering speech, betrayed a deep-seated unease. Each hesitation was a word unspoken, each glance away a question left hanging in the air. It was evident that he wrestled with thoughts and troubles he was not at liberty to voice, and this reticence spoke more loudly than words ever could. As for Severus, the meeting had triggered a profound internal transformation. The abstract concept of war, once a distant storm on the horizon, was now a palpable threat approaching with inexorable speed. It was no longer a matter that could be contemplated from a safe remove, it was immediate, it was personal, and it was inescapable. The looming conflict was like a shadow creeping across the land, its edges darkening with each passing day. Severus could feel the weight of its imminent arrival, a pressure that settled upon his shoulders with a tangible presence. The time for mere contemplation was over, it was a time for action, for difficult decisions, and for taking sides. And if Severus was not meticulous, if he did not tread with the utmost caution, he knew he risked being swept away by the maelstrom of war. It was a fate he had always sought to avoid, but now it seemed an inevitability he could no longer ignore. The path ahead was fraught with danger, and yet, it was the only path available. With a newfound resolve, Severus acknowledged the gravity of his situation. He would need to be more vigilant than ever, for the war was no longer coming, it had arrived at his doorstep. Severus Snape, known to the wizarding world as Severus Shafi due to his mixed heritage, had spent a whirlwind of days in the familiar yet often stifling environment of Britain. His visit, though necessary, was tinged with a sense of urgency and a desire to return to the freedom he found across the Atlantic at Ilvermorny. He had fulfilled his familial duties, bidding a solemn farewell to his mother and his uncle, Arcturus Black, a man whose name carried weight in the British magical society. His conversation with the Blacks, a topic of curiosity for Lucius Malfoy, was something Severus kept close to his chest, revealing nothing of the strategic alliances and private deliberations that had taken place. With a final glance at the rolling hills and the world that had shaped him, Severus grasped the rough, enchanted object that served as an international portkey. The familiar sensation of magic enveloped him, a force that tugged at his very essence, pulling him away from Britain's shores and propelling him across the vast expanse of the ocean. As the landscape blurred around him, giving way to the rapid transit of portkey travel, Severus's mind was resolute. He was determined to chart his own course, to be the master of his destiny. The names that echoed through the corridors of power, Black, Malfoy, even the dark spectre of Voldemort, would not sway him. His life, his choices, were his own. With a silent vow that resonated with the strength of his convictions, Severus affirmed his determination. No one would manipulate him, he would not be a pawn in anyone's game. Severus Shafi, a product of two worlds, was his own man, and he would assert his autonomy. Britain, with its intricate web of politics and ancient bloodlines, would soon come to realize that Severus was a force to be reckoned with. His time at Ilvermorny had allowed him to grow in ways he had never imagined, and he would bring that strength back to the wizarding world of his birth. They would see that he was no one's instrument, he was a wizard of his own making, with a future he alone would shape. Please visit Chapter 47, Chapter 44, Back to Ilvermorny. Severus found himself abruptly disconnected from the international portkey's comforting tug, now materializing within the welcoming confines of Ilvermorny's designated arrival chamber for foreign travelers. The air was tinged with a refreshing sharpness, the school's enchanting aura pulsating through him, resonating with a deep, intrinsic part of his being, as if awakening a symphony that had long been silent. This was not the familiar grounds of Hogwarts, nor the rolling hills of Britain that had been his home for so many years. Here, in the heart of Ilvermorny, he was greeted by an overwhelming sense of belonging. The corridors echoed with the lively chatter of students, their voices a harmonious blend of excitement and respect as they acknowledged his presence with warm smiles and nods. Severus, often accustomed to a more reserved reception, felt an unexpected sense of camaraderie as he passed by the vibrant house banners, Thunderbird, Wampus, and Horned Serpent, each one stirring a memory from his own time as a student. As he ventured deeper into the school, the weight of his past seemed to lighten, and a profound realization took root within him. Ilvermorny was more than just a place of magical learning, it was a sanctuary where he could redefine himself, free from the shadows of his former life. The world had undergone a remarkable transformation since his initial arrival at Ilvermorny as a young man, and so too had Severus undergone his own metamorphosis. With each step he took, he felt the chains of his old identity loosen, making way for the man he was destined to become. This was where he belonged, where the next chapter of his life would unfold, rich with potential and the promise of a future shaped by his own hand. Severus had scarcely taken 3 steps into the familiar, bustling corridor of their training quarters when a force collided with him, nearly knocking the wind from his lungs. Sev. You're back. For a fleeting moment, he thought it might be Julius, but the voice was too mature, the embrace too vigorous. Severus braced himself as he was pulled into a suffocating headlock. Let him go, Evie, Jonas's voice broke through, laced with amusement. We need him in one piece for training. With a grunt, Severus managed to extricate himself from the aggressive welcome, just as Alessandro sauntered over, that infuriating smirk playing on his lips. And here I thought you had finally abandoned us for the charms of British aristocracy, Alessandro said with a teasing drawl. Couldn't resist the allure of those pompous noble lords, could you? Severus met his friend's gaze with a steely, unimpressed stare. You consider yourself a paragon of aristocracy, Alessandro. That's more than enough for me. With a theatrical flair, Alessandro placed a hand over his heart as if Severus's words had pierced him. You wound me, my friend, he declared, though his eyes twinkled with mirth. Cir materialized at Severus's side, her hands planted firmly on her hips in a gesture of mock severity. Did you at least bring back something scandalous? Some kind of forbidden British secret, she inquired, her tone hopeful. Severus gave a dry response, I brought myself. Cira's expression fell into exaggerated disappointment. Not scandalous enough, she lamented, shaking her head. Their companion, Aurora, chuckled under her breath, her eyes glinting with mischief. You mean to tell us you didn't assassinate a noble lord and pilfer his vaults? Now that would have been a tale worth hearing. Severus let out a sigh, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head in response to the jesting remarks of his companions. Yet, amidst the playful exchange, an unfamiliar warmth kindled within him, spreading through his chest like a comforting hearth fire on a cold night. These were his people, their faces etched with a combination of rugged determination and the camaraderie that comes from shared trials and triumphs. The air was thick with their easy banter, a testament to the trust and the unspoken bonds that held them together. They were a patchwork of personalities and backgrounds, united by a common purpose that transcended individual differences. These were his friends, individuals he had come to know and respect deeply. Their laughter, their teasing, their unwavering support, all were elements of a life he had not anticipated finding amidst the turmoil of his mission. Each one brought something unique to their group dynamic, enriching Severus's existence in ways he had not thought possible. And after weeks of navigating the treacherous waters of British politics, where every word and gesture seemed laden with hidden agendas and double meanings, returning to this circle felt like coming home. It was a stark contrast to the calculated dance of the political arena, where the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Here, he could shed the armor of diplomacy and simply be, among those who accepted him without pretense, who welcomed the men behind the title. It felt damn good to be back, to be grounded in the reality of genuine human connection, away from the facades and gamesmanship that had consumed his days. This was where he could recharge, where the essence of who he was found refuge and affirmation. These were the moments that fueled him, that reminded him of why he endured the labyrinthine complexities of his role. For in the end, it was the authenticity of these relationships that provided the true measure of his success. Alessandro leaned against the solid oak desk, arms folded in a posture of casual authority that belied the intensity of his gaze. The room, once a whirlwind of activity, had quieted as the evening waned, leaving only the soft flicker of candlelight to dance upon the walls. Severus, usually a master of composure, seemed uncharacteristically subdued, his attention focused on the parchment laid out before him, though it was clear his thoughts wandered far beyond the ink and quill. You've been avoiding something, Alessandro remarked, his voice cutting through the silence with an ease that spoke of long familiarity. Severus didn't look up from his work, his reply a low murmur that barely disturbed the air between them. I've been avoiding many things. Alessandro's smirk was a sliver of moonlight in the dim room, a hint of amusement in an otherwise serious face. Yes, but one thing in particular. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of unspoken burdens, Severus finally lifted his eyes to meet Alessandro's. What is it, Alessandro? Leaning forward slightly, Alessandro fixed his friend with that piercing gaze. Britain got to you, didn't it? The question hung in the air, an uninvited guest that neither could ignore. Severus's silence stretched on, a taut thread of tension that vibrated with the gravity of the past. Then, in a voice that was almost a whisper but carried the force of a confession, Severus spoke. It was a reminder. Alessandro's eyes, sharp and perceptive, missed nothing. He saw the flicker of memory pass over Severus's face, the tightening of his jaw. Of what? Alessandro pressed gently, aware that he was treading on hallowed ground. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the answer that would reveal the depths of Severus's introspection. Severus let out a long, weary sigh, his fingers drumming in erratic rhythm against the fabric of his trousers, betraying the tension that coiled within him. Each tap was a subtle, yet urgent, reminder of the oppressive atmosphere that permeated every corner of Britain, a country now smothered by the encroaching specter of conflict. It was a stark testament to the perilous tightrope of politics that he had so deliberately chosen to abandon, a world teetering on the brink of chaos and devastation. War was no longer a mere possibility, it was an inexorable tide, sweeping all in its path. I made the right choice leaving, Severus conceded aloud, his voice carrying the weight of his conviction, a hard-won certainty that had etched itself into the very fiber of his being. But they won't let me go so easily. The words hung in the air, a sobering acknowledgement of the relentless pursuit that he knew would follow. Across from him, Alessandro's gaze was penetrating, a keen instrument that probed beyond the surface. You planning to get involved? The question was posed with an air of casual curiosity, but the undercurrent was clear. It was an inquiry about allegiances, about the very nature of Severus's intentions in this game of power and betrayal. Severus felt a sudden stillness descend upon him, a quiet that settled like a shroud. His mind, for a fleeting moment, was elsewhere, in a grand ballroom where shadows clung to every corner, where the memory of Voldemort's presence was as palpable as the darkness that had once enveloped it. He could still envision the intricate dance of influence and control, the silent yet potent manipulations that had unfolded with a predator's grace. I'm planning to stay free, Severus replied, the resolve in his voice as unyielding as steel. It was a declaration, a vow to himself and to the men who now watched him with a mixture of respect and amusement. Alessandro's smirk blossomed into a full-fledged grin, the expression crinkling the corners of his eyes. Good answer, he said, the approval in his voice. Severus had scarcely arranged his belongings in the dormitory when an unsettling sensation crept over him. It was an aura, a sense of someone's nearness that he knew all too well. The presence was not oppressive nor was it commanding attention forcefully. Yet, it held an undeniable familiarity that resonated with him. With a sense of inevitability, he turned towards the source of the disturbance. There she stood, framed in the doorway, having already breached the threshold of his sanctuary. Celine Everett, a figure from his past that often lingered in his thoughts, both as a balm and as a thorn. This time, the usual mocking smile that so often graced her lips was conspicuously absent. There was no playful banter dancing in her eyes, no taunting edge to her posture. Instead, her keen, golden gaze swept over him with an intensity that seemed to see right through him, scrutinizing and piercing. You're finally back, Celine murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it carried a weight that filled the room. Severus, ever the observer, noted the change in her demeanor. He tilted his head in a silent inquiry, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. Were you waiting? He asked, his tone betraying a hint of skepticism. A soft laugh escaped her, a sound that seemed almost reluctant, as she folded her arms defensively across her chest. TCH. As if. Maybe I just happened to be passing by, she retorted, her words a futile attempt to maintain the familiar barrier of indifference between them. The arch of Severus's eyebrow spoke volumes more than words could. It was a challenge, a silent call for her to lay bare the truth. Her defenses crumbled slightly as a smirk played upon her lips, the corners turning up in a gesture of resigned honesty. All right, fine, she conceded with a hint of exasperation. Maybe I wanted to see you. The admission hung in the air, transforming the atmosphere from one of casual encounter to something far more significant. She approached with a deliberate slowness, granting him the silent opportunity to retreat if the impulse struck him. But he remained steadfast, his feet rooted to the spot, a silent acquiescence to her proximity. As she neared, the subtle aura of her warmth enveloped him, a tangible presence that seemed to beckon him closer. With a graceful motion, she lifted a hand, allowing her finger to trace the delicate edge of his collar, a feather-light touch that sent an unspoken message. You look different, she observed, her voice a soft murmur that hung between them. Do I? He replied, his tone betraying a hint of curiosity despite himself. Celine's gaze traversed his features, her eyes alight with an intensity that suggested she was peeling back layers, seeking the truth hidden beneath his stoic exterior. A moment of silence passed before her lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. No, she confessed, her voice laced with an undeniable thread of amusement. Still the same brooding, frustratingly composed Shafi. A sharp exhalation escaped him. Disappointed, he asked, the single word carrying the weight of a challenge. Celine leaned in, her lips hovering just a whisper away from his, close enough that her next words ghosted against his skin. Not even a little. And then, without further preamble, she closed the distance between them, her lips meeting his in a kiss that was neither a demand nor a tease. It was a statement, an undeniable affirmation of her intent, imbued with the unwavering certainty that was so inherently Celine Everett. Severus found himself surrendering to the moment, his fingers seeking the softness of her dark hair, twining through the silken strands as if to tether himself to the reality of her. In the midst of their embrace, the rest of the world seemed to fade into the background, a backdrop to the singular, pivotal shift that was occurring in their private universe. Britain had reminded him of everything he wanted to escape, the dreary weather, the oppressive expectations, and the relentless class system that had always made him feel like an outsider. But Ilvermorny, the North American wizarding school, reminded him of everything he had gained since leaving Britain behind. Here, he had found a new beginning, a place where his talents were recognized and his origins were not held against him. Celine pulled back, her eyes gleaming with a mix of mischief and affection. So, she asked, her voice teasing. Am I interrupting your very important return to academia? Severus allowed a smirk to play across his lips, his usual stern demeanor softening in her presence. "If you are," he replied, his voice low and sardonic, "I don't particularly mind." Celine's laughter was a bright sound that seemed to echo through the room, dispelling the solemnity that often clung to Severus like a second skin. Celine leaned in closer and kissed his lips passionately. Severus reciprocated, stroking her tongue with his, allowing her to bite his bottom lip, and taste the thirst in his mouth. They didn't even care about the saliva dripping from the corners of their lips. Wildly kissing, their hands weren't idle, unbuttoning each other's shirts with a frenzy. It was so wild and reckless that none of them cared if their clothes were wrinkled. Severus couldn't wait to touch her soft bronze skin under her clothes, caressing and kneading the gentle curves of her flesh. As her shirt came off and thrown towards the desk, his was thrown to the floor. Severus took a moment to marvel at her gentle, maturing hills, covered by the pure silver silk bra that contrasted well with her smooth, amber skin. Their desire for one another was palpable, the air around them crackling with an intensity that seemed almost otherworldly. Celine reached behind her back, deftly unclasping her bra, allowing it to fall away and reveal her perfectly formed breasts. They were a sight to behold, their beauty and allure a testament to the passage of time and the woman she had become. Severus couldn't resist, he leaned in, his lips capturing one of her nipples in a tender, delicate kiss. He teased her gently, his tongue flicking back and forth in an enticing dance that made her gasp and moan. He lavished attention on her, his lips traveling back and forth between her breasts, his hands cradling and caressing their soft weight. Celine's fingers tangled in his hair, her nails grazing his scalp as she guided him to her other breast, her body moving in sync with his ministrations. Their connection was profound, their love for one another a tangible force that seemed to envelop them both. While Severus and Celine delved deeper into the realm of each other's physical boundaries, their movements evolved into an urgent and intense dance of desire. This time, as their passion escalated, Severus was adrift from the shackles of his past, and future concerns momentarily dissipated. As he reveled in the warmth of Celine's embrace, he became acutely aware that this intimate connection transcended time itself. As they lay entwined, their breaths mingling, their hearts pounding in tandem, the intricate web of their shared history seemed to unravel, and only the raw, unbridled passion of the present remained. The wandering hands, exploring each curve and contour, spoke volumes about the long-repressed desire that now echoed throughout the room. Celine, in turn, responded with equal fervor, her own desires igniting like a wildfire. As they moved together, their limbs intertwined, their bodies harmonizing in a symphony of raw, primal need, it was clear that they were both irrevocably caught in the whirlwind of a passion that had been smoldering between them. As their intimate encounter approached its crescendo, the world around them effectively disintegrated, its remnants falling away like so much dust. In this all-consuming moment, there was only Severus and Celine, their bodies intertwined in a sensual ballet that spoke volumes about the depth of their emotion. As the final notes of their passionate symphony reverberated throughout the room, they clung to one another, their breathing ragged, their bodies sated but their spirits soaring. In this fleeting moment of mutual fulfillment, Severus experienced a profound sense of tranquility. It was indescribably fantastic to be back, enveloped in familiar surroundings and engaging in familiar pursuits without any worries. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 48, Chapter 45, The Grind, The Bonds, and The Breakthrough. Severus had never been subjected to such rigorous training before. The dueling club at Hogwarts now seemed like a distant memory, a mere playground where students indulged in the pretense of combat readiness, naively believing that the forceful casting of Expelliarmus qualified them as duelists. Here, at Ilvermorny, the stakes were starkly different. The training hall had been meticulously transformed into a facsimile of a battlefield, replete with intricate, layered wards that deftly absorbed the onslaught of magical energy, ensuring the safety of onlookers. At the heart of this intense scene stood Professor Harland, his keen gaze missing nothing, his demeanor implacable. Again, he commanded. Severus scarcely had a moment to catch his breath before his opponents, Ben and Damien, launched their coordinated assault. Damien initiated the attack with a display of aggressive precision, unleashing a relentless volley of hexes aimed at pinning Severus into a defensive stance. Ben, with his more deliberate approach, sought to maneuver Severus into a corner, restricting his movement and leaving him vulnerable. Severus was no stranger to dueling these two individually, matches from which he had emerged victorious. But together, they presented a formidable challenge, denying him the luxury of formulating a counter-strategy. His mind raced, attempting to analyze the situation, to devise a plan, but the pace of the encounter allowed for no such contemplation. A hex from Ben whistled past Severus's shoulder, far too close for comfort. With a swift twist, Severus narrowly evaded the spell, his wand instinctively lashing out to erect a non-verbal barrier between himself and his attackers. Undeterred, Damien swiftly adapted, skillfully circumventing the shield's perimeter. In the next instant, a stunner, cast with devastating accuracy, grazed Severus's ribs. The impact was jarring, a bolt of pain searing through him, yet he pushed it aside, refusing to succumb to the incapacitating effects of the spell. Professor Harland's voice sliced through the chaotic din of the training arena, sharp as a blade. Shafi, you're thinking too much. That'll get you killed. Severus clenched his jaw, the sting of the rebuke as palpable as the sweat trickling down his temples. He was acutely aware of the truth in Harlan's words, a truth that haunted him like a specter at every turn. Severus had always known that overthinking was a flaw in the heat of battle, but knowing and rectifying were two disparate beasts. How could one not think, yet still act with purpose and precision on the battlefield? It was a paradox that tangled his thoughts like a thorny bramble. Without warning, Harlan halted the sparring match, his boots thudding against the wooden floor as he approached Severus with an air of stern determination. The professor's eyes, a piercing shade of blue, held a crypter of challenge that was both daunting and invigorating. "You're still fighting like a strategist, Shafi." Harlan's voice was tinged with a mix of frustration and admiration. "Fine. We're going to break that habit." Severus stood taller, a sense of unease prickling at the back of his neck. "How?" he asked, his voice betraying a hint of trepidation. The corner of Harlan's mouth curled into a smirk, an expression that never boded well for his students. "Simple. You don't get time to think." With a flourish of his wand, Harlan conjured a countdown in the air. It began to tick down from 30 seconds, each moment passing with an audible click that seemed to echo in the silence of the room. The digits glowed with an urgency that made Severus's heart pound in his chest. "You either land a hit, or you lose," Harlan declared, his tone final. Severus's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one colliding with the pressing urgency of the looming deadline. The weight of the moment was palpable, the ticking clock a relentless reminder of the stakes at hand. He understood that action was paramount, and that his survival hinged on his ability to abandon deliberation for the raw immediacy of instinct. As the duel recommenced without delay, Severus found himself in a state of heightened alertness. His senses were sharpened by the adrenaline coursing through his veins, and he embraced the necessity of acting without the luxury of contemplation. Ben made the first move, lunging with a swift and calculated strike. Severus responded with a fluidity born of necessity, his body shifting out of harm's way before his conscious mind could process the threat. The spell intended for his ribs passed harmlessly through the space he had just vacated. No sooner had he evaded Ben's attack than Damien attempted to capitalize on the chaos, twisting with a dexterity that belied his size. But Severus was already there, meeting the challenge with a counterspell that sprang from his wand as if by reflex. His hex, sharp as a blade, intercepted the attack aimed at his wand arm, neutralizing the threat with a precision that surprised even himself. In this crucible, Severus discovered a new truth: instinct transcended strategy, and raw reaction outshone meticulous calculation. The relentless march of time served as his only measure, the ticking timer an unforgiving metronome to the dance of danger and defiance. 15 seconds remained, and with each beat of his heart, Severus felt the transformation within him. The strategist, who had always plotted 3 steps ahead, stepped aside, making way for the survivor who trusted in the purity of instinct. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Ben attempted to regain the upper hand, but Severus's spell intercepted his, the two forces colliding in a spectacular display of magical might. The rebounding energy struck Ben's legs, causing him to falter, his footing no longer certain. Severus's gaze was locked on the timekeeper, the seconds ticking away with agonizing finality. 5 seconds, that was all that remained of the duel. It was a sliver of time that would demand everything he had. With a swift pivot, Severus found Damien already in motion, a blur of robes and intent. There was no time for deliberation, no room for error. Severus acted on pure instinct, his wand hand moving with a speed born of countless hours of practice and a desperate need to prove himself. A surge of unrefined magical energy erupted from the tip of his wand, the spell unspoken yet brimming with raw power. It was a testament to his innate ability, honed through years of study and now unleashed in a moment of truth. Damien, caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, collided with the dueling floor, his own spell fizzling out harmlessly. The countdown that had been a relentless pressure in Severus's mind disappeared, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to stretch on forever. Then, the corner of Harlan's mouth twitched upwards into a satisfied grin. "That's more like it," he said, his voice cutting through the stillness. Severus released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. He wasn't naive enough to believe he had achieved perfection, far from it. But as he stood there, amidst the settling dust of the dueling arena, he couldn't deny the sense of accomplishment that washed over him. This was progress, a tangible step forward on the path he had chosen. And with that thought, a new determination took root within him. After an exhaustive period of intense training, Severus Shafi found himself being physically hauled by his friends to a common area within the bustling school of Ilvermorny. His friends, it seemed, had reached a unanimous decision that his single-minded pursuit of martial prowess had gone on long enough. "You look like you're about to cast the unforgivable curses on someone, Shafi," Jonas remarked with a playful smirk, reclining in his chair as he observed Severus's dour expression with undisguised glee. Ben, never one to mince words, let out a snort of laughter. "He always looks like he's been sucking on sour apples." Alessandro, ever the jester, swirled his drink languidly, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Our dear Severus has become so engrossed in his rigorous regimen that he appears to have forgotten the very essence of enjoyment. It's a veritable travesty. Severus, in lieu of a verbal retort, simply rolled his eyes, a tacit admission of the truth in their teasing. Evie, with a gleam in her eye that was both challenging and mischievous, made an unexpected proposition. All right, Shafiq. You and me. A non-magical spar. Right here, right now. Severus regarded her with suspicion, his eyes narrowing. You just want an excuse to hit me. Evie's smirk broadened into a full-blown grin. You say that like it's a bad thing. And so, they squared off, the air around them charged with anticipation. The ensuing scuffle was brief yet intense, with Evie ultimately emerging victorious, much to the delight of the onlookers. Alessandro, caught in the throes of uncontrollable laughter, nearly toppled from his seat, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Amidst the raucous laughter, Kira approached Severus with a butterbeer in hand, gently nudging it into his grasp and urging him with a warm smile to unwind and partake in the light-hearted camaraderie for once. For the first time in a long time, he did. As the night deepened, Aurora, with a look of genuine curiosity, turned the conversation toward Severus's current endeavors in potion research. Still finding yourself at an impasse, she inquired, her voice a soft murmur in the dimly lit room. Severus let out a protracted sigh, the weight of his unyielding task evident in the tension that lined his face. Indeed, he confessed, his voice tinged with a rare note of frustration. There's a piece of the puzzle that eludes me. Something critical is missing, and I've yet to ascertain precisely what it is. Aurora, lost in thought, hummed a pensive tune, her gaze fixed on the myriad of potion vials and ancient tomes that cluttered the workspace. Perhaps, she ventured, breaking the silence, you're approaching the conundrum from an unproductive angle. What if you shifted your focus from the mechanics of absorption to the intricacies of controlled release? Might that not yield more fruitful results? The suggestion hung in the air, a potentially transformative idea that challenged the very foundation of Severus's methodical approach. He paused, his dark eyes narrowing as the gears of his brilliant mind began to turn at an accelerated pace. The silence was palpable, the only sound the soft ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner of the room. Then, as if a veil had been lifted, a spark of understanding flashed across Severus's face. His lips parted, and he whispered almost to himself, controlled release. Of course. Why did I not see it before? The revelation seemed to invigorate him, dispelling the earlier clouds of doubt and frustration. In the stillness of the night, amidst the echoes of alchemical discovery, a breakthrough had been achieved. With renewed vigor, Severus set about adjusting his experimental setup, his movements now imbued with a sense of purpose and anticipation. Aurora watched on, a satisfied smile playing on her lips, knowing she had played a pivotal role in the unraveling of a mystery that had long plagued the mind of the talented potion master. Later that night, Severus found himself immersed in the dim, flickering light of his concealed laboratory, a sanctuary where he could pursue his potion craft without interruption. The room was filled with the faint echo of bubbling concoctions and the scent of rare herbs and strange ingredients. His gaze was fixed intently on the notes spread before him on the worn wooden desk. Aurora's insightful words reverberated within his thoughts, challenging him, pushing the boundaries of his already formidable expertise. The concept was revolutionary, a potion that, rather than acting immediately in full, would offer its benefits in distinct stages. A two-phase release that would not only heal but also safeguard against the pitfalls of over-reliance. With renewed determination, Severus set about refining his creation. He meticulously adjusted the cooling times, allowing the potion to develop a more complex and stable structure. He scrutinized the composition of the stabilizing agents, ensuring they were balanced to maintain the potion's integrity over time. The ingredient ratios were recalibrated with precision, each component measured and added with a master's touch. The potion, previously a mere idea, was now taking shape under his skilled hands. The moment of truth arrived as Severus prepared for the final test. With a practice born from years of dedication, he orchestrated the ingredients within the cauldron. A soft glow began to emanate from the brew, a sign of the magic reaching its crescendo. The air was thick with anticipation as he watched, his heart beating in sync with the rhythmic pulsations of the potion. As the cauldron's light settled into a steady radiance, Severus knew he had achieved success. He carefully extracted a minuscule drop of the elixir, just enough to ascertain its safety and efficacy without risking an overwhelming dosage. He felt the magic surge through him, a gentle but potent current that affirmed his accomplishment. There were no adverse reactions, no signs of dependency. It was a triumph of alchemy and intellect. The potion was a testament to his perseverance and genius. He had not only met the challenge but had surpassed all expectations. Severus allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction, a silent acknowledgement of the tireless work and relentless pursuit of knowledge that had led him to this pivotal moment. The breakthrough was more than a personal victory, it was a contribution that could revolutionize the field of potion making and potentially save countless lives. As dawn crept through the narrow windows of the laboratory, casting a pale light over the scene, Severus carefully bottled the potion, each vial a vessel of hope and healing. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with scrutiny and trials, for a discovery of this magnitude would not go unchallenged. Yet, he felt ready to face the skepticism and rigorous testing that lay ahead. His potion was more than a mere concoction, it was a beacon of progress in the magical world. Severus approached Professor Langford's office with a sense of anticipation the following morning, clutching a small vial filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid that seemed to dance with an inner life of its own. The potion inside was the culmination of countless hours of meticulous work, and now it was time for the esteemed professor's judgment. Upon entering, the familiar scent of parchment and ancient tomes greeted him. Professor Langford, a figure of formidable reputation in the potions community, sat behind her desk, a picture of scholarly intensity. She looked up as Severus closed the door behind him, her eyes immediately drawn to the vial he presented. With practiced grace, Langford reached out and took the potion from him, holding it up to the light. The liquid inside refracted the morning sun into a spectrum of colors that played across her face. She rotated the vial gently, her keen eyes scrutinizing every minuscule detail as the potion swirled within. Breaking the seal with a soft pop, Langford released a small amount of the potion's essence into the room. A faint hum, imperceptible to an untrained ear, resonated through the space, a telltale sign of sophisticated magic at work. The air around them seemed to grow denser, charged with the potion's latent power. A flicker of surprise crossed Langford's typically impassive features, hinting at her initial assessment. "This is extraordinary," she murmured, her voice a mixture of admiration and intrigue. Severus stood silent and composed, his outward calm belying the pounding of his heart. He had poured everything into this creation, and now its fate lay in the hands of the woman before him. Langford proceeded to conduct a series of rigorous tests, evaluating the potion's consistency with a practiced flick of her wand, measuring its magical saturation with an array of enchanted instruments, and analyzing the careful balance of its ingredients with a critical eye. She sniffed, she tasted, she cast delicate spells that revealed the potion's properties in a kaleidoscope of arcane runes and symbols. After a prolonged period of meticulous work that seemed to stretch on interminably, Evelyn Langford finally placed her wand on the worn wooden surface of her workbench and lifted her gaze to meet Severus's. With a tone that mingled curiosity and a touch of skepticism, she inquired, "You're certain about these ratios?" Severus Shafi, known for his punctilious nature, especially when it came to potion making, gave a curt nod. "Triple-checked," he affirmed with unwavering confidence. His voice, though calm, carried an unmistakable note of pride. The controlled release mechanism is designed to prevent any form of dependency. Moreover, the innovative stabilizing agent I've incorporated ensures that the potion's efficacy is sustained over time, without any compromise to its therapeutic effects. Langford, a seasoned potioneer herself, let out a low hum as she considered the implications of his words. Her eyes, reflecting a deep understanding of the significance of such a breakthrough, narrowed thoughtfully. "This will not go unnoticed in the potions world," she remarked, her voice tinged with a mixture of anticipation and caution. She knew well that such a revolutionary potion would send ripples through their community, potentially altering the landscape of magical medicine and the lives of those who relied on such concoctions. He handed over the finalized research documents, the culmination of months of tireless work and rigorous experimentation. The title page bore Aurora's name, clearly credited as research assistant. Langford, upon noticing this, raised an eyebrow in silent inquiry. "You're giving her credit?" Langford's voice carried a hint of surprise, his gaze fixed on the name beside Severus's own. "She deserves it," Severus replied, his tone resolute and unwavering. This groundbreaking work wouldn't have been possible without her invaluable contributions. Her insights and dedication were indispensable to the project's success. Langford nodded, his expression shifting to one of approbation. "It will be submitted to the International Confederation of Wizards for review," he stated, his voice imbued with anticipation. "If it passes their stringent evaluation, Shafi, you'll be making history. And Aurora, she will have earned her place in the annals of magical research." The gravity of the moment was not lost on Severus. The recognition of Aurora's efforts was not only a testament to her abilities but also a reflection of his belief in fairness and collaboration. Together, they had pushed the boundaries of magical knowledge, and now, they stood on the precipice of a discovery that promised to redefine their field. Severus emerged from the hallowed confines of Langford's office, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous corridor. He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his accomplishment to settle upon his shoulders. With a deliberate breath, he released the tension that had gripped him for so long. A rare sense of contentment washed over him, a fleeting yet potent reward for his unwavering dedication. In the quiet of the moment, Severus acknowledged the magnitude of what he had achieved. It was a feat that transcended the ordinary triumphs of academic life. He had single-handedly shattered a record that had stood unchallenged for countless generations, a testament to the brilliance that Langford himself had begrudgingly admitted was unparalleled among his peers. A ghost of a smile played on his lips as he reflected on the significance of his success. The British educational system, with its centuries-old traditions and often rigid expectations, had been forced to recognize his exceptional abilities. The realization that he had irrevocably altered his position within the academic hierarchy filled him with a quiet, simmering pride. If Britain thought they could ignore me before, they certainly won't now, he murmured to himself, the words serving as both a statement of fact and a promise for the future. The world of academia had been put on notice, Severus was a force to be reckoned with, and his name would be etched in the annals of history. The satisfaction he felt was not just for the recognition he had earned, but for the doors that were now flung open before him, leading to a destiny that was unmistakably his to claim. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 49, Chapter 46, The Next Step. Severus sat hunched over his desk, the dim candlelight casting long shadows across his stern features. His fingers, seemingly disconnected from his thoughts, rolled a small vial back and forth, the motion hypnotic as he watched the luminescent swirl of his rejuvenation elixir. The potion, a culmination of months of tireless work, was finally complete, its surface shimmering with the promise of rejuvenation and the extension of life. With a sigh that betrayed a hint of exhaustion, Severus leaned back in his chair. The research that had consumed his every waking moment was now compiled into a meticulous manuscript, each page filled with detailed notes, precise measurements, and the complex incantations required to produce the elixir. The submission to the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, Alchemical Review Board marked the end of one journey but the beginning of another, a period of anxious anticipation. The board had taken his formula into their capable hands, subjecting it to an array of rigorous tests designed to assess its efficacy and safety under a myriad of conditions. This was the final hurdle, a critical phase that was as secretive as it was stringent. Success meant global recognition and the immortalization of his name in the annals of alchemical history. Yet, despite the enormity of what lay ahead, Severus found himself besieged by a sense of restlessness that he could not quell. His mind, ever the bastion of discipline and focus, now rebelled against the stillness. It sought the familiar rush of adrenaline that came with the challenges of potions training, the intricate dance of magical duels, or the strategic machinations that had long been his sanctuary. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was no immediate crisis to avert, no dark plot to foil, no student to rescue from the consequences of their folly. The relentless drive that had propelled him through the years was now a restless energy with no outlet, leaving him in a rare state of limbo, waiting for the verdict that could change everything. At Ilvermorny, the educational approach was a stark contrast to the traditionalism of Hogwarts. The school's curriculum was designed to foster independent thought, practical skills, and inventiveness. It was not enough to merely memorize and recite information from textbooks. In Charms class, Professor Graves challenged the students to innovate, pushing them to develop new spells rather than merely replicating the established incantations. This creative freedom allowed Severus to explore the nuances of charm work in ways he had never considered before. Transfiguration at Ilvermorny was equally unconventional. The students were encouraged to engage in free-form transfiguration, a practice that involved transforming objects without relying on standard spell templates. This required a deep understanding of the magical principles underlying the transfiguration process. Arithmancy and runes were also taught in a pioneering manner. Instead of just analyzing ancient spells, students at Ilvermorny were tasked with devising their own spell matrices. This personalized approach to arithmancy encouraged a level of magical ownership and tailored spellcraft that was entirely new to Severus. Perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of Ilvermorny's curriculum was the study of magical theory. The subject delved into the very mechanics of magic, a topic that Hogwarts had historically left unexplored. These discussions opened Severus's mind to the intricate workings of magical energies and their interactions with the world. Despite his initial reservations, Severus found himself flourishing in this stimulating environment. The focus on innovation and understanding resonated with him. At Hogwarts, his primary concern had been navigating the complexities of school life and the pressures of belonging to Slytherin House. But at Ilvermorny, he was not just surviving, he was excelling, pushing the boundaries of his magical abilities and academic pursuits. The next phase of Harlan's training delved deeply into the physical and mental aspects of wielding magic. It was not merely about casting spells, it was about honing the body and mind to a sharp edge of discipline. Remember, magic is only as potent as the vessel that channels it, Harlan had emphasized, his arms folded over his chest as he scrutinized the collection of students before him. Should your stamina fail you in the midst of a duel, all the magical prowess in the world won't save you. With those words, he ushered in a demanding new routine, one that would test their physical boundaries and fortify their resolve. Each day began with endurance training that would challenge the most seasoned of athletes. The students sprinted across the expansive grounds of Ilvermorny, their breaths forming clouds in the crisp morning air. They navigated intricate obstacle courses that were engineered to mirror the chaos of battle and engaged in sparring sessions that left them gasping for breath, their muscles aching with exertion. Strength and flexibility exercises were interwoven into the fabric of their daily regimen. They practiced combat roles that allowed them to evade spells with grace, balanced precariously on beams to improve their equilibrium, and mastered explosive movement techniques that made their dueling style both unpredictable and dynamic. Water was no barrier to a well-rounded warrior. Swimming and underwater training became pivotal components of their preparation. They learned to hold their breath for extended periods, to move silently beneath the surface, and to engage in combat where magic was scarce and survival hinged on physical prowess alone. Hand-to-hand combat sessions were a symphony of fluidity and force. Harland, who had devoted a lifetime to the study of martial arts, guided them through the dance of Tai Chi, the aggressive flurries of kickboxing, and the intricate grappling techniques that could disarm an opponent with minimal effort. Weapons training was an integral part of their education, and Harland, a master swordsman with an extensive knowledge of both Asian and European techniques, was their guide. He taught them the finer points of wielding daggers, using wands as defensive batons, and the intricate art of combat with magical staffs. Harland's teaching style was as sharp as the blades he handled with such expertise. "You think wands make you powerful?" Harland would scoff, his voice dripping with condescension as he twirled a wooden training sword with a dexterity that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. "Tell that to the wizard who gets his wrist broken before he can cast a spell," he would add, emphasizing the importance of physical prowess even in a magical duel. Severus, ever the attentive student, soaked up Harland's wisdom like a sponge. He understood that true power came from the integration of magical ability and physical skill. With each lesson, Severus honed his abilities, practicing tirelessly until his movements with the sword were as fluid and precise as Harland's. The training was rigorous, but Severus was determined to excel, knowing that the mastery of these weapons could one day save his life. Severus was not endowed with exceptional strength or extraordinary speed, but he possessed an indomitable spirit. Every training session was a testament to his relentless pursuit of improvement. Despite the grueling nature of the regimen, his stamina grew with each session that pushed him to his limits. He was a diligent student of combat, observing Harland's movements with the meticulous care of a puzzling deciphering a complex riddle. Through this intense scrutiny, he gleaned the subtleties of when to engage, when to evade, and when to cleverly turn an adversary's force against them. Damien, the renowned wampus duelist, was a revelation to Severus. Damien's grace and power in physical confrontations were almost artistic, his movements a seamless fusion of fluidity and strength. After a particularly rigorous sparring match, Damien, with a rare note of admiration in his voice, conceded, "You're better than I expected," as he stretched his well-worked muscles. Severus, his face glistening with perspiration which he wiped away with the back of his hand, responded with a sly smirk, "And you talk more than I expected." The comment coaxed a laugh from Damien, who retorted, "Stick around, Shafi. You might learn something." In the crucible of combat, an unspoken bond began to take root between Severus and Damien, a mutual respect born of shared adversity. This bond was not exclusive to the two of them, the training grounds were filled with other exceptional individuals, each with their own distinct style. Celine was a force to be reckoned with, her attacks a whirlwind of speed and ferocity that made her particularly lethal in close quarters. Jonas's approach was one of brute force, while Ben's strength lay in his tactical acumen, outmaneuvering opponents with his mind. Evie's unpredictability kept everyone on their toes, her erratic fighting style impossible to anticipate. Severus was steadfastly carving out his place among the esteemed pantheon of combatants. With each rigorous training session, he refined his skills, honing his prowess and showcasing a marked improvement that did not go unnoticed. It was clear to all observers that he was on a swift trajectory to becoming a formidable opponent. His dedication and the strides he made in his abilities hinted at an imminent future where he would be a dominant force within the arena, striking fear into the hearts of his adversaries. The transformation was not yet complete, but the signs of Severus's burgeoning strength and the promise of his potential were undeniable. Severus found himself swept into the sixth-year common room by the tide of his friends, all of whom were determined to salvage what was left of the evening from the clutches of his relentless studies. The warm, inviting glow of the fireplace did little to thaw the icy shell of concentration that had enveloped him for weeks. "You're wound tighter than a dragon's jaw," Jonas observed, his tone light but his eyes sharp as he handed Severus a glass of frothy cider. The liquid inside swirled with hints of apple and cinnamon, a small indulgence Severus hadn't realized he'd been craving. Severus accepted the glass, his eyebrow arching in a silent challenge. "You say that like it's a bad thing," he replied, the corner of his mouth twitching with the faintest hint of a smile. "It is," Kira chimed in, her voice firm. She crossed her arms, her expression a blend of concern and exasperation. "We get it, Severus. You're brilliant. But for once, stop trying to conquer the world and just enjoy yourself." Alessandro, lounging with feline grace on one of the plush armchairs, offered a smirk that seemed to split the room. "He won't," he said with an air of certainty. "He enjoys the chase too much." The conversation that evening had taken a turn that Severus found not have predicted. It began with the usual banter and good-natured ribbing that he had come to expect from his friends. Alessandro, with his characteristic charm, was attempting to W a student from the Thunderbird house in conversation, his words laced with flirtatious undertones that were as much a part of him as his wand. Meanwhile, Evie, who was never one to back down from a challenge, had just thrown down the proverbial gauntlet to Jonas. The challenge was an arm wrestling match, a contest that seemed almost comical given Evie's petite stature compared to Jonas's burly build. The atmosphere was light, the laughter infectious, and Severus found himself drawn into the camaraderie despite his usual reserve. It was in the midst of this lively scene that the topic of discussion shifted to potions theory. Aurora, whose intellect was as sharp as her tongue, began to expound on the intricacies of potion-making with a passion that was hard to ignore. Beside Severus, Aurora was a picture of focused intent, her quill dancing across the parchment as she multitasked between the conversation and her own complex thoughts. Speaking of chases, she said, pausing to tap her quill thoughtfully against her latest potions theory, I've been thinking about a potential brewing technique that utilizes layered distillation rather than single-process extraction. Severus turned to her, his interest piqued. The world of potions was his sanctuary, and any new perspective was a treasure to be explored. Explain, he commanded, his voice betraying a spark of enthusiasm he rarely showed. As Severus listened, his mind began to race with the possibilities that her words suggested. Before he realized it, an idea for his next potions project had taken root in his thoughts, sparked by an offhand comment from Aurora that she herself did not recognize as significant. The idea was tantalizing, a potential breakthrough that could elevate his work to new heights. It was a twist on a classic potion, a variation that could yield remarkable results if executed correctly. Severus's mind was already cataloging the necessary ingredients, the precise measurements, and the delicate adjustments to temperature that would be required. As the evening wore on and the others continued their revelry, Severus found himself lost in contemplation, the seeds of his next project germinating in the fertile ground of his potions knowledge. The laughter and chatter around him faded into a distant hum as he turned the idea over in his mind, examining it from every angle, refining it, and eagerly anticipating the moment when he could begin to bring it to fruition. Severus had scarcely closed his eyes when a subtle disturbance in the air alerted him to an intruder's presence. His instincts, honed by years of vigilance, did not prompt him to grasp for his wand. He recognized the familiar aura, it was as unique to him as his own. Celine, he said, his voice a low rumble, roughened by the lateness of the hour. Couldn't sleep. She was leaning against his desk with an air of nonchalance, her arms folded in a way that accentuated the lean muscles beneath her fitted shirt. Her silver eyes met his with an intensity that belied her casual posture. Noticed you were stressed, she replied, her tone light but her gaze unwavering. Thought I'd help. A smirk, so faint it might have been a trick of the dim light, tugged at the corner of Severus's mouth. You're persistent, he observed, a note of reluctant admiration creeping into his voice. Her lips curled into that sharp, knowing smirk of hers, the one that had a disconcerting effect on his composure, sending a wave of heat through his veins. And you like it, she retorted with unassailable confidence. He could not deny the truth in her words. Celine had an uncanny ability to see through his defenses, to anticipate his needs in a way that both irritated and intrigued him. With a fluid motion, she uncrossed her arms and pushed away from the desk, her movements precise and graceful as she approached him. She expected him to remain seated, to yield to her initiative as he had done so many times before. But the events of the day had stoked a restless fire within him, a fire that now urged him to assert control over the situation. Tonight, he would not be the passive participant she anticipated. As she drew near, ready to dictate the course of their interaction with that easy confidence that was so inherently hers, Severus acted. In one swift movement, he rose from his chair, his intentions clear and his resolve unwavering. The surprise that flickered across her features was brief but satisfying. Before she could voice another syllable, Severus acted with swift precision. With a decisive motion, he drew her into his embrace, settling her onto his lap. His hands, firm and sure, found their purchase at her waist, the pressure of his fingers against her skin a silent claim of possession. In this moment, he was the undeniable maestro of their unfolding dance, setting a rhythm that left no room for hesitation. Celine's breath caught in her throat, her initial astonishment yielding to a wave of undeniable pleasure. Here, in the sanctuary of Severus's arms, the world narrowed to the singular sensation of their connection. For once, the usually calculating Severus was unshackled from the chains of meticulous thought. Gone was the relentless strategist, replaced by a man governed by the raw and unfiltered language of the body. He was awash in the sheer intensity of feeling, drinking in Celine's reactions with an insatiable hunger. Her teasing confidence, a veil that she wore so effortlessly, now slipped to unveil a vulnerability that resonated with his own. It was a revelation that struck a chord within him, a harmony that vibrated with the truth of their shared moment. The room, once a silent sanctuary of study and solitude, was now charged with an electric tension that hummed between them. Severus's heart pounded in his chest, a staccato rhythm that matched the pulsing energy in the air. He held Celine close, her form both familiar and thrillingly alien in this new dynamic that he had so boldly initiated. Celine's silver eyes, wide with surprise, searched his face for understanding. This was a side of Severus she had only glimpsed, a side that now demanded her attention and respect. The playful smirk that so often graced her lips had been replaced by a soft, quasi-reverent smile that acknowledged the shift in their relationship. Severus, she whispered, her voice a mixture of wonder and the faintest hint of challenge. It was a challenge he was more than willing to meet. His hands, once content to simply hold her, now began to explore the contours of her body with a newfound confidence. Each touch was deliberate, each caress a silent promise of the pleasure to come. He felt her respond in kind, her own hands tracing the lines of his chest, her fingers tentatively tugging at the fabric of his shirt as if seeking to draw him even closer. The world outside their shared bubble ceased to exist. The stone walls of Ilvermorny, the whispering of the wind against the windows, the distant hoot of a magical creature, all faded into insignificance. There was only Severus and Celine, two souls locked in a dance as old as time itself. In the dim light of the room, their lips met in a fiery fusion of desire and longing. The kiss was a revelation, a meeting of equals who had finally shed the pretense and power plays that had so long defined their interactions. Here, there was no room for games, there was only the raw, unadulterated truth of their connection. Severus's mind, ever the analytical machine, fell silent. In its place rose an instinctual understanding of the rhythm of their dance. He responded to Celine's every movement, her every sigh, with an intuitive grace that surprised them both. When at last he withdrew, the transformation in Celine was unmistakable. Her golden eyes, now darkened pools of depthless desire, brimmed with an emotion that skirted the edges of reverence. Finally, she breathed, the words a gentle zephyr against his ear, "I was beginning to think you'd never catch up." A smirk, characteristic yet somehow transformed, played upon Severus's lips. "You underestimate me, Everett," he retorted, the timbre of his voice a low thrum that resonated between them. Celine's laughter was a melody, her fingers threading through his hair with a familiarity that spoke of intimacy and trust. "I really don't," she countered, her tone laced with a warmth that belied the lightness of her words. And with the night wrapped around them like a cloak, they lapsed into a companionable silence, speaking volumes without uttering another word. The world outside could wait, for now, they existed. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 50, Chapter 47, The Verdict from the ICW. Severus's dark eyes were fixed on the parchment before him, the golden emblem of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, catching the wavering glow of the enchanted lantern that illuminated his desk. The seal's luster seemed to pulse with a life of its own, a silent echo of the anticipation that tightened its grip on Severus's heart. His long, pale fingers trembled ever so slightly, hovering just above the parchment's edges as if afraid to touch the message it contained. His heart thudded in his chest, each beat a slow, deliberate echo that resonated within the stillness of the room. In the weeks leading up to this moment, Severus had immersed himself in the rigors of dueling training, the complexities of potions research, and the intellectual challenges of his academic pursuits. These tasks were his refuge, a bulwark against the relentless tide of thoughts and worries that threatened to overwhelm him whenever his mind strayed to the matter at hand. Yet now, with the answer that he had both yearned for and dreaded in equal measure lying within reach, Severus found himself unexpectedly reluctant to proceed. The knowledge that he was mere seconds away from uncovering his fate seemed to root him to the spot, a silent sentinel guarding the gates of his own destiny. Aurora, his fellow potions master and confidant, sat across from him, her emerald eyes alight with curiosity and concern. She was not as adept at masking her emotions, and her impatience was palpable. Leaning forward in her chair, she fixed him with an expectant gaze. "Severus," she urged, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it sliced through the silence like a knife. With a deep, steadying breath that seemed to draw in the very essence of the room, Severus steeled himself. His hand, now steady, moved with deliberate grace to break the seal that had held his future captive. The parchment unfurled beneath his fingers with a smoothness that belied its age and the weight of the words it bore. Severus Shafi's eyes darted over the lines, drinking in each phrase and clause with an urgency that spoke of years of toil and dedication. And then, there it was, a decree of acceptance, a proclamation that the potion he had so meticulously crafted had passed its final review. It was now deemed an original, patent-worthy creation. His name, Severus Shafi, a name once whispered with a mix of awe and derision, was now etched in the annals of the International Confederation of Wizards' global potioneering archives, a testament to his unparalleled skill and ingenuity. Aurora, his colleague and confidant, couldn't contain her shock, leaning over his shoulder to verify the incredible news. "Severus, she began, but her voice faltered, unable to find the words to encapsulate the magnitude of his achievement. Severus felt a sharp exhale escape his lips, the sound almost foreign to his own ears. His grip on the parchment tightened reflexively, the texture of the ancient material grounding him as his mind raced to accept the reality of the moment. For so long, he had braced himself against the expected resistance, rejection, the cold shoulder of a wizarding world that had often failed to recognize the depth of his contributions. But now, faced with irrefutable proof of his success, Severus found his thoughts rebelling against the patterns of doubt and uncertainty that had long been his companions. It was real. The evidence was there, tangible and undeniable. The potion that had consumed his every waking moment, the elixir that had pushed the boundaries of magical science, had been acknowledged by the highest authorities. It was done. The years of experimentation, the sleepless nights, and the relentless pursuit of perfection had culminated in this singular, defining moment. He had rewritten his legacy. No longer would Severus Shafi be known merely as the brooding potions master with a shadowed past. His name would be spoken with reverence, synonymous with innovation and unparalleled mastery of the potions. By the time the news of Severus's achievement rippled through the enchanted stone walls of Ilvermorny, the magical community within was electrified with responses that ranged from awe to pride. The faculty and students alike buzzed with the knowledge that one of their own had garnered international acclaim. Professor Langford, renowned for her stoic demeanor, did not disappoint in her prompt reaction. Upon confirmation of the news, she summoned Severus to her office with an urgency that was unusual, even for her. The office, a sanctuary of ancient magical tomes and bubbling potions, felt charged with a palpable energy as Severus stepped inside. "Your research," Professor Langford began, her eyes piercing through her spectacles as she scrutinized the young potioner, "is exemplary. It is not every day that the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, acknowledges the work of someone your age. This is unprecedented for a student at Ilvermorny." Severus, ever composed, offered a modest nod. "Thank you, Professor." Leaning back, Professor Langford crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. "Have you considered the path forward? What will your next endeavor be?" Severus's eyes met hers, a spark of certainty igniting within him. "I have given it considerable thought," he replied, his voice steady and assured. The faculty of Ilvermorny, akin to a pride of lions alert to the scent of a fresh kill, did not lag behind in their response. Even those professors who had rarely crossed paths with Severus paused in the grand, magical hallways to extend their heartfelt praises. Each pat on the back and every word of commendation added to the surreal atmosphere that now enveloped him. Aurora, his devoted lab assistant, seemed to radiate with an inner light. The news that she had been credited in a research paper of such magnitude was a dream come true. Her name, etched alongside Severus's in an internationally recognized work, was an honor she had never dared to imagine. As they stepped out of Professor Langford's office, Aurora's voice held a trace of incredulity that was difficult to mask. "You know," she said, her words tinged with a mix of amazement and pride, "this means we'll be featured in the upcoming edition of the International Journal of Potioneering." Severus's lips curled into a faint smirk. "And," he replied, his tone nonchalant, though his dark eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement. Aurora's scoff echoed in the corridor. "And Severus, that's monumental. We're both on the cusp of being published potioneers. This is going to catapult your career to new heights." "I know," Severus responded, his voice calm yet underscored by a quiet thrill of accomplishment that he refused to verbalize. His circle of friends was decidedly less reserved in their enthusiasm. Alessandro, ever the dramatist, enveloped Severus in a boisterous embrace the moment he laid eyes on him in the common room. "My dear Severus, do you comprehend the magnitude of this achievement?" Severus heaved a theatrical sigh. "That I'll have to endure your exaggerated antics," he quipped, though a ghost of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Undeterred, Alessandro continued, his voice reaching a crescendo of excitement. "This is historic. This is wealth incarnate. This is, oh, what is the phrase, the dawn of a new era for you, my friend. You're on the path to becoming a billionaire." Jonas, ever the voice of reason, interjected with a snort of laughter. "Can we at least wait until he's actually made his first million before you start planning how to spend it?" Kira, with her characteristic pragmatism, raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "Are we planning some sort of celebration for this milestone?" Evie's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in, her voice tinged with excitement. "You know we're planning a huge bash to celebrate, right? But what's really on everyone's mind?" She paused for dramatic effect, turning to Severus with an expression that was both playful and probing. "Will we be lucky enough to snag some free samples of your groundbreaking potion once it hits the market?" Severus, unamused, fixed her with a stern gaze. "I'm afraid that's out of the question," he replied, his tone leaving little room for argument. Severus was well aware that not everyone shared Evie's enthusiasm. In fact, he was acutely conscious of the undercurrent of dissent that his potion's success had stirred. As the days passed and the potion's potential began to permeate British news outlets, the ripples of its impact started to become evident. Accolades poured in from various quarters, but so did skepticism and fear. The public was abuzz with speculation, and it wasn't long before the whispers grew loud enough to reveal the true consequences that lay ahead. The Daily Prophet, a newspaper cherished by the magical community across the British Isles, had once again become the center of attention. With its headlines and stories, it had the power to stir excitement, controversy, and curiosity among wizards and witches far and wide. On this particular day, the Prophet's latest edition had crossed the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, its news traveling by all post, enchanted newspapers, and magical wireless signals. The reports within its pages sparked a flurry of conversations, debates, and even a touch of scandal, setting the wizarding world abuzz with speculation and anticipation. Readers from the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley to the remote villages of Scotland eagerly unfolded their copies, eager to discover the latest developments that were sure to become the talk of every pub, classroom, and gathering of magical folk. The youngest pioneer in potioneering, Severus Shafi breaks records. By Edgar Bones, senior magical correspondent. The history of British potioneering boasts legendary names: Zygmunt Budge, Damocles Belby, Arsenius Jigger. But today, another name has been etched into the global archives. Severus Shafi, a mere 16-year-old, has successfully developed and patented an original rejuvenation elixir that is already being hailed as a revolutionary advancement in magical medicine and personal enhancement potions. The potion, now officially registered with the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, has drawn worldwide attention due to its unique properties, enhancing skin rejuvenation, accelerating minor wound healing, and boosting magical resistance without the common side effects of dependency. A potion with no diminishing returns. This is no minor feat. More astonishingly, Shafi is not affiliated with any of Britain's prestigious potioneering guilds. He is not a student of an ancient British apprenticeship. Instead, his discovery was cultivated in the halls of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America, a fact that has already sparked debate within the British academic and political spheres. Why was this achievement not fostered in Hogwarts? Why was Britain not the first to recognize his brilliance? And what does it say about the state of magical research in our country that one of our own had to look abroad to achieve greatness? The Potioneers Guild was plunged into turmoil. Some senior members swiftly sought to adopt Severus as a paragon of British innovation, a stark departure from their previous neglect of his prodigious talents. Conversely, a faction within the guild worked feverishly to undermine his research, eager to uncover any imperfection that might lessen the impact of his groundbreaking work. Within the Ministry of Magic, opinions were sharply divided. The Department of International Magical Cooperation championed Severus's cause, eager to reintegrate him into the British magical community. However, more traditional elements within the ministry perceived his burgeoning autonomy as a direct challenge to the United Kingdom's historical dominance in the magical arts. The financial sector of the wizarding world was abuzz with activity. News of Severus's success had not gone unnoticed by the potion industry's heavyweights. Prominent British and European potion manufacturers rushed to contact the Shafi estate, each aiming to secure exclusive rights to the new potion before their global counterparts could do the same. Public sentiment was a tapestry of praise and censure. Many hailed Severus as a testament to Britain's enduring capacity to produce exceptional wizards. Yet, a vocal contingent criticized him for what they deemed a betrayal, choosing to ply his craft overseas instead of bolstering the potion-making prowess of his homeland. But the potion was more than a mere concoction, it was a symbol. At just 16, Severus had achieved a feat that British magical institutions had long aspired to but never realized. His triumph was a solo endeavor, devoid of the traditional supports of Hogwarts, the Potioneers Guild, and the ministry's oversight. Severus's success was a potent demonstration that the path to magical preeminence need not be trodden within the borders of Britain. This was no ordinary triumph for a potion maker, it was nothing less than a seismic shift in the balance of magical power. And for the entrenched ranks of Britain's magical aristocracy, such a shift was a source of deep discontent. The letter's arrival was heralded by the soft hoot of an owl, its silhouette cutting a sharp figure against the moonlit sky. It was not just any owl, this creature bore the unmistakable mark of distinction, an emissary from the British Potioneers Guild. Its feathers were immaculately groomed, each one lying sleek against its body, and around its neck, the emblem of the guild glinted with a quiet authority. Severus Snape, standing by the window, watched the owl's approach with an impassive gaze. His features, as always, were a mask of stoicism, betraying no hint of the anticipation or trepidation that might have stirred within him. With a fluid motion, he reached out and untied the small scroll fastened to the owl's leg, his fingers deftly navigating the knot without a trace of haste or eagerness. Aurora, who had been observing Severus from the comfort of her armchair, felt a familiar thrill of curiosity. She knew better than to interrupt the unspoken ritual of letter retrieval, but her eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and she leaned forward, elbows resting on the arms of the chair. "Official correspondence?" she inquired, her voice a soft intrusion into the quiet of the room. Severus spared her the briefest of glances before returning his attention to the letter. "Seems that way," he replied, the words barely above a whisper, as if not to startle the secrets that lay concealed within the parchment. With deliberate care, he broke the seal, a small, satisfying crack resonating in the stillness. The parchment itself was of a quality that spoke of the sender's wealth or status, thick and textured, the kind that resisted the ink in a way that made each word seem all the more permanent. The script that adorned the page was a work of art, each letter formed with precision and an almost mathematical symmetry. It was the handwriting of someone who valued control, who weighed every word and its implication with meticulous care. Severus's eyes scanned the lines of text, taking in the cordial salutations and the carefully chosen phrases that followed. "Esteemed Heir Shafi, it is with great pleasure that the British Potioneers Guild extends an invitation to you for the upcoming Potioneers Symposium in London. Your recent achievements have been met with great admiration, and we believe your presence at this event would greatly enrich the discussion of modern advancements in potioneering. Furthermore, we would like to formally discuss the potential of your continued contributions to British magical research. We understand that your academic journey has taken you to foreign institutions, but we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge the importance of your heritage and your potential role in advancing Britain's legacy in potion making. We look forward to your response and sincerely hope you will consider this an opportunity to reconnect with your homeland." Signed, the British Potioneers Guild. Severus placed the letter gently on the GLE, the sound of his fingertips tapping a staccato beat on the polished mahogany filling the room's silence. The elegant script on the page seemed to dance before his eyes, a taunting ballet of words that held a weight beyond their ink. "They want you back," Aurora whispered, her breath warm against his ear as she leaned over his shoulder to read the missive. Her voice was laced with an understanding that went beyond the simple sentence. Severus's lips twisted into a sardonic smile, the expression not born of humor but of a bitter recognition of the game being played. "They don't want me," he replied, his tone steady and laced with certainty. "They want to keep me from slipping out of their control, to prevent me from becoming a loose end they cannot afford." Aurora regarded him with a thoughtful tilt of her head, her eyes searching his face for any trace of the turmoil she knew resided beneath his stoic exterior. "Are you going?" she asked, her words a soft probe into the fortress of his contemplation. A long, measured exhale escaped Severus, the sound a silent testament to the gravity of his predicament. His gaze lingered on the letter, the words etched into his memory. "I haven't decided yet," he finally answered, his voice betraying the faintest hint of the struggle that waged within him. For Severus knew a truth that those who penned the letter had yet to fully comprehend: the balance of power had shifted. Britain, with its once formidable influence, no longer held the cards. He did. And with that knowledge came a sense of control, a power he intended to wield with deliberate precision. They would wait for his decision, and in that waiting, they would come to realize that Severus was no longer a pawn to be maneuvered at their whim. He was a player in his own right, and he would dictate the terms of his return. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 51, Chapter 48, The Domino Effect. Severus Shafi's meteoric rise at Ilvermorny had cast a long shadow across the ocean, leaving Hogwarts in a state of turmoil. The wizarding community in Britain was still reeling from the revelations in the Daily Prophet, with the famed school of witchcraft and wizardry feeling the ripples of change most acutely. In the hallowed halls where Severus had once walked as a student, his legacy had taken on a new life. It was no longer just the tale of an individual's triumph, it had morphed into a potent symbol, a bold statement that resonated like a challenge to the very ethos of Hogwarts. Murmurs permeated the ancient corridors, as students couldn't help but speculate on the implications of Severus's achievements. There was a palpable sense of disquiet as they pondered why one of their own had to venture to another continent to etch his name in the annals of magical history. Professors exchanged quiet, uncertain glances in the staff room, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. The air was thick with unspoken questions, as the faculty grappled with the recent turn of events that had cast a long shadow over the school. The older students, those on the cusp of adulthood and aspiring to be innovators in their own right, were particularly restless. They whispered among themselves, their conversations filled with speculation and a sense of urgency. The atmosphere was charged with an unusual energy, as if the very walls of the ancient institution were buzzing with anticipation. Severus had once been one of these students, eager, ambitious, and full of potential. Until, seemingly without warning, he had stepped off the expected path. Now, his name was on the lips of every person within the stone walls of the castle, whispered in hushed tones in every corridor and classroom. Slytherin House, with its long history of power and pride, found itself at a crossroads. The ambitious among them were grudgingly impressed by Severus's audacious move, though some, especially those with ties to Death Eater families, saw it as an affront to British magical supremacy. Their pride stung by what they perceived as a betrayal, they wore their disdain openly, their loyalty to their heritage unwavering. The opportunistic, on the other hand, saw a golden chance in the chaos. Some were already cautiously penning letters, their minds racing with the potential benefits of aligning themselves with Severus's burgeoning influence. The whispers of their plans echoed through the halls, a symphony of ambition playing beneath the surface of the school's daily life. And then there were the resentful. To them, Severus was nothing short of a traitor. He had, in their eyes, forsaken his roots, his heritage, for the seductive allure of foreign power. Their hearts brimmed with betrayal, and their words, when they spoke of him, were laced with venom and contempt. While the news of Severus Shafi's International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, recognition rippled through the student body, causing a stir of whispers and wide-eyed speculation, the Hogwarts faculty found themselves in a similar state of turmoil. In the sanctuary of the headmaster's office, a select group of Hogwarts' finest minds had convened for an extraordinary meeting. The room, with its towering shelves lined with ancient tomes and curiosities, felt heavier than usual as Horace Slughorn, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, and Albus Dumbledore assembled around the grand, oak table. The Daily Prophet lay open before them, its headlines screaming of Severus's recent achievements. The article confirmed that Severus Shafi's name had indeed ascended to international acclaim. His potion, a concoction of unparalleled complexity and ingenuity, had been formally acknowledged by the ICW's prestigious global registry. The sting of the revelation lay in the fact that Hogwarts, their own beloved institution, had played no role in his success. Slughorn, with a reluctant expression, broke the silence. "I always knew the boy had talent, of course," he admitted, his eyes lingering on the article as his fingers trembled, seemingly reaching for the comfort of a glass of wine that was not there. "But this is beyond even my expectations. McGonagall, the stern deputy headmistress, massaged her forehead as if to stave off an impending headache. The question is, why did he have to leave Britain to achieve this, she queried, her voice tinged with a mix of frustration and concern. Flitwick, the diminutive but sharp-minded charms professor, adjusted his spectacles and offered a perspective that cut to the heart of the matter. Because Hogwarts does not reward creativity. It rewards tradition, he said, his words hanging in the air, a sobering indictment of their beloved school's ethos. The truth of his statement settled over the room like a shroud, prompting a heavy silence as each professor pondered the implications. The weight of their collective reflection filled the room. Dumbledore's voice, when it finally broke the silence, was a gentle stream cutting through a still pond. "We mustn't dwell on what could have been," he uttered with a lightness that belied the intensity of his gaze, his fingers interlocking to form a steeple, as if in silent prayer. His piercing blue eyes seemed to see right through the veil of the room's dim candlelight. "Instead, we must consider the future." With a graceful turn of his head, Dumbledore's attention settled on Slughorn, who sat across from him, ensconced in the plush armchair. "You were close with Severus, Horace. Do you believe he would return to Britain under the right circumstances?" Dumbledore's question hung in the air like a challenge. Slughorn, a man whose jowls seemed to carry the weight of his thoughts, hesitated. His eyes, small and pensive, darted between the flickering flames of the hearth and the expectant faces of his companions. "The boy was always ambitious," he began, his voice carrying a note of nostalgia, "but he never cared for prestige. No, if anything, I believe he values his independence." A frown creased McGonagall's stern features, her usually sharp eyes softened by a hint of concern. "Then what is the Ministry's next move?" she inquired, her Scottish lilt sharpening the edge of her words. Dumbledore, however, did not rush to answer. He seemed to retreat into a world of his own, reaching for the porcelain teacup that sat on the table beside him. The spoon stirred the dark liquid in slow, meditative circles as his mind appeared to wander through the labyrinth of possibilities. Finally, as if emerging from the depths of his own contemplation, Dumbledore spoke. "The Ministry will not like that Britain's greatest potioneering prodigy is now beyond their influence." The statement, delivered with an unsettling calm, seemed to echo through the room. He gently placed his cup on the worn wooden table, the soft clink of china on wood barely audible over the crackling of the fire. His eyes, previously animated with the conversation, grew distant as they shifted toward the hearth. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across his face, highlighting the deep creases of concern etched into his forehead. "They will try to bring him back," he said quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of impending trials. He paused, staring into the hypnotic blaze as if seeking answers within its depths. "One way or another." The words hung in the air, a somber acknowledgement of the challenge that lay ahead. The room seemed to hold its breath, the only movement coming from the restless fire that continued to burn, indifferent to the gravity of their situation. In the bustling heart of London, a significant assembly was underway within the stately confines of the Ministry of Magic. The meeting's location was none other than the Grand Conference Room of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Seated around the polished mahogany table were distinguished delegates from various sectors of the wizarding world, including the influential British Potioneers Guild and, most intriguingly, a delegation from the enigmatic Department of Mysteries. At the head of the table, the Minister for Magical Trade and Research, Lord Alden Rosier, commanded the room's attention. His presence was both imposing and elegant, with his tailored robes and silver hair. He stood with an air of quiet authority, rhythmically tapping the latest edition of the Daily Prophet against his open palm. "This," he began, his voice cool and steady, "is utterly unacceptable." The room fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by murmurs of agreement that rippled through the assembly. The gravity of the situation was not lost on those present, the minister's tone left no room for doubt. A fellow official, a stern witch with sharp features, took up the mantle of conversation. "We cannot afford to lose another talent like this," she asserted, her voice echoing with a sense of urgency. "First, we've seen an exodus of our finest minds to international businesses, and now our potioneering breakthroughs are slipping through our fingers. Britain is hemorrhaging its best and brightest, and we must stem this tide." Her words hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges facing the magical community. The ministry was at a crossroads, and the decisions made in this room would undoubtedly shape the future of magic in Britain. A voice, seemingly disembodied, emerged from the concealing darkness. "What do you propose?" it inquired, the words hanging in the air like a challenge. Rosier, his countenance hardening, considered the question. His lips, previously full, now pressed into a thin line of contemplation. They had already extended an invitation to Severus for the prestigious London Symposium, a gathering that was both an honor and a significant acknowledgement of his abilities. Furthermore, they had conveyed formal recognition through the esteemed Potioneers Guild, a nod to his exceptional talent in the potion-making arts. Yet, despite these gestures, an air of dissatisfaction lingered, suggesting that more was required to secure their objective. Rosier pivoted, his gaze falling upon a figure shrouded in mystery, seated at the farthest end of the long, ominous table. The man was an unspeakable, his identity obscured by the hood that cloaked his face in shadows, a visual testament to the secrets he harbored. "What do you think?" Rosier queried, his voice betraying a hint of urgency. The response, when it came, was delivered in tones of tranquility that belied the gravity of the situation. "The boy is a wild card," the unspeakable stated matter-of-factly, his words slicing through the tension. "But everyone has a weakness." The simplicity of the statement struck a chord, and a slow smirk, born of understanding and the promise of manipulation, spread across Rosier's face. His eyes, now alight with a newfound resolve, reflected the cunning machinations of his mind. "Then we find it," Rosier declared with chilling certainty. The determination in his voice left no room for doubt. The pursuit of Severus's vulnerability was now their singular focus. As the British wizarding community looked on with keen interest and the international magical sphere buzzed with conversations, the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, did not hesitate to extend another invitation to Severus Snape. His groundbreaking rejuvenation elixir had not only been recognized but had also been formally registered within the esteemed annals of the ICW's potioneering division. This accolade marked a significant milestone in Severus's career, as his name was now enshrined in the historical records, rubbing shoulders with the most illustrious potion makers of the modern era. Yet, the ICW's acknowledgement did not stop at mere recognition. They perceived in Severus a reservoir of untapped potential. It was this potential that prompted the ICW to dispatch an official communique to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where Severus was currently a member of the faculty. Notably, the correspondence was addressed not only to Severus but also to the esteemed Professor Eleanor Langford, a colleague whose expertise in magical education and herbology was widely respected. The letter, embossed with the seal of the ICW, spoke of opportunities and challenges that lay ahead, hinting at a collaborative venture that could benefit the global wizarding community. It was clear that the ICW was looking to harness the combined knowledge and expertise of both Severus and Professor Langford for a project of considerable importance. As the two professors pondered the implications of this development, the wizarding world waited with bated breath to see what innovative contributions these brilliant minds would make to the realm of magic. To Severus Shafi, your recent contributions to the field of potioneering have garnered great interest within the International Confederation of Wizards. As such, we would like to extend an invitation for you to attend the upcoming Global Potioneers Summit in Vienna, Austria, where discussions on innovative advancements in magical alchemy will take place. This summit will feature the finest minds in potion making from across the world. Your presence as an honored contributor will be an opportunity to present your work on an international stage, should you accept. Sincerely, Adrian Visconti, Director of the ICW Potioneering Division. Severus carefully unfolded the parchment, his eyes scanning the elegant script. The message it carried was from the International Confederation of Wizards, an entity that had long held his respect. Vienna, the letter announced, a summons to a grand event, a gathering of the magical world's elite. He read the invitation twice, each word etching itself deeply into his mind. Aurora, who had been hovering nearby, could no longer contain her curiosity. She leaned in, her gaze following the lines of text as Severus held the letter. A soft, appreciative whistle escaped her lips. "They're pulling you in deeper," she observed in a hushed tone, her eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of concern. Severus's mouth twitched into a sardonic smile. "And why shouldn't they?" he responded, his voice carrying a note of well-earned pride. Britain had sought to shackle him, to dictate the terms of his contributions, but the ICW, they were different. They didn't seek to control, they sought to recognize and elevate. They understood his value, his expertise that was unparalleled in certain circles. The thought of the British Ministry Symposium crossed his mind, the one they had presumptuously expected him to attend. A scornful laugh nearly slipped out. The notion that he would grace their event with his presence after such an offer from the ICW was, quite simply, ludicrous. The British ministry was living in a fantasy if they believed he would be so easily swayed. His path was set, and it led far beyond the narrow confines of Britain's expectations. Vienna beckoned, and with it, the world stage awaited his arrival. Later that night, Severus found himself cloistered within the confines of his dorm room, the air heavy with the anticipation of change. The invitation from the International Confederation of Wizards in Vienna had set a whirlwind of thought spinning in his mind. With a sense of urgency, he unrolled a sheet of parchment upon his desk, the creamy surface stark against the dark wood. For a moment, he sat motionless, his thoughts coalescing into a singular purpose. Then, with a deep breath, he took up his quill, a well-worn instrument that had penned many a letter and essay, and dipped it into the inkwell with precision. The black ink shimmered on the tip of the quill before he began to inscribe a message to his uncle, Lord Arcturus Prince. The salutation flowed from his quill in elegant script. To Lord Arcturus Prince. Uncle, by now, the morning edition of the Daily Prophet will have reached your hands. I shall dispense with the usual formalities, our shared understanding of the matter at hand renders them superfluous. It is with a clear mind and a resolute heart that I address the situation before us. The British magical community is not accustomed to losing its valued resources. In the wake of recent events, it is evident that the Ministry of Magic will not idly stand by. They will likely employ every tool at their disposal, be it through cunning political maneuvers, subtle economic pressures, or the influence of the esteemed Wisingamot, in an attempt to reassert their dominion over what they perceive as theirs by right. Rest assured, I have no intention of succumbing to their machinations. However, prudence dictates that one must always be prepared for the unforeseen. It is in this spirit that I reach out to you, seeking your vigilance. Should you observe any irregularities, be they within the labyrinthine corridors of the Ministry or the hallowed halls of the Potioneers' Guild, I trust you will apprise me of these developments with all due haste. Your insight and counsel are invaluable to me in these uncertain times. I remain your loyal nephew, steadfast in my resolve. Sincerely, Severus. Severus placed his quill back into its holder with a decisive motion, pressing the seal into the warm wax at the bottom of the parchment. The letter was ready to be delivered, its contents a testament to a decision long in the making. He had been on the defensive for what seemed like an eternity, a lone chess piece in a grand, dangerous game, constantly anticipating the next threat, the next move from his adversaries. But no more. The time for mere survival had passed. Now, as he watched the candlelight flicker across the room, casting long shadows that danced upon the stone walls, he felt a shift within him. He was no longer just a participant, reacting to the forces around him. He was taking control, and with it, a new sense of purpose filled his heart. Later that night, after the letter had been dispatched with the swiftness of an arrow loosed from its bow, Severus found himself in the grip of a relentless restlessness. The quiet of his study was anything but soothing, as his thoughts careened wildly, from the distant, bustling streets of Vienna to the anticipated reactions from the British delegation, and then to the looming symposium that promised to be a crucible for many a scholarly reputation. Yet, despite the late hour and his mind's relentless machinations, there was an unrelenting queue of tasks that lay ahead, each demanding his attention with the persistence of a nagging cough. It was in this state of heightened alertness that the door to his sanctum yielded to the gentle pressure of an unseen hand. The soft padding of footfalls, barely audible above the crackle of the fire, heralded the arrival of a visitor whose presence was as familiar to him as the contours of his own thoughts. Celine. She stood there, the embodiment of casual elegance in her flowing robes that draped her form with an artist's disregard for convention. Her golden eyes, always sharp, now held a glint of mischief that played about their depths as she leaned with studied nonchalance against the doorframe. "I figured I'd find you here," she said, her voice a murmur that seemed to resonate with the undertones of the room's quiet murmur. Severus, his features etched with the lines of both fatigue and a life lived in the shadows of great matters, allowed himself the luxury of a sigh. "And what gave me away?" Her smirk was a fleeting thing, there and gone in an instant, much like the flicker of candlelight against the walls of his study. She stepped inside, her movements fluid and graceful, and closed the door with a soft click that seemed to punctuate the privacy of their impending conversation. "You get this look," she observed, her tone laced with an affectionate tease as she circled him with the poise of a predator appraising its quarry. "Like you're plotting the fall of an empire." Severus emitted a low, mirthless chuckle, the corners of his mouth curling into a semblance of a smile. "Something along those lines," he conceded, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken complexities. Celine regarded him with a curious intensity, her eyes darting briefly to the letter that rested upon the polished mahogany desk. With a grace born of both confidence and familiarity, she reached for the envelope, her fingers brushing against the crisp paper. She withdrew the letter within, her eyes scanning the script with an efficiency that bespoke years of reading between the lines. As she absorbed the words, a single eyebrow arched in silent inquiry. "Austria, is it?" she remarked, her tone a blend of surprise and admiration. "Taking your talents to the international arena now." Severus leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight, his posture one of casual authority. His eyes, sharp and discerning, never left her. "Would you have me do otherwise?" he countered, a hint of challenge lacing his words. With a deliberate gesture, Celine placed the letter back onto the desk, the motion smooth and controlled. Her lips curved into a slow, knowing smile, a gesture that seemed to acknowledge the unspoken truths that lay between them. "No," she conceded, her voice a soft murmur that filled the space with an intimate warmth. "I wouldn't dream of underestimating you, Severus." In a fluid motion that belied the calculated nature of her actions, Celine closed the distance between them. One moment, she stood before him, a figure of poise and grace, the air charged with anticipation. Then, with a swiftness that defied the languid ease of her previous movements, she shifted her position. Suddenly, she was upon him, her legs straddling his lap, her arms draped casually over his shoulders. The proximity was intimate, the action bold and unapologetic, a testament to the unique bond they shared. Her eyes locked with his, a silent conversation passing between them, rich with history and understanding. Severus's breath hitched abruptly, his body tensing in response to Celine's sudden closeness. Yet, he made no move to pull away. Instead, he found himself riveted by the anticipation of her next move. Celine, ever the enigma, closed the distance between them with a fluid grace that belied her intentions. Her lips, soft and warm, grazed the shell of his ear, sending an unexpected shiver down his spine. "You're thinking too much again," she murmured, her voice a sultry whisper that seemed to curl around his senses, ensnaring him in a web of temptation. A smirk played at the corners of Severus's mouth, a rare display of amusement. His fingers, seemingly of their own accord, tightened around the slender curve of her waist, pulling her closer. "You think you can stop that?" he retorted, his tone laced with a challenge of his own. Celine's laughter was low and throaty, a sound that danced on the edge of darkness and light, fraught with the promise of untold adventures. It was a sound that Severus found himself increasingly drawn to, despite the cautious nature that had long defined him. "Let's find out," she replied, her eyes gleaming with a mix of mirth and determination. And then, with a resignation that surprised even himself, Severus relented. He released the tight grip he had on his emotions, on his control, and allowed himself to be swept away in the torrent that was Celine. In that moment, the world beyond the two of them ceased to exist, and for Severus, that was both terrifying and exhilarating. The following morning found Severus Shafi seated across from Professor Langford in her office, the walls of which were lined with shelves brimming with magical tomes and artifacts. He extended the ornate invitation towards her, his hand steady despite the anticipation that tingled in his fingertips. The invitation, inscribed with elegant calligraphy, was to the International Confederation of Wizards' prestigious event, a recognition of magical prowess that transcended the borders of any single wizarding community. Professor Langford, with her keen eyes and an air of wisdom that seemed to permeate the room, accepted the parchment and unfolded it with a sense of reverence. She read the contents silently, her eyes tracing the lines of text that spoke of Severus's achievement. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she finished reading, and she placed the invitation gently on the desk between them. "Congratulations, Mr. Shafi," she said, her voice laced with a warmth that was as rare as it was genuine. She folded her hands and leaned back in her chair, her eyes glinting with a mixture of pride and satisfaction. "It seems you are no longer just Ilvermorny's rising star. You have proven yourself to be a prodigy of the magical world at large." Severus allowed himself a small, triumphant smirk, his dark eyes reflecting the understanding of the magnitude of his accomplishments. Britain, the birthplace of his magical lineage, had attempted to lay claim to his talents, to keep him within the confines of its expectations and traditions. But now, the world was watching, its gaze fixed upon the young wizard who had soared beyond the boundaries of his origins. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards as he contemplated the road ahead. The invitation was not just an acknowledgement of past achievements but an open door to future possibilities. And Severus Shafi, barely scratching the surface of his potential, knew that this was merely the beginning. The world stage awaited him, and he was ready to step into the limelight, to cast spells that would resonate through the ages. He was just getting started. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 52, Chapter 49, The Game Shifts. The announcement, formal and weighty, was delivered on high-quality parchment adorned with the distinguished golden emblem of the International Confederation of Wizards' Potioneering Division, which shimmered under the gentle glow of candlelight. The emblem itself signified recognition and prestige. With meticulous care, Severus broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. His fingers traced the exquisite texture of the paper as he prepared to absorb its contents. This was no personal correspondence. It was, in fact, a public summons. The Vienna Potioneers Summit, renowned as the foremost assembly of its kind, was not just an academic conference, it was a competitive arena of intellect, where groundbreaking ideas clashed with luck and strategy. The invitation had been extended to every significant magical governing body. Esteemed potion schools from around the world were expected to be present. Crucially, up-and-coming talent from the potioneering field had been expressly invited to showcase their potential. Severus scanned the list of notable attendees with a sense of awe. The roster included Grandmaster alchemists from France, master potioneers from Russia, and transmutation experts from Japan. There were even whispers that the illustrious Nicholas Flamel might make an appearance. These individuals were not just peers, they were the pantheon of alchemical greats, the very legends he had pored over in the pages of scholarly journals, research papers, and dog-eared textbooks. Their work had laid the cornerstone of contemporary potion-making. Severus had always hoped that his own contributions to the field would earn him recognition at the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, but this was beyond his wildest dreams, an honor far exceeding any accolade he had ever imagined. Severus, despite his significant accomplishments, had yet to earn the title of Potions Master. The International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, had stringent mastery requirements for such a distinction. 5 original potions of his own creation, never before seen in the wizarding world. 10 documented improvements to existing potion recipes, showcasing a deep understanding and ability to enhance magical concoctions. To date, Severus's achievements were modest in comparison to these high standards. A single documented improvement, which consisted of significant enhancements to the efficacy of healing potions. 1 original potion, the Rejuvenation Elixir, which was indeed a remarkable and innovative contribution to potion making, yet it alone was insufficient to secure full mastery. Given these facts, the question arose, why had Severus been invited to the Vienna Potioneers Summit? The ICW's vision provided the answer. The summit was not merely a congregation of those who had already achieved mastery in their craft. It served a broader purpose. It was an incubator for burgeoning talent, a place where young and prodigious minds were brought into the limelight on an international scale. It was where mentors could discover promising apprentices, and where emerging talents could attract the attention of established businesses for potential partnerships. Severus's invitation was a testament to his potential and the recognition of his exceptional abilities by the wider potioneering community. Severus wasn't merely attending as a participant, he was positioned among the elite, afforded an opportunity to engage with peers, scrutinize their methods, and demonstrate that his prowess was no fluke. This hallowed gathering was a crucible for burgeoning potion makers to forge their legacies. Here, the forging of the right alliances could lead to lucrative sponsorships, research grants, or strategic industry collaborations. In this arena, genuine talent was not only acknowledged but also handsomely rewarded. Aurora, peering over his shoulder, exhaled softly. "Severus," she murmured, her eyes shifting between the document and his visage, "this discovery is colossal." Professor Langford, looming behind them, scrutinized Severus with a sharp, appraising look. "This breakthrough," she stated with composure, "elevates you to a tier that your contemporaries can only aspire to." Crossing her arms, she continued, "But heed this warning, you are beyond being a rising academic talent within these halls. Here, the stakes are real." Severus locked his gaze with hers, unwavering. "I am fully aware." A slight smirk tugged at Langford's lips. "Are you, truly? This venture transcends mere scholastic endeavors, Shafi. It's about sway. Reputation. The very trajectory of the potioneering field." She lightly tapped the parchment. "Mastery or not, the world is already observing your every move. Do not falter, lest you invite skepticism." Severus breathed out deliberately, internalizing her advice. "I will not." With a nod of approval, Langford concluded, "Excellent. This is merely the first step into a larger realm." The announcement from the ICW had thrown the British ministry into disarray, leaving their plans in shambles. They had lost their influence over him, a fact that rankled them deeply. However, instead of insisting on his return, the ministry chose to adopt a new approach. Severus received the letter during breakfast. The owl was sleek, a product of ministry breeding, and it clutched an envelope in its beak, distinguished by its gold-embossed lettering. "Heir Severus Shafi. We are writing to express our profound admiration for your exceptional achievements in the realm of potioneering. The International Confederation of Wizards' recognition of your work is a clear indication of your remarkable skill and unwavering commitment to the craft. As a distinguished British-born wizard, your accomplishments serve to highlight both your personal prowess and the illustrious tradition of British magical excellence. With the Vienna Potioneers Summit approaching, it is with great pleasure that the British Ministry of Magic, along with the British Potioneers Guild, offers you the honor of joining the British delegation. This summit is a gathering of the utmost prestige, and your participation would be a significant addition. Should you accept this invitation, you will be granted exclusive access to a wealth of resources, afforded the chance to engage in private discussions with the foremost potion experts from Britain, and be presented with opportunities to collaborate on groundbreaking advancements that stand to greatly benefit our magical community. We eagerly anticipate your favorable consideration of this invitation as a step towards reinforcing your connection to Britain's storied heritage of magical innovation. We await your reply with anticipation. Sincerely, Eldrick Montrose, Grandmaster of the British Potioneers Guild. Severus scrutinized the letter with care, drinking in its message. He read through it once more to ensure he had not overlooked any detail. A slow, sly smile spread across his face as the full meaning of the words sank in. Noticing his smirk, Aurora inquired about its cause. Severus silently handed her the letter. She accepted it, her brow furrowing in worry as she began to read. "They're trying to win you back," she noted. Naturally, Severus responded, his tone revealing no astonishment as he carefully folded the parchment and tucked it away. "But they don't have the influence to force me." Aurora looked at him with an understanding expression. "So, are you going to reject them straight away?" Severus let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "That would be too straightforward." Surprised, Aurora's eyes opened wider. "You're not seriously thinking about Dash?" "No," he interjected, his smirk widening into a grin filled with sinister pleasure. "I intend to leave them in uncertainty." He didn't outright reject their advances. Nor did he give his consent. Instead, he maintained a silence, allowing their minds to ponder and fret. The British had long been under the illusion that their power was unchallengeable and that a man of his stature would never consider distancing himself from their grasp. Now, the reality was dawning on them. Severus Shafi was beyond their control. And so he would remain. Eldrick Montrose, the esteemed Grandmaster of the British Ministry of Magic's Department of International Magical Cooperation, found himself in the palatial office of Lord Alden Rosier, the Minister for Magical Trade and Research. The air was thick with tension, a silence only broken by the faint ticking of an ornate clock on the wall. Between them, upon the polished mahogany desk, lay the source of their shared concern, a letter that had been sent to Severus, a young wizard of uncommon talent and potential. Montrose, unable to contain his frustration, tapped the edge of the parchment with a rhythm that echoed the passing seconds. "It's been 2 days," he said, his voice a low rumble, "and he hasn't responded." Lord Rosier, a man known for his stoic demeanor, offered no immediate reaction. His gaze was fixed on the letter, his thoughts inscrutable. "He's making us wait," Rosier finally replied, his tone betraying a hint of annoyance that was seldom heard. Montrose let out a derisive snort, shaking his head in disbelief. "The boy should be honored that we're even offering him a place among us," he declared, the indignation clear in his voice. Rosier leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly under his weight. His eyes, sharp and calculating, narrowed as he considered the situation. "He doesn't need our approval anymore," Rosier said, a note of grudging respect lacing his words. The statement hung in the air, a stark reminder of Severus's growing influence within the magical community. Montrose felt a chill run down his spine at the implication. "What are you suggesting?" he asked, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Rosier took a moment before responding, his fingers forming a steeple as he weighed their options. The dilemma at hand was a delicate balancing act. On one side, exerting too much pressure risked alienating him altogether, potentially sending him into the arms of competitors. On the other side, a laissez-faire approach could result in the silent erosion of their team as their star player might be lured away by lucrative offers from abroad. The situation seemed to be approaching a critical juncture, and inaction was not an option. The remaining strategy was clear: they needed to employ a more sophisticated approach. Rosier, the team's shrewd strategist, weighed the options silently, his gaze steady and calculating. After a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he broke the silence with his verdict. "Keep watch," he instructed, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken contingencies. "We're not finished yet." With that, the atmosphere in the room shifted tangibly. The game had entered a new phase, one that demanded vigilance and cunning. The players, the stakes, and the rules of engagement had all evolved. Now, more than ever, they needed to stay 2 steps ahead, for the next move could very well determine the outcome of this high-stakes chess match. Ensconced in the seclusion of a concealed manor, a solitary figure was lost in thought. The manor, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, stood as a silent sentinel, its walls steeped in the secrets of ages. Far from the magical bastion of Ilvermorny, far from the hushed negotiations within the hallowed halls of the British Ministry of Magic, this figure sat, enveloped in a shroud of silence. The soft glow of candlelight danced upon the surface of an antique desk, its wood grain polished to a high sheen from centuries of use. The flickering flames cast an ever-shifting tapestry of shadows that stretched across the room, imbuing the space with a sense of restless energy. He had been anticipating this juncture with a quiet, simmering expectancy. Spread before him on the desk lay the crisp parchment of the Daily Prophet, its edges neatly aligned with the corners of the desk. The bold, inky headline screamed of recent developments in the international potioneering community. It spoke of the meteoric ascent of a name that was quickly becoming the subject of whispered conversations and heated debates: Severus Snape. A slow, knowing smile played upon the figure's lips, a silent testament to the complex web of thoughts and memories stirred by the news. The smile did not reach his eyes, which remained sharp and calculating, reflecting the candlelight with an almost predatory gleam. "How fascinating," he mused silently, the word hanging in the air like a verbal echo of his contemplation. The implications of Shafi's rise were manifold, and this figure, shrouded in the obscurity of his hidden manor, was intimately aware of the potential ramifications. The game was afoot, and he was more than ready to play his part in the unfolding drama. He had been vaguely aware of the boy, a figure who was mentioned in the list of potential recruits by Lucius Malfoy. Once a discarded student of Hogwarts, the boy had not only survived but was now flourishing in a foreign land, far from the school that had once been his home. This was a wizard who had consciously chosen the pursuit of power over the allure of comfort and familiarity. His was a mind not content with bending to the prevailing winds; instead, it possessed an exceptional ability to adapt to the ever-changing tides of fate and magic. This unique trajectory of the boy's life had not escaped his notice. It had, in fact, piqued his curiosity to an extraordinary degree. He found himself intrigued by the boy's journey, the choices he had made, and the path he had forged for himself. The boy had become a subject of whispered conversations and speculative rumors within the hallowed halls of the wizarding world. And now, as events unfolded with a swiftness that left many reeling, the boy's actions had cast a spotlight upon him. The entire wizarding world was watching him with bated breath, hanging on every rumor and report of his newest endeavors. In the eyes of some, he was a dark horse, an enigma whose next move could not be predicted. To others, he represented the audacity of ambition, a testament to the heights one could reach when untethered by convention. The boy's story was no longer a mere footnote in the annals of magical history; it was rapidly becoming a saga that might very well shape the future of magic. The ripples of his choices were spreading wide, and it remained to be seen whether they would bring about a tide of change or a storm of conflict. For now, the boy stood at the center of it all, a beacon of power and the focus of every watching eye. Severus Shafi, a boy of unassuming origins, had unknowingly stepping into the midst of a grand, intricate game of strategy, a chessboard of power and influence that stretched far beyond his understanding. In this game, it wasn't necessarily the most formidable pieces that held the greatest worth. Rather, it was those who dared to make the first move, who initiated the dance of conflict and negotiation, that often proved to be the most valuable. Lord Voldemort, the dark sovereign of this shadowy realm, observed the boy with an inscrutable gaze that betrayed neither approval nor disdain. His attention was momentarily drawn to the soft glow of a nearby candle, its flame wavering as if caught in an unseen draft. In the flickering light, his thoughts were as impenetrable as the dark secrets that shrouded his past. For the moment, he chose to remain an observer, content to watch the unfolding drama from the sidelines. His interest in Severus was piqued, yet he was patient, a predator in the guise of a spectator, biding his time. But this period of passive observation would not last indefinitely. Soon, he would actively engage, testing the mettle of the young Shafi. Voldemort was a master at discerning potential, and he was curious to see just how much this boy might achieve. The Dark Lord was eager to determine if Severus was deserving of more than a fleeting glance, if he possessed the substance and spirit to ascend the ranks of this treacherous game. "Let's see how far you rise, young Shafi," Voldemort whispered to the shadows, his voice a silken thread of anticipation. "Before the world decides where you truly belong." As the candle's flame continued its erratic dance, a silent promise hung in the air, an unspoken vow that the boy's journey was only just beginning. And when the time came, Voldemort would be watching, ready to shape the board to his advantage, for in this grand game of life and death, he was the one who played to win. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 53, Chapter 50, The Discovery That Shouldn't Exist. Dear readers, what an incredible journey this has been. With the release of 50 chapters, we've reached a thrilling milestone together, and I couldn't be more grateful for your unwavering support. Your enthusiasm, feedback, and encouragement have been the heartbeat of this journey, driving me forward every step of the way. This achievement wouldn't have been possible without each and every one of you, those who have been here from the very beginning and those who joined along the way. Your passion for the story and its characters makes this experience truly special. As we look ahead, I'm filled with excitement for what's to come. There are more chapters to explore, more stories to tell, and countless adventures waiting for us. I can't wait to continue this journey with you. Thank you for being part of this milestone. Here's to many more chapters and even greater moments ahead. With heartfelt gratitude. Maggie. The night unfurled with the familiar cadence of routine. Severus, ensconced in the hushed solitude of his private potion sanctuary, was a picture of focus and precision. His research lab, a bastion of ordered chaos, was encircled by towering stacks of journals, each one brimming with arcane knowledge and the latest advancements in potion making. At the heart of this scholarly fortress, a cauldron simmered gently, its contents a promising batch of the rejuvenation elixir, a concoction Severus had dedicated countless hours to perfecting. In his pursuit of alchemical excellence, Severus had been meticulously experimenting with a novel stabilizing agent. This mysterious compound held the potential to enhance the elixir's restorative properties, ensuring a more potent and enduring effect. With the precision of a master craftsman, he manipulated the delicate balance of components, each adjustment to the ingredient ratios meticulously recorded in his notes. The viscosity, the hue, the very essence of the potion seemed to respond to his touch, as if it were a living entity under his command. As the night progressed, Severus's confidence in his methodology grew. Every aspect of his meticulous process appeared to be aligning perfectly, until an unforeseen variable disrupted the serene harmony of his work. With the addition of the final, crucial ingredient, a chain reaction began to unfold. The potion, instead of achieving the anticipated state of quiescence, erupted into a fervent display of unanticipated vitality. The liquid within the cauldron churned violently, its color shifting through a kaleidoscope of hues, a clear indication that the potion had taken on a life of its own. As the passage opens, Severus finds himself engulfed in a sudden and potent surge of energy that permeates the atmosphere. It's so abrupt and untamed that he's left with scarcely a moment to prepare himself. The ambient magic convulses with intensity, and without an opportunity to exert his will over it, an eruption of magic, untethered to any wand, erupts from his fingertips. This uncontrolled outburst sends a cascade of potion ingredients and apparatus crashing to the ground. Severus stumbles backward, his pulse quickening, as he processes the extraordinary event. He had sensed something indescribable, an immense power that was untamed and far surpassed anything he had ever harnessed. This was no mere escalation of magical potency, it was an amplification of his innate abilities. With a cautious and measured movement, Severus turns his gaze toward the source of this transformation, a cauldron bubbling with a concoction that emits a ghostly, golden radiance. It was clear that the potion he had been carefully formulating was the catalyst for this unexpected surge in power. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. The potion was meant to enhance his control over his magic, not to unleash a torrent of unbridled energy. Yet here he stood, the unwitting architect of his own heightened capabilities, grappling with the implications of what he had unwittingly unleashed. This unforeseen potency was both exhilarating and alarming, and it marked the beginning of a new chapter in his magical journey, one fraught with potential both wondrous and perilous. Over the ensuing days, Severus proceeded with a series of meticulous experiments. With each trial, he carefully monitored the potion's impact, administering it in precise, incremental doses. A solitary drop elicited a potent, albeit fleeting, amplification of his magical capabilities. Spells that once required deliberate focus now sprang forth with a speed and potency that left him momentarily awestruck. When he dared to increase the dosage, the results were even more pronounced. His reflexes became as sharp as a cat's, his senses so acute that he could perceive the faintest vibrations of magical energies around him. Spells leapt from his wand with almost no conscious effort, executed with a rapidity that bordered on the instantaneous. Yet, such power came at a cost. When the potion's influence waned, it did so abruptly, leaving Severus in a state of profound depletion. His magic, which had moments before crackled with vigorous intensity, now sputtered weakly, like a dying flame. It was as though he had pushed his abilities to the brink, taxing them beyond their natural limits for hours on end. Catching his breath, Severus found himself fixated on the small vial cradled in his hand. The liquid within shimmered with a seductive golden hue, a visual embodiment of the promise it held. This concoction was not merely a tool, it was a potential catalyst for transformation, a harbinger of change that could alter the very fabric of his existence. Severus's thoughts whirled in a tempest of contemplation. Could this groundbreaking discovery be applied to the ancient art of dueling? Unquestionably, it would confer an advantage so profound, so unprecedented, that it bordered on the unfair. It was the sort of edge that could alter the very nature of magical combat. Yet, as he pondered the implications, a chill of apprehension crept down his spine. Could this be weaponized? The answer was a resounding affirmative. The potential for misuse was immense, and the consequences of such power falling into the wrong hands were too grim to consider. It was a Pandora's box of martial might, one that could tip the scales of any conflict with catastrophic results. Might it be possible to refine this volatile creation, to sand away its rough, perilous edges? Perhaps, but the path to such mastery was fraught with peril. The risks inherent in tampering further with these volatile forces were immense. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a creation that defied the natural order, a thing of shadows and instability. With a sense of foreboding, Severus clenched his jaw, the muscles twitching with the weight of his realization. He was the architect of something that, by all rights, should not exist in the world. The burden of this knowledge pressed upon him, heavy as the ancient tomes that lined the walls of his laboratory. As he weighed his options, the gravity of his predicament settled upon his shoulders like a leaden cloak. The decision before him was weighted with consequence, a crossroads where the fate of many could be altered by his next move. To continue researching, the formula was to unlock a door to possibilities that could revolutionize the world, but it also meant flirting with dangers that could spiral beyond control. The potential benefits were immense, the kind that could secure his name in the annals of scientific history. Yet, the specter of misuse loomed large, haunting his thoughts with images of catastrophic outcomes should the formula fall into the wrong hands. On the other hand, to destroy the vial containing the precious formula was to play it safe, to ensure that such power would never be wielded by those with malicious intent. The vial felt heavy in his hand, the contents a swirling promise of either unprecedented advancement or unmitigated disaster. His grip tightened around it, the glass cool against his sweat-slick palm, a physical embodiment of the tension that gripped him. It was in this moment of intense deliberation that the silence of his secluded laboratory was shattered by an unexpected sound from outside. The faintest of noises, but in the quietude of his contemplation, it rang out like a thunderclap, jolting him from his thoughts. His heart rate quickened, the rhythmic thumping in his chest a stark contrast to the stillness that now enveloped the room. The scientist's mind raced, evaluating the possibilities of who or what could be responsible for the intrusion. Was it a mere animal, or had someone discovered his secret work? With cautious steps, he approached the door, the vial still clutched tightly in his hand, its fate now hanging in the balance alongside his own. Severus Snape froze instantly, his senses on high alert. His wand was in his grasp with such swiftness that he hadn't even registered the motion of drawing it. The corridor that lay beyond his private laboratory was eerily still, devoid of life, with no discernible movements or the faintest echo of footfalls. Yet, Severus was not deceived by the apparent tranquility. An intruder had been present, their invisible gaze felt like a tangible intrusion, their ears straining to capture the faintest whisper of his solitary activities. In the days that followed, an unsettling string of anomalies began to gnaw at his nerves. A prized and rarely used ingredient vanished from his stores, a loss that did not go unnoticed, as he had meticulously catalogued every item in his possession. The silent hours of the night were now punctuated by the soft, transient sounds of someone pacing, stopping just at the edge of his perception, enough to rouse suspicion but not enough to confirm it. The common room, once a place of respite, now held an air of tension. Whispered discussions ceased abruptly upon his arrival, the participants casting furtive glances in his direction before hastily changing the subject. It was clear that the watchful eyes that had lingered outside his lab were not a mere figment of his imagination. Someone was observing him, biding their time, and Severus, with his acute instincts and keen intellect, was determined to uncover the identity of this shadowy presence. And then, the whispers began to circulate, a susurrus of rumors that seemed to slither through the corridors of the institution like a serpent in search of its prey. "Shafi's working on something new," murmured one voice, barely more than a breath. "He's keeping it quiet, but it's big," another echoed, the words hanging in the air with a weight that belied their quietness. "Did you hear? He's got a project even the professors don't know about," a third voice whispered, imbuing the statement with an aura of intrigue and secrecy. Severus felt a chill run through his veins, turning his blood to ice. His heart, a frantic drumbeat against his ribcage, screamed at him to remain calm, but his mind raced with the implications of the whispered revelations. Someone had talked. The secret had been a carefully guarded flame within his chest, but now it flickered precariously, threatening to ignite a blaze that could consume everything he had worked for. But who could have breached his trust? Aurora was the first to come to mind. She had been an invaluable ally, her keen intellect and diligent work ethic making her an ideal partner in the research phase of his project. Yet, he found it hard to believe that she, with her meticulous nature, could have let such a critical detail slip. Then there was Alessandro, with his gregarious personality and occasional tendency to let his words run ahead of his discretion. But Severus knew that Alessandro understood the gravity of their work and doubted that he would be so careless with information of this magnitude. Ben, Jonas, and Evie were equally unlikely suspects. Each had proven their loyalty and commitment to the project. They had toiled alongside Severus, their efforts fueled by a shared vision and the promise of what their success could mean for the future. The issue at hand wasn't merely a question of identifying the individual involved. The crux of the matter lay with the fact that someone, whose identity remained uncertain, had inadvertently become privy to sensitive information. This unexpected eavesdropper had heard things that were not intended for their ears, potentially altering the delicate balance of secrets and alliances that had been so carefully constructed. The implications of this breach in confidentiality were as yet unknown, but the tension in the room suggested that the consequences could be far-reaching and possibly detrimental to those involved. Severus did not spring into action right away. He was far too cunning for such a direct approach. Instead, he began to carefully lay the groundwork for a trap, one that would confirm his suspicions and reveal the truth he sought. During dinner in the dining hall one evening, Severus planted a seed. He spoke in hushed tones to his friends and some of his horned serpent peers within the sixth-year common room. His voice, laced with a casual indifference, carried just enough to reach the ears of those who were not intended to hear. He spoke of a potion he was ostensibly concocting, one that promised to revolutionize the field of healing by dramatically hastening the body's natural recovery process. It was a fabrication, a bait crafted with precision to lure in the curious and the greedy. The days that followed were a study in patience. Severus, ever the strategist, observed and listened. He was not disappointed. Within the span of 48 hours, the bait was taken. A pair of sixth-year students from the Thunderbird House, who had previously been mere faces in the crowd to Severus, were caught in the web of their own ambition. Their whispers echoed in the stone corridors of the school, a testament to the effectiveness of Severus's ruse. "He's definitely got something," one of them said, the excitement in his voice barely contained. "If we can figure out what it is, we can sell the formula. Just think of it, potions like that would be worth a fortune." His companion was equally eager. "I told you, I know someone in the potion-making industry. If this healing potion is as big as you say, we'll get paid, real money. We just need to get our hands on the proof." The two students, blinded by the prospect of wealth and recognition, were oblivious to the fact that they had just walked into Severus's trap, providing him with the confirmation he needed. The game was afoot, and Severus was ready to make his next move. Severus exhaled a long, measured breath, his thoughts swirling like the vapors of a complex potion. The figures lurking in the shadows of the Hogwarts grounds were not the corporate spies he had initially feared, nor were they ministry informants sent to pry into his affairs. No, they were merely greedy students, deluded into thinking they were playing some sort of game, a game they did not comprehend. Idiots, he thought with a mixture of disdain and relief. Yet, this revelation brought no comfort. In fact, it was a twist that upended everything. If these foolhardy youths had caught wind of his clandestine potion work, then it was almost certain that others had as well. Someone more cunning, more dangerous. The whispers that had once been faint and ignorable now echoed like a foreboding prophecy in his mind. Severus knew he had to act swiftly and decisively. He could not allow his work to be compromised, nor could he risk the safety of his students, no matter how misguided some of them might be. The game had indeed changed, and Severus Snape, potions master and spy, was no stranger to games of subterfuge and strategy. As he turned on his heel, his mind raced with plans and contingencies, each more intricate than the last. The night was far from over, and Severus had much to consider. Severus had been anticipating some manner of response, but the swiftness of their action caught him off guard. The night was still, and as he sat at his desk, a letter materialized before him. It was as if the parchment had been there all along, unnoticed until it chose to reveal itself. With a meticulous hand, he unfolded the letter. The words within were succinct yet stirred a mix of intrigue and caution. "We have become aware of your groundbreaking research," it read. "There are entities that would be very much inclined to support such pioneering work. We ought to meet to discuss this potential collaboration." The message was unsigned, the sender's identity a mystery. It was an invitation shrouded in secrecy, extending a hand into the unknown. Severus regarded the parchment with a piercing gaze, his fingers tapping a rhythmic pattern on the surface of his desk. This was not mere curiosity. It was deliberate, purposeful, a strategic maneuver. "They're becoming desperate," he muttered under his breath. In his mind, the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to align. Someone had breached the internal security measures of Ilvermorny. This individual had forged alliances that extended far beyond the confines of the magical school. Moreover, this person was audacious enough to imagine they could ensnare him in their machinations. A sardonic smile twisted Severus's lips. Amateurs. If they believed him to be just another unsuspecting student, they were sorely mistaken. They had grossly misjudged their opponent. Severus sat alone in his dimly lit chamber, the parchment in his hands feeling heavier than its physical weight. He scrutinized the letter, his mind racing through scenarios and countermeasures. He had always been meticulous, ensuring that his defenses were impenetrable. No one had ever come close to breaching the walls he had built around himself. Yet now, it seemed someone was probing for weaknesses. A smirk played on his lips, the ghost of a smile that promised retribution. If this unknown adversary wished to engage in a match of wits, then so be it. But they would soon learn that crossing swords with him was no child's play. He would dictate the rules of engagement. "You've made your first move," he murmured to the empty room, his voice steady and cold. With a decisive motion, he set the letter aside, as if closing a chapter of someone else's story. "Now let's see how you handle mine." His gaze hardened, reflecting the resolve of a master strategist about to orchestrate his opponent's downfall. The game was afoot, and Severus was ready to respond with a calculated precision that only he could execute. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 54, Chapter 51, Pieces Falling into Place. Severus Shafi had always been a man of considerable patience. A shadow in the night. Now, he observed with a predator's focus as his quarry unwittingly approached the trap he had laid. For days, he had meticulously tracked the 260-year horned serpent students, scrutinizing their patterns, eavesdropping on their hushed exchanges, and noting their escalating anxiety. They were amateurs, their actions marred by carelessness and haste. Despite their attempts at secrecy, every furtive glance and urgent whisper betrayed their mounting fear. They loitered in hallways where their presence was conspicuously out of place. They believed their cupped-hand conversations and constant vigilance made them inconspicuous, but in truth, they might as well have been shouting their intentions. Most troubling of all was their obliviousness to the true peril they courted. Severus had considered the option of intervening directly. A swift obliviation, a strategic jinx, or a terse caution might have been sufficient to deter them. Yet, such measures seemed too lenient. He was determined to impart a lesson, to ensure they grasped the gravity of their transgression. With this in mind, Severus sought out Professor Langford, trusting that the involvement of the esteemed educator would not only resolve the matter but also leave an indelible impression on the misguided students. Severus entered Professor Langford's office, a sanctuary of knowledge with its walls adorned with ancient potions literature and towers of parchment documenting brewing history. Without lifting her gaze from the document in hand, she gestured for him to proceed. "The thieves will strike tonight," Severus announced, his voice betraying no hint of doubt as he approached her desk. At this, Langford's eyes, as piercing as a hawk's, darted up from her work, scrutinizing Severus with a look that weighed his words. "You're certain?" she inquired, her tone a mixture of urgency and skepticism. "Absolutely," he confirmed with a nod. "The timing," she pressed, her pen paused midair. "Tonight," he reiterated, the word hanging heavily between them. Langford leaned back in her chair, her eyes never leaving his face, assessing the implications. "What course of action do you propose?" she finally asked, her mind already racing through potential strategies. Severus's lips curled into a smirk. "We wait. Let them step into the trap themselves." A slow smile spread across Langford's face. "Interesting. You're not going to handle it personally." "I could," Severus admitted. "But I think it would be more effective if an authority figure were involved." Langford chuckled softly. "And by authority figure, you mean me?" "Indeed," Severus replied with a hint of mischief in his voice. "You are the potions mistress of Ilvermorny, after all. I thought you might relish the opportunity to deliver the lesson." Langford's amusement seemed to grow. "Sharp as ever, Shafi. Very well, let's see how your little thieves cope with the consequences." That night, Severus and Langford remained in wait, hidden just beyond the threshold of his private research lab, shrouded by the darkness as they kept a vigilant watch on the entrance. Every detail had been meticulously arranged. The lab's defenses were fortified with layers of protective spells, and a clever trap had been laid. Any uninvited intruder would inadvertently activate a powerful containment ward upon entry. Furthermore, Severus had cunningly left a trail of breadcrumbs, sufficient evidence lying in the open to entice the would-be thieves into action. It was not long before their patience was rewarded. The faint sound of approaching footsteps resonated through the quiet corridor, heralding the arrival of the intruders. Two shadowy figures advanced cautiously yet resolutely towards the lab door, their every step steeped in a pall of hesitation and resolve. Severus could almost tangibly sense their air of desperation. "This is our chance," one of the figures breathed, barely louder than a whisper. "Are you sure?" came the doubtful reply. "If we can just secure the formula, we can sell it. All we need is concrete proof of its existence." A sardonic smile played upon Severus's lips as he listened to their exchange. Fools, he thought to himself, confident in the knowledge that their greed had sealed their fate. The taller of the two boys extended his arm, placing his hand on the door. Instantly, the wards engaged. A thunderous crack reverberated down the corridor, magical energy sparking to life and forming an imperceptible shield around them. Langford appeared, her wand at the ready, her voice a blend of velvet and iron. Well, what do we have here?" The would-be intruders spun around, their faces a mask of fear. "Professor, we were just trying to break into a forbidden laboratory." Langford's voice remained calm, but her gaze was piercing. Severus emerged from the shadows, his arms folded, his countenance inscrutable. At the sight of him, the color drained from the boys' faces. Langford allowed the quiet to grow, letting the tension tighten like a noose around the necks of the guilt-ridden boys. Then, with a slight turn of her head, she addressed Severus. "Shafi, they were caught red-handed, attempting to pilfer your research. What course of action do you suggest we take?" Both boys turned to Severus, their eyes wide with terror. Severus took his time, allowing the tension to build. He stepped forward, his gaze cool and assessing. "You tried to steal from me," he stated, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of danger. Silence hung heavy in the air. "You weren't even good at it," Severus continued, his voice as smooth as ever, a hint of amusement lurking beneath the surface. Beside him, Langford gave a low, amused hum, her eyes gleaming with interest. "Normally," Severus said, his tone light yet carrying an edge, "I would handle this myself." At his words, both boys flinched, their faces paling. "But," he continued, tilting his head slightly, a mockery of curiosity, "I think it's more fitting if Professor Langford decides your fate." Their expressions twisted in fear at the mention of Langford, who was known for her creative and memorable punishments. Langford gave them a slow, predatory smile, her eyes glinting with dark delight. "Oh, don't look so terrified," she mused, her voice dripping with false comfort. "I assure you, your punishment will be quite educational." A shiver ran through the boys at her words. Severus smirked, clearly enjoying the fear that Langford's reputation incited. Both boys visibly swallowed, the reality of their situation sinking in. They had played a game they weren't ready for, a dangerous game with high stakes. And now they would learn the hard way why one never tried to steal from Severus Shafi. The lesson would be one they would not soon forget. The following day, the halls of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were abuzz with whispers and conjecture. Word had spread rapidly about the two students who had been apprehended in a brazen attempt to pilfer from one of the school's secure research labs. The incident had not only drawn the attention of the student body but had also necessitated the involvement of the highly respected Professor Langford. Upon learning of the transgression, the headmaster had been swift to act, ensuring that the matter was dealt with utmost severity. The repercussions of their actions had been immediate and severe. By the break of dawn, the pair of would-be thieves found themselves summoned to the headmaster's imposing office, a place few students dared to venture under such ominous circumstances. As the morning progressed and the bell signaled the end of classes before lunch, the students emerged from their ordeal. Their transformation was stark and troubling, their complexions had drained to a pale pallor, their eyes bore the vacant stare of those who had witnessed something beyond their comprehension, and their demeanor was that of individuals who had been irrevocably altered by the encounter. Among the onlookers was Severus, who observed the scene with a keen sense of understanding. Despite the absence of explicit details regarding the nature of their discipline, Severus had no doubt that Professor Langford's methods had been both rigorous and uncompromising. The sight of the chastened student served as a potent reminder to all of Ilvermorny's pupils, the consequences of misconduct at the school were not to be taken lightly. But that didn't halt the whispers. "I heard they've been barred from potion classes for the duration of their studies at Ilvermorny," murmured one student, eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. "No, it's more severe than that. They're under probation now. One false step near any forbidden ingredients, and they'll be expelled," another voice chimed in, a hint of schadenfreude lacing the words. "I'm telling you, I saw one of them with tears streaming down their face. Langford didn't shout or anything, just gave them that look, you know. The one that says you're the next potion ingredient to be diced. Rumor has it, they've been assigned to remedial potions for the entire academic year, and Langford is supervising. Remedial potions. That doesn't seem too. Oh, it's brutal. They have to brew everything manually. No magical aids whatsoever. No wands. No enchantments to fall back on. This last piece of gossip found Severus as he navigated the corridors, and he permitted himself a faint, satisfied smile. That sounded exactly like something Langford would do, a punishment that was not merely disciplinary but also humiliating. It was a clear message to anyone considering a similar act. By the time dinner arrived, the two thieves were conspicuously absent. Their absence suggested they might have been too ashamed to show their faces, or perhaps they remained confined to the potions lab, diligently scrubbing cauldrons. Severus felt indifferent to their fate. The important thing was that the issue had been addressed effectively. And, more crucially, no one would dare attempt such foolishness again. Later that night, Severus moved stealthily into the sixth-year common room, his figure blending with the darkness as he returned to his dormitory. His lateness was a consequence of his time spent with Celine, a habit that had become all too regular. The castle's layout had become second nature to him. He knew which paths to take to evade the teacher's patrols, which staircases echoed the quietest footsteps, and where the surveillance charms had their blind spots. However, this night was different. A murmur of voices halted his progress. Not just any voices, ones that were unmistakably familiar. Severus instinctively edged closer to a stone pillar, allowing its shadow to envelop him further. The voices belonged to Alessandro and his clique. Despite his position, Severus was not intentionally listening in on their conversation. His presence there was coincidental, a result of his own nocturnal activities rather than a desire to pry into theirs. But then, I swear, man, your cousin is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, one of Alessandro's friends remarked, accompanied by a light-hearted laugh. Severus arched an eyebrow in response. Alessandro let out a dismissive snort. Yeah. You must have a death wish, he retorted. What? Why? The friend inquired, his previous joviality faltering. Alessandro shook his head, a chuckle escaping him as he regarded his friend's naivety. Because she's the sole heiress of the Zabini family. You think the most influential mafia family in Italy would simply allow any outsider to wed their esteemed princess? Upon hearing the name, Severus felt a chill run down his spine, his demeanor suddenly rigid. It was not merely the name Zabini that gave him pause. It was the recognition of the formidable lineage they represented. The Zabini family, a name synonymous with power and fear, was not one to be taken lightly. He had heard of them before, a noble bloodline within the wizarding world, a mafia dynasty in the Muggle world. This family moved with ease between both realms, maintaining their influence in each. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Canon. He recalled Blaise Zabini, a fellow Slytherin from his previous life at Hogwarts. Zabini had been an enigmatic figure, quiet, observant, and reserved. He hadn't been a part of Draco Malfoy's close-knit group, nor had he been as openly involved with the Death Eaters as Theo Knott or Pansy Parkinson. Yet, there was an undeniable aura of untouchability surrounding him. Severus himself had never delved deeply into the matter, but the whispers had reached his ears. They spoke of the Black Widow, Blaise Zabini's mother. She was a woman who had been widowed 7 times under mysterious circumstances, each husband's death leaving her wealthier and more powerful. Some in the wizarding world attributed her husband's untimely demises to a curse, while others suspected a more human form of treachery, murder. The Zabini's status as untouchable was indisputable. Their reach extended throughout both the magical and non-magical realms, commanding respect and fear in equal measure. Severus Snape's head inclined slightly as a potentially groundbreaking thought took shape in his mind. This was more than a mere possibility, it was a strategy capable of resolving his dilemma. The heiress, the family, everything aligned to suggest a means of securing his autonomy. Yet, to proceed, he required concrete knowledge. Action based on hearsay was far too precarious. Solid facts were essential, especially understanding the true extent of their power, to execute his plan effectively. The following morning found Severus ensconced in his private training room, his thoughts preoccupied with recent occurrences. He replayed the events of the past few days, the audacious attempt to steal his research, the stark fear visible in the would-be thief's eyes, and the ominous reference to the Zabini family. As he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, he contemplated the myriad implications. This situation was unlike any he had navigated before, it was of a grander scale. To master his fate, Severus recognized the necessity for strategic partnerships. These alliances must extend beyond the International Confederation of Wizards and Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He needed to forge bonds with those who truly grasped the essence of power. And what strategy could be more advantageous for securing his future than forming an alliance with a family like the Zabinis, whose very name evoked a mixture of dread and reverence? He had never been impulsive. A move like this had to be calculated. Severus began with basic research, pulling every resource available to him at Ilvermorny's expansive library. As he delved deeper into his studies, his intrigue grew. The Zabini legacy, more than just a name, a noble Italian bloodline with centuries of history, the Zabinis had amassed a fortune from both Muggle and magical industries, adeptly navigating both worlds. The family's influence was not confined to Italy but extended across Europe. What truly distinguished the Zabinas, however, was their sources of power, which included deep connections in both the magical and non-magical worlds, strategic alliances, and a reputation for wielding subtle yet profound influence in various affairs. Their Muggle world presence. They owned one of the most prestigious fashion houses globally, renowned for designing high-end robes, enchanted fabrics, and luxury attires that catered to both Muggle and wizarding clientele. Their global hotel chain was synonymous with exclusivity, providing exceptional accommodations favored by the elite of both worlds. Their casino operations spanned across Europe, with whispers suggesting their influence extended beyond gambling into unexplained domains. In the clandestine underbelly, they held a formidable presence in the Italian mafia, orchestrating underground operations yet remaining beyond the reach of the law. Turning to the wizarding world operations, they were major potions manufacturers, supplying vital concoctions to hospitals, research institutions, and magical universities. Their audacity was evident in their role as exclusive blood suppliers to vampires, a niche and perilous venture that few dared to undertake. Their cosmetics company was at the forefront, offering enchanted beauty products that were much sought after. In the shadows, a rumor persisted about an assassination team under their command, a rumor that, while unconfirmed, was never discredited. Their empire was a colossus that spanned worlds. Their reputation was beyond reproach, a testament to their authority and influence. Their power was absolute, a force that cast a long shadow over both the Muggle and wizarding realms. Severus placed a bookmark between the peages of the tome he had been engrossed in, his thoughts swirling with contemplation. The Zabinas were far from an ordinary influential family. They were a formidable presence, adeptly navigating and exerting influence in both the Muggle and magical societies. Now, as he considered his next moves, Severus pondered a critical question: could this powerful family be instrumental in furthering his own agenda? He required more than mere common knowledge. To even contemplate an alliance with them, he needed access to their hidden truths. And in this, there was but a single individual who could assist him. Severus retrieved a sheet of parchment and commenced his correspondence. His first letter would not be addressed to the Zabini family, not yet. Instead, he wrote to Arcturus Prince, his great-uncle. If anyone possessed an intimate understanding of the complexities and secrets of the most influential magical families, it would be Arcturus. The message Severus composed was succinct and to the point. To Arcturus Prince. Uncle. There is a particular surname that has piqued my interest, and I am keen to learn more about its bearers. The name is Zabini. I would be most grateful if you could provide me with any information you have regarding this family. Severus. The message was clear and concise, delivering its intended impact with precision. With a sense of finality, he folded the paper, pressing his family crest into the warm wax to secure it. All that remained was the passage of time. He would wait. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 55, Chapter 52, Dangerous Alchemy. The letter arrived 3 days after Severus's request, its anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The wax seal of the Prince family gleamed warmly in the flickering candlelight as Severus delicately broke it open. To his surprise, it wasn't just a single parchment, rather, it was an entire packet, neatly clipped together. The papers bore meticulous notes and annotations, each carefully inscribed with a precision that suggested thorough thought. Arcturus hadn't merely responded to his inquiry, he had undertaken a thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. To Severus. What you've requested transcends mere gossip, it constitutes a dossier befitting an intelligence agency. You are delving into treacherous waters where blood, power, and coin intertwine until they become indistinguishable from one another. The Zabinas possess no allegiance, neither to the International Confederation of Wizards, nor to the Dark Faction, nor even to the Ministry itself. Their loyalty lies solely with their own name, an emblem of prestige and power. They uphold their neutrality with the cold precision of a blade held to the throats of those around them, a constant reminder that their interests reign above all. Their business empire sprawls across 3 continents, engaging in diverse ventures ranging from high fashion and luxury hospitality to the controversial manufacturing of blood potions and enchanted cosmetics. However, the darker aspects of their operations cannot be ignored, as whispers suggest they run the most refined discreet assassination network within the magical underworld, though, as is often the case, no tangible proof has ever surfaced to corroborate these claims. The heiress has become a specter in most social circles, effectively protected and meticulously guarded. It is rumored that she has received marriage proposals from at least 3 prominent European nobles, all of whom mysteriously withdrew their offers after private, undisclosed meetings with her formidable mother. They have no dealings with the weak or the indecisive, Severus. Should you wish to immerse yourself in this perilous entanglement, ensure you bring something of value, some form of leverage. Do not forget your lawyers. If you choose to continue down this treacherous path, keep me apprised of your developments. And remember, when a spider weaves its intricate web, it is seldom ensnared within it. Lord Arcturus Prince. Severus carefully folded the letter, each crease deepening as he processed the weight of its words, the gravity of the message settling heavily on his spine. He didn't feel fear coursing through him, yet a cautious sense of wariness clung to him like a shadow. That underlying unease was sufficient to keep his mind alert and his instincts razor-sharp. Severus Shafi was acutely aware of the kind of doors the illustrious Zabini family could unlock for him. They held no reverence for lofty dreams or aspirations, their allegiance lay firmly with power, leverage, and profit. In this ruthless arena, he had already placed one card on the table, the rejuvenation elixir. It was a remarkable creation, certified by the International Confederation of Wizards, ensuring its safety, thorough testing, and global recognition. The elixir boasted significant commercial potential across both the medical and cosmetic industries. However, if Severus truly wanted to capture their attention, if he sought to compel them to take him seriously, he knew he needed more than just a dependable card. He required something that exuded raw ambition and promise. The second potion he was developing was born from an unexpected reaction during one of his early experiments with the elixir. Unlike the rejuvenation elixir, this new creation was not merely an elixir, it was a surge of energy, a jolt of something potent. It was, in essence, a drug, one that could transform lives and shift the balance of power. Yet, curiously, he hadn't even assigned it a name yet, leaving its potential as untamed as his own ambitions. But its effects were undeniable, accelerated casting speed, which allowed spells to flow from the fingertips with a fluidity that felt almost euphoric. His magical senses became honed to an exquisite edge, allowing him to perceive even the faintest shift in the ambient energies around him. For a fleeting 20-minute window, he experienced a near-superhuman potential for spellcasting, as if the very fabric of magic had willingly opened up to him. The problem. The crash that followed was nothing short of brutal. A deep, consuming magical exhaustion would set in, oftentimes lasting for hours and sometimes stretching into the entirety of the day, rendering him unable to conjure even the simplest incantations. The high was too clean, too tempting. He had felt its seductive pull firsthand when a droplet splashed against his skin during an earlier test. In that moment, his mind sharpened to a hyper-focused clarity, and his reaction time felt as though it had been cut in half. But that euphoric clarity faded, and he found himself spending 6 grueling hours lying in bed, shaking and overwhelmed with tremors, as the effects wore off. It was akin to consuming 3 cups of coffee laced with a jolt of lightning, an exhilarating rush followed by the crushing weight of a pit filled with lead that swallowed him whole. He understood what it was evolving into, a magical stimulant, a potent substance that functioned much like a drug. And in the wrong hands, it could spiral into something far more dangerous than he could imagine. Such potency made it exceedingly dangerous, but it also rendered it invaluable, if only he could figure out how to harness it without succumbing to its treacherous allure. Severus embarked on a path few purebloods would even contemplate. He approached potion experimentation with the methodical mindset of a Muggle scientist. Drawing inspiration from his previous incarnation as George, he meticulously partitioned a segment of his private laboratory, reinforcing it with intricate anti-scrying wards to protect his work from unwanted observation. In this secured space, he conducted controlled trials with a population of magical rats, each one isolated and carefully tagged for tracking. He had developed precisely calibrated doses of the arcane surge prototype, aiming to explore its effects with unparalleled rigor. His notebooks became a repository of obsessive detail, capturing every variable, timing, symptoms, magical readings, and notable changes in behavior. The moment he administered the first dose, however, it became immediately clear that he had miscalculated. The potion was too potent. The rat erupted into a manic frenzy, conjuring wild sparks without the aid of a wand before succumbing to a catastrophic spasm brought on by magical burnout. In his next attempt, the second rat appeared to endure longer, exhibiting 6 intense minutes of energy so concentrated that its fur crackled like live electrical wires. But when it finally exhausted itself, it trembled violently, teetering on the edge of collapse before miraculously regaining its composure. But the third rat's reaction was startling. It displayed an unquenchable craving for more of the concoction. It was at that pivotal moment that Severus paused, a sense of unease creeping in. The realization struck him, the potion had not been engineered to create addiction. And yet, the rat lingered near the testing vial, its beady eyes darting back and forth, clearly aware of the stakes at hand. It paced nervously whenever Severus approached with the pipette, its tiny paws tapping impatiently against the surface. On the 4th trial, to his surprise, it lunged forward and snatched the vial just moments before the potion was administered, its swift movement a testament to its instinctual wariness. That unsettling behavior stirred a sense of unease deep within him. This wasn't merely a stimulant anymore, it was evolving into something much more insidious. A magical narcotic. With a furrowed brow, he adjusted the formula once again, lowering the magical saturation and carefully adding a stabilizer crafted from powdered murtlap skin and dragon fern, both notorious for their balancing properties. The crash that accompanied the potion dulled slightly, though the lingering echo of its potency remained unsettling. The surge of power was less intense, yet it still bore a hint of danger, a double-edged sword. But now it was usable. He could envision its potential. If weaponized, it could serve as a last-resort combat enhancer that might tip the scales in a harrowing battle. If refined further, it could branch into a groundbreaking avenue of magical performance enhancement, reshaping the landscape of spellcasting. His mind buzzed with a whirlwind of possibilities, or combat strategies. Hit wizard raids designed for maximum efficiency. Intense magical duels that pushed the limits of wizardly capabilities. Every idea ignited a spark of ambition within him, drawing him deeper into a world ripe with opportunity. He scribbled notes across a fresh page, his handwriting sharp and precise. Notes, possible transition to capsule or powdered form. Easier to distribute. Could be carried discreetly. Ingestible but also viable as an inhalant. But then he underlined the last point 3 times in a frenzied yet deliberate motion. Too addictive. Too unstable. Not market ready. He paused, a frown knitting his brow as he contemplated the implications. Still, in the right hands, this could morph into something extraordinary, a formula that might rival any known potion he had ever devised. Severus's gaze drifted to the glittering vial on the table, its contents shimmering with an almost hypnotic allure. Nearby, a rat scratched anxiously at its cage, its beady eyes flickering with an eerie glow, illuminated by the remnants of potent magical residue. He didn't allow himself a smile. This moment wasn't a triumph, it felt more like a warning, a siren's call that echoed through his mind. Rather than a badge of honor, this discovery felt like a double-edged sword. It could be a devastating weapon in the wrong hands or an invaluable tool in the right ones. He knew he had to tread carefully. How he harnessed this power and whom he allowed to approach it would determine its fate. Severus fixated on the final batch of stabilized powder, which cooled slowly beneath a securely warded glass dome. The deep violet dust shimmered faintly, its beauty deceptively alluring as it held an undeniable power. The solid-state incarnation of the arcane surge draft was finally taking shape, its practicality evident. It was easy to store, easy to carry, and, ominously, easy to weaponize. Yet, as the unfortunate trials with the rats had already demonstrated, it was also painfully easy to abuse the substance. He meticulously noted the results from the 10th rat trial. The subjects were returning to the dosing area with an almost frantic obsession, even when it was clear that nothing remained to consume. They twitched at unseen shadows, their bodies trembling with the effects of withdrawal. Their magical signatures, once stable and rhythmic, now pulsed erratically, like a dying star on the brink of collapse. Disturbingly, their fur had begun to thin, patches revealing raw, sensitive skin, a telltale sign of their body's overexertion and its desperate need for more. In this moment of revelation, he faced a harsh truth: he hadn't merely concocted a potion meant for enhancement or healing. No, he had unwittingly crafted a potent magical narcotic, one that could ensnare and enslave those who succumbed to its allure. This duality, of terror and exhilaration, sent a shiver of exhilaration down his spine, igniting a spark of dangerous curiosity within him. But Severus knew this was merely the beginning. He was far from satisfied. He craved more data, more understanding of the substance he had unleashed into the world. Human testing was entirely out of the question, though. There was still too much at stake, too much risk involved for anything resembling a commitment to this unpredictable creation. Instead, he turned to magical primates, extraordinarily gifted monkeys endowed with both physical and magical attributes akin to those of human witches and wizards. These creatures were not only intelligent but also possessed an innate magical quality that made them perfectly suited for his experimental needs. The Magizoology department at Ilvermorny maintained a variety of these primates for studies on magical behavior, providing him with ample resources. Severus borrowed 3 of them under the guise of a neutral research request, their handlers blissfully unaware of the true nature of his intentions. However, to achieve significant results, he realized he needed precision, data that could not be captured through mere observation alone. Thus, through a combination of his uncle's house elf and a discreet connection in the black market, he acquired a magical soul forge. This complex diagnostic device was typically reserved for registered healers, designed to measure the fluctuations of a magical core, the strength of an aura, and the resilience of energy in magical beings. He paid double the standard price, an extravagance necessitated by the urgency of his need, and he further enchanted the device to circumvent any registry detection. As he set the device up, meticulously arranging its components and checking connections, the weight of another realization struck him. He needed his own elf, something loyal, something that could maintain his privacy while assisting him in his clandestine work. The initial trials left him astounded. The monkeys demonstrated a remarkable resilience, showing no signs of dependence. Their magical cores glowed vibrantly, with energy enhancements flowing smoothly and consistently as recorded by the Soul Forge. Each dose of the potion significantly boosted their magical output, sharpened their focus, and invigorated their physical energy, but only for a precise duration of 20 minutes. The subsequent crash was surprisingly manageable, characterized by 2 hours marked by fatigue and sluggish magical responsiveness. There were no indications of withdrawal symptoms or erratic behaviors that he had feared. Severus felt a wave of euphoria wash over him, a relief that lifted his spirits. Perhaps the rats had been an anomaly, but now he speculated that the more formidable magical creatures might inherently resist the addictive effects of the potion. Yet, despite his initial triumph, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with the fleeting 20-minute window. He craved more potency, more duration, and so he resolved to push the boundaries further. After 18 meticulous iterations, refining absorption rates and adjusting magical conductivity, he finally achieved a breakthrough. One single dose now provided monkeys with an impressive 1-hour boost in magical abilities. Their magical readings soared to remarkable levels, showcasing heightened raw energy, improved mental clarity, and increased physical agility. For the entire hour, their auras shimmered brightly, radiating strength and stability. However, this newfound enhancement came with a significant drawback. Following the peak of their magical abilities, the subsequent crash was unavoidable. For long hours of magical suppression ensued, leaving the monkeys physically drained. They exhibited signs of exhaustion, and their auras became temporarily unstable, flickering uncertainly. Despite these drawbacks, the outcome remained manageable, and crucially, the effects were not addictive, at least not yet. Driven by curiosity and determination, Severus decided to explore various variables. He experimented with different dosages, modified their diets, and introduced calming infusions aimed at alleviating the harsh symptoms of the crash. Then came trial 50. That's when it happened. A sense of foreboding filled the air as Severus observed the animals. One monkey paced restlessly near the dosing chamber, its agitation evident in the quickness of its movements. This was uncharacteristic behavior for the creature, it had never exhibited such signs of distress before. Another monkey, frustrated and desperate for its usual dose, clawed at the dispenser rune with increasingly frantic motions. Its aura shimmered unpredictably, a clear indicator of its growing unease. The third monkey pressed itself against the side of the enclosure, its body trembling slightly as it shifted from stance to stance. The sharpness of its movements was a stark contrast to its normally calm demeanor, embodying a palpable tension that filled the room. Severus didn't need the soul forge to confirm what he already suspected. They were longing for the substance, a deep-seated craving driving them to manifest such erratic behavior. Addiction had begun to take hold of them. Yet, it hadn't set in after the typical 10 doses evidenced in rats. Instead, it had required a staggering 50 doses to ignite this dependence within the monkeys. As he pondered the implications, Severus couldn't help but consider wizards. He knew they would likely take even longer to fall victim to the substance's allure. Yet, as the evidence unfolded before him, one truth remained clear: the effect was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Severus leaned back in his chair, allowing his gaze to drift over the scattered potion notes that cluttered the table before him. His hands remained steady, a testament to his practiced focus, even as his mind surged with a whirlwind of possibilities. What if he could separate the effects of the potion? What if it was possible to isolate the magical enhancement properties while extracting the addictive component entirely? A surge of excitement coursed through him at the thought. He envisioned creating 2 distinct versions of his potion. One, a carefully regulated booster, a legitimate magical stimulant designed to enhance one's abilities without the dangerous repercussions of addiction. The other, a refined, alluring magical narcotic, a delicately potent concoction that would be the first of its kind on the market. The former would surely garner him fame throughout the potioneering community, a recognition he desperately craved. The latter, however, held even greater allure. It promised immense power, the kind that would allow him to manipulate, and perhaps even dominate, the undercurrents of magical society. But what if the Zabinas, those formidable potioneering moguls, who simultaneously operated as black market dealers and high society puppeteers, caught wind of his groundbreaking work? They would be quick to recognize the vast potential lying within his creations, and they would understand exactly what kind of partner he could become in their intricate web of influence. But the moment had not arrived yet. He knew that he had to wait. Not until every detail was flawless. Not until he wielded complete control over the situation. Not until he could ensure that it would be utilized solely according to his own terms. Hi everyone. Please visit. Chapter 56, Chapter 53, Moves on the Board. Professor Langford's message had been succinct yet weighted with an urgency that Severus could not ignore. My office. Tonight. Bring nothing. The words echoed in his mind as he navigated the shadowy corridors, the stone walls seeming to press in around him. The heavy wooden door of the office loomed ahead, etched with ancient runes that pulsed with a silent, arcane energy. With a deep breath, Severus pushed the door open, stepping into the dimly lit room. The air was thick with the musky scent of crushed wolfsbane, mingling with the sharp tang of fresh ink. His eyes adjusted to the low light, and he saw Professor Langford seated behind her massive desk, a fortress of oak and parchment. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across her face, making her expression as enigmatic as the texts she studied. Her spectacles caught the light, reflecting it back in twin pinpoints of brilliance. Mr. Shafi, she intoned, her voice a low purr that seemed to fill the room, take a seat. Severus complied without a word, his footsteps muffled by the thick rug that covered the floor. He settled into the chair opposite her, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly in his lap. Langford regarded him for a long moment, her eyes scanning his face with an intensity that was almost tangible. "You're pacing yourself well," she finally said, her tone carrying a note of approval that was rare and therefore all the more valuable. "Your training is impressive. Your potion work. Groundbreaking." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over him like a mantle. "But your eyes, Mr. Shafi, they carry the spark of someone who is hunting something new, something yet to be mastered." Severus met her gaze, unflinching, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of stoicism. "Am I being accused?" he asked, his voice betraying no hint of anxiety. Langford's smile was a mere shadow, fleeting and insubstantial. "I'm reminding you that sharks don't announce themselves with a fanfare before they strike," she said, her voice a soft reminder of the dangers that lurked unseen. She methodically folded her hands atop the worn mahogany desk, her fingers interlaced with practiced precision. Her gaze, steady and piercing, was a silent challenge. "The Vienna summit isn't merely a gathering, Severus. It's a theater of strategic warfare. Each conversation is a chess game, each compliment a covert maneuver. You won't be perceived as a student there. You will be sized up as a potential threat, an invaluable asset, or a glaring weakness. It's imperative that you decide which one you intend to be." Severus met her gaze, his nod a slow, deliberate acknowledgement of the gravity of her words. "I aim to be the kind that no one dares underestimate," he declared, his voice firm with resolve. Langford leaned back in her chair, the tension in her posture easing slightly, a flicker of approval crossing her features. Yet, her subsequent advice was laced with caution. "And if you're dabbling in anything beyond your International Confederation of Wizards submission, tread with the utmost care. Exceptional minds like yours are magnets for both fortuitous opportunities and nefarious exploitation." With a deftness born of years of guarding his thoughts, Severus deflected her concern with a courteous, almost nonchalant shrug. "I'm always careful, Professor," he assured her, the mask of politeness unwavering. Langford's gaze held him a moment longer than necessary, as if trying to see beyond the facade he presented to the world. "I hope so," she echoed, the words hanging in the air, a silent plea for his vigilance. Alessandro discovered Severus outside the East Tower Library wing a few evenings later, his countenance shrouded in thought. "Shafi," Alessandro said with a playful grin, "you're brooding again. Come with me." Severus's eyes narrowed with curiosity. "Where to?" "A gathering," Alessandro replied with a wave of his hand. "A casual affair with some of our European counterparts, no professors in sight. Think of it as a blend of diplomacy, fine wine, and the latest gossip." Intrigued, Severus arched a skeptical eyebrow but acquiesced to Alessandro's invitation. They made their way through the moonlit grounds of Ilvermorny to one of the school's old observatories, now artfully repurposed for such occasions. The building's high glass ceilings allowed the twinkling night sky to cast a celestial glow over the warm lanterns illuminating the room. Soft jazz notes, enchanted to float languidly in the air, provided a sophisticated soundtrack to the evening's festivities. Upon their arrival, Alessandro introduced Severus to the host, Amélie Rousseau, a seventh-year exchange student from Beauxbatons whose beauty was as captivating as her lineage was impressive. Alessandro's smirk was telling as he said, "Meet Amélie, the daughter of two eminent figures in the potion ingredients industry. Her elegant attire might suggest a life of leisure, but don't be deceived, her wealth could easily extend to the purchase of half of Nocturne Alley, should she so desire." Severus, ever the observer, took in the details of his surroundings and the conversations that hummed through the room. He listened intently to the chatter around him, absorbing information about recent patents, potential funding opportunities, and the allure of South Korean alchemy labs that were enticing students with lucrative scholarships. Representatives from American corporations mingled among the students, their eyes scanning for the brightest minds to sponsor, promising a future of innovation and discovery. And then, as the murmur of the crowd at the International Magical Symposium hummed like a swarm of enchanted bees, a girl from the illustrious Castellobruxo Wizarding School leaned across the table with an air of conspiratorial excitement. Her eyes, dancing with the reflection of candlelight off her glass of enchanted fruit wine, sparkled with mischief. "Have you heard?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the delicate clink of crystal glasses and the soft rustle of robes. "The Zabinis are acquiring patents in Brazil now. Discreetly, of course, as is their way. Potions that could revolutionize magical healing, magical textiles of such finesse that they make our cloak of invisibility seem like a mere parlor trick, and even crystal-bound alchemical catalysts that could upend centuries-old practices." Severus Snape, who had been quietly observing the attendees from the shadows, felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. His outward appearance remained as impassive as ever, betraying none of the turmoil that now roiled within him. But inside, his mind raced, and every ounce of his attention honed in on the implications of this revelation. Not a single muscle twitched in his face to give away his alarm. He was far too skilled in the art of concealment for that. Yet, beneath the surface of that stoic mask, his thoughts were a whirlwind of stratagems and countermeasures. Every calculation he had made, every plan he had set in motion, now required urgent re-evaluation. He wasn't the only one on their radar, the girl had said. The realization struck him like a physical blow. The Zabinas, with their vast wealth and shadowy influence, had expanded their reach into realms he had considered his own. In the game of magical one-upmanship, it seemed a new player had just raised the stakes, and Severus knew he could not afford to be outmaneuvered. The letter arrived with the dawn, slipping through the slot in the door with a crisp rustle that stirred Shafi from his morning reverie. There was no majestic all this time, no soft hoot to herald its arrival. Instead, a faculty assistant with a pinched expression and an air of disapproval handed him the envelope, its presence as heavy as the silence that followed. The seal of the British Potioneers Guild, embossed upon the parchment, shimmered with an almost ominous luster, like a beacon for warning of the weighty contents within. Dear Mr. Shafiq, we write to you once more with hearts full of esteem and anticipation. Your recent recognition at the International Conference of Wizards has not gone unnoticed, nor has your esteemed selection for the forthcoming Vienna Summit. Your contributions to the potioneering craft continue to cast a brilliant light upon the global magical community, and for that, we are all indebted. Yet, it is with a sense of urgency that we pen this letter, our second such correspondence. The British Potioneers Guild earnestly extends to you, yet again, its formal invitation to the annual British Potioneers Symposium. This gathering is not merely a convention, it is a cornerstone of our shared tradition, a crucible where the finest minds in our craft converge to exchange knowledge, forge alliances, and pave the way for future innovations. Your voice, Mr. Shafiq, is among the most vital in our realm. Your insights are invaluable, and your presence would elevate the discourse we strive to cultivate among Britain's own magical institutions. To say that your absence would leave a void in our proceedings is an understatement, it would be a profound loss to the collective wisdom we seek to amass. We implore you to give this invitation your utmost consideration. It is not merely a request from your peers but an appeal to the spirit of camaraderie and shared purpose that binds us as potioneers. We are confident that your decision will be guided by the wisdom that has thus far defined your illustrious career. Respectfully, Eldrick Montrose, Grandmaster, British Potioneers Guild. Severus's lips curled into a smirk, a silent testimony to his assessment of the situation. The individuals before him were not merely inquiring, they were thrashing about in a desperate attempt to grasp at some semblance of control. Unfazed by their display, Severus took the letter in hand and made his way with purpose to Professor Langford's office. Upon entering, he handed the missive to Langford, whose eyes scanned the page with a focused intensity. She read the letter once, her expression unreadable, then a second time, the creases in her forehead deepening slightly. She looked up at Severus, the letter extended back towards him. Do you intend to respond? She asked, her tone neutral yet probing. Indeed, I do, Severus replied, his voice firm and resolute. Professor Langford's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly, a silent challenge in her gaze. In that case, she said, her words measured and clear, ensure that your reply is both courteous and incisive. Craft it in such a way that they will feel the sting with each word they read. Taking Langford's advice to heart, Severus retreated to his quarters that night. With quill in hand and parchment before him, he composed his response. Each sentence was deliberate, a blend of civility and a cutting wit that would leave no doubt of his position on the matter. He wrote with a controlled fury, the tip of his quill dancing across the page until, satisfied with his work, he sealed the letter with a drop of wax, the imprint of his signet ring marking it complete. Dear Grandmaster Montrose, I am deeply honored by the persistent interest you have shown in securing my presence. It is with a mix of regret and duty that I must reiterate the significant commitments demanding my attention at the forthcoming Vienna Summit. The support extended by Britain has not gone unnoticed, and I am wholeheartedly receptive to the prospect of engaging in meaningful dialogue. However, such interactions must, regrettably, be contingent upon the constraints of my schedule. In the interim, I find myself precisely where I have determined to be, steadfast in my resolve and focused on the tasks at hand. With warm regards, Severus Shafiq. He deliberately chose to conclude the correspondence with his given name alone, a testament to his newfound autonomy, free from the weight of his ancestral titles that once defined him. Now, his identity stood independent, encapsulated in the strength of his character and the choices he made. After a grueling week filled with intricate potion brewing, intense combat training, and the labyrinthine game of political strategizing, Jonas and Evie lay in wait for Severus after the evening meal. As he approached, Jonas stood tall, a mischievous glint in his eye. Obstacle course, he declared with an air of finality. No excuses, Severus. Severus's dark eyes narrowed, a reflex born of suspicion and a natural inclination towards solitude. Why should I subject myself to this? He asked, his voice carrying a note of challenge. Evie, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation, stepped forward with a playful grin. Because, Severus, you've become something of a recluse lately, buried in your books and potions. It's time to rejoin the land of the living, to remember what it feels like to be human. To his own astonishment, Severus found himself unable to muster a rejection. Perhaps it was the genuine camaraderie in their eyes, or the subtle undercurrent of concern beneath their jests, but he acquiesced. The outdoor arena was a marvel of ever-changing magic, a testament to the ingenuity of the school's founders. It was here, under the twilight sky, that Severus found himself running, jumping, and weaving through an obstacle course that would challenge even the most agile of athletes. Illusions danced before his eyes, attempting to deceive and detain him, but he was undeterred. Evie moved with the grace of a gazelle, her every movement swift and sure, while Jonas pursued his goal with the tenacity of a bulldog, never tiring, never faltering. Yet Severus discovered an unexpected asset in his precision, his ability to focus, to see through the chaos and find the most efficient path. As the last impediment crumbled beneath his determined stride, Severus stepped forward, the undisputed champion. His chest heaved with each breath, the air rushing in and out of his lungs in a rhythm that underscored his hard-won triumph. Beside him, Kira's exultant cry pierced the air, her excitement infectious and her joy unmistakable. Alessandro, ever the dramatist, executed a mock bow, his grin wide and his eyes gleaming with mirth. Even the usually reserved Aurora, who had spectated the entire event with her arms folded and a sardonic smile playing on her lips, offered a slight but unmistakable nod of respect. "You're not as tragically two-dimensional as I initially presumed," Aurora conceded, her pen dancing across the pages of her notebook as she jotted down her observations with swift, precise movements. In that fleeting, ephemeral moment, Severus permitted himself to bask in the glow of victory, the laughter that bubbled up from his core, the playful banter that wove through the group, and the enveloping warmth of camaraderie that bound them all together. It was a rare instance of unguarded jubilation, a memory to be treasured and revisited when future challenges loomed on the horizon. Hi everyone. Please visit Chapter 57, Chapter 54, Aligning Shadows. Professor Langford looked up from the tower of parchments on her desk as Severus cautiously stepped into her office. Her sharp gaze met his, and with a slight raise of her eyebrows, she silently conveyed her expectation that this visit was not of a social nature. "Is it regarding the details of the trip to Vienna?" she inquired, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Indirectly, yes, Severus responded, his tone measured. "I wish to formally request the opportunity to bring a guest along." Langford's hand stilled, her quill hovering momentarily above the parchment before she placed it down with deliberate care. "A guest, you say?" "Indeed," Severus confirmed, a glint of determination in his eyes. "My uncle, Arcturus Prince." There was a brief, yet palpable silence as Langford digested the information. Her eyelids flickered once, betraying a momentary churn of thoughts before her features settled back into their usual composed mask. "You mean to say, Arcturus Prince, the renowned figure?" "The one and only," Severus affirmed, his demeanor unflappable. Langford leaned into the high back of her chair, her eyes narrowing slightly as she considered the implications. "He will require clearance through the International Confederation of Wizards Delegate Registry. However, given his esteemed status, I doubt acquiring such clearance will pose much of a challenge. I shall see to the necessary paperwork." "My gratitude," Severus said, a hint of relief touching his voice. Langford studied him for a moment longer, her head canting slightly to one side. "Are you orchestrating something specific?" Severus permitted himself a small, enigmatic smile, the corners of his mouth barely lifting. "One could say I am always in the midst of planning." Though she did not pursue the matter with further questions, the knowing look in Professor Langford's eyes spoke volumes. She was well aware that this conversation was merely the prelude to something much larger. The pop sound came just after midnight, soft, deliberate, and followed by the faint hum of ward-clearing magic that resonated through the stillness of the room. Severus, ever vigilant, tensed as his hand instinctively tightened around his wand. Yet, as he swiftly turned to confront the potential threat, the sight that greeted him was not that of a nefarious intruder but rather the diminutive figure of a house elf. This was no ordinary elf, though. Standing with an air of solemnity, it was attired in a meticulously crafted black waistcoat that spoke of a bygone era of noble servitude. Its posture was impeccable, the embodiment of the discipline instilled by centuries of service to aristocratic wizarding families. "Master Prince sends this with the utmost urgency," the elf announced with a deep, respectful bow, extending a parcel swathed in elegant silk. "He asserts that owls are a waste of precious time." Severus accepted the bundle with a curt nod, his gaze never leaving the elf's. As he unwrapped the silk, the elf disappeared with a soft pop, leaving behind only the lingering scent of enchantment. Within his hands lay a compact mirror, its surface no larger than the span of a palm, intricately carved with runes that pulsed with an ancient and potent magic. The aura of the device was one of discretion and power, designed to evade detection and duplication. Severus whispered an arcane activating phrase, and the mirror's surface responded with a shimmering dance of light before settling into a clear, reflective state. The visage of Arcturus Prince materialized, as sharp and composed as if he were standing in the same room, despite the ethereal quality of his reflection. "I received your missive," Arcturus said, foregoing any greeting as he positioned himself with his hands clasped firmly behind his back. "Vienna, I must say, is a bold strategic move." "I require your presence there," Severus responded, his tone steady and resolute. "The political climate is treacherous. I am prepared to navigate these waters teeming with predators." Arcturus's brow arched with a trace of wry humor. "Excellent. I've started compiling dossiers on the attending families. Some hail from ancient dark houses, their lineage steeped in shadow and influence, while others are relative newcomers, cloaking their ambitions in a veneer of civility. Do not be deceived by their cordiality. There are those who will seek to claim a part of you for themselves. Severus's tone was icy, betraying no hint of naivety. Should they attempt it, they'll find that my favor is not easily won, nor is it without its thorns. For a fleeting moment, a spark of pride, seldom seen, graced Arcturus's stern visage. We'll fortify our defenses, he stated resolutely. I've directed our legal team to commence the drafting of robust, provisional agreements, bulletproof safeguards. No pact will be finalized without thorough scrutiny. We're determined to prevent you from being ensnared by genteel pledges that conceal ulterior motives. I have no desire to be anyone's property, Severus remarked with disarming simplicity. Indeed, Arcturus concurred, but desire is often irrelevant. Your youth, your prodigious intellect, and your self-possession make you a formidable figure. Such individuals are either elevated to the throne or are inevitably trampled underfoot by the machinery of power. Choose your path with care. Severus acknowledged the advice with a curt nod, his expression inscrutable. Across the room, Arcturus's gaze pierced through the two-way mirror, sharp and assessing. Remember, Severus, this isn't a diplomatic gathering, Arcturus cautioned, his voice carrying the weight of experience. It's an auction house, a den of commerce where wares and loyalties are traded with equal fervor. They won't merely appraise your potions, they'll be sizing up your allegiance, your principles, and how readily you could be swayed by gold or power. Severus's reply was firm, a whisper of steel in his tone. They won't find me for sale. A glimmer of approval flickered across Arcturus's features. Indeed. We must ensure they understand that you're not an item to be bid on, but a negotiator with conditions of your own. As the enchantment holding the mirror link began to wane, the image shimmered like the surface of a disturbed pond, then cleared, leaving Severus alone with the echo of Arcturus's guidance. Severus placed the mirror on the table with a quiet reverence, his eyes locked onto the reflection that stared back, a reflection that bore the marks of a scholar, yet now seemed to mask the spirit of a strategist. He was no longer the apprentice venturing into the academic halls of Vienna. This time, he was stepping into the heart of the city's occult marketplace, not as a novice but as a contender. And this time, he was not alone. With Arcturus's counsel at his back, Severus felt the stirrings of confidence. He was ready to engage in the high-stakes game that lay ahead, armed with the shrewd insight that only a seasoned ally could provide. The following evening, the common room was filled with murmured conversations and the intermittent glow of firelight playing across enchanted playing cards. Did you catch wind of the French delegation's sudden alterations? Jonas inquired, sinking into a plush armchair next to Alessandro and Severus. They've swapped out their lead alchemist for an Italian prodigy. A 20-year-old who's managed to sell a unique sedative formula to no less than 3 separate firms. Clever, Alessandro remarked with a hint of admiration. Offer the same concoction to multiple buyers, alter the branding, adjust the hue, and rake in a fortune. Severus arched an eyebrow in surprise. And yet, no one has raised an eyebrow. Oh, eyebrows have been raised, Alessandro confirmed with a knowing smile. But it's all in good sport. That's just how business is conducted these days. Jonas then directed his attention to Severus. Have you been keeping up with the news from Brazil? A flicker of curiosity crossed Severus's face. No, what's happening there? Word among the Beauxbatons crowd is that a series of Brazilian potion formulas have been systematically acquired over the past 3 months. And it's all been done very hush-hush, by the same mysterious consortium. Severus inquired, which one are you referring to? Alessandro shot him a sidelong glance. ZL Consortium, of course. Zabini Lucrezia, he clarified, a hint of amusement in his voice. It's quite ironic, really. My cousin was in Brazil all summer for some sort of family-related business internship. Though Severus's expression remained impassive, his mind began to race with possibilities. I believe they're initiating a significant move, Severus murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Jonas, overhearing the conversation, interjected with a light-hearted laugh, it's like the potion world is becoming a stock market. We're buying spells cheap and selling curses at a premium. A faint grin played on Severus's lips, acknowledging the humor in Jonas's observation. Severus realized he did not need further information, the situation was clear to him. 2 nights after Severus had last seen Evie and Kira, they caught him off guard in the potions lab. You, Evie announced with an air of authority, as she grabbed Severus by the arm and tugged him away from his simmering cauldrons, are coming with us. I'm in the middle of an experiment, Severus protested, his gaze lingering on the complex brew that required his undivided attention. You're wallowing, Kira chimed in, her tone playful yet firm. And there's a world of difference between work and wallowing. Severus opened his mouth to retort, but before he could utter a word, the 2 girls had spirited him away to the common room. There, the warm glow of the fireplace danced upon the faces of Alessandro, Jonas, and Ben, who were already engrossed in a lively game of trivia, their board enchanted to display a myriad of questions in shimmering letters. As the evening wore on, Severus found himself surprisingly adept at the game. By the third round, he had successfully claimed victory in 2 categories, his keen mind cutting through the complexity of the questions like a knife through butter. However, Cir proved to be a formidable opponent, snatching a win from him in a category on magical creatures, much to her delight. She reveled in her triumph with a jubilant cheer that echoed through the room as if she had just bested him in a high-stakes duel. Later, in a moment of camaraderie, Cir shared with him a rhythmic chant used by Brazilian duelists to invoke good fortune. The words were foreign to his ears, yet their cadence was infectious, and he found himself repeating them under his breath. Evie, seated beside him, nudged him with a friendly elbow. "Don't let anyone push you around in Vienna," she advised with a knowing glance. "Even if they're sporting monocles and fancy titles." A smirk tugged at the corner of Severus's mouth. "Noted," he replied, the word hanging in the air with a promise of defiance. For a brief moment, the crushing responsibilities of political machinations, the intricacies of potion-making, and the relentless striving for power were all but forgotten. In that moment, there was only the essence of being, the simple pleasure of youth, allowing the protagonist to exist as a carefree 17-year-old, unburdened by the demands and expectations that typically governed his life. The following morning, as dawn's tender light began to dispel the shadows of night, Severus Shafi stumbled upon a curious envelope that lay conspicuously against the faded wooden floor of his quarters. The seal that adorned it was unmistakable, a resplendent emblem that proclaimed its origin from none other than Ilvermorny school of witchcraft and wizardry. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, Severus broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within. The script was elegant and firm, a testament to the importance of its contents. To Mr. Severus Shafi. It is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of pride that I pen this letter to you. On behalf of the esteemed faculty and the administrative body of Ilvermorny, I extend my heartfelt and personal congratulations on your landmark acceptance to present at the prestigious Vienna Potioneers Summit. Your monumental achievement stands as a beacon of excellence, unparalleled in the storied history of our noble institution. Your pioneering research and masterful command of the potioneering arts have not only earned you this distinguished honor but have also set a new benchmark for scholarly pursuit within our hallowed halls. We take great pride in recognizing your contributions to the field of magical potions and are thrilled to announce that we will be highlighting your accomplishment in this year's annual review, where your peers and students alike will celebrate your success. In the midst of this commendation, I wish to impart a gentle reminder that the path you have forged is one that the entire Ilvermorny community walks with you. The accolades you receive are shared by all who have supported and believed in your visionary work. You are not an island of brilliance, but a luminary amidst a constellation of stars, each one contributing to the illustrious legacy of our school. Rest assured, Severus, that Ilvermorny stands resolutely behind you, offering not merely congratulations, but unwavering support as you step onto the global stage. Your presentation in Vienna will undoubtedly captivate and inspire all who attend, and we await with bated breath the wisdom you will impart. With pride, respect, and the highest expectations. Headmaster Tobias Grimsbane. Severus handled the parchment with a deliberate gentleness, the creases of the letter aligning with meticulous precision as he folded it. He placed it with a sense of reverence atop the burgeoning stack of papers that represented his meticulously crafted battle plans. This correspondence was not like the others, it was a pledge of unwavering allegiance, a promise of backing without expectations of recompense. Such gestures of genuine support were scarce in his life, and their value was immeasurable to him. Each word on the page was a testament to trust, a currency more precious than gold in the trenches of his strategic maneuverings. The weight of its significance pressed down upon him, and in the solitude of his chamber, Severus allowed himself a moment of gratitude for the rare camaraderie it represented. Hi everyone. Please visit